Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 97, Convergence, The Beginning. Third-person POV. The palace of Valiskjaf is in chaos. It's a confused mess, but Idolin feels that something is off, like there's a calm beneath the storm. Like it's a controlled chaos. I guess Odin can end this pretty easily, but is using the invaders to sharpen his people. It's one of his guesses. The other is that Odin is truly nerfed and can't show his power, but still has some trump cards, costly trump cards. That would make him fall into the famous Odin sleep. From the four Idolins, one goes out of his way to check a certain plot of the movie. He ignores the blade-like dark elf ships cutting the buildings of Asgard before crashing somewhere and advances to find Frigga. In the movie, she died. Things can deviate pretty easily, and Idolin learned to not trust that much in his meta-knowledge, but even so, he will not ignore something like that, especially when checking it costs nothing. This Idolin weaves around the countless battles happening in Asgard to Frigga's location. On his way he helps the Aesir a little and neutralizes some threats from the invaders, but his focus is to arrive as fast as possible and save the dark elves that ambushed her. Idolin pauses in the air and watches with fascination how the mild-mannered middle-aged-looking woman kicks ass. The long dress is not enough obstacle to stop her from making easy work of the dark elves ambushing her. Even though it seems she doesn't need help, Idolin steps forward anyway. His overwhelming speed, one of his great advantages against anyone, was used to make quick work of the large number, but weak, enemies. Idolin. Frigga greets him, a little surprised, even before he stops being a blur and pauses in front of her. This shows that she has really good reflexes. Lady Frigga. Are you all right? Foo-foo, it has been a long time since someone was worried about me in a fight. She laughs in a confident tone, maybe reminiscing about the past. At this moment the Viking's roots appear on her. Then should I direct my worry to your foes? The hero jokes, giving a look at the fallen enemies that are defeated by her. That would be a better use of your worry. She laughs again. Anyway, I would feel better if I kept an eye on you back. Those enemies appear to be specialized in sneaky attacks. He says in a diplomatic way, to not imply that she is weak. Yes, they are. The Dark Elves are famous for their underhanded tactics. Frigga nods and doesn't appear to mind the hero escorting her. Everything good on this side, he thinks. Deeper in the castle, another Idolin advances to a much more problematic area. The dungeons. It seems that one of their enemies' objectives was this place. The countermeasures that Idolin put in place alerted him of the prisoners breaking out, and he sped up to minimize the damage. Idolin arrives at the entrance of the dungeons, only to find it overflowing with prisoners and invaders. HMPF. He doesn't even change expression before punching lightly but creating a huge shockwave that clears the path. The enemies are sent flying in all directions, some are sent back from where they come from. Idolin keeps advancing and in no time he arrives in front of the cells of the dungeons. It all happens in only a second. He arrived and narrowed his eyes at the scene. A strange woman was together with Amora. His super-fast brain deduces that this is Amora's sister, Lorelei. It seems that Lorelei just released Amora from her cell. Idolin dashes at them. The two notice their presence and Amora quickly released some type of green magic mist in her surroundings. It hits Idolin but he ignores it, unaffected, but the rest of the recently released prisoners are not so lucky. The mist hits them, their eyes shine green and they jump at Idolin like wild beasts. Idolin is soon covered by hundreds of prisoners, but Amora doesn't even have time to breathe a sigh of relief before she watches the black-clad hero reappear after he phased through the crowd. His momentum was not even slowed. The two make eye contact and Amora shivers. At the side, Lorelei appears to have ended her preparations with some stones and a scroll that shines in a bright multicolored light that soon engulfs the two. Glyphs and runes cover their skins as they start to become translucent. But Idolin keeps advancing anyway, raising his two hands in the shape of claws. The duo of sorcerer sisters can't even react when they feel their necks being squeezed in an iron grip. The pain is unbearable. But they vanish in an almost disappointing fashion. Simply disappearing. They teleported, Idolin deduces. The hero stays in place, looking ahead. Since he entered the dungeon till now, everything happened in a second. Drip drip from his fingers, drops of blood slowly fall on the ground, pieces of skin and flesh too. He didn't hesitate, he had the full intention of killing the two. And maybe he succeeded, after all, he gave them fatal wounds. But this is Marvel. His cold eyes finally stopped looking ahead and turned to Loki, one of the few prisoners, maybe the only one, who was still in his cell. Loki puts on a strong front, but his eyes don't lie. The look that Idolin gave him and the overall vibe of his body scared him to the bone. That was a ruthless killer. Loki saw clearly his fingers mercilessly sinking into the sisters' necks. If they were a split second later, they would be dead. He really tried to kill them. He really tried to kill them without even uttering a word. As their eyes meet, Loki can almost see the gears turning in Idolin's brain as he debates with himself if he should kill him now. And Loki for an instant fully believed that the hero would do that. The intent to kill is evident in his gaze. The god of lies guard is up to the highest levels already. But Idolin simply flies to the exit after another second passes. Since he entered till he exited, the hero didn't say a word, but he passed a clear message. Somewhere in the 9 realms. In a hideout previously prepared, a circle of runes and glyphs on the ground shines brightly before 2 fingers appear. The 2 women are tightly clenching their necks as blood pours from it like a fountain. Their destroyed throats emitting only grunts and indiscernible sounds, they stagger around the hideout in pain. Amora and Lorelei stumble in a certain direction, as they walk the crash against chairs, tables, and bookshelves. They finally reach a shelf protected by some sort of glass and they unceremoniously break it with their own hands, not caring about the shards of glass hurting their skin. The despair in their actions is evident to anyone who sees it. It seems Idolin's attack left them in a terrible state if they are struggling this much. Their clothes are already tainted with so much blood that any normal person would have died, but they keep going and eventually, each grabs a flask of unknown liquid. With the flask in hands, they throw the content in their necks, generating a burning sound. They tremble in pain as smoke rises from between their fingers clutching their neck, but they stop bleeding. The 2 are a little more relaxed after leaving the danger zone, but they are breathing heavily. Amora stares at a piece of glass on the ground, there she sees her state in the reflection. Distraught expression, fearful eyes, disheveled hair. Her neck is burned in an ugly purplish-green color because of the potion that closed the wound. Seeing that, her expression turns malevolent. Idolin. She spats, voice hoarse and ugly. Even her voice. Even her beautiful voice was destroyed by that hateful bastard. She can heal, obviously, but the price will be steep. And she may carry that visible scar forever. And the humiliation. Oh, the humiliation. That is something that she can only wash away with his blood. Like a mix of troll with banshee, she throws her head back and screams with all she has. She needs to let out this anger or she will explode. She swears revenge. Back in Asgard, unlike Amora, Idolin is not worried. It annoyed him a little that she escaped, but he took countermeasures and kept something on her so that he could track her steps. And she is weak. This is not arrogance, only a fact. Even his own people received enough boost so that they could deal with threats like her easily enough. She will die next time. If they were not in Asgard, and if Loki was not watching, he would have used a trump card or 2 to secure the kill. Not that death is the end in this crazy world. It's not definitive, but he will not get mad if people keep resurrecting, he will just roll with it and find a way to keep them dead or seal them. Exactly like how he easily accepted her escaping. Sorcerers are prepared people, hard to kill, and all that. He couldn't follow because he would take his body too far, and the sort of actuation was with the body taking care of Jane too. In the end, weighting priorities. Amora is very low on the list. Right now, the Idolin that invaded the Dark Elves' mothership is making his way toward Malekith. Boom crash. He does short work of anyone in his path. The difference in strength is like an abyss. To make things different, he takes the Leviathan axe out and starts attacking the enemies with it as he advances. Sometimes he delivers mortal blows, but sometimes he just freezes them in ice. Freezing them is a good way to not commit mass murder. Now if they died because no one would save them from the ice, that is their problem. He continues to clear the mothership with robotic efficiency. Most of the Dark Elves don't even have the chance to attack first before they are dealt swiftly by Idolin. He obviously admits that they are better than the human soldiers and guards that he dealt with during that operation with the X-Men and the Brotherhood, but the difference is not big enough to be noticeable from the outside view. He just needs to be a little rougher to keep them down. Finally, after creating a path of destruction, Idolin finally finds him. Even with all the protections and wards that try to block his senses, he was still able to find Malekith. The black-clad hero emerges from the ground with an explosion, Leviathan axe in hand. His gaze surveys the whole bridge of the ship and stops on a certain tall dark elf. His different armor and imposing figure are enough to single out him from the rest. And if that was not enough, his half-burned black face is the final proof of his identity. Idolin doesn't even say a word as a greeting before swinging his axe at the leader of the invaders, the air freezing on the arc of his movements, snowflakes forming around him. Boom. Surprisingly, or maybe not, Malekith reacted fast enough to raise a broadsword that was near him and block the hero's attack. The ground cracked beneath the dark elf's feet and his knees bends a little. Frost starts spreading from his weapon till it reaches his fingers and hand. Bam crack. The dark elf doesn't waste time disengaging from the deadlock to stop the momentum of the ice. The 2 combatants are forced back and analyze their opponents. He is stronger than his MCU counterpart, obviously. Idolin sighs in his mind, but he is not that surprised. From that exchange, he can tell Malekith, like Thor and other gods, is cut from a different cloth from the other people in the Nine Realms. At least physically stronger than Belasco. But is only that. Eidolon spins his axe around his wrist, ready to attack again. He can already see victory. Who are you? Malekith asks, after appraising the foe in front of him. He doesn't recognize his figure or his clothes, but Eidolon is too strong to be an unknown individual. Don't know me. You didn't even have any spy on Asgard. Shame on you. Eidolon says lightly, I'm a friend of Thor. And he advances to attack again. No need to idly chat with him. The Leviathan axe cuts the air in a horizontal slash, cracking sounds are emitted from it as ice is formed. Boom! Once again the axe and broadsword met and a loud sound was emitted from it. Malekith learned his lesson and doesn't let the contact last for long, he used quick movements to deflect the axe and counterattack. The two exchange hundreds of blows in some seconds, but none seem to have the advantage. But Eidolon's eyes are calm despite the storm of attacks, even with only 50% of his power in this body after the biofission, even with Malekith being stronger than he initially thought, he would never lose a close-range fight. I understand it now, he is ready to press his advantages. He gives a particularly strong swing with his axe, once again it is blocked by the broadsword, but Eidolon immediately attacks with a left-hand jab. Clink crack crack. The jab on the broadsword broke the weapon like it was glass, the frozen pieces falling on the ground. One of his advantages is on the weapon. The Leviathan axe is obviously superior. Without losing momentum and without resetting his stance, his arm that is holding the Leviathan axe continues to advance towards the now defenseless Malekith. The leader of the Dark Elves is hit square in the chest by the axe, a huge gash is opened in his torso, but it was obviously closed by the ice so it does not bleed. But this only makes his body more brittle and fragile. Eidolon raises his fist again. A good punch on his torso can end the fight now. The experienced Malekith obviously understands this too, so he quickly steps back, out of Eidolon's range. Or so he thinks. Boom! Like he recently showed Thor and the others, Eidolon delivers a punch that dislocates the air at high pressure, reaching Malekith even when he is far away. Luckily for Malekith, he is cautious enough to conjure spells beforehand while he is jumping back. The air pressure hits the spells, creating a huge shock wave that makes the whole mothership tremble, the bridge becomes a mess of dust, debris, and flickering lights. Malekith, who barely escaped the attack, is on high alert, paying close attention to his surroundings because the dust and lights are obscuring his vision. Whoosh, so you can use magic too. The voice and Eidolon's presence reach his senses at the same time, he turns to the side quickly only to see a black-clad arm holding a stake emerging from the dust and aiming at his heart. The tip of the stake is already grazing his skin, but Dark Elves are not known for their agility and reflexes from nothing. With his life in line, Malekith breaks his limits and contours his body to evade the fatal attack. The stake ends up sinking a little below his heart, close to where would be his liver. Malekith once again jumps back, his face contorted in anger. He is furious by being put on the back foot by this unknown foe. Eidolon looks at him with impassive eyes, tilting his head to the side like he is curious about something. Suddenly Malekith feels a burning pain when he was stabbed by the stake. Arg. He removes the object quickly, but he can feel something is wrong. I hear you guys are weak to iron. Eidolon comments in a calm voice. Now Malekith understands why he is in pain and why this wound is not closing, even when he is using some mystical powers to treat it. Iron. His people's weakness. Too bad is only normal iron, I read there's a special type of Asgardian steel that is more effective. Eidolon comments. You're weaker than Belasco. He gives his analysis, and then dashes at Malekith again, ready for the kill. As he predicted, victory is inevitable. Even if he was weaker than Malekith, he would still be able to secure victory because of his tactics and knowledge about his opponent. Using his creation power, a blade of iron starts appearing from his palm, his eyes ruthless. But suddenly something unexpected happens. Eidolon feels danger. Even with an advantage, he is too cautious to ignore his instincts and powers alerting him, so he pauses to check what is this about, exclamation point. Then he disappears from his spot by using some teleportation powers. He reappears high in the air, outside the mothership just in time to see a golden beam of light hitting the huge dark ship. He side-glanced in the direction of the palace and saw that the huge beam starts at the tip of Gungnir, Odin's spear. It seems he finally took action from a balcony of the palace. The attack was devastating, not even some seconds of contact and the mothership started crumbling, like a sandcastle against a jet of water. The mothership starts being destroyed, but even so, it moves, space ripples and it disappears into the void. Odin doesn't appear that bothered by the fact, he stops his attacks and turns around before entering the castle again. Eidolon watches what is happening with a strange glint in his eyes. It seems that this invasion is finally over. Eidolon calmly goes back to fuse his four bodies. Eidolon stays at the side while a discussion happens in the center of the royal hall, Thor and Odin arguing about the next step. Odin doesn't seem interested in doing nothing more than rebuild the destroyed parts of the Asgard and continue normally with his days. Thor is a little more worried, talking about how they should hurry and go to the birthplace of the ether, to remove it from Jane and end this whole problem. Enough. Odin says harshly, making Thor pause, we are not taking the ether to their territory. But they can attack us again. Continue with their cowardly suicidal tactics, taking our people down with their sacrifices. Thor argues, we are stronger now, we can take the fight to them. You don't know the risks that you are taking. While the ether is here, it will be safe and they will not win. End of discussion. Odin turns around and walks away, not leaving room for discussion. Geez, like watching your friend being chewed out by their parents when you visit. Darcy comments on the awkwardness on Idolin's side. Idolin does not answer, his eyes fixed on Odin. The gaze of the two meet and it's almost like there's a talk in that split second. I see. Idolin understands and moves his gaze away. It's all a test. As expected from an all-powerful god, he is not worried about Malekith. To him the most important thing is Thor's development. He saved Malekith. Idolin concludes, a little impressed. He can't even be angry, he would have done something similar in Odin's shoes. In truth, he can see himself orchestrating situations like those to teach his future children some precious lessons. He will not go as far as to say that Odin is manipulating everything behind the scenes, no. But Idolin can confidently say that Odin is putting Thor in a tough position to make him choose a difficult path. It seems the events of the movie should happen. He starts thinking about ways to navigate the situation orchestrated by Odin and minimize the casualties. At the same time, his other bodies are investigating the defeated foes with many of his powers. He got valuable information. I see, this can work. He has an idea at the same time he notices Thor leaving the hall. He follows just after Jane and the others. After they follow the very upset Thor to an isolated balcony, the god of thunder turns around and speaks. Can you believe that he plans to do nothing? He bellows. Jane approaches him and caresses his arm soothingly. Calm down, Thor. You have been exiled in a similar situation. But Idolin is a little more frank with his words and asks Thor to not do something harsh. Thor looks a little taken aback by his words, but thinking about it. Yes, it was in a situation very similar to this one that he was exiled. He can't commit the same mistake again, if not it would only show that he grew nothing from his arrogant and impulsive past self. Thor takes a deep breath and calms himself. I understand, but it's not the same situation. I don't think they are willing to solve things peacefully. You saw how crazy they are. They will not give up. On this, I can agree. Idolin concedes, but there's not much we can do right now. He says mysteriously. Thor looks to be in deep thought. We can end this before more lives are lost. Idolin keeps silent. If Odin wants to make this a trial to Thor, he will help him at the minimum possible. At this point, he is confident that he can end this if things get too serious. If the ether is removed, Malekith will have no more reason to attack. And there's also will be no fear of him getting his hands on the ether. Thor speaks. In the end, he is not someone that would wait and do nothing. Too risky. The ether is in Jane. Idolin says we are in a winning position with all the cards. We just need to protect Jane. You protect me, but who protects you guys? Or Asgard? Jane suddenly says, with a sad look, a lot of people died today because of me. No. It's not. Both Idolin and Thor tries to deny the idea fast, but Jane continues. It doesn't matter, that is not my fault. They are after me. She says strongly, then she turns to Thor with a determined look. Let's do it. I'm willing to take the risk. The two lovers share a meaningful glance. Idolin on the side raises an impressed eyebrow. That's the woman that lifted the Mjolnir, makes sense. He thinks that she is brave. At this moment, some Einherjar appears. We are ordered by the Allfather to take the Midgardian women to a safe room. They declare after arriving. Safe room. Jane frowns. To your protection. A guard says in an even tone. Idolin slowly straightened himself, ready to action. He says nothing, but his subtle movement is noticed by both Thor and the Einherjar. The mood gets instantly tense, but Thor steps up and turns to Jane. You can go. Don't worry. It will be safe there. He looks deep into her eyes and gives her a kiss to persuade Jane that everything is okay. After that, Jane and Darcy are guided to a protected room. Thor and Idolin observe them parting. We are gonna do it, right? Idolin didn't even turn to look at him when he asked that. A small part of him praises Thor for thinking ahead and keeping the peace for now. I'm gonna ask for help. Thor answers without turning to him too. Another wise decision. There are things that a leader can't do alone. Then I will steal them. There's a tacit understanding without even the need to plan too much. Wait for my signal. Thor discreetly walks into a certain part of the city of Asgard. The place where he is going is a secret encounter point that he and his friends find and use for years in their youth. A secret room in an inconspicuous building that can only be accessed through a secret passage in a small alley behind some rocks. His gang used this place to meet, to hide, to drink, to keep their loot from their adventures a long time ago. Eventually, it was abandoned by them too, when they grew old and didn't need to escape or hide from the adults. You're late. A voice addresses Thor when he enters the secret hideout. It's dark, barely illuminated by some candlelights, but is possible to see crates and chests all around the place. Only by opening it, someone would know how many old items and trinkets are being kept inside. Memories. I need to make sure that I was not being followed. Thor explains. You being cautious. Now that is rare. Now it is revealed that the one that spoke was Lady Sif. Around her, Volstagg and Fandral are sitting in some crates. Don't be like that. Eidolon proved that even a Bilgesnipe can learn new tricks. Fandral jokes. Everyone allows themselves to laugh a little before addressing the serious situation, but they can't delay it for long. I need your help. Finally, Thor speaks in a serious tone. Just say what we need to do. Volstagg doesn't even hesitate to answer. The others nodded together. Thor's eyebrows rise a little in surprise before he smiles happily. There's really no need for any ceremony with his friends. I plan to take Jane to Svartalfheim. Apparently, beyond the broken chamber, there's an altar that can be used to remove the ether from her. Svartalfheim. That will be incredibly difficult. You will be captured halfway out of Asgard. Can you even use the Bifrost? They ask in rapid succession. Thor raises a hand to stop them. There are ways to travel to other realms without the Bifrost. We used many of them in the past, remember? Yes, but never to Svartalfheim. Lady Sif comments. Certain realms are out of limits even to them in their adventurous youth. I know someone that knows how to get there. Thor says hesitantly. Who? Volstagg asks, but Fandral and Lady Sif are already showing strange expressions. No. Lady Sif says slowly, he will betray you. I will be careful. It's all Thor says, not denying her claim. Loki. Volstagg finally catches up. Are you crazy? No, I'm not crazy. But he is the only option. Thor keeps his tone calm, he will not back down on that. Fine, let's ignore this issue for now. Lady Sif raises a hand to stop any argument. Any planning will be useless because of my brother. She says. Her brother, Heimdall, can see everything. He only needs to tell Odin and everything will go down the drain. He could easily follow them with the Bifrost too. To that. Thor starts slowly. I took a leap of faith, like my friend Eidolon would say. As he finishes his words, the rest can see that another someone entered this secret hideout too. Thor turns to the newcomer. What do you say, my friend? Putting the choice in my hands is unfair. Heimdall says, his eyes impassive. Eidolon is sitting in the air with a leg crossed over another, like he is an invisible chair, leisurely waiting for Thor's signal. They didn't specify the signal, but he is already chuckling humorously at that. What kind of signal the god of thunder would give? The answer is obvious. What a drag. He comments, his eyes never leaving the room where Jane and Darcy are confined. He is stuck in one of those situations where he can't do much. After he changes the fate of the world with the operation against the mutant haters, he feels a little suffocated. But maybe he is only right, he is not the protagonist of this plot. He knows that one of the few things where he can't get involved is in the future Ragnarok. That's something to Thor, and Thor alone, to deal with. So he is taking a step back and giving space to Odin to prepare his heir. I hope the people on Earth are prepared. The invasion will happen. He sighs. He really wanted to end things here. But when is easy being a hero? Earth, England. Are you trying to act mysterious even now? Shago shouts at Fury, when are you gonna start evacuating the people? We don't want to create unnecessary chaos and panic. Fury answers in a casual tone. You will cause more than panic when those people are in the middle of whatever comes out from the other side. Shago is super annoyed. She really doesn't care about these people, but Hector cares and he gave them a task. She can't fail him like that. We still don't know what you come, so we shouldn't create a fuss. You are just trying to keep an image. Do you still think that you can keep this under wraps? That your excuse of a gas leak will work? Or are you gonna claim that is a terrorist attack? She asks, frowning, you can't be a spy and a hero at the same time, Baldy. She remembered saying something similar to her nemesis in the past. I think she is right. Someone intervenes, we should prioritize the civilians' well-being. Captain. Fury turns to Steve Rogers, the one who just talked is no other than Captain America himself. But what made Fury pause was the person accompanying him. Agent Carter. He already knew that the old woman was suddenly young again, but he couldn't help being surprised by seeing her face to face. I'm retired, Nick. Peggy Carter says with a smile. The two know each other for a long time. Peggy was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Before Nick Fury after all, but seeing that there's imminent trouble in my homeland, I hope you don't mind my help. Of course not, capable hands are always welcomed. Yeah. Can we focus on the matter at hand? The convergence will happen at noon. We don't have much time to evacuate the people. Lady Jade is already done with him. Nick, why don't we already announce the danger to the population? Peggy asks. Those kind of things need to be handled with caution. Announcing it to the world can have unforeseen consequences. Fury says diplomatically. But Shago is tired of it already. That's it. The only paranoid guy that I like is Eidolon, so I'm taking matters into my hands. You can bend backward to accommodate it. With those words, Shago turns around and walks away. She raises her wrist to her mouth and speaks, Cortana, start the first contact evacuation protocol city level. The words barely left the mouth and suddenly the day grows a tad darker. Already. Black Widow looks up, to the huge black spaceship that is blocking the sun and that just got out of camouflage. No. She noticed the symbol. The SCP symbol. The spaceship looks a little like the helicarrier but is sleek and all black with some details in white. People of Greenwich. This is the SCP. This area has a high probability of becoming a battlefield in the next hours. Please evacuate. The sound is transmitted everywhere through the area. Please, keep calm. We are sending this message with hours of antecedents. You are not in immediate danger. Suddenly the spaceship opens up in some ways and objects start falling and floating off it. The battle will be dealt with as swiftly as possible. The provision is to last some hours. The message keeps blaring, and people look up in shock. Bam bam thud. Some heavy objects fall on the ground in open areas. They are huge black cubes. The top is suddenly open and a smaller cube is extended, making it look like a smaller cube is above the bigger one. Then the top is open again and another smaller cup, and another, and another. The process repeats itself till the cube becomes a tower with an unknown purpose. Some drones shaped like spheres float around repeating the message, checking on the people, and scanning the area. Another door opens in the spaceship and what seems to be people start jumping from the ship. The height is not something that a human can ignore, but the humanoid beings jump without worry and land on the ground without a problem. Failsafe, activated. Hundreds of failsafe robots walk around and assume positions around the area. They go to the rooftops, to evacuation paths, and they also repeat the message. Please, evacuate. It will not be safe in some hours. If you can't dislocate for any reason, please inform us. Keep calm and move in orderly fashion. You can leave as many as your belongings behind. We will protect it. If the progress of the evacuation is unsatisfactory, in some hours we will take drastic measures. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. They say robotically to the awed population. Surprisingly, not many people panicked. Maybe Eidolon's reputation is finally worth something. Most of the people keep cool and collected as they start moving. Some even stop to take selfies with the scary-looking robots. The area is slowly secured. A huge spaceship is in the air, and only Eidolon knows how many hidden tricks it has. Hundreds of super robots. Drones patrolling the air. And many more objects positioned in key parts of the town. Back at the camp of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury eyes Lady Jade with a tremendously annoyed look, maybe even angry. What? She shrugs a shoulder nonchalantly. Your people should start moving too. It will look bad if it seems that only we care about the people, right? She says in a sassy tone. Steve and Peggy hold back a burst of laughter so as not to rub salt on Fury's bruised ego, but they can't deny that is a little refreshing what Shago just did. Fuck bureaucracy. She rolls her eyes. Asgard. Sounds of footsteps can be heard in the dungeons beneath the palace of Asgard. This particular floor is a mess but is surprisingly empty after everything that happened. The prisoners are put in the lower levels, piled up without a care. But a particular man remains here and Thor stops just in front of his cell. Hello, brother. Loki turns to him with a smile. Is no one accompanying you today? I want to have a talk only between us, Loki. Thor says in a gruff tone. Now that is rare. You haven't visited me not even one time since I was imprisoned here. Loki smirks, his eyes mischievous. What do you want? We didn't have a lot to talk about. Thor half explains his reasons, but he knows that their feud can't be solved with mere words. One of the reasons he never visited before. I want you to tell me how to get to Svartalfheim. You can use the Bifrost to that. Loki says casually in an infuriating tone. Unless. You can't use it. The god of lies acts like he just figured something out. Oh brother, I thought that I was the mischievous one. What kind of plan your small brain is concocting now, brother? You don't need to know. You just need to tell me how to arrive at Svartalfheim. You do that and I will talk with father about releasing you, and if he does not heed my words, I swear that I will release you when I am king. Loki's face scrunches in displeasure hearing those last words from Thor, but he goes back to normal quickly enough. You don't expect me to believe your words, right? The only god of lies here is you. Exactly. It's in my nature to not trust others easily. Loki paces around the cell leisurely, like he doesn't care about this talk. Thor decides to finally bite the bullet. Then what do you want? Now we are talking. Loki eyes him carefully. I just want to take a stroll. And no, do not look at me like that, and do not deny too fast. He raises a hand. I just want to feel the sun, the wind, the cold again. Let me accompany you during this trip and I promise I will come back to this very cell when everything ends. He proposes with the best innocent smile he can show. Thor obviously doesn't believe a word that he is saying. Please, brother. When did I ever lie to you? All right, bad choice of words. Loki conceded. Let me use reason then. Even if I tell you, you would not understand how to use the intricacies of the gaps in Yggdrasil to navigate through its roots and branches. You need me. Personally. And. He extends the word and raises a finger. As much I don't like to admit, you are stronger than me. So you would be able to capture me anyway. He shows his points. But you are full of tricks, Thor thinks but does not say anything. He is absolutely sure that Loki is planning to escape at some point. He can even abandon him after guiding Thor into a trap or something. But that is a risk Thor is willing to take. Fine. Thor finally speaks. For old time's sake, I will try believe in you, Loki. Loki's face twitches a little, the emotion that caused that unknown. Without wasting more time, Thor reaches for a certain rune in one of the pillars of the cell, and the golden screen disappears. Loki is free. Oh, brother. I'm very surprised with you. Loki exclaims in a lower voice as the two brothers sneak around the halls of the royal palace of Valskjaf. I expected you to barge ferociously while branding your hammer. I didn't know that you are able to be subtle. Shut up. Thor says in a calm tone, trying to ignore Loki's annoying voice and mocking words. Now don't be like that. This is really like old times, huh? Aren't you a little excited? Aren't you feeling the nostalgia? Not with you here, no. Thor huffs. Oh, would like to be with someone else then. Green light envelopes Loki and suddenly he is another person. Lady Sif. Is this better? Better company at least. Oh, interesting. Tell me, brother, did you tell your little human that you and this one were very close in the past? How did she take it? And how did this one take you prancing around with your new mortal toy? Loki says in Lady Sif's voice. Thor's jaw tightens, but he does not answer that. He already knows that he can't give fuel to Loki. And this is a little of a sore spot to him. Lady Sif is a precious friend, and he doesn't want to see her sad, but he can't do much about it. The heart wants what the heart wants. Oh, silence, huh? Did you learn it with this one? Loki, as Lady Sif, asks, and suddenly another flash of green light covers him, and in his place, Eidolon appears. I am Eidolon. Loki exaggerates in the deep voice. Still better company. Thor deadpans. It seems that you are really enjoying playing with your mortal pets. Loki used Eidolon's face and voice to say that, but Thor suddenly slammed him into the wall. You're talking too much. He says, their faces close. They just avoided a patrol. If you try to jeopardize this, I will throw you back to your cell and figure out how to reach Svartalfheim on my own. Geez, Loki goes back to being himself. You are more fun in the past. At least give me a weapon so that I can defend myself if things go bad. Thor seemingly complied, taking something from behind him. Now this is what I'm talking about. Clink. Loki was smiling happily before he felt his wrists being locked by special handcuffs that even block magic. Thor is smiling happily seeing Loki's shocked face. Now let's steal one of those night elf ships lying around. On the edge of the Rainbow Bridge, Odin arrives at Heimdall's observatory with calm steps. You wanted to see me? Odin says in his imponent voice. Heimdall stays in place, holding the handle of his sword as he opens his golden eyes to look at the Allfather. I have news, Allfather. There has been treason. Heimdall declares strongly. Oh. Odin only eyes narrow, but he doesn't look that bothered. From who? He asks while his eyes appear to pierce Heimdall's soul. Mine. Clank whoosh. At the same time, Heimdall activates the Bifrost, which captures both him and Odin and transports the two to an unknown place in the Nine Realms. The Bifrost's rainbow light hits a deserted and isolated place somewhere. The two figures stay upright facing each other. But Odin, despite what just happened, just turns around and looks at the stars, ignoring Heimdall or his act. So he went against my orders. He says in a distant voice. Yes. It's all Heimdall says. There's no need to elaborate. It was his choice. There was no right answer. Odin comments while looking at the stars, his gaze deep. No one can know what is going through his mind, but I would be disappointed if he did nothing. The Bifrost was activated, but that was not the signal. High in the air, Idolin keeps his impassive gaze in the distance. He can see what everyone is doing. Thor and Loki are going to meet Lady Sif and the others who just started fighting some guard to take a dark elf ship. When Thor notices that Odin is not on Asgard anymore, he abandons caution, and boom crack he starts fighting his way to his people too. Now this was the signal. Idolin chuckles seeing the extravagant lighting attracting the attention of everyone in the palace. Now his, and Lady Sif's job, will be easier. He disappears from his spot and moves swiftly to where Jane and Darcy are staying. The security is not that good, only 2 guards that he easily dealt with, but time to go. He arrives in front of the 2 women, startling them a little, but before that. Can we not do that? They are confused about what he means, but they understand when they look at the door. Idolin also turns around to come face to face with Balder appearing at the entrance of the room. Jane and Darcy can feel the tension in the air. This can be problematic. The Allfather ordered to keep them safe here. Balder says, his voice filled with dignity. They are from Earth. Under my protection, so the final say is mine. Idolin says calmly facing Balder fully. The Allfather is the protector of the 9 realms. Thor's brother answers in the same tone of voice. You can't keep me here. We will see about that. When Balder takes his blade from the scabbard, the situation really gets serious. Maybe this was a confrontation that was long due, and it just happened to appear a reason. The 2 face each other in a long tense moment before suddenly Xian. They attack at the same time. Balder is the god of light, but you can say that a secondary aspect of his power is being incredibly fast. He dashes at incredible speeds at Idolin while swinging his sword, and Idolin does the same, without his hand in a chopping motion. It's like a showdown between samurai and anime. In a moment they are facing each other and in the next instant they already attacked and exchanged positions. Now their backs are facing each other. It looks like a long silence that stretches out without a clear winner. But Idolin then straightens himself up, pats his shoulder, and turns around to walk back to Jane and Darcy. Balder was still paralyzed in place and he only fell after some time, his unconscious body hitting the floor with a thud. To end this as fast as possible, Idolin went as far as using overclock. He also took extra precautions by becoming intangible, to not kill Jane and Darcy with the sheer dislocation of his body. Without even looking at Balder, Idolin grabs the 2 women and says, "Let's go. Let me drive." Loki says to Thor after seeing the god of thunder smash some statues on their path with this stolen dark elf ship, "You just decapitated your grandfather. Shut up. I also need to take it to the secret passage." Loki argues. On the side, Lady Sif and the others are looking at the god of lies with a variety of expressions, from disdain to annoyance. Not yet. Thor answers Loki, "We are still waiting." For what? Loki asks, a little concerned because he knows the answer. For us. Idolin appears on the ship carrying both Jane and Darcy, the first quickly going to hug Thor. The moment is a little beautiful, but then Jane turns to Loki and paw slaps his face. This is for New York. She spats. Her hand hurt, but she doesn't care. What can Loki do? With Thor and Idolin here, he can do nothing. Loki knows that too, so despite being slapped, he doesn't give her the satisfaction of acting angry. He smiles and says, "I like this one, brother." Idolin uses this moment to speak, "You are out of your cell, Loki." He states. They remember when Idolin threatened Loki in the dungeons. The hero stares at Loki and everyone believes that he is really considering punching Loki in the horizon or something. Even Loki can't hide his discomfort. Eventually, after passing the message, or better yet, remembering Loki of his warning, Idolin turns to Thor, "I still do not agree with it, so we are going separate after we arrive at Svartalfheim." Why? What are you gonna do? Thor asks confused. After investigating the invaders, I discovered that Malekith doesn't have really absolute control over his own people. The hero explains, to minimize the casualties, I need to take away his bargaining chips. Idolin turns to look at the horizon and smirks, so I'm gonna do what heroes do and save princesses. He chuckles, or in this case, queens. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 98, The Battle During the Convergence. Third-person POV. Loki guides Idolin's group through the hidden paths and shortcuts to Svartalfheim. They went through narrow cracks in the mountains, entered waterfalls, dove into lakes to find secret caves, and even moved parts of the terrain to reveal other hidden passageways. There's more, but this one is just the right size. Loki explains with an I-know-all tone. It's said that some passages are so big that entire armies can pass through, but many are destroyed completely or destroyed from the books after the wars. So nowadays you use Yggdrasil or you use a ship. No one is interested in engaging in a conversation with the god of lies. Eidolon, for his part, uses the all-seeing eyes of God all the time to check the path ahead and their surroundings, cautious about any trick that Loki can pull. Finally, after going through a very dark cave, they emerge in a slightly brighter but still dark world. I present to you all Svartalfheim. Loki opens his arms with great fanfare, not that is that impressive. But then he lowers his arms like he is disappointed. The place is dull. For a lack of a better world. It's dark too. Everything seems to be 1 or 2 shades darker than normal. The sky, even if it's seemingly daytime, looks like a storm is coming with its gray horizon. The ground is rocky and the few forests have dark trees. Even the water running down some waterfalls and rivers is darker. It's a gray world. Worse than this probably only Helheim, the Riaf of the dead. Not a good place to a vacation. Darcy comments with humor, I don't think I can get a tan here. Her jokes don't get the reaction that she expected. Everyone is focused like they can be attacked at any moment, after all, they entered enemy territory. If you want to make them laugh you can show them the puny god of video. Eidolon helps from the side. Now everyone, but Loki, laughs. Earlier, during the boring travel, Darcy pulled off her phone to show the saved clip of Hulk smashing Loki in the concrete before saying puny god. It's good footage, the whole build-up of Loki ranting about being superior before being mercilessly smashed is gold to the Asgardians. She even showed them the edits and the dubstep remix. By Odin's beard. That was great. Fandral wipes a tear from his eyes, still chuckling. I need to share a drink with that green fella. Volstagg says, still laughing. Even Lady Sif doesn't hold back. Eidolon is seriously considering creating a scroll or something that displays the scene all the time for them. Well guys, this is where we part ways. After the good carefree moment, Eidolon says a little more serious. Are you sure about that, my friend? Thor asks. It's the best option. I don't think they have enough manpower to defend against a double attack. The black-clad hero says. If I make a distraction in their homeland, you guys can sneak on their ancestral grounds more easily. From the history books that Eidolon learned, the ancestral grounds is where the ether fell from the sky and where the Dark Elves tribe was first established. After that, there were a lot of migrations and division in subtribes, so now the ancestral grounds are not a place to live, but a place of worship. And that's where the altar that can be used to extract the ether from Jane, apparently. It's not confirmed, but is the best chance. It can be dangerous. Thor warns Eidolon. And be careful. Lady Sif completes, eyeing him intensely. Don't worry. I can be really sneaky when I want. Eidolon smiles, I will try to make a deal with the Dark Elf Queen so that this whole situation doesn't escalate into a war. Then we can brand Malekith as a terrorist/criminal like Loki here. He doesn't waste the opportunity to poke Loki, and put all the blame on him, then we just need to defeat him after he is alone. It sounds like a good plan. Volstagg nods. It will really solve everything. Fandral says too. It's simple but doesn't have many loopholes. Thanks. I feel like all of this would be really complicated without you here. Thor pats Eidolon's shoulder. That's what our friend's for. Eidolon answers dismissively while waving his hand, now before I go. Eidolon shows his hands from beneath his mantle, he is carrying a baseball-sized crystal. Is that a diamond? Darcy was the first to notice the precious gem. Yeah, it's kinda useless but thanks to the molecular structure it can hold a lot of power. So I will charge it with life force so that Jane will suffer even when I am not around. He holds the giant diamond in his hand, making the thing shine in a golden light. Useless. Give me one too then. Darcy is still with her mouth agape seeing the jewel. It's just a rock. They tricked you into thinking that is precious. Eidolon deadpans while he charges the diamond with some life force. He is making it so will passively transfer the energy to the one that holds it. After that, he brings a metal wristband and puts the diamond in a circular empty space on it. Then he puts it on Jane's wrist like it is a cuff. There. Better than a pendant. Is it too tight? He asks Jane. No, it's all right. I will give it back after all of this is over. She says a little overwhelmed. Meh, you can keep it. Eidolon shrugs his shoulders like it's no big deal. To him that thing is useless. And he doesn't think Jane would sell it. Like I said, give me one too. Darcy continues shamelessly, interrupting Jane by saying something. I will give you something better. Eidolon smiles at her. He is kinda liking Darcy. She is fun and frank. Like Shago or Kitty. Oh, what? She asks interested. A first-rate experience. He touches her shoulder and under the eyes of everyone, Darcy shrinks in size till she is as tall as a doll. Eidolon commands his mantle to make a pocket between him and his body and puts the surprised Darcy there. Your safety is still my responsibility. Idolin says it's better that we divide the girls between the two groups. And sorry, it will be more convenient to carry you like this. But he feels that she would not complain about this arrangement. Darcy, are you okay? You are so small. Jane approaches, looking at her assistant curiously. Are you kidding? This is great. Darcy's excited voice comes from the mantel. I'm pressing my whole body against his. It's like warm marble. After that, Jane decided not to worry about her. Well, I'm off. Idolin nods and starts disappearing. Good luck. Good luck. They answer back. England, Greenwich. It's evening in England, and the pieces of equipment prepared by the Avengers, SCP, and S.H.I.E.L.D. alerted the people around with beeps. Spikes of gravimetric anomalies. Reed declares, stretching his neck to see the readings on another monitor. It's starting. Stark says gravely, taking a deep breath. He is a little nervous, not that he will say it to anyone. Zoon * whoosh. Suddenly the tower-like objects that the SCP ship planted around started shining and emitting a sound before shooting a white beam of light to the sky. The beams meet and disperse in a transparent curtain that covers the area like a cylinder that reaches space. The towers also shoot beams of light a little parallel to the ground, interlinking with each other and creating barriers to protect the equipment. The net of beams creates an almost perfect structure together with the huge ship in the air, sealing the area. No one enters and no one leaves. It's not entirely perfect, but that is on purpose. The barrier doesn't close in a semi-sphere. If one flies high enough and leaves Earth's atmosphere, they would see that the barrier is akin to a cup, with a hole in the top. It was thought that way to not block the convergence. And to the people inside had a way of dispersing some energy in case things took a wrong turn. Let's say, if someone tries to explode a nuke or something similar. With this exit, the worst of damages can be avoided. It's happening, be prepared. Lady Jade says while rolling her shoulders. Just us. Huntress looks around the group of the SCP, and it's just her, Lady Jade, Shadow, Groot, and Mikhail. Oh, and Rover. She noticed the dog sitting on the ground, very well behaved. Idolin said that is enough. Lady Jade shrugs, we have a lot of backups with the failsafe androids and the rest should be on alert in other parts of the world. In case people use this opportunity to commit crimes. Huntress checks her bolts. Probably, or he knows that is not that dangerous. As they are talking, Cassandra raises an arm, that was covered on the Beowulf devil arm that Hector left behind for her, and points at the general area where the convergence will be forced to focalize. Incoming, she says in a quiet and calm voice. And just like she said, the air rippled and some big rocks started appearing from thin air and falling in their overall direction. The angle was weird, it's not like it was falling, but as if someone threw it. Probably because it was on a different inclination compared to Midgard. Hector's Groot, who finally grew up enough to be considered a teenager, stretches his arms and vines and branches, grabs the rocks, before swings down in a controlled manner. I am Groot. He says in a deep voice. Yeah. Piece of cake, but it is only the beginning. Huntress says back. This Groot was living together with Mikhail to get some discipline. His alien line of thought and great power can become a problem if not raised carefully. He is also made of the atom wood from the One Piece world, so he is more resistant than average steel. He is already a competent fighter that just needs some supervision. Hector remembered how the Groot that partnered with Rocket, the raccoon, was a little slow, for the lack of a better word. After the rocks, suddenly some pieces of wood started flying everywhere, like some tree was uprooted and thrown in a crusher before appearing here. Fush Shago sends a curtain of fire to turn the splinters into cinders. It's starting for real, people. She shouts to everyone, stop any and everything that comes out from that area. Everyone braces themselves because it's time to play defense. All the systems are up and we are kept that way by the scientist while the rest of the heroes will pay attention to the convergence. For a long time, only small things come out, most of them already half destroyed like they squeeze through an incomplete passage. Maybe that was an accurate description. The converge didn't reach its full power, much like how an eclipse didn't fully happen if the moon didn't cover the sun completely. But is a little problematic because while those phenomena should be happening all around the globe, it's now only happening here, in this restricted area. So it's concentrated trouble for them. Every 30 seconds or so something is ejected from the invisible wormholes in the area. After some time, it seems the convergence is stabilizing and something big finally comes out. It started with a burst of water that spilled everywhere and then a huge alligator-like creature, bigger than a car, emerged too, trashing around crazily. Don't let the water touch your eyes or mouth. And if you can't help it, not even your skin. Huntress instructs. From between the equipment and machinery, Bruce Banner, who was typing something, suddenly pauses and trembles. No. He says to himself. He pauses his fingers and takes some deep breaths. No, big monster, no. He continues to murmur to himself after going back to do his work. Instead of him, who jumped in was Jennifer Walters, his cousin decided to accompany the Fantastic Four and stretch her arms a little as She-Hulk. And that's what she does, she jumps in the air with great strength, she almost looks like she is hovering above the giant alligator before pulling her arm back and dropping down on its scaled head. The punch cracked the concrete. But maybe she held back a little too much because the alligator shook its head groggily and got extremely crazy, but it was not knocked down. You can't hold back when it's CLOBBLERIN time. The thing intercepts the alligator with a punch when the alligator starts running blindly in the direction of a building. After that, they work together to knock down the alligator for good. Be careful, guys. We don't know if it is an endangered species. Susan Storm, the Invisible Woman, chimes in after watching them beat the huge reptile. We would be an endangered species if we give this thing a chance. She-Hulk rolls her eyes. Move aside. While they are discussing, they hear a voice and in the next instant, the huge alligator is illuminated like a spotlight was put on it. But it's not a spotlight, it is a tracking beam coming from the SCP ship above. The huge alligator starts floating before being taken away quickly and efficiently. What are you gonna do with it? Susan turns to ask the SCP group. Who knows? Eidolon will decide later. Huntress answers with a nonchalant voice. Maybe return it to its natural habitat, maybe study, dissect or even eat it. Shago can't help but provoke Susan a little. Eat. Susan exclaims horrified. She is not any super animal rights protests, but that is a possible rare species. At least for them, they are rare. If the meat is tasty, Shago smirks, Rover here like some exotic meat, right boy? She turns to a big black dog and rubs its head. The monstrous dog, which is in his compact size, wags his tail and barks, apparently agreeing. We should treat it with care. Susan starts. Then you should talk it with Eidolon, not with me. Shago interrupts her, but then the green woman stops herself too after taking a good look at Susan. You know what? Don't approach him. Susan tilts her head in confusion at her words, but then shakes her head to focus and go back to the more pressing issue. But before they continue to argue, another something gets out the invisible wormholes, this time a flock of birds. Completely different from anything that they ever saw. Seeing Shago raising a burning hand while eyeing the flock of birds, Susan acts fast and raises her own hands before Lady Jade can do anything. A wave of transparent force fields is emitted from Invisible Woman's hands and encircles the flock of birds with some work. She struggles a little because of their speeds, but eventually, she has all of them in a ball that she shrinks to contain them better. Now what? Shago looks at her with bored eyes. Are you gonna hold them there forever? Susan doesn't have an answer. Huntress on the side sighs, Invisible Woman, just let us take them. We are the ones equipped with the necessary tools for the job. You can talk with Eidolon later. She says diplomatically, receiving a glare from Shago. Eventually Susan nods and another tracking beam takes the bird to the ship. It seems that they finally reach a consensus, but suddenly other living beings emerge from the wormholes, but this time they're humanoids. Tracking beam on them. Lady Jade commands. No. Susan tries to stop her. Svartalfheim. Eidolon is unfortunately unaware of anything that is happening back on Earth. He used his super paranoid brain to predict any outcome and leave countermeasures and instructions on how to act. He hopes his people take it seriously, because unfortunately in his end, he was forced to play by Odin's tone. So unless Thor pulls a good act and goes beyond what he did in the movie, Malekith will end up with the ether and there will be a huge battle. Everything okay there, Miss Lewis? Eidolon lowers his head while flying to ask the diminutive Darcy what is in his breast pocket. Everything cool. She gives him a thumbs up. Where are you going? She asks casually like they're traveling in a car on a road. First we go to the hidden palace of the Dark Elves, and bring them to our side. Hidden palace? She looks around, only seeing a flat and rocky terrain in all directions. It's hidden for a reason. It is underground. Eidolon explains. Ooh, and how are you gonna convince them? Malekith's opinion is not 100% shared by his peers, but he has the strength the opposite party doesn't have. He says calmly, then we just need to give them the strength to oppose him. If everything goes well, Malekith will end up alone and a lot of lives will be saved. You sound confident and optimistic that the people who tried to kill us can switch sides. Darcy comments with a little sarcasm, but you are the boss here, big man. Don't worry, I can guarantee your safety. And don't generalize, every group has good and bad eggs. He smiles, and I can be pretty persuasive too. After flying for a little more, Eidolon suddenly stops and looks down on a mountain range. Is here? Darcy asks the obvious question. Yes. The hero answers absent-mindedly, just checking the best route and... Got it. And without warning he turns upside down and shoots to the ground at high speeds. Darcy shouts like she is on a roller coaster when they phase through the mountains and the ground till they reach a very open space, an underground cave that appears to span for miles and miles. Imbued in this cave are buildings that look like they are caved from the stone wall. Big pillars appear to support the whole thing, but Eidolon guesses magic has its part too. This looks cool, I admit. Darcy comments. I agree. Eidolon concedes before going stealth. He becomes invisible and intangible. He also doesn't emit any sound or give away any smell, he even uses some space powers to erase his presence. It's almost like he doesn't exist. Eidolon passes equally without worries over civilian dark elves and guards. Reaching the palace, the hero sneakily kidnaps a guard and brings him to an isolated place. Where is the Queen Elflies? He asks, his voice carrying a certain power. In her room. The dark elf doesn't even register the question before promptly answering. Then Eidolon knocks him out. He checks the palace again with his powers and notices a certain spacious room with a single person inside but with many others around. Why don't you simply defeat everyone? Darcy asks after seeing him being careful. Too many unknown variables. He answers calmly, and maybe those people will be our allies, so let's confirm things with the Queen first before acting harshly. With that, he moves straight to the Queen's chambers. The guards don't notice his presence, in truth, not even the Queen notices him despite him standing just a meter away from him. Eidolon snaps his fingers to isolate the sound in this room from the outside world and at the same time attracts the attention of the Queen. He thinks is a better method than going behind her and covering her mouth, like was seen in many movies and anime. Who? The Queen turns to face the source of the sound, raising her guard and seeing the strange man clad in black in her room. Eidolon also sizes her up, and she is exactly like he expected, a hot blue woman. A little taller than the average Midgardian woman, and with the obvious elvish features but beyond that. Very normal. He is already used to weird. Queen Elflies, I suppose. He greets her with a polite nod. Who are you? The Queen eyes him suspiciously. I am Eidolon, hero of Midgard. He answers with a heroic posture, but more important than that. I'm an enemy of Malekith. Now those words have the desired effect in attracting the attention of the Queen. He attacked Asgard, you know. And we are gonna stop him. The hero continues, but seeing that not all dark elves agree with his ideas. I come here to extend an olive branch and give you the opportunity to show where you stay. He then looks at her with a hard look. The key is to put it in a way that looks like he is doing her a favor. Not that is a lie, but he needs to remind her of the fact, and save you people from the wrath of the Allfather. How can I trust your words? He shakes his head, I have nothing to prove to you. But if you are well informed, you should know that Thor was recently banished to Midgard, that is where our friendship blossomed. I'm here to help a friend and as a hero, I'm on the side of justice. I don't want the innocent dark elves to carry the sins of Malekith. Elflies keeps her face impassive, but Eidolon's charisma is starting to get on her. She believes his words. That's strange. I understand your cautiousness. So what about I give you a show of sincerity? He extends her hand. How? She will not deny any advantage that he offers. I'm pretty strong. He gives her a deep look, point where and who I should attack and I will gift you back the control of your capital. Yes, this she will not refuse. Do it then. She agrees. Then, excuse me. He suddenly approaches and grabs her waist to carry her. Their faces are very close, and Queen Elflies cannot pay attention to his handsome features and strong body. He is good. Darcy thinks while observing everything from her privileged position. Meanwhile, on Earth, things are starting to heat up. The alignment of the worlds and opening of portals is going at full throttle, releasing the most variety range of objects and beings on Earth. At some moments, the wormholes tried to suck some objects and people too, but everyone was ready and kept the point zero clear. Ghosts. Someone sounds, seeing a flock of wraiths flying around like a cloud of shadows. Cassandra, as Shadow, jumps in the air straight to the cloud of wraiths, the devil-armed Beowulf shining in a holy white light. With a swipe of her leg, she shoots some white Rankyaku to separate the cloud into smaller parts. They are 10 meters long and cut through the wraiths like a hot knife in the butter. After that she dashes in the air, delivering punches with devastating shockwaves filled with holy power, dispersing the wraiths. She lands easily on the ground, looking up to see 8 circles in the air, almost aligning themselves. Those giant floating circles, that look like paintings, show the other realms. This is the visual representation of the convergence. Normally it would be bigger, more dispersed, and even more chaotic. With changing scenery, but thanks to the efforts of the heroes, they are able to control it right now. The giant circles are almost falling in place, exactly where the cylinder-shaped force field barrier was erected. That means that they haven't reached the peak yet. Should we call others for reinforcements? Huntress asks Lady Jade on her comm, nah, we are not even using 20% of the failsafes yet. Shago answers, and I bet Eidolon will return when those things align. Anyway, we should warn them to get ready just in case. Okay. Back at the Palace of the Dark Elves, Queen Elflies watches with equal degrees of amusement and surprises the many figures in her royal hall. Sitting on her throne, she glares at the traitors kneeling on the ground, communicates with her eyes with her loyal people, and steals a glance at the hero from Midgard standing at the side. He keeps his eyes closed, completely unbothered by what is happening even though he did everything to reach this conclusion. Eidolon made easy work of the entirety of Malekith's lackeys around the capital and released and healed her people. To the Queen of Dark Elves, it's equal times endearing and scary. Yes, he helped her, but he also proved that he could repeat the act just as easily. As much as would be interesting to watch the politics of the Dark Elves' court, I guess there are more pressing issues to attend, Queen Elflies. Eventually, Eidolon opens his eyes and looks at her. Why don't we start acting in something that will help you too? Oh, and what it would be? Queen Elflies asks, a light smile on her lips as she leans on her throne. Let's go save the Light Elves, he says. The Queen retainers watch the talk strangely. The Light Elves are longtime enemies of the Dark Elves. Even though they haven't battled recently, the bad blood still persists. But they can't say anything against him. All of them saw Eidolon's prowess. Power reigns absolute. Do you want me to go help those snobby holy then, thou softies? Queen Elflies asks in a mocking tone. I want you to take responsibility for the act of one of your people. Eidolon answers calmly, keeping eye contact. Malekith is not one of my people. The Queen gets angry, slapping the armrest of the throne. But Eidolon would never be affected by her angry outburst. Then prove it. Disconnect yourself from his actions completely, by doing the opposite and unmating them. Even if you don't like them, by saving the Light Elves, you will have solid proof that Malekith really acted alone and will be able to easily pin all the blame on him. Again, she can't argue against his words. What he is saying is not something she would easily agree with. She is a prideful woman, but she can't deny that there's a lot of sense and wisdom in his counsel. And let's be honest, I can save them easily by myself. Eidolon gives her a look. You just need to accompany me and take a little of the credit. Once again he is right. Elflies can't even keep an angry face anymore. You will also be able to retrieve your precious people that are stationed in Alfheim. He goes on and on about the advantages of acting the way he wants. Even if Queen Elflies can see that he is manipulating her, she can't deny that is for her, and her people's, own good. She will need to be incredibly petty and conceited to not heed his words. Hero, huh? You really play the part of a mediator. She can see his intentions. He is helping her without asking for anything in return. That is probably the best proof that someone is good. When they do good without gaining anything. Even now, Elflies is still racking her brains and thinking about what Eidolon has to gain in all this. Just doing what is right. He declares with a hand above his heart, and I want to help Thor solve this whole situation in the best way possible. Helping the future king of Asgard, huh? She can accept that. It will be great for his reputation if he accomplishes a peaceful dissolution of this conflict, keeping the peace between the realms. Fine, let's do as you suggest. The Queen is wise. Eidolon says tactfully, making her smirk in contempt in his exaggerated act of helper. He is not fooling her, but she can't deny that he is tactful in giving her face. On another part of Svartalfheim, Thor and the others finally reached the ancestral grounds of the Dark Elves after going through countless pathways underground. It looks empty. Lady Sif comments warily while looking around. This is a graveyard. What did you expect? Fandral replies. Some guards at least. This is an important place. Lady Sif is still not convinced. Even if there's a trap, we can't go back now. Thor says, resolute. His guts are also telling him that something is wrong, so he will keep an eye open. That's one of those moments where he wished Eidolon's eye here. He would probably have some power or expertise in the subject. But he can't rely on him now. His friend is helping him in another way. There's the altar. Thor points with his hammer. The group walks closer, Volstagg urging Loki to stay in line, much to his annoyance. So what now? Do I just lay here? Jane asks confused. Everyone also doesn't know much. Try calling the power of the ether while lying down. The altar should do the rest in extracting it. Loki is the one that answers, making everyone look at him. Or it would kill you, I don't know. Don't blame me if things go wrong. The group continues to stare at him while he smiles innocently. Let's try then. Jane goes to lie down on the altar. Jane. Thor calls her. What? It's as good as any other idea. She shrugs, now, to try calling it. How do I do it? Calling. Calling. She closes her eyes and tries to recall the feeling when the ether took control and acted up. She felt like she was floating in some scalding hot water. The water is red like blood, soaking every pore of her body. She does not notice it, but she starts to float. Some blackish red smoke starts leaving her body and floating around widely, stretching like vines or tentacles. The altar also lights up in a dark red light, the glyphs and runes shine brightly before they start floating in the air around Jane, like they are containing the ether. The wind generated is strong enough to whip the hair and cape of the watches as much as a hurricane. Thor can't take her eyes off his love, worried sick about anything happening to her. Mjolnir in hands ready to jump in at any moment if he notices any irregularity with her. For now, everything is okay and Jane looks fine and tranquil as more of the ether starts pouring out of her, even though she looks like she is sleeping. The ground trembles, alerting everyone. Some parts of the altar, that are lying down rise and form pillars in all directions around Jane. The stone bed also starts rising and it's revealed that the altar is only a small part of a bigger structure. They are only seeing the tip of it. It's a pyramid. Dark and evil looking, filled with spikes and symbols that look like splattered blood. And that is not the only thing that surprised them. As the pyramid is revealed they noticed how some floors are see-through, only supported by black pillars. And to their dismay, on one of those floors, beneath Jane is Malekith, sitting on a throne. Thor's eyes widen and he acts fast. He spins the Mjolnir in his hand, lightning cracking around him and he throws the hammer at Malekith. But it's too late, Malekith shows a malevolent smile and raises his two hands in the air. If one paid attention, one would see that his palms are cut, blood dripping from them, and bathing the armrest of his throne. Did you fools think that you activated our sacred altar on your own? He shouts mockingly, the runes around shining in the same color as his blood and flies to the ether, sinking in the cloud of dark red mass like rocks in the ocean. The ether then trembles and shoots down, bathing the whole floor where Malekith stays. It's unknown if it was on purpose, but the ether ends up protecting Malekith from Thor's attack. Mwahaha. They can only hear his evil laugh between the swirls of the ether. Boom! After spinning and compressing around him, the ether suddenly explodes in an omnidirectional blast that engulfs everything. Many things happened in that instant. Lady Sif, Volstagg and Fandral braced themselves for the impact but even so, they were thrown away. Loki puts his magic handcuffs in front of his body so that it can be destroyed first and he can escape. Thor flies at Jane and shields her with his body. The whole place is tainted by the ether energy. Malekith stood there bathing in his new power, eyes shining red. I would love to personally torture every one of you, but the convergence is nigh. He says while looking at the sky, so death will come to you at the same time as everyone else. With that, he uses the ether to be carried somewhere else. Alfheim. Sounds of battle and some shouts can be heard around the city of the Light Elves. This time Eidolon needs to make a show to try to mend the relationship between the two races of elves. He bursts open the door of the room where Elsa Featherwine of the Fae is being kept and says, Queen of the Fae, I've come to save you. Good entrance. Very heroic. Darcy comments from her privileged position. Thanks, but I think my target audience can't appreciate it. He says with a strange look, eyeing the Queen. Elsa looks unresponsive, she sits on her bed with her hands on her lap, looking ahead without blinking. Mind control. Eidolon says in distaste, Lorelei, I presume. He approaches the royal light elf and kneels in front of her. Grabbing her hands, he inspects her with his powers and eyes. He can try to use telepathy to fight the magic-oriented mind control, but maybe anti-magic is more efficient. Sorry about it. He says and suddenly a black, and seemingly burned, book appears in his hand. From the pages of the open book a black sword emerges and, bonk. Eidolon lightly tapes her head with it, being careful to imbue her with the anti-magic property. Ouch. Luckily, it seems Lorelei is not as skilled as her sister Amora, or she conjured the spell sloppily. Or maybe the Queen has some magic resistance. Anyway, after being hit, Elsa appears to awaken from her trance and puts her hands on the top of her head to soothe the pain. Who are you? She was starting to ask why, but it would be a dumb question. Whatever this strange man did, it released her from the foul spell. I am Eidolon, hero of Midgard. Eidolon says, his voice full of righteousness even though he just bonked the head of the royalty of the elves, I came here to save and give you justice. Justice? Elsa asks, her voice soft. Eidolon noticed that her build was very different from her dark counterpart. Even though she and Alflies are slim women, the Queen of the Dark Elves still looks like a warrior but the Queen of the Light Elves on the other hand looks like she never saw battle. All pure and innocent in her full white attire and features, like a cleric of a medieval fantasy setting. Yes, the chance to deal with the perpetrator of your suffering once and for all. Eidolon extends a hand, come with us and free your people from his control, they still think that you are a hostage. The Queen looks at his extended hand for a minute before determination appears in her eyes, finally putting her slender hand on his. He is really good on this. Darcy thinks he can do it when he wants. She is talking about convincing women, which in her eyes is no different from seducing. If he can convince a woman to go to war he can get under her skirts. Her respect for him increased a little. Back on Earth, things got even more hectic, the air was filled with things from the other realms appearing. It's not a surprise really, all those things would be dispersed around the globe and even in the atmosphere, but now the only escape route is here. It reached a point where almost everyone is doing some work to clean things. Eidolon's ship is a godsend in taking the destroyed objects, debris, and people. If not for that, they would have a mountain-sized pile of mystical things in the middle of London. Luckily, even though it's taxing, it's not hard. Their heroes of Earth can deal with everything easily. No object is unstoppable, and not being is strong enough to make them really sweat. If any gamer was watching it, they would call them trash spawn campers. That was one of the reasons they were so successful and no one got hurt till now, all thanks to Eidolon's foresight. For how long are we gonna keep doing that? Hawkeye shouts while shooting some arrows. He is not tired, but calculated by the fact the convergence didn't even reach the peak point and the time that it will slowly close afterward, he guesses things can get tricky in the long run. Out of arrows already? Ask for them to bring you more. Black Widow answers him. She is taking a small break now. They already started taking turns and everything. Already did. Then relax a little. Eidolon's dog is taking care of most of the flying things now. Natasha comments while carefully eyeing Eidolon's pet. She can't deny that she received a big surprise when the dog opened its mouth and started shooting blasts of energy. Big blasts of energy. His worst enemy is Invisible Woman. Clint jokes. They can still see the member of the Fantastic Four at the side of the dog, stopping him every time from blasting some living being to smithereens. Only allowing him to destroy rocks and other inanimate objects. She is lucky that thing is smart. I would not get close of that mouth, not even if S.H.I.E.L.D. offered me a retirement plan. Natasha shakes her head. Come on, it's kinda cute when you look twice. Clint jokes. Then take one home to them. The Black Widow deadpans, knowing that he has kids. I can ask Eidolon for a puppy if it has it in the future. Now Clint doesn't want to answer that, and luckily, or unluckily, something happens that attracts the attention of everyone on the battlefield. The wormholes, that are almost invisible previously, shift noticeably. They can instinctively feel that something big is coming. Space ripples and the place gets darker. First someone appears, alone, a blue man with pointy ears and long white hair. Another notable feature is the fact half of his face is burned black. After him, a big vertical and black spaceship appears, and then smaller ones. An army on foot also appears on the ground. Everyone looks at this scene carefully. This doesn't look good, but they can't judge it that fast. The opposite group still hasn't attacked. An audience. Great. You all will have front row seat of how the 9 realms will be reborn from the ashes of Dash Boom. Malekith is suddenly interrupted by a blast of energy that hits him. Even though he was protected from the ether, he still needs to take a pause. Everyone looks at the black dog and his fuming mouth. What? He was doing a villain speech. His intentions are clear. Shago defends Rover from the accusing stares. Good boy. Malekith's face scrunches angrily. He didn't like being looked down on before, and he likes even less now that he feels like an all-powerful god. Ants. He shouts, and suddenly a small war breaks out. It's chaotic and things get serious enough that Bruce Banner needs to let the Hulk out. The Hulk runs straight to the main problem, Malekith, and jumps him with all the strength he has. But the Dark Elf is empowered with the ether. Tendrils of darkness reach for the Gamma hero, grab him in the air where he can't exert much strength, and throw him away. That guy threw the Hulk like a child. Tony Stark shouts from his armor while fighting some spaceships in the air. He is tough. But that would not stop the green guy for long. As expected, they can see the Hulk flying right back at Malekith. He attacks and attacks, but unfortunately, the ether shields Malekith. It's like punching an ocean. Foul beast. Only Malekith noticed that the attacks were chirping in a little of the ether, making him worry slightly. But the ether is almost endless. The Hulk is only an inconvenience to him. He decides to get rid of this threat and creates spike constructs with the ether and pierces the Hulk's body. Rag. Despite shedding green blood, the Hulk doesn't stop, grabbing the tendrils of darkness and advancing at Malekith to continue attacking him. Suddenly, while Malekith is distracted, Lady Jade appears from behind the Hulk. Her 2 hands condensing a fiery green ball that she shoots at Malekith. Boom! The explosion is incredibly destructive, but the ether still protects Malekith perfectly. Wench. Hey. Shago calls out sarcastically, get out of this cocoon so that I can clean your dirt mouth. Whoa. She needs to jump back and do some acrobatics to escape some attacks from the ether. She even creates some propulsion from her feet to dodge a nasty saw-like attack in the air. Dude, you don't want to hurt me. It will end badly for you. Shago advises nicely while throwing back balls of fire to keep him busy. At this point, it's clear they lack the firepower to deal with this particular enemy. Should we go with that? Huntress asks Shago in her calm, too soon. They are talking about a certain move from the spaceship above them. In simple terms, it would be locking in a certain threat, pulling a BFR, battlefield removal, and then blasting it with nukes on the void of space. It's not that accurate and hard to pull. They would end up implicating almost everyone around them. He is still locked here. If he breaks the containment we do that. Shago decides. They can't always only wait for Eidolon. Who knows if he is busy stopping some universe-level threat some light years away from them. The battle continues, thanks to the efforts of Lady Jade, the Hulk, and Rover. Malekith was pinned down in one place and can't do much. So the rest of the heroes have the advantage on the rest of the battlefield. The many failsafes are also a godsend. They do the job of multiple heroes and contain many of the enemies. They also have the information that the Dark Elves are weak to iron and can easily defeat them. Suddenly, space shifts again, attracting the attention of some. They warily look at the more or less visible wormhole. But their expression shifted to one of pleasant surprise when a lightning bolt was emitted from it. Malekith. Thor emerges carrying Jane in his arms, which he quickly puts down. Lady Sif and the rest of the groups appear behind Thor, landing on the ground without a problem. But Loki is nowhere to be seen. Civilian detected. Please allow me to remove you from the danger zone. Suddenly a failsafe android lands near them and reaches for Jane. Get away from her, Tin Man. Thor was ready to blast the strange, and admittedly scary-looking android, but someone warned him. Relax. It will protect her. It's one of Eidolon's toys, Lady Jade shouts. Oh. Now Thor relaxes a little, and watches the android hugging Jane and flying away. Where is Eidolon? Lady Jade asks confused, looking around. He is dealing with some issues. It's a long explanation, so Thor only says this. We are dealing with some issues here. Tony shouts sarcastically. It doesn't involve women, right? Lady Jade, sharp as ever, asks. Even Thor was taken aback, but he doesn't need to answer because Malekith interrupts the casual talk. Death would have come to you anyway, son of Odin. Why the hurry? He asks sadistic. Not today, Malekith. Thor answers, gripping his hammer tightly, your ambition ends here and now. We will see about it. Then the two engage in a fierce fight, so brutal that the rest can't even interfere. The Hulk, Rover, and Lady Jade are strong, but when the two take to the air and show the full power of their destructive abilities, they can't keep up completely. Well, let's leave the trouble to Mr. God there. Shago crosses her arms. But Hulk wanna smash. Hulk sad. The Hulk pouts. Me too, big guy. My man is away for days. In the air, as the portals to the other realms align, Malekith and Thor fight fiercely. The Dark Elf made wings of darkness to fly and evade the God of Thunder attacks. The whole sky was dark and filled with thunder like the biggest storm ever seen in Midgard was happening. You can't defeat me, son of Odin. Malekith shouts, his regenerative abilities are wondrous. Not alone. Thor admits, a great leap in character development. He and Eidolon talked about it. I don't think I have what is needed to be a king. Here I am prioritizing my own feelings over my people. He said while they were traveling to Svartalfheim. The fact that you have doubts is proof that you are more ready than when you boldly proclaimed that you are. Eidolon answered, you have the heart in the right place. You only need to surrender yourself to good people to help you. Look at us, we are the proof. Thor swings his hammer, not discouraged by the ineffectiveness of his attacks. The ether is strong, but they are evenly matched. They only need something to tip off the scale in their favor. Or someone, Zeite. A sound cuts the whole battlefield like this noise silences all others. It's the sound of the sky being cut open by something. It's unlikely the rest of the wormholes of the convergence, it's like someone is forcing their way here. A 1-kilometer-long scar appears in the sky, and multicolored light gushes from it. The first who notices who is coming is Rover, that sits on the ground and starts howling to the sky happily. He is so extra. Shago shakes her head in amusement. The scar starts being stretched open by the multicolored light, like a mouth, and small black points appear. Sorry for the delay, I was figuring out how this works. But finally. A voice reaches everyone, I am here. Eidolon appears holding the sword of actuation. If someone was really paying attention to the sword in his hand, they would notice that there are two key differences since the last time it appeared in the Battle of New York. The first one is that the vines and thorns in the handle are now purple, a result of Eidolon upgrading it with his power-up cards. The second one is that the small eyes on the Eldritch blade are shining in a multicolored light. In a rainbow light. The Bifrost. When he traveled through it for the first time, the sword absorbed some of its power. It's limited, but he can use it 1 or 2 times. Oh, Malekith. You seem to be causing a lot of ruckus here in my world. This time you are not getting off with only a scar on your chest. Eidolon said while looking down on the villain. So you are from this pathetic place. Malekith looks at him with anger. That defeat is not a pleasant memory. Yes, now that you learned some tricks, you are worthy of knowing my name. I am Eidolon, remember it when you go to Helheim. I will destroy you together with this muddy ball you call home. Malekith snarls. No, you not. You are paying for your sins, Malekith. Now it's a female voice that appears from the gaping cut in the sky. One after another spaceships start appearing behind Eidolon. Ships carrying dark elves, light elves, and even other races. You. Malekith looks surprised in seeing not only Elflies but Elsa too. The light elves from his army, who are forced into this battle, are overjoyed and easily stop fighting and move away. The dark elves will need more convincing. My people, stop following the delusions of this madman. His thoughts are wretched and his cause is hopeless. Queen Elflies shouts regally from her position on top of a ship. A good chunk of the dark elves changed sides, but some still follow Malekith, either out loyalty of or because of the fact that he has the ether and appears to be an advantage. It seems that your worlds are not enough, Queen Elflies. Eidolon comments to the angered face queen, it seems they need some discipline. Eidolon steps forward. He didn't float, he really stepped into the air, and that step reverberated all across this place. An invisible pressure floods his enemies. He removes his mantle, the characteristic signal that he is about to get serious. In a swift motion, he not only removed his mantle but teleported Darcy away, with his mantle protecting her. He also puts away his sword, it's not needed anymore. Because he is going to use another weapon. Cassandra is the first to feel it, the tug from Beowulf's greaves and gauntlets trying to escape her. They flew away from her limbs and moved to Eidolon obediently. They fit perfectly in his body, the black and white also combine with his style. Swish. With a casual leg swipe, the rest of his body barely moves, but an enormous white Rankyaka flies from his leg. It is at least a mile long, completely eclipsing Cassandra's previous attacks. It can't even compare, the whole sky is covered in that white light, like is suddenly day. The attack takes away a good amount of the ether around Malekith, scaring the villain. So it works. You're done. The hero says and suddenly appears in front of Malekith, giving him a punch into the gut, a punch that looks more like a laser beam by the way the energy disperses into the horizon. I'm gonna kill you. Malekith shows in anger, flying high to compose himself. After that opening, the battle resumes, but is obviously how is winning. There's not only a boost of numbers from the hero's side, there's a boost of morale too. Many of Malekith defected and the rest were easily defeated. Eidolon and Thor combine effort to fight the villain in the air. Hundreds of black tendrils fly at Eidolon, and after images of the hero appear all over the place, each attacking a tendril. He wants to reduce the amount of ether before dealing the finishing blow. That is his plan. Plain and simple. You're finally stronger than Belasco now. Eidolon smirks while sending blasts of light at his opponent. While Eidolon is flying around dealing with the ether, Thor is attacking Malekith, overwhelming the dark elf enough to make him clumsily control the ether. If not for the small sentience of the ether, that protects him and itself, maybe Malekith would have already been defeated. But Eidolon is in no hurry, he is faster and is carving his way to Malekith slowly but surely. You bunch of insects. Trying to stop the inevitable. The night arrives for everyone. Malekith shouts in rage, ether being powered from his body like a geyser, almost reverts all of Eidolon's work. With a giant hand construct of ether, Malekith grabs the flying Mjolnir and tries to take it away. He does not grab it per se, he mostly punches it with the big mass of darkness and detaches itself from the rest of the ether to keep the hammer flying to the infinity. He is even sacrificing a huge part of the ether to do that. Boom, but a white light burst from the hand, dispersing the darkness. Eidolon appeared in the way, not willing to let Malekith repeat what he did against Thor. But what is the most surprising is how Eidolon stopped the Mjolnir. Almost instinctively. He grabbed it. And held it. He, Thor, and the others who know about the hammer look at the scene in confusion, but then Thor laughs. Now that is a surprise. Eidolon comments before charging the Mjolnir and striking Malekith with thunder, his eyes shining in a white-bluish light. I imagine that you're worth, my friend, Thor shouts. Good to know. Now take it back. He throws the Mjolnir back to Thor, but in the way it hits Malekith, too small for me. He jokes, then pulls out his Leviathan axe, and throws it to Malekith. The axe hits the villain and flies to Thor, who grabs it too. Holding hammer and axe in hand, Thor smiles at the joke, it's not about the size, it's how you use it. He then throws both axe and hammer at Malekith, going back to Eidolon. They go like this, like they are in a ping-pong match, hitting Malekith back and forth with their weapons. Streaks of blue lightning and ice cover the sky as they destroy the darkness of the ether. The battle drops down to the ground as they hit Malekith with all they have, not giving him a chance to fight back. Thor. Remember this. Eidolon shouts, raising the Leviathan axe. Thor also has the Mjolnir in hand, and Malekith has very little of the ether around him. It's the perfect moment. The two throw their weapons at the same and with all they have, this is different from their previous casual throws. The Mjolnir is carried with lightning and the Leviathan axe solidifies the air as it flies. BOOM***ZOP dying. A deafening sound and a blind light hits everyone and covers the whole place. The two weapons fighting against each other, but most of all, against Malekith. Crack crack. When people can finally see what happened, they witness a strange but marvelous sight. A tree of ice. No, the lighting was covered in ice. Frozen thunder. Malekith is sealed right in the middle of the tree's trunk, electricity hitting him even though he is frozen, the ether frozen with him. He is defeated. But that is not enough for Eidolon. With his supervision, he can see the ether eating both lighting and ice. Malekith will break free sooner than later. This he will not allow. This villain escaped him once. Not anymore. Eidolon pulls his arm covered by Beowulf back, his fist shining like a star, his body tense like a bowstring. Whoosh, zooms in, a white streak of light that cuts the place and goes through the frozen thunder. An unstoppable force, boom crack. A devastating punch that breaks the ice with everything inside, thunder, ether. Malekith. Everything is dispersed in microscopic particles, white and black surrounding the air. Not a shadow of a body remains. Malekith turned to dust. No Valhalla for you. Eidolon straightened himself without even turning to look back. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 99, Aftermath of the Convergence. Third-person POV, does Dark Elves even go to Valhalla? Well, whatever. After his devastating punch, Eidolon calmly looks around to check the destruction caused by his attacks, his senses already relaying Malekith's death to him. But Malekith is not the real problem. He watches the snowflakes and cloud mist floating in the air, but his focus is on the dark dust mixed with the rest. It's unknown if it is the remains of Malekith or if it's all the ether that maybe consumed Malekith, but it doesn't matter. He extends his hand and with his telekinesis, he starts coalescing the ether. The thing is still alive, pulsating. It tries to move away, maybe trying to escape by possessing someone else, but Eidolon keeps a tight grip on it. The ether spins and spins before it has nowhere to go beyond forming a ball in his hands. When the ether is finally in his grasp, the air above Eidolon ripples, and another Eidolon appears carrying a huge rock, before slamming it on the main Eidolon. It's a weird situation, but that rock had a hole in the middle with an empty space inside and trapped the main Eidolon there, but the main purpose of this act is to trap the ether. This rock is a crude make containment to the ether, created by Eidolon using the same material he found where Jane was unconscious. He can't replicate it perfectly with all the runes, glyphs, chants, and magic. So he will simply brute force through it. Bam. Then another Eidolon appears, but this time carrying a huge silver ball with a hole. It's made of adamantium and to add another layer of security. But obviously, this is not enough for the paranoid Hector. He is not any seal master, one of the few things that he is not good at, but he can always brute force through it. Bam, another rock-like contention. Bam, another made of adamantium. Bam 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 bam. It goes like that, like a Matryoshka doll. He contains the ether in a house-sized ball. Then the main Eidolon emerges from the ball using his intangibility, leaving the ether behind, and then he kicks off the huge ball to space. Boom. Done. He declares to the shocked people around him. They can't see, but far away from Earth, another Eidolon catches the ball and disappears to somewhere only he knows. Good job, everyone. Eidolon gives a hero's thumbs up to everyone. Rarark, but he was interrupted when a giant monster appeared from another wormhole. Even if the threat of Malekith is over, the convergence is still going. There's some cleanup to be made. After another hour of dealing with the many things coming out of the wormholes, the activities of the portals started slowing down when the Nine Realms alignment ended. Anyway, after Eidolon and Thor arrived, things were already easy enough for most of the other heroes to start packing their things and cleaning the place. Even the population started coming back. Welcome back, Master. I'm back. Eidolon and Cortana have a small conversation as he puts her main body back inside his heart. She updates him with everything that happened while he was away. He also keeps tabs from a distance on his drones, talking with the population things like, keep calm, if any damage happened to your belongings notify us, or, pay attention to the map where it is safe to go, in the sky. While Eidolon is talking with Cortana, a certain someone approaches him. Eidolon, I want to talk with you. Susan Storm walks to him with steps full of purpose. Invisible woman. He greets her using her hero name. Is there any problem? He tilts his head calmly. Not a problem, but I want to know how you will deal with all the living beings captured during the convergence. She stays very close to him, demanding an answer. Oh, about that. It depends. Returning them is the objective. But if there's any criminals or dangerous species amongst them, I will act as demanded. Eidolon continues to speak casually, not understanding her aggressiveness. But Cortana explains that Susan may be jumpy because of Shago. Oh. And just like that, Susan deflates a little. That's good, that's good. Susan nods to herself, relieved. When are you gonna do that? I was thinking about immediately. I bet they don't want to be detained by us for long, it would not be fair. And Thor is here, so we can dump them on him and ask for his thoughts. It's a good idea. Let me help you with this job. I can do it alone, no problem. I insist. Susan once again speaks strongly. Okay then. Idolin answers slowly. She is just wasting her time, but he also understands that sometimes is about her peace of mind. She is kinda right in not trusting me. He thinks to himself. A little far away, Lady Jade and Huntress observe the exchange. I don't like that. Shago points while narrowing her eyes. What? Helena looks confused, there's literally nothing happening. That. He is too soft with her. I remember him giving her a lesson during the invasion. He is not treating her any better than how he treats other people. Helena looks at her strangely, it's just two adults having a conversation. Nah, you don't get it. That woman is dangerous. She is simply too much his type. Shago is not convinced. Is her nice ass? Or that Oedipus complex thing again? Helena asks sarcastically. Maybe the two. But Shago answers seriously. You are crazy. Helena shakes her head, if you are that jealous, why do you still accept that he has a harem? It's different. Those, outsiders. They can destroy the good thing that we have. Shago starts explaining but then she shakes her head too, you wouldn't get it. She gives up on talking about anything with Helena and her voice gets lower and lower when she sees another annoying scene. She narrows her eyes while watching Darcy Lewis, still using Idolin's mantle. Now, Shago walks up to the unsuspecting Darcy, who is taking some selfies or recording a video while wearing the mantle. Look what I'm wearing, Darcy says to the camera of her phone while she shows off the mantle, it's like being hugged by Idolin. And I know about it because I was hugged by Idolin. Even sat on his lap, who else can say the same? Darcy shows off to the camera. Wow, mad impressive. Shago suddenly appeared behind her with a dark smile and a sarcastic tone. Darcy jumps in fright seeing Lady Jade behind her, stuttering and trembling. Shago decides not to bully the woman too much and whistles like it's calling a dog Shade. Come. It's the name of the mantle. And the mantle leaves Darcy's shoulders and follows Lady Jade to where Idolin is standing, still talking with Susan Storm. He accepted the return of the mantle and started sorting things with the living beings. Idolin shows Susan a holographic screen with all the living beings in their containment cells, showing that they are not being mistreated or anything. We can first go up there to filter them, and then bring them to Thor so that he can bring them home. Idolin comments. Let's do it. Susan nods. I'm going too. Shago says. No way in hell she will let those two alone. Working together. Alone. Okay. Idolin answers calmly but internally he is shaking his head because he knows exactly what Shago is thinking. From the corner of his eyes, he sees the people returning to their homes and on the edge of the restricted area, he sees some reporters and other curious people approaching. He decides to go clear things up to the world. Using his ghostly biofission, another Idolin walks out of him and in the direction of the reporters. Let's go up then. The Idolin wearing the mantle says to them. Shield will not like that. Shago says with a laugh, seeing the other Idolin's actions. People deserve to know. It's all he says. Susan nods. And even this small gesture makes Shago frown at her. Idolin sighs again and teleports them to the spaceship above. Maybe the dull work of checking everyone brought here by the convergence will make Shago chill. By the way, it's obvious but... I missed you. He sends a loving telepathic message, making her give him a radiant smile. Ah, I forgot to ask. What are the casualties from our side? Idolin asks. Shago and Cortana answer at the same time. 0. Shago even joins the tips of her fingers way above her head to make a 0 with her arms. Wow. That's so great. He can't help but smile, genuinely happy. We just want to ask some questions. Are you planning to keep us in the dark about this? What really happened here? The reporters shout questions to the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. that are keeping them away. No comment. It's all the stoic agents' answers, not caring about the barrage of questions or any guilt-tripping tactic the reporters used. Suddenly Idolin appears, zooming from the distance. It's okay. I can answer some questions, he says calmly, silencing everyone. But the quiet moment only lasts a moment. In the next instant a barrage of flashes hits the hero and all cameras and microphones are pointed at him. Idolin. 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 They call him frantically. It's annoying but he will not show it on his face. Calm down, calm down. Let's start with the most important. He raises his hands, controlling the situation. After that you can ask me questions. He starts explaining about the convergence patiently, even using his powers to create holographic representations of the things that he is talking about. He shows the 9 realms, the alignment, wormholes, and everything, putting emphasis on the fact that the convergence was not something that they could stop completely. Relatively compared with a natural cataclysm on Earth, if we downsize by a lot, we could just work around the convergence to minimize the damages. Eidolon says, and I'm very happy to announce that I just discovered that we had a total of 0 casualties. Compared with the sad reality of what happened in New York, this statistic shows how far we've come in our potential to deal with those threats. How did you know that this convergence would happen? A reporter asks. We are lucky that this particular threat is predictable. Thor warned us because it's something that happens every 5,000 years. It's a cyclic cosmic event, like an eclipse or Earth's rotation. Eidolon says, again, we have 0 casualties because we are 100% prepared for it. In the future, I fear that we will not have such a perfect score that easily. And why is that convergence so dangerous? We saw terrifying sights from here. Another reporter asks. Well, there is an extra problem beyond the convergence per se, but I will get there. Eidolon raises his hand. We acted on the convergence so that we could protect Earth more efficiently. As much as the convergence would not destroy the Earth, the same can't be said about humanity. And when you put people like Malekith on the equation, we are proved right in taking the necessary countermeasures, even if we ended up inconveniencing the people of London. Malekith. Someone asks. Yeah, it was a surprise for us too. Eidolon sighs. The convergence, that should simply be a cosmic event that would cause some damage because of its huge scale, becomes something apocalyptic. Apocalyptic. The reporters exclaim in shock. Unfortunately yes, Malekith, a crazy extremist dark elf desired to use a certain ancient weapon to reshape all 9 realms in the way he liked. Obviously, he would destroy everything first. Once again his words caused gasps. He would take advantage of the fact that the convergence links all realms to increase the range of destruction, affecting everything with considerably less effort. Many, mainly of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government, would frown seeing Eidolon revealing so much information. It can cause chaos, panic, and other unforeseen consequences. But Eidolon thinks being transparent is better. It gains their trust, it shows the necessity of heroes, and he thinks they deserve to know. And Eidolon also knows that those things are simply the tip of the iceberg. The convergence. Malekith. Please. The knowledge of those things would not even give normal people an existential crisis or anything. Imagine if they knew about the cosmic entities. Luckily we are ready for him. If only it was always like this. The villains announcing when they will attack with big and flashy cosmic events, how it would be so easy, Eidolon jokes, making the reporters laugh. Eidolon also explains his late arrival. I was with Thor in Asgard. We made the judgment call that Thor should follow Malekith here while I saved the innocent lives of the other races. One thing that I want to make clear is that Malekith's actions come from an isolated individual, akin to a terrorist. We shouldn't create any negative preconception against the Dark Elf race because of him. Remember people, generalization is dumb. He points at the cameras like he is talking with the people watching. He talks about how the Dark Elves helped against him, a little white lie, but he doesn't want all the credit. He also talked about the actions moving forward. Even if we neutralized the main threats, we are not sure that is still completely safe. The convergence brought air and other things from the 9 realms, maybe even a pathogen. He then makes another hollow screen. That's why those towers of mine are purifying the air before we deactivate the force field. The hollow screen shows the towers first, then a certain chamber the size of a standard phone cabin. Even so, to be on the safe side, I would like to ask everyone to go in one of those medical cabins that I will put around this area. They will check your health, free of charge, scanning your entire body and searching for anything weird. If you want, it can even make other conventional exams, but it can be a little invasive. You will see when you use it, it's very intuitive. Eidolon continues to patiently answer questions, already wanting to leave because they start to get dumber. Like, why the army was not used, or some personal things about his relationship with female heroes. Hero of Midgard, Eidolon. He hears someone calling for him with a thick accent. Turning around he sees Alflies, the queen of the Dark Elves, and that is a good chance to leave the parasites. Sorry guys. He turns again to the reporters, but starts moving away. You will probably know more after S.H.I.E.L.D. does an official declaration. And he goes to talk with Alflies, leaving the reporters behind, ignoring their pleas and questions. Your Majesty. He says in an inquisitive voice. I think it's time for me and mine to return to our realm. The Queen says with a smile. I would recommend waiting a little more. I'm also taking care of the stranded citizens of the 9 realms, and I think some came from Svartalfheim. You can take them with you, with the help of Thor. Eidolon says, and I can talk with him so that he can vouch for you when you go talk with the Allfather. Your words once again are filled with wisdom. Alflies talks with a pleased smile, her hand reaching for his chest. Say, Hero of Midgard, what would be your thoughts in following me to Svartalfheim and... She starts talking sultrily. Ayo. Idolin already knows where this is going. And become my consort. I can assure you the worship that you will have on my realm would not be any less than the one that you receive here. She continues to caress his chest, smiling at him, cocking her hip. Despite his surprise, Idolin keeps his calm face and takes a step back while raising his hand. I'm flattered, but I have a duty with my realm. I'm sorry. He is polite to try to avoid an Amorithor situation. It would not be a big trouble, but wise is the man that avoids problems. The queen looks surprised by being rejected, but she is old beyond what one would imagine from her looks, so she schools her features and simply smirks at him. A pity then. But remember my offer, you can always change your mind. And with that, she walks away, her hair fluttering on his face and her hips swaying from side to side. Idolin doesn't look. He has enough willpower to not fall into temptation. And he knows women can feel people's looks, even from behind. But Alflies is not the last woman of the 9 realms that will approach him this night. Now, the Queen of the Light Elves, Elsa walks to him with a male light elf in tow. The male elf is a particularly good combatant of his race, called Faradii. Idolin, I came here to thank you for your assistance. The Queen of the Light Elves is much more behaved than her dark counterpart. You already did. Idolin replies amicably. He has a good impression of this one. She is the stereotypical pure-hearted royalty. 1,000 gratitudes will not be enough. She smiles back. I just spoke with Queen Alflies, she will wait for some residents of her realm that are under my custody. They came through the convergence. Then I will do the same. It doesn't matter the race, we will take them to their home in Alfheim. The queen understood what he was talking about immediately. That will be great. Thor can only do so much, and it would be slow. No one deserves to be ripped of their home like that. I agree. And speaking of home. The queen gives him a shy look. Ayo. They will start thinking that I'm doing this on purpose. He kinda did. He used some cheap flirting tactics to get the queens to agree so easily with his suggestions, but it was just something light, to make them comfortable with his presence and all that, because of the short time. Or so he says. Feel free to visit Alfheim at any time that you want in the future. I will make sure that you feel welcome. She is not as aggressive as Alflies, she speaks with him like a high school girl talking with her crush. I will be honored. He eventually says, but I bet our schedules will be tight. Don't wait so eagerly. He shoots her down gently. No. I will. She looks him in the eye and walks away. He is left alone thinking that assimilating characters like Batman, Yuki Rito, Helltaker, Sinbad, and others must be giving him some passive buff. A batty magnetism or something. And then comes Lady Sif talk to him. He must be Mistress Love's favorite mortal. Eventually, Idolin and Susan, with Shago in tow, went through all captured living beings. The irrational animals are analyzed, and Idolin explains that there are no endangered species between them. That was expected, those species would be too rare to fall into a wormhole. In truth, many of the animals and monsters captured are dangerous, instead of being in danger. After some back and forth, Idolin convinced Susan to keep those beasts to study. She tries to ask for some data too, but he gives a vague answer, so he doesn't owe her anything. About the sentient being, Idolin's main worry was to separate the innocents from the criminals/dangerous individuals, but that was easy enough with his power. A portal is opened back in the area protected and Idolin gets out of it with Susan and Shago. Thor. He calls the god of thunder from the place he was talking with Jane. Yes. He shouts back. We have some people for you to take back. 30% are criminals. Idolin says, or something similar. This makes Thor leave Jane for a while and come to talk with him. The other Idolin also approaches, together with Lady Sif, and fuses again. I said criminals but is only for a lack of a better term. They are dangerous from our perspective. I hope you can be the judge for that. Idolin explains from the circle. You can leave it to me. Thor nods. I don't envy this job of yours. Idolin jokes while shaking his head. What happened in the next hours was the separation and organization of the groups that would leave Midgard. Idolin chains together the dangerous people while the rest are separated into groups based on their home realm, then in even smaller groups based on their specific region, tribe, and species. This is for their protection too. Idolin knows that if those people are captured by other humans, being in his custody will look like a vacation. I think that is all. Idolin clapped his hand while watching the group of more than 1,000 people that fell into the wormholes. Is the Bifrost already working? He asks Thor. Thor checks his hammer, making a signal but stops halfway. Yes, I can feel the calling. We are ready to go. Did you say your goodbyes to your missus? Idolin smiles at him, gesturing at Jane with his eyes. No. Go on then, you will have a lot of work to do, God of Hammers. Eidolon jokes, and you may be grounded for some 100 years. You committed high treason after all. Thor laughs, that's true. If you are grounded, send a crow. I will go bail you out. The two laugh and clasp their forearms together. Thor goes to say goodbye to Jane and the Warriors 3 comes to do the same with Eidolon. It was good getting to know you better. Fandral also steps forward to shake Eidolon's hand. A friend of Thor is a friend of mine. But you don't need that anymore. You are already a friend of mine in your own right. Volstagg goes to give Eidolon a bone-crushing bear hug. The hero answers in kind, making the Viking groan in pain. Lady Sif steps forward with a smile, and like Volstagg gives Eidolon a hug. Just for your information, it's not always that we need to stop a genocidal maniac. She jokes. Seriously? I thought that was this trip's selling point. He answers in kind. There are other good things to do beyond participating in great battles. Come visit again and I will show you. I will. That exchange was not lost by Shago. He was out for only a few days. She turns to Helena and speaks with disbelief laced in her voice. They are just good friends. Helena answers slowly. Even her cynic self is starting to think that maybe he really has some chick magnet superpower. The Midgardians step back, giving space to the ones from the other realms. Jane looks at Thor with longing, Darcy waves at them, Eidolon and the other heroes nod. Why do you go to mythical Viking land and not me? That's unfair. Tony Stark quips a little far from Eidolon. I don't know if you would enjoy it. There was no internet there. Eidolon quips back. Oh. The horror. Only alcohol, women, fights. Okay. Don't say more, I was sold on the alcohol. Tony raises his hand in surrender. I know you would be. Eidolon shoots a judgmental look in his direction. Hey. Tony protests are drowned by the sound of the Bifrost carrying the thousands of inhabitants of the 9 realms and their many ships. Well, let's finish cleaning this place and end the day. Eidolon announces to the rest. Do you think there's a shawarma place around here? Stark asks. Yes, but is probably not open at this time. While every eye of England is turned to the focal point of the convergence, a certain woman is quietly watching what is happening through a smartphone. But she doesn't appear overly interested. She has other things to worry about. You waited for a long time. Suddenly a voice echoes in this dark apartment, making her FO gull alert, looking around frantically, it must be really important. Psylocke. Eidolon walks out of the shadows, wearing his full dark suit, looking as intimidating as he can be. It is important. Psylocke, who is wearing her characteristic purple leotard, stares at Eidolon intensely, and you kept me waiting. I have more important things to do. You are lucky that there's trouble here in England. The hero says without a hint of apology. What do you want? This. She gestures to her body, wide hips, thick thighs, flat stomach. Eidolon waits patiently because she doesn't seem to be seducing him. This is not my body. She finally goes to the point. Eidolon keeps a calm face. And you don't appear that surprised. She tilts her head. Body swapping is not that uncommon. I have a lot of countermeasures against it. He comments casually, can you imagine the consequences if someone steals my body? That she can imagine. And it would not be pretty. Considering that you are telling me that, I can guess that you want my help. He continues, the answer is yes and yes. Yes, I can swap you back and yes, I will help you. That. She was first surprised that he agreed that easily, but then she remembered. This guy is a hero. I just need your real body. That is where the problem lies. She sighs. Don't have it, huh? Do you want my help to find it too? It will take some time. No, I know where it is. But I can't go there. She speaks regrettably. And you want my help with it too, I guess. She nods almost bashfully. She is a prideful woman who doesn't lack to rely on or owe others anything. But she has no other choice. Where? Another dimension. She reveals dramatically, but once again she sees no change of expression in the hero. Other dimensions don't surprise him either. That can be a problem, but he was answering casually before he paused. For the first time his expression changed, he frowned. His eyes narrowed in a small show of anger. Psylocke thought that she would want to see Eidolon crack or something, maybe it would give her an advantage in the negotiations. But now that things are going well and his expression really changed, she can't say that she is happy. She would never confess it, but it terrifies her a little. This is the strongest and scariest man on the planet after all. Eidolon doesn't care about her thoughts. His brain finally remembered a piece of lore. An annoying saga, an annoying antagonist. Mojo. He says between his teeth. The next adventure is already decided. How do you know? Psylocke eyes widen in shock. The bastard is kidnapping humans, huh? Idolin ignores her question and talks to himself, okay then. Okay. Psylocke can feel his annoyance. He sounds done. He turns around after throwing an object at her. I will make some preparations. It will take some days. Be ready. And with that, he disappeared without giving her the chance to say anything, in a typical Idolin fashion. The next day, the news channel is filled with reports and information from what happened in London. 2 world invasions in the same year. Are we in danger? Click. What should we expect from the future if things continue like this? Click. Idolin's words are to take away our trust in the government. Click. What are they hiding from us? Click. So what is all this about? Emma Frost mutes the TV and turns to look at Idolin, who is playing with the quintuplets. Her question is to pry if there is something left out from the public eye. After all, she has the main character of that whole thing right here in her room. So it would be a waste to not ask. Exactly like was told. Idolin answers calmly while making a hairstyle on Celeste's golden locks. So we are just some hours away from a psychopath destroying the world. And I was completely oblivious. Emma sighs with a distant expression. This really makes me feel small. We are always seconds away from being wiped out. Don't sweat the small stuff. Idolin shrugs. Idolin knows that if he is really unlucky, something really big can destroy this universe and he would not be able to do anything. But he also knows that he is not unlucky. Small stuff, he says. She huffs. Relax, there's a guy protecting us. Who? Emma asks with great interest. Myself from the future. Idolin deadpans. She stares at him with a dead expression. Are you serious? 100%, his expression is really 100% serious. I exist, and I know my plans for the future and my potential. I'm sure that my future enemies will try to come back to the past to kill me or maybe my parents. The fact that I'm still here is proof enough that I'm winning in the future too. He says calmly while giving uppies to Esme, so I also think myself from the future will not allow this universe to be wiped out without a fighting chance. I really don't know when you are serious. 80% of your words are always too outlandish. She shakes her head and face palms. I rarely lie. Papa. One of the quintuples calls him. Yes, princess. You. Strong. Phoebe points at the TV which is showing Idolin fighting. She is also shadowboxing, or trying. She is simply flailing her tiny and skinny arms around. Yes, Papa is very strong. Idolin nods while patting her head. Teach.me. Phoebe continues. Oh, fine. He raises a palm, punch here. While Phoebe maniacally punches his unmoving palms, he turns to Emma. They are starting to say more than one word. That's good. Their individuality is starting to show. They are at the age children gain awareness. Maybe we should stimulate this more. And how do you suggest to do that? Emma asks. I have some ideas. Hall of the Royal Palace of Valisk. Odin has just heeded the explanations of the Queens of Dark and Light Elves. He showed understanding and forgave them and their race, keeping the peace and good relations between the realms. Now Thor steps forward. He walks calmly and with his chin raised before kneeling in front of the throne. The scene is eerily familiar to some of the people in attendance. Something similar happened when Thor was banished many years ago, but now Thor spots nothing of the arrogance from before. Do you know your mistake? Odin speaks to him, voice booming from his throne, his face betraying none of his emotions. Yes, Allfather. Thor lowers his head. HMPF. If you knew, why did you do it? The Allfather scoffs. It's what I thought that was right. Did you learn nothing, boy? Odin shouts, do you still think that you know better than me? No. Thor shakes his head, but in that specific situation. Always a specific situation with you. Will you call every situation specific so that you can impose us to your whims? No. It was different from before. Thor tries to argue. How it is any different? You act by yourself without any regard for the big picture. You dragged your friends into your mess. It was different. The God of Thunder shows his temper. I did not act for a petty reason like pride or arrogance. I acted to protect someone dear to me. I cared about the big picture, choosing to shoulder that burden first before anything happens to our people again. Thor looks up to Odin, and I did not drag my friends into my mess. I simply feel grateful and lucky that they followed me despite the risks. He ends his words strongly. The hall is filled with silence after Thor's outburst, many fearing the retaliation from the Allfather. Oh. It almost looks like you grew a brain. Odin says almost humorously, and what about Loki? To that. Thor can only lower his head again in shame. Loki escaped during the confusion. He doesn't hide the fact. Too much for being responsible for your actions. Odin mocks. I should throw you in his cell so that it would not get empty. The Allfather starts, but what use would you have there? Your punishment is to once again delay your coronation. And your mission is to find Loki. The Allfather's voice fills the room while he declares Thor's punishment. You will bring him back, even if you have to search under every rock in all realms. And you will not be king if you don't bring him back. Odin stands up and starts walking away, passing through Thor without looking at his kneeling son, and if you fail, maybe you will not be king after all. And with that, he leaves the hall. It sounds like a harsh punishment, but anyone who knows a little can figure out that Odin is letting Thor off the hook pretty easily. It's even giving him permission to travel through the realms, including Midgard. Odin will not say, but he approves of Thor's actions. Results don't lie after all. Even he wouldn't dare to say that his actions are 100% right or secure. To him the only thing that really matters is Thor's growth. Only when Thor matures to his full potential, Asgard will escape its vicious circle of destruction. Even if he has to sacrifice many things to accomplish that. To a king that is the most important, and as his father he is also proud of his son. Hector POV Mojo, huh? The spineless one. I remember that guy, weak but annoying. He is that guy that captures humans and makes a Truman Show/Gladiator thing. He is a sick creature that I will enjoy getting rid of. And here I thought that I would be able to focus more on Avengers things, and put X-Men things aside for a while. But X-Men has too many problems, bro. Maybe I should stick to a franchise. Psylocke and the captured people will have to wait some days. I just returned and need to put some order in the house before leaving for an undetermined amount of time. I will also need to research how to get to the Mojoverse. Well, brute force always works. You just need to use enough. I'm thankful for the sword of actuation. Maybe I should put more Power of West cards on it. But before all that. So Nemesis, can you eat it? I turn the dark-skinned lowly by my side. In her hand, a piece of the ether floats in a reinforced flask. Maybe. If I go very slowly. She answers slowly while eyeing the mysterious things cautiously. Where did this thing come from? From outside the universe, I'm sure. And maybe from a really powerful guy. I'm not 100% sure that the ether came from Null. Don't force yourself if you can't do it. We can wait till you are stronger. I don't know what is going through her head, but I will keep an eye on her. Just because my summons are loyal, doesn't mean they can't do something dumb and hurt me indirectly. Nemesis is to be part of my armor. A mix of the Hellbat armor with the Endosim armor. When I complete it, it will be glorious. But instead of daydreaming about the future, time to bring more allies. I say to myself while opening the cards in my hands. Being everywhere is tiring. One day I will have my people in every corner and plot of this universe. Avengers, Defenders, Inhumans, Crimes, other dimensions, X-Men, space, Guardians of the Galaxy. It will be like an automatic problem-solving machine. Then I will rest. But is so far away, summon. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye-bye. Chapter 100, Second Sidekick. Limbo. Zoltrak. Luna hears this word and suddenly a small sound of destruction as she walks to the backyard of her new business. Her hotel doesn't see a lot of work, not that she cares, so she came in the backyard to check on her guests. Incredible learning speed, master. She hears another voice praising the first one. I have some experience with something similar already. She obviously knows the two. One is the creepy mocked and her even creepier boss. The psychopath demon is teaching her boss some magic, Theta doing experiments to see if he can replicate the magic of his world without a problem. It seems to be a success, based on the destroyed targets. I was a little worried at first, but mana is mana. It seems that all Western fantasy D and D-ish magic is the same in the end. This gave me some ideas of ice guys to go. Luna understood only 30% of Hector's words. Oh Luna, are you missing me? He then notices her presence and turns at her with a smile. As if. I want to see if you are already going away. The anthropomorphic hellhound rolls her eyes at him. You hurt my fragile heart, girl. But I forgive you. Suddenly he zoomed into her and started rubbing her head. How can I get mad with you? You are my good girl you are. He talks with her like she is a dog. Luna growls at him, not akin to a dog, but otherwise, she doesn't say anything because she knows it will become ammo for his teasing. There you are learning. Even so, Hector still finds a way to tease her. If he can't get a reaction from Luna, the trip would be a waste. Here, a treat. Faster than she could react he opened her jaw and gave her some candy. Don't worry, it's not chocolate. I'm not a dog. Munch this thing is pretty good. She was already snarling at him when she noticed the good taste. I'm glad you liked it. I made it. Hector smiles. A smile that she detects a hidden something. The upward curve of his lips, the eyes become two crescents as they narrow. You're playing with me again. She slaps his hand, which was rubbing her chin. Damn human. Hey, hey. What is the problem of being a human? Are you racist? Hector says in an infuriatingly calm tone. To you, yes. Would you feel better if I looked like this? Hector gives her a cocky smirk, and before her eyes he changes, utilizing a combination of powers, and transforms himself into a werewolf. Luna's jaw drops seeing him. All black and muscular, with deep and chilling blue eyes. A very hot werewolf to her standards. So. What do you think? Hector approaches his face to her, his chin close to her shoulder as her nose is put close to his own neck. His voice is deeper and thicker than usual. And a half-whimper half-moan escapes Luna's throat after getting in close contact with a hunk wolf that is completely her type. She even clenches her thighs after taking a good whiff of his scent. Maybe Hector is letting loose some of his attraction powers that he keeps sealed. You didn't answer me, girl, Hector continues talking in a slow thick voice, a claw running through Luna's chin. Do you prefer this way? As a creature of hell, at this point, it would not be strange to Hector simply have her way with her right here and right now. She will not admit it, but if he forces her face down she will raise her ass up of her own volition. After another deep chuckle, Hector goes back to normal. Geez, that was the closest that I come to furry porn in all my life. He laughs, feeling a little dirty. I'm gonna kill some people to forget this cringe, by go take an ice bath, girl. And without waiting for her response he flies away. Luna gets out of her high school girl trance some seconds later and starts breathing heavily in frustration. She swears that the next time he sees him, she will bite him even if it proves his point. Hoo-hoo, Hector is still chuckling even after he flies miles and miles away. He is not a furry, but he needs to admit that Luna is cute. It's unfair to ask her to change to a human form if I don't change to a werewolf form too. Those dilemmas are able to keep him awake at night. Where's to draw the line? But now is not the time to dwell on those silly questions. The infinite possibilities of his life always contend with his own limited mind in all the aspects of existence. In this infinity pool of good and bad things that is the omniverse, where freedom ends. Where he should draw the line. He doesn't have an answer. But he is not in a hurry to find it either. It's fun to change your mind sometimes. Do not allow your own stubbornness and pride to get in the way of your happiness. Whatever. Instead of thinking about the fun that I could be losing for denying certain things. Why not have fun in some other way? He smiles relaxedly again. He is about to test some new powers. In the last gacha, Hector gained a certain strong character, Sinbad. He started assimilating him, but he didn't have the time to really go through his moveset. He gained Sinbad's metal vessels even though the character didn't come in a package, because those items are linked tightly to Sinbad's being. And what better place to test some items with the names of the demons from Solomon's Lemegeton than a hellscape dimension? He will not risk going to hell, even though he finds a way to it, but the limbo is good enough for now. So, he only needs to find some targets that deserve a little massacre. The limbo dimension as a whole is not as big as an average universe, but the planet is much bigger than Earth. The place is so big that certain regions are in different time periods. The city where Luna established herself is pretty modern, with hotels, shops, and everything someone would find in a city on 21st century Earth. When Hector came here to rescue Ileana with the X-Men, they stopped by a city that was pretty organized but not so modern, maybe something close to the 19th century. But there are places that look like they are still in the Stone Age, the tribal era, warring states, and some seem to be in medieval times too. And in a place like this is where Hector is heading. There's a certain place that has 7 kingdoms that are in a constant war, with no result in sight. Luna and the others got some rumors, and it seems that the whole thing is orchestrated like board game by the high class of the countries to feed themselves with the negative energy that the bloodbath creates. Hector thinks that maybe the answer is more simple. They simply keep the focus outside so that they can control their kingdom better. Peace was never an option for them. It's like a perpetual machine of war that uses the low chased as fuel to keep the ones on the top. Which one should I go first? Hector muses to himself, finally arriving at the region. Let's go anti-clockwise and start with Zepar. The funny-looking one. When he raises his hand he has a ring on his middle finger, that shines while he raises it close to his face. Dwell in my body, Zepar. A light envelopes his body as Hector descends into the middle of the fortress of the royalty of this kingdom. When the light disappears, Hector emerges, but he looks different. He looks like a diminutive mix of dragon and demon, a shirtless child with hooves, horns, wings, and a protuberant belly. Wake up, everyone, he says with humor before screaming. A. The scream is so loud that shakes the very foundations of the fortress. The walls crack and the ground trembles, the inhabitants fall on the ground while clutching their ears. One move was enough for him to end things. Pretty strong, hun. He laughs while tapping his big belly, but this body is weird. He decides to change before moving to the next kingdom. He pulls out a sword and says, "Dwell in my body, ball." Another bout of light envelopes his body, and his silhouette grows in size, going back to look like an adult. Blue scales cover his limbs, his chest open to the air, and jewelry around his neck. A little like my hybrid form with the Azure Dragon fruit, but pretty cool. Zappin' with that he moves with lightning, disappearing on the horizon, ready to destroy the other 6 kingdoms. X-Mansion. While the members of the X-Men are preparing themselves for a training session in the danger room, they make some small talk. Crazy that we can be chilling here and the world can be ending on the other side of the planet. Spike comments to the group. Talking about chilling. Robert smirks and puts a cold finger on Spike's neck, making the team jump. Asshole. Then he tries to throw some spikes at the ice meta. This type of interaction is already a normal occurrence, so the rest ignore it. At least we have the Avengers and Eidolon to keep an eye on those things. Head says with a calm voice. Yeah. I sleep well at night and know that Eidolon is taking care of me. Jubilee laughs. Poor guy, must be busy as hell. Now I envy him less. Talking about him. Did you guys see the video of that Darcy woman? Kitty chimes in. You really are an Eidolon fangirl. Watching everything about him. Paige Guthrie, aka Husk, rolls her eyes playfully, but yeah, I saw. They are viral at this point. The woman has rare footage of Asgard and Eidolon acting normally. And she was also clinging to him all the time, made a lot of chicks envious. Yeah. Some are crazy. Did you know some sent her death threats? Kitty says with a horrified face. For real. Jubilee is also shocked. Yep. Saying things like, know your place or, you are making him uncomfortable. Those girls are crazier than Dr. Harley. Kitty nods to herself. Maybe he attracts crazy chicks. Jean jokes. The fanbase is the reflection of the celebrity. Spike laughs too. Exactly at that moment, they hear a sonic boom that is already very recognizable to them. Shit. Do you think he heard me? Spike mouth frowns. I was joking, dude. Shut up, he will not care about it. Let's go greet him. Jean shakes her head humorously and leads them to the front door, deviating from the path to the danger room. When they reach the front door, someone else already let Eidolon, Shadow, and Rover in. Eidolon is now talking with Ileana amicably, the one that opened the door to him, when he saw them approaching. Good afternoon, Eidolon greets everyone. I am looking for the professor. The professor is out with the rest of the teachers. Jean answers. Oh. Too bad. Eidolon was saying but was interrupted by Kitty. What about you watch us training? She grabs his arm and starts dragging him away from the door, not wanting him to leave so fast. Well, I can do that. I also come to drop Shadow. He says calmly, letting himself be taken away. Shadow on the side gives a thumbs up to everyone, and they reciprocate. Everyone from the X-Men is already used to the quiet girl. They have one too now. Laura Kinney returns the thumbs up in a similar silent way. How are you adapting, Laura? Eidolon turns to X-23. She moved the thumbs up that was pointing to Cassandra to him so that she could give her answer. I see. That's good. The hero smiles with his eyes at her, making her return with a small smile on her own. In the danger room, Eidolon watches from the control room the X-Men going through many exercises. He feels like saying pathetic while looking down on them to quote Omni-Man, but it would not be nice. Instead, he turns to Ileana, who is not participating, and asks, what do you think of them fighting? The blonde girl looks surprised at being asked the question, but after a moment she answers honestly. They are good, but I don't know how they will fare against real people. She says. Yeah, a hologram is one thing. The real situation is completely different. Eidolon nods. They and Shadow fall in silence while watching the fight below. You know. You are the only one that takes me seriously. Suddenly Ileana says in a low voice, everyone still treats me like a little kid. Made of glass or something. She huffs in annoyance in a way that only a pre-adolescent girl can do. It's because they all care about you. I know. Ileana denies fast, a little irritated, but in the next moment she deflates, I know. She says more softly afterward. Eidolon chuckles and roughs her hair, don't worry, just a few more years and they will not be able to treat you as a kid, not even if they wanted. She tries to struggle out of his grasp but he doesn't let go till her hair is a mess, then I would not be able to do something like this. You shouldn't do this now. She replies angrily, but there's no real heat. How is your swordsmanship training going, Ileana? Are you used to the soul's word already? He asks after stopping teasing her. Yeah, I think so. Those books that you sent to me are useful. She says. In the past, Hector researched about soul-bonded weapons and compiled the information in some books. Then I will thank the Ancient One for them when I have the chance. Eidolon nods satisfied. If you want, I can train you in swordsmanship. He offers. Really? She turns her face to him fast. Yeah, I see no problem with it. Probably only Eidolon knows Ileana's potential. She will be strong, and maybe he can poach her now to become a strong ally in the future. We can even start today. When they finish, let's have a little spar so that I can see where your skills lie. It didn't take long for the X-Men to finish their training and for Eidolon together with Ileana to take their place in the danger room. So is Ileana now his pupil or what? Kitty asks, taking a page from Darcy's book and putting the danger room to record the fight. But she asks him first, Eidolon, it's okay for me to record the fight? Her voice echoes in the comms. He gives her a thumbs up, it's fine. Later I can even program myself as an enemy in the danger room. That would be cool. I will make a lot of versions then. This machine can't replicate his abilities, but he can do a passable program of himself, with different skills set to train them against different types of enemies. Now, come at me with everything that you got. Eidolon declares, his arm moves and suddenly he is holding the serpent punishing stick in his hand. It's that thing that he used in the fight against Lady Sif. He can hear the whispers from the audience. Ileana on her part also suddenly ignites her sword. It's like she is blue fire. Her soul's word still has not taken the perfect form that Eidolon knows one day will reach. Later I will start using a greatsword to train her. I have the one from Asta and Kim Min-soo's Durankel. Without waiting for any kind of signal, Ileana attacks. She completely disappears in a blue light, leaving Eidolon alone and empty the danger room. Once again Eidolon praises her a little on his mind. Her powers are to make portal discs move to limbo, or at least use limbo as a medium for her teleportation, similar to how Nightcrawler subconsciously does with the Brimstone dimension. The fact that you can barely see the portal opening and only notice her disappearance is a testament to her skills. She opens the discs only enough for her to squeeze on them. In a certain way, she is better trained in combat than the rest of the X-Men. Most of them at least. Eidolon doesn't move a millimeter even after Ileana's disappearance. He knows that any extra movement would be a waste and he is confident that he will be able to react to her sneaky attack, no matter where it comes from. Zoan's swish even is from beneath his legs, in a dirty move aimed at his crotch. Hoo-hoo, he chuckles as he easily sidesteps, gliding on the ground and avoiding Ileana's swing. Merciless. I can't disapprove. Buet, bonk, he hits her head with the stick, I can't let you go scot-free either. Ouch. 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 She rubs the top of her head in pain, it's almost comical. Come on, don't lose focus just because of a bit of pain. Eidolon urges her to continue. He is not going as nearly as hard as he went against Sif, so he is not worried about hurting her too much. Ileana is no crybaby or quitter, so she tightly holds her sword and attacks again. What happens next is a great spectacle of swordsmanship. Some steps elbow Eidolon spar with Sif, but not less flashy. Ileana disappears and appears in fast succession, flashes of blue light flickering through the whole space. It's aggressive and explosive, like watching fireworks upon close, and in contrast, the calm way that Eidolon deals with her attacks adds a certain beauty to the fight. In the beginning, he barely moved from his place, his arm moving to block her attacks effortlessly, his body spinning to meet her head-on. Eventually, Eidolon gets a little more aggressive and he starts to also move around the danger room, blinking with short teleportations. Even the inexperienced audience can see what he is doing. He is copying her movements. The way she attacks, the way she teleports around, but his attacks are successful while hers falls flat on his defenses. To teach her, the best way is to show it in practice. Eidolon is defending and counterattacking against her moves, to show the flaws on it. And then he goes and uses a perfect form of her attacks to show how it's done. Now, the more experienced of the audience would notice that he is not only doing it superficially. He is really fighting like her to the minute details. He is even holding his stick with two hands now. Some minutes observing her was enough for him to learn her style and perfect it. An ultimate genius created by the mix of many great geniuses. While they continue their flashy dance with swords, at some point Eidolon does an unexpected move and removes one of his hands from his stick and grabs her collarbone to throw her at a wall. Don't focus too much on the opponent's weapon. He admonishes after noticing her concentrating too much on it, almost entering the zone while trying to fight it. Observe the whole body. And if you can't yet, start observing the shoulders, the arm, the eyes. He instructs. I know that. She groans while recovering the air that escaped her lungs after hitting her back on the wall. You know, but you forget during a fight. Eidolon replies, you shouldn't forget that. No, even if you forget, your body must remember. Don't worry, this will come with experience. He adds a little more softly, I'm gonna do surprise attacks like this one if you slip again. She nods slowly. Again. Eidolon calls for the resume of the spar. Once again Ileana attacks Idolin ferociously. It's like a replay of what happened some minutes ago, but Ileana hides calm eyes behind those almost savage attacks. She knows that he is much stronger than her, but she will not just accept a loss like that. She obviously noticed that Idolin was copying her attacks just after she executed them, so she will use it to her advantage. She is gonna land a hit on him. She goes for a stab. Idolin calmly taps her hands holding the sword down, making the tip dig into the ground, and while she lost control of it he also goes for a more flawless stab, keeping a perfect distance to not allow a counter like he did, putting his legs separated just enough to have stability to not lose the balance. He is really teaching her expertly. Even if she can't notice now, because this past is being recorded, she will be able to study it later. But instead of focusing on learning now, she is focusing on hitting him once. She was waiting for his stab. Swish. When the tip of the punishing stick goes to hit Ileana, a small portal opens, swallowing his attack. Simultaneously another portal opens behind Idolin's head, in his blind spot. The tip of the punishing stick already appears and goes straight to his nape. Ileana smiles victoriously. The bait worked, his eyes are completely on her, he can't see it, or at least he can't react fast enough. To be sure, she is already removing her sword from the ground and going for a swing to press her advantage. But to her disappointment, without looking back or showing any signs that he noticed the attack, Idolin simply tilts his head to the side. Avoiding the attack, the stick harmless passed close to his cheek. Ileana's eyes widened seeing that. Her whole plan was destroyed that easily. She even lost the will to fight for an instant. And that instant is enough to Idolin not stop his attack. He continues stabbing forward, and his arm goes all the way inside the portal. His attack goes full circle and ends up hitting Ileana in the chest anyway. Pah. Ouch. She falls while clutching the middle of her torso. Very good. Idolin praises, walking to her, thinking outside the box, masking your true intentions behind aggressiveness. You're on the right track. When you fight, it is okay to let your emotions flow a little, to power your attacks. It's also okay to let your rage out, to let it fill your chest. But you must always keep a cool head. He crouches down and taps her forehead at the same time he heals her from the pain. I thought I got you. She almost childishly whines. Almost, it was pretty cool. He laughs. It remembered him from Berserk, when the Skull Knight attacked Void and he parries his own redirected attack. A pity he didn't have a shield now. He would be able to replicate the scene perfectly. You're pretty cool too. She replies while sitting up. You have a lot to improve. Swordsmanship, completing your soul's word, controlling and mastering your demonic blood, your powers. It's a long road, Ileana, but you will be really strong. He pats her head. Stronger than you. She turns her eyes to him. He laughs and says in a joking tone, keep dreaming, kid. Then he starts messing with her hair. Stop it, you fuck, bastard. She was going to cuss him out, but remembered people are watching, and she doesn't want to be grounded. One day I'm gonna beat your ass. Like I said, keep dreaming. He chuckles, but is rare to have someone that is trying to surpass me, so what about I help you with it? Wanna be my protege? My sidekick? Seriously? She asks surprised. Seriously? Well, it would be limited because you still have to go to school and all that. But Shadow there is almost graduating from my teachings. He points at the girl with his thumbs. Cassandra watches the exchange in silence. Would I need to use black? Ileana asks in a joking tone. He rolls his eyes and answers in kind, yes. It's obviously a requisite. His sarcasm is palpable. Great. I like black. Okay then, I will come more frequently to teach you and I will take you out sometimes to have field experience. With the permission of your brothers, of course. Ileana was getting happy, but the mention of her brothers made her change her expression. Her brothers are a little overprotective of her tastes, they may get in the way of her freedom. They paused the talk about teaching when Professor Xavier finally arrived. I heard you wanted to talk with me, Idolin. Xavier speaks in that calm tone of voice. Hello, Professor. Idolin teleports together with Ileana to the control room. Nothing serious, I just recently received a lead of some kidnappings happenings and I thought that maybe I can take some of your people to expand their horizons. Kidnapping? He asks while the other students focus on the taking them with him part. Yeah, of people with powers, Idolin says, the part that should interest him more. That is worrying. Xavier sighs. And you didn't even know the kick. Apparently, they are being kidnapped and taken to another dimension. The hero says to the surprise of everyone present, if not, I would already be dealt with it. So while I was investigating, I thought in maybe allowing some students here to gain experience. Other dimensions. Like Ileana. Is Belasco again? The X-Men asks in rapid succession and Idolin raises a hand to calm them down. In some ways is similar to what happened with Ileana but is not Belasco, and is not anyone in the limbo either. He explains, I'm still not 100% sure but apparently is some alien from another universe that is capturing people from here and enslaving them. Putting them in some sick games like gladiator battles, zoos, and other strange things. There's a little anger dripping from his voice. One of the things that he really doesn't like is when humans are mistreated this way, innocent humans at least. That's sick. Kitty comments in disgust, a feeling shared by everyone. Right. And another kick is that this is not an isolated case. This evildoer is not alone. His whole world sees no problem in treating people from other species as cattle. He says that's where things get trickier, but overall, from what I investigated, he is pretty weak. But there's a chance of him having strong brainwashed slaves of other races. His paranoid mind already thought about almost all possibilities. He turned to them, I think I can solve things alone, but it's not every day that you have the chance to go into a mission like that. He then pauses. Kitty is pointing at Ileana. Well, strange things are getting common, so we should train when we can do strange things. He changes his argument. After all, apparently, missions in other worlds are becoming the norm already. He knows that in the long run, he needs to train the heroes of Earth. And as a bonus, more time with him is more time to convince them to be on his side when he does something drastic in the future. Xavier sighs, at this point, how can I stop them from going if they really want it? Eidolon steps in, turning the X-Men, I should warn you all. As much it would not be any Belasco situation again, we would be going against an entire culture that sees us like lessers. His eyes and tone of voice get serious, there will be no arguing, no talk. Only fighting to rescue our people. It will be pretty. We will also be attacking civilian territory. He tries his best to convey the seriousness of the situation, if you don't think that you have the stomach of it, don't volunteer. When I find the exact location, I will come here to take a dozen of you with me. Everyone is silent. They understand now that is a different situation, difficult in a different way. Attacking civilian territory. Xavier asks, bothered. What can we do? They captured people from all over the world, and I bet they are all around the world too. Not in military facilities, but in cities, being treated like toys or animals. I would not blame any normal human for getting angry with the sight and exaggerating a little with the collateral damage. The hero talks slowly, his voice dark. There's no other way. The professor asks. Maybe, but it would add risk to us and to the prisoners, so no. Sorry, but I'm gonna put the safety of our enemies at the bottom of my list of priorities. Eidolon shrugs, and to be entirely honest, I think is a necessary thing to do. What do you mean? The hero looks directly at Xavier's eyes, staring deeply at the man's pacifist ideals. Do you know what kind of people are the most feared? Eidolon asks. Xavier is not sure how to answer that. Villains. Killers. Kitty tries to guess from the side. Close, but no. Eidolon says villains. Murderers. Tyrants, evil people. It's normal for the average person to fear them. But villains, murderers, tyrants, and all that is evil fear something else. He pauses dramatically, the crazy. I know for a fact that everyone fears a complete lunatic that can go from 0 to 100 in a split of a second, that retaliates with incredible cruelty to the minimum of the slights. People fear power, but they fear even more when power is in unpredictable hands. Eidolon says to them, someone that can't be reasoned with, that acts on a whim, that doesn't care about benefits. All those great villains would think twice before messing with a guy like that. Is that the image that you want? Xavier catches on to his words, remembering a past talk with the hero, do you want the people outside our world to see you as a crazy person? It's a start. The hero confirms calmly, I already planned it. The time an advanced race tries to invade and conquer us, I will go full scorched earth on them. So that they will never try again. I'm not really crazy, but I can pass the act pretty easily. I just need to destroy some planets. He is, indeed, a little crazy. He continues, I want them to have talks like, hey, let's invade that blue planet. And another would say, fool. Did you forget that madman that lives there? Let's not provoke that lunatic. They can't deny that sounds like a feasible plan. I thought that you wanted to create a good legacy, Eidolon. Xavier shakes his head. More than maintaining a pristine reputation, the safety of Earth is my utmost priority. We are fragile, so I will buy time till we can stand on our 2 feet even amidst the strong powers of the galaxy. Eidolon turns to the students again, don't be so quick in volunteering. We don't know for how long this guy is kidnapping humans, but I plan to pass a message that there will be retaliation. And be prepared for disgusting sights. They can be eating us, making us breed like cattle, or performing humiliating and dangerous things to their enjoyment. They face change with each word. The enemy is not human. They don't see them as equals, and it's hard to imagine something like that even though they should not be that surprised that it happens. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say. I'm not gonna force anyone, but I thought that it was a good opportunity. Idolin's tone goes back to normal. Shadow, are you gonna stay here? He turns to his official sidekick. After some seconds of looking around, Cassandra nods. She is friends with some girls here and Idolin saw them signaling to her to stay. Very well. Bye, everyone. Professor. Idolin nods to them before disappearing without a sound. Hector POV. So. How was your family? Mary Jane asks me. She is sitting in front of me in this cozy family restaurant. We just watched, Two to be truthful, and went here to bite something. They are good, very healthy. It was just a false alarm. I say in a calm tone, I can bring you next time. I continue with a teasing voice, making my girlfriend get a little nervous at the prospect of getting introduced to my family. We are having this little talk because while I was out in Asgard, that was the excuse Cortana gave to Mary Jane. Well, better than ghosting her. Hector, it's too soon. Mary Jane avoids eye contact. Hoo, one day I can bring you to Brazil. I chuckle. Yeah, that sound nice. How it's there? She asks curiously. It's hot. I deadpan. That I know. She laughs. I'm serious. We have 4 seasons, rainy, warm, hot, and super hot. At least from where I come from. So should I take a bikini with me? She gives me a provocative grin. That I would appreciate. I reciprocate with a grin on my own, but there's Northwest Beach close to where I live. No. She asks surprised. Well. Look what we have here. Do you think my country is full of beaches, jungles, half-naked women, football, and samba? That's kinda racist, you know. What? No, dash. You're kinda right. I reveal with a dead expression. She pauses her explanation to stare at me, then she laughs. Stereotypes exist for a reason. I shrug, it's not everything, but is at least 50% right. Shitty country. Don't be like that. She chuckles. Hoo, don't worry. Like most people on Earth, I love my country, but I dislike the government. Too much corruption. Really hopeless situation. I comment while playing with my drink. Or maybe not. Some people die in accidents, and others ascend to important positions. Maybe I can fix it. As always, the talk is very good, but I need to prepare myself for the abrupt end because, boom. The loud sound of something falling on the street outside and people screaming reach our eyes. Mary Jane was startled by the sudden dangerous situation, but I left my seat and hugged her. I start comforting her just in time for us to see Idolin capturing a small villain. Who said that Hector can't be at the same place as Idolin? Oh, it's Idolin. Mary Jane suddenly says, relief evident in her tone. It's a little flattering, really. The sudden loud sound scared everyone because they were aware that there were supervillains out there, but when they saw Idolin, they suddenly relaxed. Let's go back to eating. I say while eyeing myself. But I don't look back. Heh, what a strange phrase. I obviously will not make Idolin acknowledge Hector beyond a casual wave that I give to the people around me. He is so cool. Mary Jane says with awe in her voice. Is that so? I ask her while eyeing her expression. Yep, I told you, no. He and Spider-Man are my favorite heroes. She answers casually. Ah. Now I remember you are one of those weird Idolin fangirls. I hit my palm with my closed fist, acting like I just remembered. Mary Jane gives me a playful slap on my arm. I'm not one of those weirdos. Idolin fanbase has a certain reputation. To say at least. The female ones, like the Jujutsu Kaisen fanbase back in my other universe. It's also a little flattering. And a little disturbing too. That one with the shrine and the ones that do sexual tattoos goes a little too far. I will not even comment on the fan arts and fanfics. For some reason, I'm shipped a lot with Susan Storm. Don't ask me the why. Maybe it's because we are different and people dig on those opposites attract each other couples. The perfect girl and the bad boy. I saw a lot of movies with a plot like this. I recently saw a poll and is a more popular ship than Lady Jade x Idolin. Hey, Shago's face learning about that was priceless. Maybe that is why she likes teasing me with those weird fanfics. Fun fact, the 3rd most popular ship is Idolong's Thor. And Shago makes sure to remind me of this fact. I'm starting to suspect that Cortana is the one giving her the ammunition to do the teasing. No, I'm not, Master. Cortana replies in my head. Liar. Master, do you really think that I would waste my time skimming through the internet to find shitty fantasies work of fiction just to tease you? She asks with exaggerated outrage. I'm sure of it. Truth be told, I get more annoyed by people shipping my girls with other men than shipping me with men, but I'm not insecure enough to talk about this. I know that I can't control what other people think. The disadvantage of being famous. Favorite hero, huh? I bring my focus back to Mary Jane. What, are you jealous? She teases. I scoff from him. Never. You're right on not being worried. She takes my hand, I'd rather be with you. She smiles sweetly, unaware that her words create conflicting feelings in my heart. She even adds, I don't think I'm cut to a life of dating a superhero, anyway. She goes back to eat nonchalantly. The next day it's finally my first day of college. In truth, I kinda missed the first 2 days because I was in Asgard, but who cares? For some reason, college in this universe is kinda lax if you are a genius. Dr. Reed acquired many simultaneous PhDs while barely going to class. So my plan is to show up sometimes, present my slightly above average genius to the teachers, gain some freedom, and then do my thing. Then sometime in the future, I will be able to present the world with some of my inventions in the medical field. Oh, there she is. Let me. A gust of wind takes away the papers of her hands, making it fly in my direction while she panics. As the good Samaritan that I am, I catch them pretty easily, showing off a little with my reflexes. Whoa, thank you. She laughs a little out of breath, you saved me from a lot of embarrassment. She jokes as I give her the papers. It was nothing. I extend my hand to the pretty Asian college student, Hector, by the way, a freshman in the medical school here. Oh, that's why I was not recognizing your face. I'm pretty sure that I would remember you I mean. She stutters a little after almost talking about my handsome face. Normal girls are kinda easy. She finally extends her hand too after centering herself and tucking her hair behind her ear. Helen Cho, I am in med school too, I am your senior by the way. You can ask me anything if you need help. She gives me the look. I shake hands with this person of interest. Don't mind if I abuse your goodwill. I smile. Okay, Cortana. This time I admit that I did it on purpose. But I only did it for her brain. I swear. I am right now doing some experiments in one of my hidden labs around the solar system. This one is on an asteroid because I perform here the dangerous experiments. You know, the ones that normally explode, boom. Yeah, exactly like this. Using telekinesis and, the very useful, crazy diamond stand power, I fix everything. So unstable. I sigh while grabbing some glowing rocks, I don't think the runes are wrong. It's the materials. Do I really need to go Runeterra? I'm trying to create Hextech. Well, better than Hextech, I'm trying to fuse magic and science. It's a very hard thing to do in the Marvel Universe, the laws of this place made magic and science like water and oil. Normal rocks are not enough. I am using arc reactors to take the place of the hex cores, but it's not a solution, just something to fill the void. I grab a piece of glowing rock, a diamond. I try supercharging gemstones with mana, bestowing them with magic but is not working too. It seems that I'm better at bestowing objects with metapowers than with enchantments and magic. The Dauntless Shard is OP. Creation, Yaoyorozu's Momo power, is not good enough either. I can't create those hex cores. Maybe because my body lacks something. Or I need a magic user character from League of Legends, like Rise, or I need to go to Runeterra personally. But Runeterra is a high-level world. Should I start experimenting with Promethium? The metal that I acquired on Limbo. That thing is even more unstable, I will need to go to square zero and start by refining it. It will be a huge setback. The alchemy that I learned by assimilating Father from Fullmetal Alchemist only helps a little. First, I didn't complete the assimilation process, and second, in the end, is more like science too. It's difficult to use it to deal with magic energies. Maybe. I can do something different. If my body can't make a hex core, the perfect fusion of science and magic. Maybe I should make my body the perfect fusion of science and magic. The techno-organic virus. I saw with an epiphany. The same virus that infected Cable. If I make a clone of mine and control the infections. Half magic user, half robot. Maybe that clone can use creation to pop off hex cores. I am a fucking genius. But wait. Ugh. I turn my eyes in Earth's direction, cutting through space and looking at a certain country. Egypt. The only place I know I can find the techno-organic virus is Egypt. With Ensabar Nur because he has celestial technology in that ship of his. I sigh. It's not the time. Let's put this project on hold for now. I click on a button and shut off the whole facility. As much as I want progress, I know that there's no need to take risks like those and endanger people. What if I flag for the Celestials to come? I sit on my comfortable chair, with my hand supporting my cheek. Say Cortana, do you think I'm a coward? I ask. You're not a coward for caring about other people's well-being, Master. She answers. Sometimes I feel like I'm taking some steps back by stopping and not moving forward. I confessed to her, I said that I will live freely, but here I am, stopping myself again. You said yourself, freedom without responsibility is indulgence. I think the master that cares about other people is pretty cool. I chuckle, thank you. I just sometimes think that I don't live up to my own ideals. I think everyone is like that. Yeah, but a part of me wants to be better. I sigh again, forget about it, I will look arrogant if I say more. I just don't want to be average. It's not like I think being afflicted by normal people's problems is beneath me. I just want to be a better person. To forget about this issue, I checked on the people that I recently summoned. 2 normal girls. April O'Neil and Mirage, Syndrome's assistant that I recruited during my short trip to the Incredibles world. The 2 received orders to integrate into society and live normally, pursuing accomplishment in their respective careers. One day April will be my eyes on media and Mirage will be my proxy of many companies, or maybe my assistant. I still haven't decided how much Hector will do in this field. I also summoned 2 monsters. Killer Croc and King Shark. They're surprisingly chill, living normally in Metatown with the rest of metas. It seems that is really the way people treated them, like monsters that made them snap. Killer Shark is not even that murderous, he is a shark, not a dolphin. If he was a dolphin, I would have put him down. I can't allow a menace like that to walk on land. Fucking dolphins. I think I delayed long enough. I finally say and remove a card from my storage. I already tested and yes, I can learn magic even if I don't assimilate the character. And I have ways of getting her biology. So even if it's come from a lineage, I can also be part of it. Let's do it. Summon. Now I can summon her without the guilt of letting go of some OP powers. I go through the whole process of creating an identity for her and then she finally appears. There she is. Damn, my heart is kinda beating fast. She is wearing her very characteristic blue-purplish mantle that covers her whole body, not unlike how I do sometimes with my own mantle. She looks androgynous even though I know that her body is something to kill for beneath that. Okay, Hector. Keep your cool. Just act normal. You did this before. She will eventually fall for you. You're great. She finally turns to me, her face obscured by her hood. Act cool. Act unbothered. Treated her normally. She lacks that, a good friend. That first and then. So. You are the guy. She speaks with her, also, very recognizable voice. That bored and low tone, slightly husk. Like her throat is dry because she doesn't talk much. Act cool, Hector. It's your childhood crush but so was Shago. You can do it. Slow and steady. She continues, I don't know what you plan to do with me, but. Marry me. Reasonable. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it, make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 101, My Goth Girlfriends and the Interdimensional Rescue Mission. Hector POV, sorry if I startled you. I just blurted out. I say, now sitting face to face with Raven on a small table that I put to us. Who blurts out a marriage proposal. She makes a fair point with that bored tone of voice of hers. Me, apparently. I shrug, I just saw you and instantly imagined our whole life together. She looks at me and even though her eyes are obscured by her hood, I can see the judgment on them. I'm starting to regret coming here. Maybe death was not so bad. Don't be like that. How bad could it be, really? We go on dates, reading books in dark rooms, your thick legs over mine, chilling, cuddling. I give her my best smile. Maybe I'm arrogant, but I will take her silence as her not having an answer to my excellent arguments instead of thinking that I'm a hopeless weirdo. But don't worry, I will not force you into anything that you don't want. I say. I have some power over her, so let's clear the air already. But at the same time, you also can't stop me from trying. I smile at her again. You're barking at the wrong tree. I can't be in a relationship. She says calmly. One of the things I notice about Raven is that I really can't feel her emotions with my empathic powers. She really trained well to not leak anything. You are aware that you are one multiverse away from your father, right? I ask with a raised eyebrow. He has no power over you anymore. You can do whatever you want. It seems that I talked too early. I just felt some fluctuations in her emotions. Is that surprise that I'm feeling from her? It seems that her technique to mask emotions is not perfect. I can also feel panic. Strange, but I can understand. Sometimes when you suddenly acquire that thing that you always wanted, you don't know what to do. There's nothing much I can do for her beyond smile and allow her to heal. I know that her past is very shitty. I take her hand over the table. You are safe here, Rachel. I will consider a small win that she didn't pull away. Hector, if Helena and I switched bodies, and to switch back you would need to have sex with one of us. You would prefer to have sex with me in her body or with her in my body? Shago suddenly asks me after I just entered the living room of my house. I sit down slowly while keeping eye contact. Seriously. Who the hell starts a conversation like that? I literally just sat down. It's always nice to be able to quote some memes. The situation is perfect too. Don't avoid the question. Answer it. Shago urges while Helena looks at us strangely. Like I said in the past, I can't be forced to choose. I'm too powerful to be forced into this situation. I can simply switch you two back. I answer calmly. As if I'm gonna walk into this trap. Maybe I can tease her a little though. No, no, no. That doesn't work. You can't change us back because we are like cursed by someone really powerful. She argues. Then I would go after the someone and find a way to deal with this curse. I deadpan. No. You are not playing by the rules. She practically pouts. I'm Eidolon, woman. I play by my own rules. I declare. Bleh. Just answer the damn question. She shows me her tongue before urging me again. Why the heck do you want me to answer a question without a right answer? Because it's fun. Women are devils. Let me show you what is fun. I smirk and point at her and Helena. Room. Their eyes widen as they see me stabbing my finger in their direction. Hector, don't you dash. Helena starts but I interrupt her, twisting my fingers a little, and they pause. Hoo-hoo. They took a second or two to look at themselves and then at each other, their faces morphing into one of annoyance. That's your fault, Shago. Shago says in an uncharacteristic flat tone, switch us back, now. She demands. Yeah, before that girl kisser starts having weird ideas about my sexy body. Helena says, also with a strange tone coming from her mouth. So weird, haha. No. I raise my hand to Helena, who is on Shago's body, and then turn to Shago that's on Helena's body. Why don't you tell me then? As my girlfriend maybe you should be the one making the decision. Go on. Choose. Would you prefer that I slept with you or Helena? Hypothetically, of course. At the same time that I said that I pulled them to me telekinetically, making them sit on the armrests of my chair, my hands on their hips. This is so weird. Shago says while looking genuinely freaked out. Indeed. Helena agrees, caressing my hair. Don't flirt using my body. Go on, Shago. I will answer after you. It's my time to urge her. But she doesn't hesitate, her in my body. She points at her body. Shago pauses, surprised. I am too, really. Obviously, it's a matter of perspective. This way you will not have contact with her body. She says. I think only she thinks that this is obvious. I don't care if you pork her a little. The poor woman is on a dry spell. She needs it. Fuck you. You are strange, my love. I shake my head. She shrugs her arms, and I also think it would be strange to use this body. She adds, now you, answer. I pause and sigh. I hug them tighter, making them get closer as I put my face close to their ears. Then I whisper. Obviously the two, I pinch their waist, eliciting a moan from the two. Seeing Helena moaning is a surprise treat, don't forget. I can't be forced to choose. After that, I give a peck on their faces and move fast, leaving the chair and letting them fall in the middle together. At the same time, I switch them back. Blowing them a kiss, I go to the kitchen. I hear Shago saying behind me, I can accept that answer. I can also almost hear Helena rolling her eyes, despite being impossible. The piece that I sought in the kitchen seemed distant when I noticed Shago following me. I love this woman and I know she loves me, but she also loves to annoy me. I didn't ask you about that Lady Sif woman. She says, catwalking through the kitchen. Yes, you asked. And I truthfully said that nothing happened beyond that kiss with Lady Sif. I say while grabbing some things around the kitchen to make a sandwich. Do you want one? I ask, gesturing to the food. No, thanks. I'm good. She waves her hand before going back, and is one of those interrogation tactics, you know. You ask the suspect to repeat their story many times to see if he is inventing things. Checking the irregularities. So now I'm a suspect under investigation. I chuckle while making my sandwiches. They will be heavenly. Always, human whore. She chuckles too. Don't you think that I'm smart enough to remember all the details of any fake story that I can concoct? Just take my word for it. I finish my superb sandwich. Beautiful. Those things look good. Shago comments while eyeing my sandwiches, can I have one? She asks shamelessly. I stare at her with a deadpan expression. Really? I asked if you wanted one before. Lucky to you I ignored your words and did it anyway. And I shove a separate sandwich in her face, exactly like how she likes it. She smiles while receiving her food. That's why I love you, she moans when she takes a bite. I'm a prepared guy, and having your girlfriend eyeing your food is a canon event of every boyfriend. I joke, taking a bite of my own. Yep. I'm the god of food. Anyway, going back, did you really not even dip the tip or anything like that? She asks. Like a dog with a bone. I don't think she is even jealous, she probably just wants to keep her list of enemies updated. I still remember how clingy she was while I talked with Susan Storm. The missed you sex later that night was great too. But maybe it can be called marking territory sex instead. Let it rest, Shago. I know that I'm super sexy and irresistible to every female out there. I say cockily, making her scoff, and I will not deny that I was a little tempted by Sif. But I have more self-control than that. Hard to believe, it was basically the perfect opportunity. She comments while eating her sandwich. She is talking about that rule that she established in the beginning. In the event of me hooking up with someone else, I would be rightfully denied of her marvelous green booty for some time, because I would be smelling like the skank or something like that. It was a smart move from her. There are few people out there who would make me forsake my green goth girl, just for some casual gratification. But the trip to Asgard was really a good opportunity because I would stay away from her anyway. It's not because I can and I'm able to sleep with many women that I will do that. I roll my eyes. You say that now, then you suddenly appear married and with 2 children. She scoffs, sometimes I wish you were less serious and simply a horn dog, MPF. Seeing that this talk is going in circles I decide to do what is necessary to end this. Grab her jaw gently but firmly and steal a kiss. Best way to shut up a woman. Don't do it if you are ugly. See. She already forgot about our talk, opting to concentrate on our sandwich-tasting kiss. Geez, get a room. Helena sighs while walking around the kitchen. She steals one of my sandwiches and goes away without even looking at us. Shago and I stay rooted in place, or making out session pauses while watching her go away. I was only half joking before. She really needs to be shagged. Shago comments. And you are saying this to me, why exactly? I need to ask even though I have a good idea of the why. Go be the hero she needs and save her from her dry spell. Give her the D. Too complicated. I don't deny anything, I only state that things are not that easy. It's always complicated with you. She rolls her eyes, whatever, let's go. I need help with my own dry spell. She starts dragging me to the room. We did it this morning. 12 hours is already too long for me. The next day I took Ileana out of the X-Mansion. I don't think she has seen the outside world that much, so. As my new protege, there's something that you need urgently. As Eidolon, I open a portal to an unknown place. What? She asks curiously while we cross the portal. Badass clothes, of course. I smile as we arrive at an isolated part of Edna's studio. Around us, there are many supersuits on display. We have to pass through the security check to reach the main part of her studio, but there are only some precautions against invaders. Ileana looks around with a little amazement. She probably saw many strange and marvelous sights during her time in Limbo, but I guess an artistic place purely dedicated to fashion must be new to her. Oh, there you are, darling, we hear her before we can even see her, and not because she is a diminutive woman. No, it's because Edna Mode likes theatrics, so obviously, she has the back of her chair facing us before she dramatically turns around, and this must be your new sidekick. Let me take a good look at her. She jumps from her unnecessarily big chair and walks to us with fast steps. This is Ileana. And Ileana, this is Ed Dash. I go to introduce them but I am interrupted by Edna slapping my hand away. Shoo shoo. Let me introduce myself. I'm Edna, darling. She takes Ileana's hand. The girl is a little overwhelmed by the stylist's intensity. Oh, look at you, pretty like a doll. She says while eyeing Ileana up and down but with a soft and gentle tone of voice. Edna can be a little honest. But she knows that being under the scrutiny of someone can be uncomfortable for a girl, so she goes for the gentle anti-approach. She takes Ileana around and makes her spin while raining compliments on the blonde girl. Yeah, beautiful like a Russian winter, and I bet not less deadly. Edna exclaims, yes, darling. Now leave it to me to show those qualities in your attire. Everyone will know that this rose has thorns. She strikes a pose and starts power walking away, dragging Ileana with her. Okay. Ileana answers a little unsure, giving me looks. I can only shrug at her. This is how Edna is. So, I peeked in some other universe and saw older versions of Ileana. Now we all are sitting in our respective chairs while watching a screen as big as one you would see in a movie theater. They are a little too revealing to our 12-year-old Ileana, but they can work as a base. As I say that, the drawing of Canon Ileana appears on the screen. These are just some very tight pants and top. Edna scoffs. I like the headdress. Ileana says from her seat, and the color. Edna scribbles something on the ample armrest of her chair, then we can keep the headdress. Good, good. We can work around that. How about full armor? Without a helmet? I suggest, it will cover the body and go together with her sword. That sounds cool. Ileana says. It can work. We can use it to add another layer. We can keep the tight suit underneath. Full body, and cover with armor in some key points. Edna draws the extra details over the images of Ileana, shoulders, chest, gauntlet and greaves. An armored skirt too. Nothing too robust. Feminine. Strong and graceful. What about some spikes on the shoulder pads? Ileana asks, making Edna give her a look. So you are an edgy teen like him, huh? She points at me. Hey. At least you have your age as an excuse. HMPF, let's talk about those spikes later. Less is more, darling. We can make more than one version. I speak to help Ileana in her fantasies, no problem in having one exaggeratedly evil overlord looking. I chuckle. We can do that. Let's go with a basic one first. Edna concedes and draws quickly some sketches and concept art of Ileana's future attire. Black like this emo here, right? And the complementary colors. Red should be cool. Yellow too. Blue. Red, yellow, and blue are the colors that my brothers use. Ileana says with an indecisive expression. More than 3 complementary colors is too much. Let's go first with red, which is the common color of the two. Edna says and starts drawing some highlights on Ileana's armor. Some sharp, some curved lines. All of them are good. Better than yellow, we should go for gold. The same color of your hair but with a shiny light. Edna explains the blue should be the same color of your eyes, maybe darker to not contradict the black. We can make red the predominant secondary color. Gold the highlights of the armor and blue in just some details and accessories. Maybe add a belt. Or we can make more than one. Each with a different color. I say, you know that the cost is not an issue. That's true. Let's go with that. Edna agrees and goes back to drawing. We can make each one a different style. The one with red can be the evil looking with spikes. She rolls her eyes. The black and gold should be regal. And the blue, soothing. Sleek. Modern, futuristic even. Ha ha ha. Is she always like that? Ileana whispers to me, but Edna heard. I just love my work, darling. She exclaims, I designed to God's made flesh. By the way, will the armor be made of adamantium? After such a strong declaration, she goes back to ask professionally and casually. Of course. The suit underneath of UMF, unstable molecule fabric. I nod. At least the suit we can make easy to wear. The armor will be a little problematic. But I can find a way. You know how I can produce it easily. Go crazy with the design. By the way, I was thinking about giving her a retractable shield in one of her gauntlets. A buckler that folds like a fan. Oh, so we are going to the accessories already. Great. Later I bring Ileana back to the X-Mansion. It would take some time for her attires to get ready, but Edna bombarded her with normal clothes instead. In her words, Ileana is too cute to wear anything less. I help her carry the bags filled with design clothes to her room. She is drinking a smoothie because obviously, the day needs to end with junk food. Thank you. She nods at me, a little stiff. I guess that she is still unused to being treated well or thanking people. It's okay. It was fun for me too. I like training people and seeing them reach great heights. With Ileana is like I'm creating a new character, with a different build. I even chose her skins, haha. It's okay for me to have all those things. She raises the bag in her hand. Edna is a softie that likes spoiling people. Believe me, she was happier giving them to you than you were receiving them. Okay then. She speaks softly. I will come get you when your things are ready. Bye, Ileana. Brush your teeth before going to bed, I wave at her. I'm not a kid. Third-person POV Widowmaker is enjoying her new life. Enjoying a hot beverage in an open cafe on a cold evening of Paris. She is also enjoying her anonymity. With the use of a trinket her skin becomes fair, and her brunette hair. Normal. The world that was denied to her already welcomes her back. It was so easy that it was almost underwhelming. What are you thinking with this distant gaze, Amelie? While she was distracted he appears and unceremoniously sits in front of her. Her new boss, Hector. She can't complain yet, for now, he only gave and hasn't asked for anything. But she knows that it's just a matter of time before he starts using her too, like all others. Just thinking that I can finally enjoy the normal. She says honestly, who would know that you would miss those small things that you take for granted? She will answer truthfully because she knows that she can't hide anything from him. Better to pass the image of an honest woman. I see. Because of your appearance. Pretty common thing between the people that I bring here. Hector nods while tapping his fingers on the table, asking for the waitress. He got one easily, a rare thing to happen, maybe because he has a certain presence. He is a discreet man, but when he wants to, it's hard to ignore him. After asking, in perfect French, for a drink and dessert he continues, but your line of thought is a little wrong and defeatist, Amélie. Excusez-moi. Why should you hide your beautiful skin and hair to be normal? He smiles at her. She needs to admit that is a charming smile. The goal here is making your skin tone normal to everyone, Amélie. Don't settle for less. No need to hide. He is an ambitious man. But his ambition is weird in her eyes, not born of selfishness. Her lack of empathy makes his actions strange. You didn't come here only to have a chat, right, mon cher? Well, I could have. You would be surprised by my lack of hidden intentions. He comments calmly, but yes, I came to pass some tasks. Who do I have to kill? She asks in a calm voice like she is asking about online shopping. Just some criminals. He answers in a similar tone, be discreet. That's more her style. If he didn't show a dark side, then she would really feel weird. Rachel Roth, Raven, POV, let's go on a date. Hector suddenly appears loudly, destroying the quietness and the silence of my new apartment. No. I answer dryly and quickly. Okay then. He answers equally quickly and simply sits down. I try to ignore him while I continue to make my coffee, but his gaze is burning the back of my head. What do you want? I turn to him. He is simply staring at me with a small smile. Nothing. Just admiring you. He says shamelessly, first time that I'm seeing you without the hood and the magic to obscure your face. There's nothing to see. I'm just plain and boring. I have to disagree. You are beautiful. I try glaring at him to pass the message that he is annoying, but he simply smiles. Like a dumb Labrador. Should I open a portal under his feet? But I lost all the will to kick him away looking at that stupid face. It will be like kicking a puppy. Do whatever you want. I'm gonna ignore you now. I say and go back to sit as far away from him as possible, my book and my mug of coffee floating around me. He is really just standing there. Oh, demonology. He finally says something, head tilted to read the words on the spine of the book. I'm gonna ignore him. I compiled a lot of those if you want. Ignore him, ignore him. It must be different from you, multiverse. A lot of new information. Ignore him. It is on the shared files in the tablet I gave you. I prefer having a book in my hands. Shit, I talked. I know exactly what you are talking about. He agrees with my words easily. I have some physical copies here, I can bring the rest later. He says and reaches with his hand inside a pocket space and removes dozens of books from there. Ignore him. Later, I can take you to Camartage. The Ancient One is a good guy. Ignore him. The next day, the same happened. Let's go on a date. No. Fine. And he sits down. What are you reading today? He asks innocently. In a certain way, I appreciate that he didn't force the issue of going out. Few things are as annoying as being forced to do extrovertive activities when you don't want to. Let's go on a date. Fine. I finally agree, annoyed. Oh. He opens a big smile despite my clear annoyance. But you are gonna leave me alone after today. I put a condition. Only for some days. He bargains. Okay, fine. Whatever, I know him a little better now, so I'm sure that it will not be a torturing experience at least. He ends up taking me on a not-so-small trip around Europe. Instead of romantic places, we visited historic monuments from eras long past. He really didn't treat it as a date, but more like a school trip, showing me the world and telling me interesting trivia about it. He is very knowledgeable and smart, I already know that. I was already thinking that he forgot that he called it a date when the date part started. At some point, we need to eat, and... Oh my god, it's so over the top that I want to cringe into a ball and die. A pretty flower. To the pretty lady, he gave me a black rose while exaggeratedly wiggling his eyebrows. There was a moment when he put the rose between his teeth and asked me for a dance while some street musicians performed. I ran away. When I saw him going down on his knee, I almost blasted him with my magic. We are surrounded by people. Thankfully he stopped and said that it was a joke. There is that time on those guys are like things on that fountain. Ugh. Oh no, my white shirt got wet, he said while keeping eye contact with me while passing a hand through the outline of his pecs and abs. biting the lip. He even dramatically removed his wet glasses and combed his hair back. Oh. He is hot. Azarath Metrian Zithos. Azarath Metrian Zithos. Azarath Metrian Zithos. You're impossible. I groan while eating my food, remembering the shame that he made me go through. His answer is laughing. Would you believe in me if I said that was out of character to me too? No. I deadpan at his words. Pfft, haha. I'm serious. I'm also more of an introverted. But you are worse, so. Relatively, I'm the extroverted here. Then I decided to accept the role fully. You accepted it too well. I can't deny that it was fun. And seeing you embarrassed was more than enough reward. He smirks. Ha. Ha. Very funny. Do it again and I'm banishing you to a hell dimension. Despite my threat, he only laughs. I would come back anyway. You're not escaping from me. You are really being serious in this whole pursuing me thingy. Yes. He nods easily, being honest. I normally don't chase women. It gives leverage to be manipulated or even hurt. But I know that you are not like that, so I will do it. And instead of being weird or creepy, I will do it in a lighthearted way. We have time. I think eventually you will see that I'm quite a catch. He finishes his words winking at me. Too late in the weird part. I deadpan and he laughs again. This guy is unflappable. Later he took me home. I was a little anxious thinking that he would try something at my apartment, but he only opened his arms and said, "Hug." No. Come on, don't I deserve a hug? He is not discouraged. It will also be a good test. About your emotions and all that. We can start small. I can't fault his logic. If you really don't want to do it. He starts to lower his arm like a sad puppy. Arg, fine. I decide to agree. Yes. He celebrates openly. Is he really not afraid of showing those reactions to me? That honest part seems to be true at least. He then slowly pulls me into his chest, his arms enveloping me. This is pretty good. He is really muscular beneath those loose clothes, shredded. He is warm too. His heartbeat is deep and calm. Wait. It is speeding up. Because of me? It's getting pretty fast and loud. He really likes me. Azarath Metrian Zithos. Azarath Metrian Zithos. Azarath Metrian Zithos. Third-person POV. Finally. Eidolon exclaims after his portal is successful. He has the right coordinates and everything is stable. He puts his head inside it and sees that is really what he is looking for. Finding the Mojo world was a more difficult task than he thought. Different from when he found Limbo and Svartalfheim. To save Ileana and Jane, the space fluctuations and the trails to the other dimension are long gone. His best clue, Psylocke's other body, was kidnapped months ago and she doesn't even know the exact location. He also didn't have much luck with the Ancient One in his library. So putting his abilities as a detective to use and some very useful powers to this situation, he finally found it. He researched every disappearance, he used Moody Blue's stand power and the all-seeing eyes of God countless times to pinpoint the locations, creating a web of the tracks that led to the Mojo world. Narrowing the area. And he finally did it. I'm a genius. He nods, happy with himself. Now, we can proceed. He first contacted the most interested in this whole thing, Psylocke. Telling her to get ready in an hour. He also contacted Ileana to pass the message to the X-Men. Shago said that she wanted to go to the next, out-of-the-world, mission. Hector warned that it would be boring but she didn't back down so he called her too. Should I take Raven? He considers this mission will be easy. It's more to show a certain ugliness of reality to the X-Men, and lower their faith in the professor's pacifist ways. I don't think she needs that. Seiko will also not have fun fighting the spineless ones either. In the end, he decided to take with him only Shadow, Rover, Groot, and Shago. And Cortana obviously. Not that he is underestimating the next enemy, he will never underestimate anyone. But he can analyze and recognize that compared with the previous cases, this will be relatively easier. Let's aim for that S+ score. He nods to himself before disappearing. He reappears at the X-Mansion with his group and Psylocke, who is being stared at by Shago like she owes her money. Is this leotard really necessary? Shago asks with a raised eyebrow. It is this body preference. Believe me, I prefer wearing much more layers of clothes. Psylocke answers. Internally, she is still Elizabeth Braddock, a British woman captain of the Royal Guard, not an Asian ninja. Their last meeting left a little of bad blood between them. But Eidolon is keeping an eye open and warns Psylocke to not mess with Shago. She is much stronger now, she only needs a reason to put her in her place. At the end of the day, Shago is a villain. It's not beneath her to inflict a little pain on people who annoy her, even for petty reasons. Idolin goes through all the trouble of knocking on the door of the mansion, as it dictates the protocol. Oh, Idolin. Enter, please. The one that greeted them is Dr. McCoy, aka the Beast. The kids are waiting for you. Excuse me then. The hero says as he enters the house and is guided by the Beast to the living room. There, he found a peculiar sight. This is more people than I expected. He says slowly, looking at the huge group. Basically, every X-Men older than 14 years, with the exception of Ileana, is ready to go. The hero pauses and holds his chin between his fingers, thinking deeply about something. The young people of the X-Mansion fidgeting under his gaze. You know what? You all can go. He eventually shrugs a shoulder and says, to the surprise of everyone. Seriously? Shago turns to him and asked. Are you sure about it, Idolin? Xavier also asks. The place is not dangerous, but by the little I know, it's big. So I think everyone will have the chance to rescue some people. It can be a good experience. Idolin says, I will just need to divide it in some groups. But I will do it after we arrive there. The professor has his misgivings, but the X-Men are excited. You can also come, Professor. If you want, of course. Idolin says calmly, I also warned you guys. It may not be pretty. And it is not a fun trip, act out of line and I will miniaturize you and put you in my pocket. The hero says to all of them. Can he do that? It sounds a little fun, really. Some of them whisper, but Idolin ignores them and makes appear a hollow screen. Before we go, allow me to pass the info of this mission. This one here is Psylocke. He starts, gesturing to the purple ninja lady. Everyone's attention turns to her, and some boys nod to themselves in appreciation, not that Idolin can blame them. Some days ago she came to me for help. She is not really herself. She switched bodies with another someone, so the one that you are seeing here is not her. Some exclamations of surprise are emitted from the small crowd. Now you must be wondering. What does this have anything to do with an interdimensional alien kidnapping people? Well, her body, with the other person inside, was the one kidnapped. After he says that, they understand. The other side kidnaps anyone, but it seems they took a liking for people with powers recently. Now let me talk about what we are gonna face. He finally turns to the hollow screen, making it change to show a different image from the SCP symbol. The screen shows some fat humanoid yellow slug-like creatures. Their appearances elicit only some mild reactions from the people around. After all, they are used to strange appearances, so it's not like they will gasp and puke at seeing something or someone ugly. Those are the spineless ones. Idolin reveals they live in a dimension adjacent to ours, and in some way, they are pretty miserable. But that doesn't absolve them from their crimes against us. It seems Idolin has little pity for those people, one would even go as far as to say that he despises them. He continues, in general, they don't have any exceptional qualities, but the same can be said to humans, so keep your guard up in case an exceptional individual appears. And talking about exceptional individuals. The holoscreen changes. It goes from showing the average spineless one to showing a specific one. This spineless one looks more menacing, with a crazy smile and some technological devices attached to his head. They can also see the spider-like chair beneath him, his prosthetic legs supporting his soft body. This one is called Mojo. By the way, the place where we are going is called Mojo World, so you guys can have an idea of who calls the shots there. Idolin explains. So he is their king? Jean asks. No royalty per se, but he controls the place. You see, a little backstory about this race. Their lives are not that easy. They are called spineless ones for a reason. Their lower body has zero strength and for a long time, anything they could do is crawl on the ground with their weak arms. They couldn't do much beyond crawl and survive. He then points to the image of Mojo in his prosthetic legs. That's why this guy, who is intelligent beyond his peers, has so much power. He created those legs, revolutionizing the world. Well, that is a good thing. Someone says. Yeah. Idolin slowly agrees, if he was not a bad guy. He is the kidnapper. I wouldn't have imagined. He has such an innocent smile. Rogue comments sarcastically, everyone can see Mojo's deranged smile. No one would want to get close to anyone smiling like that. Anyone with a smile like that should be put on a list. Every list. After a little chuckle of agreement, Idolin continues, another thing that you all should know is that this world has a strange connection with ours. The inhabitants, the spineless ones, received images of our TV directed in their brain. What? Almost everyone says simultaneously. I'm not sure how it works. I think their brainwaves are compatible and synchronized with our radio waves, but they received images and audios from us directed in their head. In a way, we shaped their entire culture. I guess Mojo got the inspiration for his inventions from us. They admire, fear, and despise us all the same. Despise us? Why? Kitty asks, confused, we did nothing to them. To paraphrase a book, they are in hell, looking at heaven. Idolin says with a sigh, they crawled through mud and filth while watching us living our perfect lives in TV shows. They started resenting us after envying us for too long. So is this guy kidnapping us in a twisted way of getting revenge? His inferiority complex is showing. Jean says. Probably yes. Idolin nods. I also think there are other reasons. I think he controls the others using his inventions and the entertainment of the shows that he creates with the humans he captures. Panem et circenses. Bread and circuses. Ororo shakes her head. He is a tyrant. Pretty much. I think that is all. The rest we will discover together. He shows some images he acquired when he scouted. It's a little funny that most of the places are strange versions of the United States. Look, Mojofornia. Everyone laughs. Imagine a place worse than our California. Spike jokes, seeing the familiar but still strange landscape. So to them, we are only America. Dust comments. And Bollywood. Well, they know us from movies and TV shows. Now I can't even blame them for hating us. America. They all joke in a good-natured way to ease the nerves. They are about to enter enemy territory. The Mojo world is completely oblivious to what is about to happen. In the Mojoverse, the base of operations of Mojo, the bigger-than-average, fat, spineless one moves frantically around his favorite place. His command center. His robotic legs make tack-tack sounds while he moves around like a hyperactive spider. The whole place is filled with monitors and wires. From top to bottom there is not one place that is not broadcasting a scene from somewhere else. Mojo moves like a madman, like an addict, from monitor to monitor. Looking at everything with bloodshot eyes. He doesn't want to miss anything. That's why he has hooks pulling his eyelids open, forcing him to always have his eyes open, to never blink. The majority of those screens broadcast scenes of his shows and programs. Humans and other races in the most diverse situations, all to entertain the masses. Gone was the era where they only glimpsed at human lives. Now they can watch from close. Much closer. All thanks to him. He is the director of everything and takes a lot of pride in doing so. Some of the screens still show Earth's TV. They capture the transmissions from beyond the dimensional walls. Those images are for Mojo only. He made sure that no one else could see them. This is modern Earth. This is new content that he will use in a better way. This is an inspiration. Earth changed. So Mojo decided to adapt too. He will make his own version better and bigger. His own creation will not lose to the boring original. How can it lose? Life doesn't have a script. It will never be as interesting as what he can do. When he controls everything. In one of the screens, a black-clad figure appears. The image is grainy, but it is obvious his charisma, his power. Mojo wants this actor too. He will take him from the competition and use him in a better way. But he knows that it will not be easy, so Mojo planned for months, and now. I'm prepared. He shouts with great fanfare like a showman, hands to the ceiling, sparks flying from his fingertips. He is not as oblivious as Idolin thought. Hello there. Thanks to Marvel Rivals, I pushed forward the development of Ileana and Psylocke. If only Marvel could give me more influence. Anyway, a fun thing that I noticed while writing this chapter. Raven's two famous love interest. Beast Boy and Damien. The goody and nice guy that adds some fun to her life. And the dark and brooding that combines with her. Hector is kinda the perfect fusion of the two, lol. Raven. Accept it. He is your soulmate. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 102, Welcome to the Mojo Show. Third person POV, well, here we are. Idolin declares while he, his people, the X-Men, and Psylocke arrive at the Mojo world. The group emerged high in the air, on a platform created by Idolin's powers. By experience, the hero knows that the sky is a good place to stay and observe. People rarely look up, after all. Not that different from Earth. Someone comments. We can breathe just fine. Oxygen is pretty common overall. Idolin says to them offhandedly while looking around, worlds like those are perfect, enough technology to facilitate my search but not advanced enough to pose a threat. With a flex of his will, he and Cortana invade the internet of this world. They connect themselves with the satellites and start snooping around for all relevant information. Cortana is fast enough that it only takes a few seconds for her to filter what is important. Idolin then organizes it just as fast. In the next few seconds, he makes appear some hollow screens on the air. Well, let's divide ourselves now. There are many locations that we need to go to rescue the slaves, but the main ones are the many studios and zoos around the world, the Colosseum, and the base of Mojo, which is also the biggest studio. He says while showing the images of the places, this world is only one big continent. Like the Pangea before being divided. He then starts pointing to each specific place. I, obviously, will go deal with Mojo alone. The Colosseum is the place with the high probability of you finding resistance, so the more direct fighters will go there. I can go there. Lady Jade interrupts with a raise of her hand. Fine. There's no reason to deny her request. I'm gonna distribute some wrist devices to all of you so that we can keep in touch. You just need to save the slaves and then activate the ejection button. It's as simple as it can get, almost casual. But there's really no need to overcomplicate a rescue mission like this one. They don't even need to worry about secret identities or collateral damage. Is that you? Eidolon turns to Psylocke and then points to a specific screen showing a woman with purple hair. The hair and some features are similar, but only that. Different from the Asian ninja Psylocke that stands in front of him, the woman, who apparently was forced into a similar sexy attire, or it by choice, is a white Caucasian female with an austere face, despite not losing in looks. But if asked, Eidolon would. Well, first avoid the question, but if pressed he will say that Asian Psylocke makes more his type. Yes, that's me. Finally, Psylocke shows some emotion, her eyes not leaving the screen while she stares at her long-lost face. Surprisingly similar. Kitty comments. Must be why their body swapped in the first place. Jean guess, as an Omega-level telepath, she can understand things more easily in this situation. She already felt that Psylocke was also an Esper/Psych meta. She doesn't know the specifics, but she is almost sure that the exchange of bodies was not random. Then you go there, like you, I bet she will be happy to see her old face. Eidolon nods to himself. He divides the groups, putting an older X-Men in charge of a batch of the young ones. In just a few seconds he devises a battle plan where they would attack fast and rescue the slaves and then move away just as quickly. Quick movement in the enemy territory is crucial during a mission like this one, and he wants them to understand that everything is a lesson to them. After efficiently passing the specifics for everyone to understand, Eidolon moved solo. He gave the information chewed enough that there was no chance of misunderstanding, one simple task for the group. At the same time, he separated himself in two, and kept his other self in the air to observe and protect the rest. After all, they are his responsibility now. And the ones like Dust, Mercury, Husk, Cannonball, Sunspot, Magma, Havoc, and the rest of the second-generation X-Men don't have field experience. They are just 1 or 2 years younger than Jean and Scott's group, but in those formative years, this difference is enough to make them worlds apart. They barely started growing a person, let's not talk about developing as a hero. Ileana tried to follow Eidolon, but he sent her with her senior, Shadow. The silent sidekick only gave a calm thumbs up in response. Now alone, this body of Eidolon, that wears his mantle, cuts the sky as he moves to the central point of this continent, world, and even universe. To the Mojo Studios. The Mojo Studios is easy to identify. It's a huge, mismatched, and dystopian amalgamation of anything and everything. If the studios of Hollywood stretch through a big area in a somewhat organized way, the studios of Mojo are messy and grow in all directions, even up. Like a beehive made of cubes. Those huge cubes being the film sets that Eidolon can easily see that are periodically added without much thought about the infrastructure. With a glance, Hector can see that Mojo has some compulsive and impulsive behavior. Each huge block has a different scenario inside, but there's no organization. Mojo probably has an idea, builds it, and then drops the film set on this huge infrastructure like how someone would put a Lego piece. He probably does everything alone too. Too arrogant and conceited to ask for other people's opinions. With just this first contact, Eidolon gauged Mojo's personality. I can already see that interacting with him will be a pain in the ass. He allows himself to sigh a little before speeding up. He uses his visual powers and super senses to check the living things inside that mess that Mojo calls studio. He saw everything inside and noticed the robots and slaves, which will make him hold back a little. He also easily finds Mojo in the central-most part of the structure, but he finds something even more interesting. Traces of magic, he frowns. Mojo is a sorcerer. He really doesn't have much knowledge about this specific and obscure X-Men villain. Well, even with this discovery, nothing changes in the end. And he doubts Mojo is a Sorcerer Supreme level threat. His face hardens, going full Eidolon mode. He changes directions of his flight and drops down at hypersonic speeds, zooming straight to the building. In the last seconds before hitting it, he becomes intangible and passes through the many film sets till he reaches the command center where Mojo is, bam. He does a superhero landing that shakes the whole structure, startling Mojo, his soft body jiggling like jello before he turns around to see the hero standing up slowly from the small crater. Eidolon. The spineless one exclaims, shocked. So you know me. Eidolon replies, if you already know of what I'm capable of, release all the slaves and dash, he starts demanding, not negotiating. Even if Mojo obeys his instructions he will still beat him up. Wait. 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 Did you just do a superhero landing? Damn it. I lost it. Did any camera capture the moment? Mojo ignores Eidolon and starts shouting and moving in all directions with his robotic spider legs. Even Eidolon is a little flabbergasted. The villain ignores the real issue and focuses on getting a great shot of his landing. That is some strange commitment. This is some Batman villain type shit. The hero shakes his head and doesn't waste more time. He disappears from his spot and dashes at, though without focus, Mojo at neck-breaking speeds, wanting to end things here and now. But something weird happens. He starts slowing down. Something is going against his movement. He immediately pays attention to identifying the problem. He noticed some parts of the floor shining brightly, some TVs hanging on the wall emitting a strange invisible wave. Kinetic dampeners. He speaks in a somewhat surprised voice. Bwahaha. Do you like it? I prepared specially for you. I knew that one day you would come. I just didn't expect that it would be so soon. Mojo declares, moving on the wall with his spider legs, taking distance from the hero. You made your research. Eidolon comments. Of course. I'm a big fan. Mojo declares proudly, I know everything about you. And you always say to be prepared, right? Now this is strange. This is really some Batman thing. Not only his obsession is strangely similar to the rogue gallery of Gotham, but Eidolon was just Batman Ed. He proved from his own medicine. Well, it was bound to happen at some point. He moves on quickly. Being a hero and working in the limelight, it is obvious that people would start creating countermeasures against him. He is prepared for that too. That's why he hides a lot of trump cards under his sleeve. Nothing is easy. He says while watching Mojo rambling about his invention. Then they activate when an object here reaches a certain speed. When you cross that threshold, the kinetic dampeners will emit a wave that solidifies the air, taking away the kinetic moves of the molecules. Basically, it locks space. Mojo brags. So if I limit my speed, I will be good. Hector identified the problem easily enough too. I knew that you would catch fast. That's why I will establish the limit as Mach 1. Those kinetic dampeners even stop his intangibility. After all, he really didn't disappear out of existence, it is just that his molecules vibrate at a certain frequency that makes him avoid all obstacles. Now Mojo's devices even successfully forced him to become tangible. But despite all that, Eidolon remains calm, analyzing his next move. He kept people around to stop me from destroying everything. That device on his head blocks telepathy too. And he uses magic. You know that this will only delay the inevitable, right? Eidolon asks after thinking for a while. In the end, despite complicating things, nothing can really stop him. Excellent. Then the show will last longer. Mojo shouts while opening his thin arms. Then the whole place starts rumbling, and the walls and floor start moving. A passage opens behind him where his robotic spider legs take him away. At the same time the environment blocks Eidolon. Come and get me, Eidolon. Mojo's face appears on all the TVs around the hero. Now starts the great game of hero and villain. Being broadcasted to all the world. Eidolon doesn't doubt him, he can see the cameras pointed at him. Cortana. He calls. You must have noticed, Master. Every time I hacked something, he instantly cut it from the main system. He apparently made a program to do that. His trusted AI reports. Mojo is not even trying to fight him for cyber dominance, he is cutting his losses at the first sign of hacking. He knows Eidolon too well. The hero sighs tiredly, it was just a quick rescue mission. Then he advances. All around the Mojo world, the countless TVs interrupt whatever they are transmitting to show Mojo's face. They can see him move fast, the camera showing the background over his shoulder being destroyed and covered by more layers of walls and force fields. Happy citizens of the Mojo world. I interrupt your transmission to an emergency and spontaneous show. Mojo speaks like a showman to engage the viewers. We are being invaded by heroes from Earth. Exactly. That Earth. He reveals, shocking the watchers. He points over his shoulder. The one pursuing me now is literally the greatest of them. Eidolon. Will he be able to surpass all the obstacles and reach me? Will I be able to escape? Stay tuned. He says while moving quickly away from the destruction behind him. He is literally putting his life in line for the content. It's almost respectable. In a twisted way. But that is what Mojo is, that is what he represents. Even as a villain, he is a fan of Earth and the heroes, but he is twisted. He is the representation of the toxic fans. A fan that is a hater, that wants things to go his way, that thinks he can do better, that always has some criticism, is never happy. He is the toxic fan base of Marvel Comics given form. Even the design. A couch potato. And, like the toxic fans, he doesn't shut up. Look at Eidolon moving. You can see that he is more than his powers, he really trained. But isn't his power level a little inconsistent? Shouldn't he be able to deal with me already with the feats he showed in the past? It's just because I'm saving the people from the studio. I will distract you till everyone is safe. Eidolon answers only in his mind. I mean, he has so many powers. Does he even keep track of all of them? What is the point of so many powers if he doesn't use them? Mojo continues to criticize him. This time Eidolon doesn't answer even in his mind. Never argue with haters, they have more free time than you, and it's impossible to convince them. They just wanted your attention, in a twisted way. So Eidolon will not engage. There are better ways to do things, Eidolon. For example. But he can't deny that annoys him a little. While Eidolon allows himself to be annoyed by Mojo, the other heroes of Earth continue with their mission. On a certain isolated area, normally used to film big action sequences, a trio of girls landed, after being carried there by a big beast. I will learn how to fly myself. Ileana says as much to the others as to herself. She is now wearing the most standard version of her new attire. A black feminine armor with some red details, and a headdress. She could very well be really talking with herself because the other two are not great talkers. Shadow and X-23 jump from Rover's back a little later. Eidolon wanted the three to get along, but things were a little awkward, so they focused on the mission at hand instead of socializing. Looking around they notice the scenario, it's like a huge city that was modeled to be a prop for a movie. They can see a train that simply goes around without destination, some small mountains, some covered in snow, buildings of the most varied styles, many cars stopped at the side. Creepy place. Ileana comments as they walk into the city. The empty streets and buildings create an eerie atmosphere. Is this place really empty? She starts second-guessing herself. No. But to her surprise Shadow finally answers, leading them to a certain area. After walking left and right through the fake city, they finally reach a separate place that appears to exist for the sake of storage. The layout features huge warehouses properly spaced, most are closed, but workers are filling some, revealing diverse materials inside. From clothes to airplanes. And even humans. The ones moving things inside and out look human, but the three notice that they move strangely unnaturally. Some look miserable and appear to be prisoners, held in cages, while others work without changing expressions. Mind control. Brainwashing. Ileana tries to guess, the three hiding to observe and have a proper idea of the situation. X-23 growls at her side, but she doesn't understand what she means. Maybe she doesn't like brainwashing. It is Shadow that answers the question, not human. She says simply and in an emotionless voice. Not human. Ileana thinks hard about what she means. Are the ones working not humans? Or is it mixed? If it's mixed, things will get complicated. She sighs, differentiating friend from foe will make the mission problematic. As she is thinking that, Shadow once again speaks one word while pointing in a certain direction, leader. Ileana's eyes move to where she is pointing to see a tall woman wearing a silver helmet, but the more eye-catching feature is the fact that the woman has 6 arms. The melee weaponry close to her also makes some memories resurface in Ileana's mind. Despite not being a centaur, this woman remembers her of Necrosis, the spirit of corruption, one of Belasco's subordinates. I'm gonna deal with her. Ileana says without allowing a response. She then turns to her company of mission, shall we go? When thinking about it. Why are they acting stealthily again? You know. They're good at it. X-23 has the skills, Ileana can teleport around without being noticed, and there's not even a need to talk about Shadow. But they're strong, they should simply attack head-on. Shadow stops the eager Ileana and points at her. You. Save. She says in a no-nonsense tone. What? I called dibs on that 6-armed woman. You save. Portal. Shadow doesn't back down. Ileana glares at her, acting as menacing as she can. But Cassandra is Eidolon's sidekick. She will not be intimidated by a 12-year-old girl, it doesn't matter what kind of experiences she had. Cassandra has just as bad a past too. You. Save. Shadow pokes Ileana's armored chest. The two stare at each other, Shadow's calm half-lower uncovered part of her face against Ileana's full-face snarl. And eventually, Ileana is the one that takes a step back. TCH, whatever. She turns her head away after clicking her tongue. She can understand the logic behind Shadow's words and she also doesn't want to appear childish in the middle of an important mission. What if Shadow rat her out to Eidolon? He would be disappointed, right? After all that talk about not being a kid, she can't be caught acting like one. I'm gonna save the ones that are imprisoned while you all create a distraction. Ileana gives some instructions to regain some ground. Shadow doesn't contest her decision and just nods. X-23 on the side doesn't look like she is thinking deeply about anything. When they tell her to attack, she will attack. In some ways, she is not that different from Rover. And Rover just received the order. Cassandra pats his head as a signal and he opens his mouth while gathering energy inside. Shadow uses him like a weapon, even pointing him to where he wants to shoot. Boom. The energy blast hits an open warehouse with only items, exploding it to smithereens. The objective of attracting attention is achieved as everyone who is not a robot turns to see what happened. Spiral, the six-armed woman, also turns around while taking her weapons. As she turns around she feels a chill. Shadow is already behind her, snaking between her armpits and going straight for her head and neck. The triangle chokehold was applied masterfully in the split second that Spiral attention was on the explosion. Cassandra is good enough to consider the extra arms and doesn't hold back. She is aiming to make her opponent unconscious in a second by removing her air supply mercilessly. She also hit some points of Spiral's elbows with her knuckles to give her some cramps and weaken her arms. The execution is excellent and Cassandra didn't underestimate Spiral. Any other similar opponent would have fallen right there and the battle would have ended, but Shadow doesn't have all the information. Swish swish. Spiral arms glows in a yellow light and Shadows jumps back flipping till she is at a safe distance. Sorcery. She says in a low voice after observing Spiral's energy attacks. She jumped back because of the uncertainty of the effects of the magic. While Cassandra is analyzing her, Spiral doesn't waste time. Her arms move in a strange pattern and some magic attacks fly at Shadow. On the side, X-23 and Rover are attacking the plethora of slaves. In the Mojo world there are slaves and slaves. The last one means exactly how the word is used on Earth, people being forced to do some labor without payment or freedom. Those people are the kidnapped ones, mostly the ones without abilities, good appearance, or anything that can make them valuable to the shows. Now, there are slaves. Those are robots created as images of the demons in their visions, the humans. A certain spineless one scientist created those androids to help the spineless ones with their lives and use the image of humans in a way to lower their fear of the human race. X-23 and Rover are now killing the slaves. After paying attention is not that hard to separate the two kinds. The android slaves don't have very good combat power, they are simply more resistant than normal people and unafraid of pain and death. Their sheer numbers are also significant. In a world ruled by a single person, resources can be allocated at will. There is also no waste in useless things like wars in the Mojo world. But X-23 adamantium claws and Rover's heavy attacks easily dispatched those android slaves. The poor soulless androids are not even equipped with weapons. They only know how to fight based on the choreography of movies and TV shows. Ileana also completes her task, albeit disgruntled. She opens a portal big enough for a car to pass inside the prison of the slaves. Let's go. You are free now. She emerges from the portal and urges everyone to enter the portal. But to her surprise, they don't move, appear to be in a state of shock. Some even move away from her fearfully. She doesn't know, but the people are under heavy mental torture for a long time. A producer would try to create some authentic feelings on their shows, right? Mojo obviously tried that. With surprised escape challenges, survival challenges, forced into dangerous situations. Sometimes things similar to what is happening right now happened before. Someone coming to save them only to be a prank in the end. Once bitten, twice shy. Come on, people. Run. Ileana can't understand why they are making things difficult though. But no one moves. Ileana is about to use force. After all, they will discover her good intentions later anyway, but she stops herself halfway through. Maybe that is not the right way. Even without the full backstory, with one glance anyone can see that they are living subpar lives. Ileana puts into practice the anger management sessions with Dr. Harley Quinn and takes a deep breath. Don't worry everyone, I'm here. You are all safe now. She forces herself to smile, talking with them softly but with confidence, trying to replicate how Eidolon does this. She approaches a woman to help her to her feet and shows, not only with her words, her good intentions. Hi. But she barely takes 2 steps before the woman recoils like she just hit her. Ileana's patience dries at that moment. She stares at everyone before flipping the switch. Ah, for fuck's sake. Move, you fuckers. Or do you want to die now? Huh. She shouts, her foul mouth making another appearance after a long time. She makes her sword appear and points at the slaves. If I wanted you dead, you would be dead. Move. Move. She moves around, conducting the prisoners like a flock of sheep. She is even poking them. In the end, it was not the ideal but she got the job done, moving everyone away. Her anger management sessions still have a long way to go. Back to the fight of Shadow versus Spiral, the conflict ended pretty abruptly. After observing Spiral's way of attack, Shadow understood that her enemy uses the movements of her 6 arms to conjure her magic. She also checked that there were no hidden effects that could be dangerous to her. Then she goes to end things fast. She uses her super speed to attack Spiral, dodging the energy projection attacks, all the slashes and balls of energy hitting nothing. Cassandra goes for a tackle but is something hard to do when your opponent has 6 superior limbs. Spiral prepares her weapons. It's impossible to Cassandra dodge all of them. But Cassandra has no intention of dodging them. She goes straight ahead. And becomes intangible. The weapons phase through her in a harmless way. She didn't use them before because she doesn't know how the magic energy emitted by Spiral would interact with her intangibility. Remember, even if you become intangible, you still exist. Certain things can still affect and touch you. You're not invincible, Eidolon's lesson surfaces in her mind, but you also can use it as a weapon. I think you are talented enough to do what I'm about to teach you. Whoosh. Shadow tackles Spiral, but her body goes through the six-armed woman in a harmless way too. Shadow dashes through her and stops some meters away from her opponent. Spiral was confused by the non-attack, but suddenly it hit her. Blearg. She drops to the ground on all fours, all eights. And pours the contents of her stomach out. Shadow approaches her silently, her fist raised and coated in darkness. She at least waits for Spiral to empty her stomach before thud hitting her on the head. Done. She nods to herself, seeing her opponent unconscious, laying on her own vomit. What she did before was alter the frequency of her intangibility, or it would be better to say that she altered the frequency of how her molecules vibrate, just in the right way to affect the fragile and sensitive ear organs and bones in Spiral's head. The effect was even better than she expected. She was hoping that Spiral would lose her sense of balance and the impossibility of using her weird dance to attack, but the woman lost all her battle power instead. The only downside is that is gross. She comments while stepping away from Spiral. The group of Jean, Sunspot, and Banshee arrived at a weird place of interest. It seems that Eidolon sent them to a laboratory where they make experiments on humans. Probably the least favorable place to visit in this world, but he thinks Jean can deal with it, as the most mentally mature of the X-Men. Sunspot and Banshee are good support to her because of their destructive powers and ability to fly. Eidolon already predicted that there's not much to save here. So they will just need to destroy this place. But Jean still needs to make sure. She advances, fingers on her temples as she concentrates on feeling someone's, distressed mind. At her side, Banshee shouts and destroys many android slaves. Sunspot opens the way through some thick walls with his heat powers. They walk through this seemingly inconspicuous building only to discover that there's more underground. I'm already not liking this. Roberto da Costa, aka Sunspot, comments seeing the huge elevator that heads down. I think I saw a horror movie that started like this. Sean Cassidy, aka Banshee, tries to add a little humor to the situation but is hard. The elevator appears to be used to carry heavy loads. It is rustic and dark, not giving a reliable feeling. We have no other choice. Jean steps on it. Ugh, this is a cattle elevator. Sunspot says, recognizing the style. Then is that how the kidnapped humans felt? Jean comments darkly, in an almost depressing tone. And it only gets more depressing the more they see. They stopped at each floor, only to return to the elevator disappointed and with grim faces. Jean, who saw some of the labs of the anti-mutant groups, can assuredly say that here is even worse. As is impressing it seems, the mutant haters treated their prisoners better. The difference between species. Jean says after looking through the open bodies of some kids, shutting her eyes to take a deep breath. But this is too much. Roberto almost throws up. No human rights here. Sean shakes his head, his eyes glassy. They don't even give us the courtesy of dignity. Jean centers herself with another deep breath and turns around to go back to the last level. I will enjoy burning this place when we leave. Robert says while following her. She thinks that the idea is good, a pity she can't burn anything. The last floor finally has something different. It finally looks like they're trying to someone imprisoned instead of just casually keeping them here after mutilating their bodies. After destroying the last of the android slaves, they find a huge double door. They must keep their valuables here. Roberto says. Maybe the results of their research. Sean tries to guess. Keep your guard up, it can be dangerous. Jean remembers them. The android slaves' low-level threat relaxed them a little, but dangerous things are more dangerous when you less expect. Sunspot. Right away. Sunspot approaches the door and puts his hands on it, heating the metal that quickly gains a red-yellow hue, and starts melting, a door-sized hole slowly appearing as the metal falls on the ground like clay. Jean uses her telekinesis to clear the path from the melted metal and the three walk inside. There they find only one person. It looks human but he is much taller than normal, almost 3 meters tall. It's a thin man with a long combo of brown hair and a beard, covering almost all of his head. You can barely see his eyes through his thick eyebrows. Jean narrows his eyes looking at the bound man. His mind. She can't read his mind, but she feels that he is not human. He is more like a native. A spineless one. She tilts her head. It doesn't look like it, but is what her telepathy is showing to her. Exactly. The man answers, and you are really humans. First time I've seen your kind not in chains. And I wouldn't call myself a spineless one either. You. How? Jean asks. It's an exoskeleton. Made at your image. The man answers, my name is Arise, a scientist of my people. Marvel Girl. Jean gives the courtesy of saying her codename even though she barely uses it. If you guys can use this, why are you all still on those weird spider chairs? Sunspot asks while gesturing to the men. Misguided pride and prejudice. Arise answers. That's the name of a book. Jean has some useless thoughts but focuses quickly, seeing that you are here, imprisoned. I can guess that you are not on good terms with Mojo. Arise chuckles dryly, you can say that. We had conflicting views about the future of our species. I wanted us to do more, to be more. That's why I designed those exoskeletons so that we can live the world without limitations, but they are happy in being helped, coddled. He sighs, maybe it's partially my fault too. I'm the one who designed the android slaves, I was the one who first spoiled them. But Mojo, he corrupted them. He doesn't want anyone able to go against him, he wants them weak. So I was painted as a villain, a traitor of my own race. As someone ashamed of it. You don't know him, but he knows how to spin a narrative. The trio observes in silence Ari's speech. His words shed some light on the history of this universe. I see. Well, we are just here to rescue our fellow humans. Good luck with whatever you want. Jean finally says and turns around to her companions, let's go. The two male teens look at her strangely, but she is already moving away. Let's go. She repeats herself. Jean. She only speaks again in the elevator, after they cannot see our eyes anymore. That guy created the androids. He absolutely experimented with humans. He is not a good person. Exclamation point. Did you remember some floors where things look too big? That's for him. This is his lab. She explains her line of thought. All those fucked experiments are at least started by him. She is not so naive that she will immediately pity a prisoner. And not only because RI seems to be an enemy of Mojo, doesn't mean he is a good person and an ally. Things are never so black and white. Rumble. Called it. Jean whispers while looking up, the whole place is trembling and the lights are flicking. Let's get out here. You are the boss, ma'am. They won't contest her words anymore. Time to do their part and escape while raining destruction around this cursed place. Everyone has similar experiences, with some differences. Some only find normal people, others find people of interest even though they don't know it. Like Kitty that saves Dazzler and Wind Dancer from the concert zone. Cyclops rescued a little boy called Desmond, who one day will be known as Fauna. Rogue beat the crap of a cocky guy called Local before saving him. And Shago is now stepping on a robot created by Mojo called Oni Queen. Boring, well, he warned me. She shrugs. As Eidolon said, coming here is not any challenge, so she can't complain. Let's save those suckers and go back. She walks to the back of the Colosseum to do her task. Eidolon is also having a boring time. Asterisk boom asterisk bam crack. His eyes are serene as he advances while destroying the obstacles. In his hand is the anti-magic heavy sword that is swung by his strong arm. Anything that Mojo puts in front of him is swiftly dealt with a simple swing of his arm. The huge amorphous structure that is Mojo Studios moves like the stomach of a beast that wants to devour Eidolon, the film sets moving like parts of a Rubik's Cube, each part destroyed being replaced by another in an instant. But is all destroyed pretty easily as Eidolon flies calmly, almost bored. The many magic traps and devices are also easily dealt with, the anti-magic sword doing quick work of it. Tower guns, barriers, lasers, explosions, environmental magic, the android slaves. Everything only needs one swing. Swish swish. Left and right, like he is playing table tennis with those dangerous things thrown at him. Look at that. A new weapon from Eidolon. What can it be? Mojo continues to speak to the viewers as he is pursued. He has been running his mouth for a long time already, it seems that is something good against magic. Eidolon really has a counter to everything. Bam, a nasty black flying slash almost hits Mojo but he teleported away to another part of the building. That is one of the reasons that he is still alive. He can teleport. His spider legs allow him to move in a three-dimensional way, he controls the whole building, it has many traps and other defenses, and he can teleport too. Eidolon is taking it easy so that he do not destroy this whole thing, and not scare Mojo away. He still needs to save the people inside too. After that and when everyone finishes their missions, he can end this facade. How long, Cortana? He asks in his mind. Almost. Everyone is being successful on their tasks. Good. I'm almost rescuing everyone too. Left and right, he continues to leisurely destroy everything. He still can't move at top speed because of the kinetic dampeners. I'm gonna punch that jelly face so hard when I'm done here. Hector keeps his calm when thinking about the beautiful future of him destroying Mojo. So, Eidolon. Interview time. Mojo suddenly declares, and there's even some sound effects, like he is announcing another part of a show. No. Don't be like that. The public wants to know. Mojo talks like Idolin is not trying to kill him, teleporting away from a magic attack from Idolin himself. Who is your love interest? Silence. Huh? Is Huntress? I heard that you with Invisible Woman are pretty popular. Swish, another flying slash and another teleport. Idolin's attacks get heavier, the restriction on his movement straining his body, but he continues. Myself, personally, I'm a pretty big fan of you with Shadow. Mojo says. Hey, what is the problem? Just because she is a little young. She looks up to you. It's only natural that those feelings will develop. Do you want another someone to take the fruits of your labor training her? Mojo shouts while spitting. Stop talking like I'm grooming her. Another attack and a good chunk of the building is obliterated. I didn't say that. But she is the most similar to you. And I prefer her than shipping you with Lady Jade at least. What is the problem with Lady Jade? Even Idolin is curious now. She looks like the type that doesn't like you for real and is only interested in what you can provide for her. That bitch. Mojo says with venom. Boom. Yeah, she looks the type. Idolin's eyes are cold, his body leaking darkness as he stares at Mojo, but she is not like that. You are being led by her. Idolin doesn't deign him with an answer and speeds his efforts to evacuate everyone. Just a few more seconds. Maybe I can shade some light in your eyes, Idolin. I have a guy that can seduce her. I already sent him to Dash. Rumble. Mojo finally shuts up. The whole world shut up when Idolin finally gets murderous. The wave of maliciousness directly struck him, causing his spineless body to shiver like jelly in a hurricane. He just received images from Cortana, and his dark eyes show that he is not happy. Yeah. Just enter the flying things and we will take you out there. Lady Jade nonchalantly directs the gladiators to the flying shuttles prepared by Idolin. She is not even looking at them, checking her nails while they move. Luckily this batch is more strong-willed than most, so she doesn't need to threaten anyone. Excuse me, who are you? She hears a male voice addressing her. Your savior. Just enter the little ship and we can go away. She continues to stare at her nails. But what about Mojo? The voice asks, unsure. Someone is dealing with him. Shago continues to answer without a care. Her attitude doesn't pass any credibility, so the voice continues urgently, you don't understand. You can't underestimate him. Dude, shut up. We are saving you, so just act like a damsel in distress and don't interrupt. Shago gets annoyed and answers while finally turning around. But she notices something strange when she finally looks at that individual. Longshot is a handsome blonde meta with strange powers, and one of those strange powers that makes Shago frown. What did you do with me? She takes a step back while clutching her head and chest. I need you to listen to me. Mojo can't be beaten that easily. We need to make a plan. Longshot continues, now sure that she will listen. He has a power that makes women, and even men, fall in love with him at first sight. As a secondary effect of his super luck, that comes from his probability manipulation. He is a successful actor and stuntman here in the Mojo world. Mind control shouldn't work. Shago gives another step back while her face crunches in confusion. Her mind is a mess, and images of Hector are flashing through it while he looks at this guy. This is unnatural. Then hell descends on Earth. The skies of the Mojo world get dark as an earthquake hits everywhere. Everyone stops what they're doing to brace themselves, the more perceptive ones just crouch down and waited for it to end, fearful. To Shago's eyes, things happened in slow motion, even though it was only 2 seconds. She watches the space behind Longshot distorting as the other Idolin emerges, his eyes screaming murder. He moved with such brutality that he left a trail of destruction and chaos behind him. His hand grabs the head of Longshot without saying a word. And without saying a word, it ends. Longshot never had the chance to explain himself, to say that he has no ill intent, to say that he is sorry. He feels the adamantium grip on his head, his eyes turning to meet Idolin's shining in a red light, and boom, he explodes. That's it. Idolin appears, grabs him, and explodes him. Turning Longshot in pink mist that moves in the air together with smoke and dirt. Even after being released from the unnatural seduction, Shago's mouth hits the floor. This is that hidden side of Hector that she hadn't seen in a long time. Maybe she never saw it personally either. There's no side of the reasonable and understanding Hector. The calm and gentle Hector that has a big heart that can accept everything in the world. It was only efficient murder. She thought that he got even more soft after coming back from the One Piece world and having children. Good guy Hector is the rule now, she thought. She was wrong. He only kept it under wraps, gulp, she can't deny that it was quite the show. The brutality of it, the coldness. He didn't say a witty line or anything. Just murdered the guy that did something strange to her. It's kinda hot. Are you okay? He approaches. Her heart swells seeing the murderous look being replaced by a worried and gentle one. I am good. I think I was having a panic attack. She hugs him. He was making you love him with his powers. He says, hugging her back. You. It would never work. Now she understands. But he was not able to erase him from her heart, so there's a fight there. He nods, we can consider this unpleasant experience a good experiment. Later we are gonna check you. He says while hugging her tighter. Okay. She nods, enjoying his hard body and mojo. Dead but breathing. He says in a cold voice. Vermin. Eidolon spats. He stopped in the air. Oh. Are we gonna see a rage moment? I love those. Mojo exclaims exhilarated. I told in a certain interview that there's no prize in making me angry. Eidolon speaks slowly. He rescued everyone, now he is free to go all out. Ha 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 ha. Let's make it great. Mojo opens his arm and everything trembles. The building surrounding Eidolon recedes and opens, finally allowing the hero outside. He continues to hover in the air while Mojo prepares himself. The giant blocks that are film sets move around Mojo, creating something different. At the same time, a strange type of energy starts flowing at him through the many cables and wires. He is empowering himself with the people watching. Feeding on their thoughts. Eidolon understands everything pretty easily by observing everything with his all-seeing eyes of God. This is not a rare technique, sorcerers use all kinds of energy to empower themselves. Even feelings over something. It likes faith and worship in certain media. Mojo is getting pretty strong with the billions of spineless ones that watched him every day, all the time. Let's go. Eidolon. The huge Mojo made of blocks shouts to the sky, he is the size of a mountain, shining like the night sky because of the many TVs empowering him. Eidolon simply raises his arm holding his anti-magic sword. Mojo attacks by opening his mouth and preparing a beam attack. Eidolon's body emits darkness, and when his arm drops, that darkness engulfs the world, eclipsing the shiny energy beam attack. B-O-O-O-O-O-M-M-M-M. After the explosion of the contact, everything goes silent, like the crash consumed even the sound. Eidolon is angry enough that he does not even make references like saying, I am atomic, or Mujetsu. He simply attacked. His attack not only cut Mojo's beam but dispersed it too. The blade attack is akin to a nuclear explosion hitting the ground, the space explodes in a circular manner before it was not able to contain the power, and a pillar of energy shoots to the sky, then the pillar starts growing in size, consuming the area and flattening everything. The region becomes a desert land, devoid of everything. Light, sound. Good job, everyone. Let's go back. Eidolon claps his hand to the X-Men before turning to the rescued people, we will find your homes or new places to stay after we go back. He gives a look to the two Psylocks, a look that says that he would exchange them back later. They nod, there are a lot of people of other people that nod too. Dozens of thousands. He already healed the pens that are on the verge of death but he knows that is not enough. The emotional and psychological torture is the worst thing to heal. You are about to have a busy day, Eidolon. Jean laughs at him. Field work is so much easier. He shakes his head with a good-natured expression. Can you guys go ahead? I need to tie some loose ends here. Are you gonna check on that RI's guy? Jean asks. She already told him about that and is waiting for him to make a decision. More or less. Now with Mojo gone, I will try to make sure that there will be no more kidnappings. He says in a calm tone. Oh, so you are gonna teach the next generation or something? Kitty asks besides Dazzler, her new friend. She makes friends easily. Eidolon only nods. Shago gives him a look but says nothing. Eidolon watches everyone leave through the portal, disappearing before the portal is closed. He stops waving and his eyes harden like steel. He disappears from his place and moves to somewhere else. In an unknown part of the Mojo world, Mojo himself crawls on the ground, all wounded and on the verge of death but still with his crazy smile on his face. Haha cough asterisk cough that was awesome. I knew he was the best. He says between coughs filled with blood. He teleported away in the last moment but even so, he almost died. But he will not live for long. He stops when someone lands in front of him. He looks up to see Eidolon staring down at him coldly. Hello, Eidolon here to arrest me. Hee hee cough you really don't fail. But he is only stared down. Haha, this is so you. The silence. Eidolon finally speaks. I thought about saying some lines like, humans are not yours to take, but I'm not in the mood. You and your race are truly disgusting, Mojo. There's not one redeemed one here. I checked. Heh, so what? We just live differently. The problem appears when you mess with my home. Now even Mojo noticed that there was something dangerous going around here. He watches terrorized as Idolin's hair appears to recede and becomes dark and curly. His mask also recedes, his mantle disappears, and the spiral symbol on his chest too. You. What are you doing? Mojo asks with his mouth agape in shock. Idolin is a paragon of virtue. A noble hero. But Hector is human. And we know humanity's potential to be evil. Hector says, showing his face to Mojo. Idolin doesn't show his face. No. That is wrong. Mojo gets angry. As a fanboy, he can't accept such a huge out-of-character moment. Idolin is not here anymore, Mojo. Hector says slowly and then sighs, I knew this day would come, at least we'll be with a bunch of vermin like you. You all failed evolution anywhere. Mojo now understands. But he can't still form the words to voice his thoughts. You all should stay crawling on the filth. Hector shows disgust, a face that Idolin would not show. Boom. Then he takes off. He goes through Mojo, but not intangible. He turns Mojo into mist, ending the villain for good. And he doesn't stop there. He finally will let loose. He speeds up and speeds up. The air catches fire and the wind moves with enough speed to uproot trees, the shockwave spreading around the region, making mountains tremble and skyscrapers crumble. He goes to a city, and in an instant, he is out there. But behind he left a trail of destruction. The spineless ones that are enjoying their debauched lives don't even have the time to scream before they are vaporized. He speeds up again, hurricanes and tempests are formed. And this is simply him flying. If someone looked up, they would clearly see his path shining because he was burning everything in his path. They would also see that he is writing something on the scorched earth of this continent. Idolin. An autograph to his fans. Written with their blood, the paper is their home and his hand movement's destruction. He doesn't leave a stone unturned, he doesn't allow a blade of grass to remain upright, and he destroys everything, genocide. This is what he is doing. Plain and simple genocide of sentient beings. But he doesn't care. They are all enemies that treated his species as toys. They are irreconcilable. Everything he saw confirmed that to him. And he doesn't want to come back here every 6 months to rescue another someone, he knows they will never stop. Being merciful now would be too cruel to the poor unsuspecting people who will be kidnapped in the future. The things he saw, he doesn't wish on anyone. Eventually, he finishes with all life on the planet and moves up, to outer space. Before going down like a shooting star. Boom. He goes through the planet and destroys it like a sand castle, the core exploding because of what he did when passed there. It becomes cosmic dust, cosmic trash floating. Idolin floats there too. Silently. He is completely unharmed and this whole act was easy for him. Cortana. What kind of face I am making right now? He asks his AI. You are expressionless, master. She answers, unsure if it's the right answer, or what he wants to hear, but she can't lie to him. I see. His hand goes to his face. Now is proven that he can make the hard decisions when he needs them, he is really simultaneously trailing the two paths, that's good. A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it, make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 103, Teaching and Learning. Third-person POV, why didn't Idolin bring us to the mansion? Jubilee asks while sitting on a rock in this huge clearing. To not give away the location of the mansion, of course. Jean answers while observing the dozens of thousands of people around, most of those are adults and not metas. They will go back to their lives. No need to get involved with all of them. Scott adds, it would be dangerous to us and to them. I feel a little bad that I can't do much to help. Kitty comments from her spot beside Dazzler. The X-Men watch Lady Jade going around checking on people, and doing Idolin's work while he is not here. After they arrived in this open space, she called for some machines that looked like ATMs that were delivered by some huge drones. Those machines can identify the people around them so that they can find their homes. They can give any information and then it would access the database of all the countries around the world. Face recognition, DNA, name. They can even make a quick search to see the news of their disappearing cases and check their families. They can even call or text them. Shago is going around the ones that appear to have some problems. The ones with memory loss, catatonics, too young, too old. Dang, 12 years ago. Unlucky, she comments after taking a picture of a young man who seems to have been kidnapped as a toddler. Don't worry, your parents are still alive. She says while checking her wrist device. This is boring as fuck. She is already tired, this is what I gain from trying to be helpful. When she saw the portal that they used to drop here activating again, she almost ran away from this task. Eidolon emerges from the portal calmly and looks around, his eyes falling on the X-Men. Still here? I thought you guys would call the Blackbird or something. We are waiting to see if any of the rescued would like to join the mansion. Jean answers. I see. He nods. Why don't you do this way? Let the people go back to their families, but I will give you guys the address of the metas so that you can visit them later. This can work. Jean accepts. Great. I need a bath. Jubilee says. You guys can come with us. Kitty talks with Dazzler and Wind Dancer. It seems that they are already friends. On the side, Eidolon approaches Ileana. I heard that you cooperated well with Shadow. Hector comments. Ileana keeps her silence, not knowing where this talk will go. Good job. He pats her head. I know that is hard, but sometimes the best action is inaction. She nods with a grunt. Go back, later this week I will look for you for more training. He instructs, I can bring you to fight some villains if you are still bitter for not doing much. He assures her. Hey, what about us? Psylocke approaches together with Psylocke. Eidolon takes a good look at them. They are surprisingly similar, too similar. He even searches his brain to try to remember if one is from a parallel universe or not. You two are so similar that I thought that you would figure out a way to change back alone. Eidolon says it would be a more secure solution. But okay, I can help with it. He remembers that statistically everyone has at least 5 or 6 doppelgangers around the world, so he stopped thinking about it. But the fact that they are even almost similar in powers is a little intriguing. Are your powers always like this? He asks. No. Elizabeth Braddock is the one who answers. I had telepathic powers and precognition. The psychic constructs I acquired on this body. I was able to use telepathy after getting this body. The other Psylocke says. I see. So it equalized. Maybe it was a blessing in disguise. There's a high chance that you two will keep the other's power after switching back. He comments before extending his hand. Let's start. Don't worry, it will only take a second. A raise of his hand and a twist of his fingers is all he needed to make the exchange. The two Psylocke stiffen for a moment before relaxing, already checking her bodies. I'm back. Elizabeth Braddock looks at her body, mostly at her attire and at the other Psylocke, because the two are very similar. The other is silent, but there's relief in her eyes while checking herself. Now you can go back to your old life. Eidolon says to Elizabeth before turning to the other, and what about you? Do you have a name beyond Psylocke? Somewhere to return. Asian Psylocke looks at Eidolon suspiciously, different from the other. She doesn't know him, only that he helped. I was called Quan Non. Another codename. Okay. He doesn't press the issue. From what I heard, Ms. Braddock here was undercover inside the Hand, so you work for them, right? The Hand is one of the most disgusting evil organizations that are in my sight. Eidolon says they are lucky that they are equally pathetic and not a priority, but I know that one day they will overstep. Quan Non continues to only stare at him silently, her body tensing. By his word, maybe Eidolon will not let her go today. His gaze is also very intimidating. She tenses even more when she notices his arm moving under his mantle. He can be doing anything under there. She is almost attacking first. A good hit on his neck would do the job, right? She has a deceptive big range because of her psyche blades. Wanna work for me? Eidolon suddenly asks while extending his hand to her. On his hand, there's a small device shaped like a medallion with the symbol of the SCP on it. I know of the Hand methods, so there's a chance that you are working to them for the lack of option and a better perspective. I hope the years away from them changed your mind and you can decide to abandon this lifestyle. The hero says. From the side everyone is staring at it. To the X-Men is the first time she sees someone being recruited, with the exception of Jean who was offered another option in the past. The scene is surprisingly similar, she noticed. Shago on the other hand, is glaring holes at the back of Hector's head, but he is doing his best to ignore it for now. Work for you. Quan Non looks between him and the medallion-like device in his hand. Yes, but don't worry that I will not ask for an immediate answer. Eidolon reaches for her hand naturally and puts the device on it. In a few days back on this world you will understand what I do and you can make your decision. Just press the button if you want to talk. The pay and benefits are pretty good. He jokes. You guys are being paid. Jubilee and Tabitha shout from the side, but they stop after being elbowed in her ribs by Dune who is in the middle of the two. Ignoring the comedic moment, Quan Non looks at the device before looking at Eidolon again. I will think about it. He nods before turning around, without pressing the issue. HMPF, where will she put it with those clothes? Shago comments while walking by her side. He wisely doesn't engage because he knows Shago's secret superpower of using his words to attack him. And just made a move in an Asian hot babe, even if it's not like that. He already gave her enough ammunition. The hero then makes the courtesy of opening a portal back to the mansion before turning to the many rescued people. Crackling his knuckles, he prepares himself to speedrun this boring job. He will check their body and mental health, and other things. Field work is so much easier. Different from the operation against the anti-metas groups organized by Eidolon in the past, it was impossible to keep things under wraps because of the sheer quantity of people rescued. And most of them are not metas that would keep their mouth shut. They are also not invisible humans to the rest of the world. They still have loved ones looking for them. The great number of missing people reappearing attracted the attention of the police and media, and only a few days later people were already aware of almost everything that happened. It is a hot topic that Eidolon, together with a group of metas, rescued them from another dimension where they are suffering unspeakable torture. If Eidolon predicted all that, and is this the reason that he insisted on taking the X-Men with him, is unknown, but no one can deny that the result is pretty favorable to the metas in general. It's like he said during that talk with Magneto and Xavier. When there is a common enemy, it's easy for humanity to come together. And alien tyrants and invaders are the best ones to take up this role. Now they know that there are scary things out there that the police and government can't protect them from, so they can only rely on the people with powers. The metas. Eidolon talked about it, but suffering it personally put things in perspective. It's also good that Eidolon continued with the good work around the world. Please return everything that you took. Eidolon says calmly while he hovers down. The two robbers that invaded this open marriage to make a quick heist stop on their tracks. His sudden appearance has an immediate effect on the mood of the place. The victims relax visibly while the robbers get nervous. Stealing from a happy occasion, so scummy. The hero shakes his head and gives a nod to the bride and groom. No. Don't do that. Eidolon sighs after seeing one of the robbers point his gun at one of the guests. Now I will need to break your arm. On such auspicious occasion, man. The hero puts his hands on his hips in resignation, acting like a disappointed parent. With a last sigh, Eidolon moves faster than the eye can see. Swishy turns into a blur and appears behind the robber. The said robber lets go of his gun and clutches his arm. I warned you. The hero steps on the robber's back, forcing him into the ground before turning to the other. You return everything to their respective owners. You don't want to make being cuffed a painful experience, right? With this small act of persuasion, the robber only nodded vigorously and went around to return everything. He was mocked all the way by the guests during his shameful task. From grandmas, sking, and saying that their parents would be disappointed to guys almost slapping his face. Luckily to him, Eidolon stopped that. Let's not exaggerate. The time is for love, not hate. He took the robbers to the police station so that the venue would not be filled with police cars, but not before taking some pictures with the married couple and even receiving a slice of cake. It became a good memory at least. Once, Eidolon took Ileana to deal with a terrorist group that poked their head out of their hideouts. No need to kill or even arrest them, he says while the two walk through the maze-like caves that are the base of the terrorist group. Why not? I don't think anyone would miss them if we deal with them permanently, and even so, we can give them to the authorities. Ileana says at his side. Beyond her standard attire, she is also using a full-face mask to protect her identity and filter the air. And it has an inbuilt HUD in the lens. The mask is something similar to what the Amazons of the Saint Seiya anime used. Hector thought that it would go well with her armor. The mask has a human face, but without any definitive features beyond some markings that give it personality. Which authorities? A good chunk is in cahoots with them. Eidolon scoffs before stretching his hand, making a lot of weapons disappear. Politics are annoying. I don't get much involved with it beyond exposing crimes of the higher-ups. You could do more. Ileana says. The population can do more too. He shoots back. It's a thin line that I thread, magic. I can only act as much as the people give me their support. Unless I decide to become a tyrant. That's really annoying. She huffs under her mask. He can imagine her pouting. She is even crossing her arms. Eidolon chuckles and pats her head. A little secret between us. I act behind the scenes too. Just a little. He whispers to her. She turns to him in surprise, but when she thinks about it, it makes sense. If the law and politics are slow, Eidolon can act faster for the good of the people. Go on. Deal with them, just don't kill anyone. Eidolon urges her. Destroying their money is enough for today. Where did they get all this money again? She asks while making her soul's word appear. They are financed by a huge fish called the 10 Rings. Another reason why I do not waste my time dealing with every terrorist group, only the ones that really have plans to attack civilians. It's like removing water from the ocean, one bucket at a time. There are groups that don't attack. I thought that this was their thing. Instigate terror. Sometimes you just need to exist to do that. They are posers. The hero says in distaste. Nowadays they even post videos of them waving weapons around, acting like monkeys. Some even posted executions on the internet. Oh. Pathetic. Eidolon shrugs his shoulders. The human IQ tends to fall when in group. They feel powerful, then get arrogant and conceited. That's when they start treating other people as lessons. And that is where you humble them. She completes. He chuckles, you're learning. He says while walking to a terrified terrorist. Paying with the same coin, he will instill terror in them. If there is someone who deserves PTSD is a terrorist. X-Mansion. Idolin constantly visited the X-Men so that he could instruct Ileana. It's possible to say that he is really putting a lot of effort into training her. It almost looks like favoritism, but only he, and Belasco, knows Ileana's potential. And she is his sidekick, obviously he will go all out. The only limiter is the fact that Ileana is not one of his people yet. And Ileana would never complain, someone is finally not treating her like a porcelain doll. Before Idolin talks with them, the X-Men don't even let her use the danger room. Now she can use it freely, and that is where she is heading right now, even in her day off. She still takes classes in the institute, too young to go to a normal human school, but she is ahead in most of the subjects so she has a lot of free time. Even when teachers like Aurora and Xavier want her to still go to class to socialize with the other kids. But to her is strange. Her old friends are too young now, and the ones at her age find hard to see her as an equal. She herself can't look at them as equals. She is a lot more mature because of her circumstances. Once again, Idolin stepped up and talked with Xavier. Let her do those things at her own pace. He said she is in an awkward time frame, fluctuating in being too young to this and too old to that. At some point, she will find where she wants to stay. And even if not, eventually, everyone will be an adult. He has a different perspective of them and is thinking ahead knowing that she has a very long lifespan. Some years as a teen will not impact her too much, her important years already happened. As sad as that is to think about it, they can't redo her childhood. They need to let it go so that she can grow. Oh Ileana, what are you doing here? Bobby Drake asks. He is together with the main group of the X-Men resting in the room before the danger room. Training. Is the room empty? She asks. Well, yes. We are taking a break. Angel says unsure. Then I'm going to use it a little. Thanks, bye. She starts walking through the door to the control center, giving a thumbs up to her frowning brother, Colossus. In the control center, she found Scott, Jean, Kitty, and others discussing the next exercise. Excuse me. She says to Kitty that was in front of the panel. Kitty allows herself to be pushed away with confusion on her face. Pressing some buttons, Ileana appears to be looking for something before frowning. You didn't activate it. What? Kitty asks. Ileana ignores Kitty and goes back to the enemy selection and starts typing something. She pauses for an instant, like she is trying to remember something, then continues. When she finishes typing the code, the screen changes, and at the end of the list of enemies, a new name appears. Idolin. What sort of game bullshit is this? We have Idolin as a playable character now. Kitty asks with mirth in her voice. He thought that it would be funny to make it this way. Ileana rolls her eyes. I thought he told you. No. Ah, I remember him leaving in a hurry last time because of a bridge falling or something like that. Kitty remembers that Idolin was improving the danger room together with Dr. McCoy. Ileana clicks on Idolin's name and another page of options appears. Idolin. Idolin, CQC. Idolin, heavy sword. A lot of options, even with his famous weapons. I can even make him hold back or compete in sports. Ileana goes through the many options. She can customize his fight style and even choose some battle forms, civilian identity, no powers. She frowns when she sees this option. Why did he put this option? Kitty asks, looking over her shoulder. A lot of people also come to look. Maybe to train from the foundations. Without relying on our powers. Rogue tries to guess. Ileana on her part looks at the option for a good time before smirking. Click and selecting it. Ileana. Everyone looks at her strangely. Are you trying to bully Idolin's hologram? Jean asks her slowly. Yes. She confirms shamelessly, already walking to the arena. Gonna wipe the floor with his face. She shows a big and sadistic smile on her face. She likes the guy, but she will not pass the opportunity. Everyone turns to look at Colossus, who can only facepalm. When Ileana steps into the arena, a voice says, simulation starting, versus Idolin. Civilian identity, no powers. The arena itself doesn't change. She didn't choose a place for the fight, but a figure slowly starts appearing in front of her, feet first. This made everyone's eyes widen. What appeared were a pair of shoes and then pants. As the hologram slowly formed, it became clear that is not using the usual hero attire, it was really using civilian clothes. When the torso is formed, no one dares to blink. The hologram appears to be wearing formal clothes. A long-sleeved black shirt and a black waistcoat, tie, and he's even using black gloves. The only thing lacking is the jacket to be wearing a complete suit. But when it finally forms its chest, everyone collectively rolls their eyes. Obviously. Jean comments. I should have expected that. I was kinda expecting for him to still be wearing a mask even in his civilian clothes. Kitty comments. He must sleep with that thing. Spike jokes. Something obscures the upper part of its torso and head. Eidolon's features are completely hidden, like a constant shadow is looming over him. If one pays attention, one would notice that there's not an inch of his skin exposed. He is even wearing gloves after all. HMPF. Whatever. Ileana rolled her shoulders. She was also curious, but she didn't care that much. She is ready to destroy this Eidolon. Start. She dashes at the weak Eidolon mercilessly, a huge swing of her sword ready to destroy this hologram so that she can change to another and train seriously. This is just for some fun. Unfortunately, things will not go her way. Civilian Eidolon doesn't try to dodge or block, he steps forward at a reasonable speed, nothing too fast, and Ileana can easily keep track of his movements. When she is close enough, she attacks with a horizontal slash, but civilian Eidolon surprises her by giving another big step forward, and then in a great show of flexibility he throws his torso backward to avoid the slash. But at the same time, he strikes. A half punch with his left arm, his knuckles hitting her elbow on the nerve, instantly making her arm numb. She even drops her sword. Tack then a quick jab on her throat with his right arm, but he doesn't let go of her neck. The jab opens and in the next second, he is grabbing her small neck between her fingers. And it is not over. With the leverage, he pushes her to him spinning, at the same time he moves around her, and ends up behind her. It happened so fast. No, it was not fast. But for some reason, Ileana had no chance to do anything. It's like only he can move. His timing. His tempo. She was overwhelmed. In one moment she is attacking and in the other, he is giving her a chokehold. Gah. She tries to grasp for air but his surprisingly strong arms hold her still. When she finally thought about using her powers to do something, a siren sound echoes. Defeat. What? She looks around shocked after she was released. Looking back she can see the hard light hologram disappearing. A screen appeared and on it, she saw death by broken neck, and a drawing of a stick figure having its neck broken. So that is what happened. It is a training, so he obviously would not go that far, but she didn't escape fast enough. She thought that she was resisting not being suffocated, unaware that he would be able to kill her that easily. Son of a bitch. She curses while rubbing her neck. In the control room, the reactions are similar. Damn. Did you guys see that? It was nothing impressive, I mean, he didn't do anything super, but he folded her like a chair. The guy can stand on business even without powers. The only one not surprised is Rogue, because she had a taste of that. Again. Ileana shouts angrily from the arena. She can't let this slide. She underestimated him, it will not happen again. Kitty shrugs her shoulders and hits the button. Once again, civilian Eidolon appears, emoting by tightening his gloves. Start. Once again, Ileana makes the first move, but she is much more cautious now, keeping her eyes open and her mind on the next move already. Her pride urges her to again use a horizontal slash, but she keeps herself at a bigger distance from him, her soul's word emitting a wave of energy in the civilian Eidolon's direction. He can't close in now, it is that what she thinks. The wave of magic energy is big and large enough to not allow a space to dodge, but it also blocks her vision from him. In another great show of flexibility and body control, civilian Eidolon advanced instead of retreating. He went forward, leaning till his face almost scratched on the ground, but he was able to balance himself and have enough leverage with his legs split apart to still dart at Ileana. When Ileana reacts, civilian Eidolon is already on her. She tries to stab him with her sword, but he slaps her hand away to divert the attack and defeat. A screen appears showing a stick figure stabbing the other in the eyes. Ileana was defeated again in less than 10 seconds. Not that would be any different, a long battle would be disadvantageous to civilian Eidolon and the AI knows that. So he ended it fast because her durability was not that big. Again. She shouts. And she lost 6 more times. All ending fast. Anyone watching could see that the civilian Eidolon acted very normal, casual even. But that only makes things more surprising. It's like he is giving simple answers to a complicated question, and only when he does it people understand. It was an eye-opening experience. But finally, in the 9th bout, Ileana finally won. Arg. With a battle cry, she shakes off his pursuit, attacks the ground to destabilize him, and teleports in the air already attacking downward. Her wave of magic energy hit almost the whole arena. She basically won by abusing her high specs. Hector would call her a sweaty victory. Congratulations. Phase 2 can start. Please select the upgrade. What? The not-so-happy for winning Ileana gets annoyed hearing that. On the control center, the screen changes and Kitty opens her mouth. Oh, I can give civilian Eidolon weapons, normal weapons. It even has an option to allow him to use martial arts. Was he not using it already? Her eyes widen and she almost absent-mindedly clicks on an option. Special Agent Mode selected. Be ready. Start. Once again, civilian Eidolon appears, but this time he has a suitcase at his feet. When the battle begins, he quickly steps on the suitcase and it opens with a loud sound, a handgun being ejected from it, one that civilian Eidolon quickly grabs and instantly shoots at Ileana. Bang bang. She was not caught off guard even though he acted fast. She used her sword to hit the bullet, melting it with the magic power. Defeat. It's what she thought. What? She shouts angrily, how did I lose? A replay screen appears and in slow motion shows what happened, and with a close-up too, it shows that civilian Eidolon shot the second bullet exactly on the trajectory of the first. Ileana's sword hit one, but the time was off to hit the other that reached her forehead without obstruction. She can only stare at the replay with wide eyes. Then she finally grits her teeth and shouts again. She planned to train for just 30 minutes or so but ended up being an afternoon-long session. She eventually wins, after many tries, of course. It was not easy though. She tried to take advantage of knowing their moves but she was surprised at many moments. For example, against Special Agent Normal Eidolon, she dashes to attack before he gets his gun. Only to have the suitcase kicked at her stomach and still receive 2 shots between her eyebrows. She fought geared Normal Eidolon too. He used some ninja-like tactics like smoke screens and other things. It was the most annoying one to her. She doesn't know, but that was the more Batman-like version of him. She finally is on the final boss of Normal Civilian Eidolon. The one that can use martial arts freely. Okay, that is not normal martial arts. Jubilee says while looking down at the fight. Normal Eidolon is dashing around so fast that he is disappearing from sight. This type of speed is not normal. His jumps are super high too. He is able to go from the ground to the ceiling in a single leap, and from one wall to another in a similar fashion, bouncing around freely. At some point, Ileana sent him a flying slash while he was in the air and he literally stepped in the air to change directions. That is bullshit. Husk shouts while pointing her finger, my ass if this is a normal guy. He is stronger than most enhanced. Angel says. Look. He also sent a flying slash with his leg. Bullshit I am telling you. Spike shouts too. She is lucky that she didn't let him grab the sword this time. It's her best try till now. Everyone is very immersed in the fight, but they are definitely surprised that something that claimed to be normal can do all that. I think is possible. Rogue defends him, her eyes glued to the fight. I think he is using inner energy, or whatever. So you are saying that that is normal? Husk points at Eidolon creating afterimages of himself for a feint. Well, it's not easy. Rogue shrugs. I think what she is trying to say. And what Eidolon is saying by normal. Jean talks, it's that everyone can do those things that he is doing. With the right training. So he really doesn't have any powers. Only a normal body and his training. They look at her to absorb her words. Bullshit. Someone finally says, seeing he sending those invisible bullets with his fingers that killed Ileana some tries ago. This time she was prepared, and instead of trying to follow it with her eyes, she only looked at his finger and the possible trajectory. She successfully dodged it this time. Jumping away at the same time, she opens a portal behind him, from where she appears already attacking. At this point, she knows that she can't give him even a second to react. Her decision-making and reflexes are some of the aspects that this training session really improved. Woon. Her sword stabs him in the back. Victory. Yeah. Fucking finally. Ileana allows herself to fall to the ground, her limbs spread in all directions while she recovers her breath. Her brow is full of sweat. Ileana. Colossus' voices reaches her in a warning tone. Okay. Sorry. She raises a hand weakly, she doesn't have the strength not even to argue. Suddenly the robotic voice of the room speaks again, replaying message. Question mark. Ileana sits up in surprise while seeing another holographic avatar of civilian Eidolon appearing in front of her. But this time, on its shadowy feature, his eyes appear clear as day. Congratulations on finishing the first step of your training course, Ileana. Did you have fun trying to bully a powerless version of me? He speaks, even without a mouth, it is possible to see the amusement in his tone and in his eyes. What Ileana can say. No need to answer. This is a recorded message, by the way. This only makes matters worse. He predicted that she would try fighting his normal self. Yes, I knew that you would try doing that. But it's okay, that is why I went through all the trouble to program a variety of versions for you. And yes, this is me without any powers or boosts. But don't feel discouraged. If you know how to use your body, you can replicate abilities that are no different from superpowers. I'm pretty strong even as a normal human, no need to feel ashamed for having a hard time. Not to blow my own horn, but if I say that I'm the best fighter of the universe, no one would dare to say that they're the first. He chuckles. I know every martial art known to men, and this fact is not limited to this universe. I also have extensive knowledge about biology, so I know where to hit to make hurt. That she knows. More or less 60% of her losses are because he hit some weird place in her body, making it short-circuit or numb. She becomes an easy target after that. But you also should know that this version of me is still weak and limited. There's no way that an AI can be as good as me. Fighting in an open field is also very unlikely to happen normally. Sorry, but I'm still stronger than you even without any meta powers or enhancements. And I didn't program a version of me with magic too. It's a punch on the ego after the other. At this point, the X-Men think that Eidolon is a very hardcore and heartless teacher who puts his students down to teach them. But ignoring whatever feeling Ileana is having right now, the message continues. The lesson here. What I wanted to show to you, Ileana. It's the human potential. Your potential. He points at her, a little off, but still at her. Everything I did, you can do too. And others too. I don't want to see you underestimating normal humans without powers, and I also don't want to see you neglecting your human side. Having powers is nice and all. It makes you special, but being human is a gift too. It's okay if you don't understand now. Don't forget, we are metahumans. Meta and humans. And with that the hologram disappears, leaving a silent Ileana sitting down there. It went exactly like how he had planned. Ileana, who started this afternoon looking down on someone normal, was humbled and amazed by what a normal human can do. Teaching both humility and at the same time igniting some passion on her. Ileana allows herself to fall on the ground again. Next time I will ask him to teach me how to hit pressure points. She says tiredly, but with a small smile on her young face. Hector POV, I'm not any specialist, but I think you should sit there instead of my lap. I point to the big chair beside my reclining one. Shush, you are right, you're not any specialist. I am. This is how it is done nowadays. Harley lies through her teeth while she straddles me. Right now we are in her new office, ready for another therapy session. I kinda committed genocide, so I guess I need to talk a little about it. Small problems from the job, you know. If this is how therapy is done, I guess it will become increasingly popular among the male demographic. I give up trying to make sense of this crazy girl, and only put my hands on her hips and enjoy her soft body pressing against mine. You wish. She scoffs. I think not even the lure of a hot babe can make men go to therapy. You all just I'm good and roll with it. She says with a roll of her eyes. What can I say? It is what it is. I shrug my shoulders at her. It is what it is. The male motto. She repeats my words in a mocking voice and face. Let's be real right now, society makes us this way, you can't complain now. And I'm not gonna delve into this topic. This can become a very long discussion about male problems, but that is not what I'm gonna talk about. Fine. You want to vent about that genocide thing, right? Go on. She lies down on me, putting her head on my shoulder. It's not venting, just speaking a fact and expecting a second opinion. Third. I already talked with Cortana. I say, and don't banalize genocide, please. That's how nihilism starts. Meh, how many people did you kill anyway? 1.239.471.693 spineless ones. I answer, making her give me a side glance. A very specific number. You could have said, more than 1 billion. And you corrected me by calling them people, huh? Is saying spineless ones easier for you? She went Dr. Harleen Quinzel mode. It's what they are. I answer simply. I can almost see her taking notes on her mind. I think you already made up your mind, maybe you are searching for validation in some way, my panicotta. I have no problem in giving you that. But first. What really bothers you? You didn't do it on a whim, right? No. There's no talking with them. I saw. They are too different. I shake my head, their mind doesn't see us as equal. A huge inferiority and superiority complex chains their thoughts. They are lethargic, don't have feelings on their own. Only from the TV, like drug addicts living through small bursts of dopamine. Truth be told, that race should have failed and disappeared long ago. But some exceptional ones prevented that. And to tell another truth. Even the only 2 exceptional ones despise the rest. I see. I did what I did because I knew they would never stop. They are hooked on what Mojo gave to them. Without him they would slowly and painfully disappear, or another one would appear to continue the legacy of Mojo. Not even one had more empathy for a human than the empathy that a small girl would have for a cute plushie. I see. So you think your actions are justified? Yes. I nod. Again. What is bothering you, my love? She asks while caressing my hair. I give her a look, maybe the fact that I am not bothered by it. I admit, from one side, I think is good, but I can't help but second-guess myself and ask for your opinion. You guys are my anchor to reality in case I start going crazy. Even though many of them are enablers. Not that I can say anything. So it's an inner issue. She nods to herself. Did you ever think that maybe you are not afraid of being unfeeling? Maybe you are afraid of feeling it later, down the line. I already noticed that you are a very cold person. On the outside. Maybe you think that you are coping for now and at some point, you will be hit by the consequences of your actions. Probably overthinking that you will have a mental breakdown or something. Or that this genocide planted a seed that will bloom someday into something really bad. Maybe the start of you spiraling into madness or corruption. That makes a lot of sense, maybe. I confess. You know more than me, and I know that you hate having weakness. Maybe you are also afraid that this even created a crack in your psyche that can be explored at a later date. She continues. Damn. When she says those things it looks obvious. What I think is, you really don't feel much about those spineless ones and will not feel in the future. You know a lot of people, Hector. You are aware of the sheer proportion of everything. The multiverse and all that. It's impossible for you to care about all. It's okay to have this different perspective from everyone else because you view things differently from everyone else. You are too far from the curve, stop trying to use normal people as references. A little at least. She taps my chest. You are a methodical guy with a will of adamantium. It's a good thing that you second-guess yourself, after all, everyone is prone to make mistakes. This also confirms that you are not arrogant. And arrogance is one of the first signals of creating a god complex like you fear. Makes sense, but is strange, you know. I change too fast. I sigh. Sometimes I'm a calm and kind guy who is very merciful, some days later I'm feeling much less forgiving. And I'm not talking about mood swings, it's almost bipolarity. I still think that this is maybe a collateral effect of my assimilations. It's small, but is still there. Those moral swings. Maybe you should accept that periodically changing is inevitable. Everyone changes. Harley says. But is too fast in my case. Almost unnatural. I argue. Maybe it's on your nature to be inconsistent. She drops another bomb. Heck, humans are inconsistent and you are the most human of us all. You think you have a lot of masks that you put in different situations, but maybe you have a lot of faces. All of them real. You are not a fake. Just human. Too human. Dang. That's deep. She stares at me with a raised eyebrow, challenging me to say that she is wrong. What can I say beyond? Did I ever tell you that you are pretty good at this therapy thing? I give her a cheeky smile. Say it again. She laughs and gives me a tight hug. The session is over, time to the payment. Her hands start going down on my torso, reaching my belt. From ya, I only accept credit card, and Harley Quinn is back. A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good, y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 104, Working on Power-Ups. Hector POV. It's common to read that eventually you get bored of things and that life gets dull. Immortality is a curse and all that, but I don't think I will get bored of this view. I'm on HNG destroy my ass, Mr. H. I mean, how could I? Harley's pale ass cheeks bouncing on my lap as she faces away from me is a sight to die for. She even made a tattoo for me on one of her cheeks, hidden from view from everyone normally. A spiral inside a card. She must have done this with Cortana's help when she erased the other ones. Not complaining. Life is never simple, but I love being me. Time to go, my love. I kiss Harley's sweaty forehead as she lies exhausted above me. She really put that enhanced physique to work. Just more 5 minutes. She is acting spoiled, but I like spoiling my girls, so I carry her like a princess and I clean the whole place with my powers. I don't have any convenient, clean magic, but a quick use of telekinesis and other powers makes the place look spotless. Then I teleport us to her new apartment. A penthouse obviously, it's big and spacious to her hyenas, who had an illusion on their collars to look like dogs, and to Poison Ivy and her plants in the future. She is sure that I will bring her one day. Let's hope that she is right and that the Gacha give me her Poison Ivy. Come on, Gacha. You have some intelligence, right? You do what is best for me, right? It would be a poor design otherwise. With a last loving kiss on the forehead, I leave Harley on her bed, so that she can sleep peacefully. I also prepare a good breakfast for her when she wakes up. I'm only rough with her during sex. After an abusive relationship, the best I can do is treat her well. And she is maxed on the relationship loyalty, so it's very easy to treat nicely the people that you know that love you. I teleport to my home, instantly scanning and seeing that is empty beyond Isabella, Power, and my pets. I pause for a moment, remembering that I still haven't seen Siko today, and in the next second I'm appearing at her home. Did I make it too big? I ask myself, seeing the traditional Japanese garden. It looks like a Yakuza compound. A small bridge over a koi pond, trees, bamboo, and statues. The whole package. She has robots to clean and all, but knowing Siko, she would still try to clean her own mess. And maybe she feels lonely too. Why did she not visit more? Why don't you visit more? I ask as I teleport behind her, giving her a tight hug from behind. She tenses in surprise because of the sneaky attack but relaxes instantly after noticing that is me. I was a little busy with homework. She answers while leaning back. From over her shoulder I can see her school books. Just give to Cortana to do it in 0.2 seconds. You're underestimating me a little too much, Master. My girlfriend AI says in my mind. That wouldn't be right. I still want to complete high school properly. Siko smiles. Boring, who completes high school nowadays? I brag, after all, I skipped it. Do you even have any career that needs high school in mind? No. She admits, I was thinking of maybe opening a dojo. But having a high school diploma here is the minimal to not being looked down. I scoff. In the future, she will be living like a queen in my nation, but I will not take the fun of living for my girls. Just say if you want any help. I will. She nods. You say that now, but ends up not asking for help. Like how you said that you would spend more time at my home, to not get lonely. I accuse. She then gives me a mischievous smile. I just noticed that. If I go there, I will share you with everyone, but if I stay here, you would come and I would have all of you to myself. Foo-foo. Where did you learn those things, huh? I laugh and attack her with tickles. Haha. All women know how to manipulate their men a little. Scary. Later, I decided to make an experiment that appeared in my mind recently. I think that you are really crazy, Master. Cortana, in a standard gynoid body, says at my side while I make the preparations. It's not gonna kill me. I answer as I sit on a chair and move the metal table in front of me. Yeah, but I don't think that you should think about automutilation. I don't like it. She says. I know that she is just worried about me. Sorry for making you see this, my love. But I want to try. I will start small for you. Fine. She finally relents. She can't stop me, but it's good to have her approval. Then, without wasting more time, I put my forearms on the metal table, grab my left little finger with my right hand, and rip it off. Blood splats over the metal table while my skin stretches to the limit before I can pull the entire finger. From the corner of my eye, I can see Cortana narrowing her eyes a little, maybe in a wince. The blood stops instantly, and there's only a momentary pain like I ripped off a band-aid. Now, I can make the tests. I put my finger on the center of the table and pulled some items and books. Couldn't you just do it a little more cleanly? Cortana asks, you have a lot of powers that can separate your body, like the Barabara no Mi, the quirk of Tokage Setsuna, Bachirati stand power. I need to remove it from my body. Separate from my being. It's a psychological thing. I explain. What I'm trying to do is probably something that went through the mind of every try-hard power-hungry guy. Enhance my body piece by piece. I think Thanos did that, and Doom too. I want to turn my body into a high-quality treasure. I will obviously not use cybernetic enhancements, like the 2 examples, or Project X. No, I'm gonna use meta powers and magic. First, my most reliable asset. Meta powers. The idea is to make my body passively stronger. The first thing that comes to mind is to use biokinesis, which I still don't have the perfect one from Panacea or Elixir, to enhance my body chemically and biologically. From mixing some super durable material with my bones, increasing the density of my muscles, to even rearranging my organs in a more efficient way. Do I really need all my guts? I can very well make my stomach a pocket dimension. And my heart? What if I transform it into a core with both properties of magic and technology? Maybe I can increase my brain size. Nah, too ugly. And the maker and the leader have done it already. Maybe on layers. Create more brains like Musin. Smaller brains around my body so that the synapses can move even faster. The possibilities are endless. Heck, let's not even talk about mixing with a little of other species' physiologies. But now, before I get my hands on the perfect biokinesis, seriously, Elixir. Awaken already, I'm gonna do another something. I don't have Panacea's shard power, but I have Dauntless shard power. The ability to reinforce any object with power, the great synergy with the fact that I have hundreds of thousands of powers makes it one of my most valuable abilities. So, what if I charge individual parts of my body with powers? I mean, initially not superpowers per se, but maybe some super passive abilities like super strength or super durability. Combined with the existing super strength, it will be like super strength superscript 2. I think that maybe this would be a good countermeasure against power nullification or power blocking. You are blocking my power, what about the power of my little finger that can shoot lasers? It's not on my genome. And I have limited body parts. Wrong. I have infinite body parts, I can make a lot of clones with different and specialized bodies that look normal to anyone but are in truth treasure troves of superpowers. This will also be a good way to go over the limits of powers that normal bodies can hold. Because the power will not be connected to my DNA. It's on my body, but is like an item, like a prosthetic. Many advantages and fewer drawbacks. One of those downsides is the fact that if I lose that body part, I lose the power. But it's not a problem. I will just need to put countermeasures so that people cannot use that body part too. Not that I plan to put cheat-level powers in my body parts. There will be need for balance. Well, nothing is easy. The first problem is that Dauntless Shard power only works on objects. But maybe there's a way to circumvent this limitation. As a last resort, I can use power boost cards, but for now, let's try other methods. I remember that in certain words, weapons are many times made of parts of powerful monsters. Like a dragon fang or something, that is the part of someone's body, right? But is an object. Why? The time passed as an object. The owner is dead. Or maybe is a question of understanding. A mental block. It happens a lot with limited powers that don't work on other people or on yourself. In many cases, it was never a real limitation, only a mental block born from their morals and their understanding of the world. That's why crazy people are dangerous. And that's why those characters gain boosts when they go crazy too. I will try to imagine this finger as an object. Not part of my body. I say. That's why I ripped it off. I can put it back later. Another question appears, it would lose the effect when it got back on my body. Let's try. I extend my hand and try to charge my torn finger with power. Trying to imbue it with a small durability power. I try and try, and try, and try a little more. But nothing happens. Ugh, I know that is possible. Should I try with a corpse first? I make a pause, let's try the other method. Putting aside the plan to enhance my body with powers, I will use the other thing. Magic. What if I put enchantments on my bones? Like runes and inscriptions to protect myself against the esoteric bullshit of magic. I studied a lot of this on Kamartaj and in Asgard. I peel the skin of the little finger, leaving it only the white bone, and remove a scalpel and my elder wand from my inventory. If this works, I will do it on my whole skeleton. On the skull will be trickier, but I can figure out some way. Like mirrors, or removing my head, or only the skin. You really don't plan to die, right, Master? Cortana deadpans, seeing the lengths I plan to go to get stronger. Like from the beginning, I don't want to only trust my cheat. To me the essence is like a battle pass, it gives me the tools so that I can get stronger on my own. I should do more. If I hadn't gone to the Hero Academia world, things would have been much harder. So if I stop trying, I can imagine how hard the future will be. Imagine being cornered for something that I would be able to deal with if I put more effort into the past. No, no, no. I wouldn't be able to live with the regret. I don't plan on losing, Cortana. I answer before putting my undivided attention on my little bone. At least the enchantments and runes work, I comment while walking through the hallways of my space station, my eyes focused on my little finger. With my X-ray vision and all-seeing eyes of God, I can see the inscriptions shining on the 3 little bones of my finger. Nothing fancy, just some words to ward off unpleasant things and negative effects. This is just a test. If I want to make better protections, it will be better to enchant a bigger bone, or slash an important bone. Like my skull or spine. Ribs too. Let's try it now. I enter one of the storage rooms to bodies. I would call it a morgue, but those bodies are kept alive, so that would be incorrect. It's not hard to choose a body, I will just take one of the normal ones. Using my telekinesis I take it from the drawer and bring it down. The coffin opens at my command, morphing into a reclined chair with many machines to keep the body alive. It's me, in pretty good shape, and naked. Nice cock, bro. I joke before moving behind my vegetative body while sending commands to the machines to inject the body with coagulants. I don't want to divide my attention to stop the bleeding. Humming to myself, I use an adamantium scalpel to cut the top of my head, removing my scalp. Hoo-hoo, I'm using a scalpel to what is meant to be. Jokes aside, I peel off the skin of the top of my head to reveal the smooth white cranium underneath. Now, taking my Elder Wand again, it's time to try to write some protections. Protections to the soul. The brain is where most of our soul stays, the other part is the heart, but the abdomen also receives a lot of energy. I have the theory that a soul has more than one core. Anyway, let's continue carving my own cranium. I really say some weird things, huh? My life is strange. Let's use Latin. Not a good idea to carve symbols of powerful figures on my body. Runes are okay, though. Yes, it's working, but I stop myself after writing an entire phrase, like a prayer, that protects this body against possession. The bone will not last. Other people would not notice, but the durability of a normal person bone is not enough to hold enchantments, figures. Holding my chin, I think it will probably not be a problem on my strong body, but I want to test everything before using my main body. Combinations and effects. I sigh, putting this body aside, I go to use the stronger ones, made with a mix of stronger races from the One Piece world. And the ones that I upgraded normally, like by increasing the density of the bones and other pretty normal things. It will be a long and boring afternoon. I'm already seeing it. Okay, I have a good idea of the limits of enchanting my own bones. I say to myself while cleaning my bloodied hands. The thing is, for now, it's not worth the trouble. The protections will not increase my defenses by much. Like a +1% in a game, but because my bones are like slots, I can't allow myself to put low-level enchantments on them, right? I made a full enchanted body to be invisible to magic. I think it will be useful. That body coupled with my anti-magic swords will probably be the terror of many magic users. But it only started being useful after I covered 146 bones, mostly the important ones, with redundant runes and enchantments to that. Not worth it. Let's research stronger runes and enchantments. I know that there are magic words filled with great power. League of Legends has runes, right? Maybe I should go there earlier than later. I still have that project of fusing magic and technology. But it's a high-level world. Let's think about it later, now let's see how that other project is going. How things are going, Nemesis. I unceremoniously enter her room, only to see her lying lazily while eating chips and watching some TV. Don't tell me that you are procrastinating. I raise an eyebrow at her. You scared me. Nemesis sits up from her fortress of pillows and no, I did not procrastinate. I'm a genius. I completed the task assigned to me pretty easily. Is that so? I ask, showing doubt. I do not really doubt her, but doing this will make her show me. Yes. Look. She raises a hand and her brown smooth hand shifts in a crystallized form. It's like a dark version of Emma Frost's diamond physiology. So you really fused well with Promethium. After that, the next step will be to absorb the ether. Exactly, check this out. She then points her hand at me, and like a Dragon Ball character shoots a blast of energy from her palm. I simply slap it away to the wall of her room. I did it on purpose. She deserves it. Ah. My room. She shouts. Don't provoke me, just extract a reaction, Nemesis. You may not like the reaction that you find. I glare at her. This brat loves pushing my limits. Not for any evil or traitorous reason, just because she likes it. She likes messing with people. Who are you gonna punish me? She gives me a smug smile. I see. You see me being lenient with the others and you are getting a big head. I nod to myself as I start approaching her. What are you gonna do? Spanking you. Time to start using what I saw on those brat correction dungeons. Just a little. Wait. She tries to crawl away but she doesn't have where to run in this limited room. Nope. I roll my sleeves again, I just put them down after I pulled them up before to not get blood on them. Are you gonna come lay on my lap or should I tie you up to the ceiling? I calmly sit down on her bed, not forcing her to do anything. I don't speak anymore because what is the use of more threatening words? I just stay silent and stare at her, tapping my finger on my thigh, the only action showing my impatience, showing that the clock is ticking and there's a time limit for her to come willing before I really tie her up to the ceiling. Eventually, she stands up, half glaring at me, her fingers grabbing her dress. But then she smooths her features, showing again that smug brat face. Hee, you are really a pervert already abusing your power over me to satiate your twisted desires. I keep my face stony and point to my lap. Now I see her smile falter. With a twitching face, she walks to me. Good to know that the obedience to the summons extends till here. Her relationship loyalty is only 3/10, because she stayed grounded for a long time, and even so she is obedient when I give orders. She hesitantly and slowly walks in front of me, giving me one last look to see if I would give up, but the only thing she finds in my eyes is coldness. She finally lies on my lap, belly fist. It's your first offense. So 10 should be enough. I say, don't worry, I will not gonna really hurt you. Just enough to sting and remind you every time you sit. For some days. Okay, you can stop joking. She laughs nervously. You are kidding. I was kidding. Sorry. I will not do it again. PAH. Kaya. She yelps at the first strike. 1. I say emotionless. You. She turns to me, tears in the corners of her eyes. This hurts me more than it hurts you. I shake my head regretfully. Bullshit. PAH. Another strike interrupts her. 2. This looks effective. Should I do it with the others? I guess it will be more enjoyable having a much more voluptuous body on my lap. And if the area of strike is bigger too. But first, I need to discipline this brat. PAH. 3. Kaya. On. Is she starting to enjoy it? Time to don the mantle and focus on the work as Eidolon. At this point, I'm already used to controlling multiple bodies, so I can keep Eidolon hero acts almost 24/7. Sad that even this much is not enough. My modus operandi is making a randomized globe-wide patrol, dealing with all kinds of problems that I see, and only moving out of my way if something big happens, like this ship that was sinking. It's a rich people's yacht, so I will not go all out and fix it for them. After all, it broke because of their stupidity and recklessness. So I will just patch the problem and bring them to the port. Sometimes I pause and second-guess myself if this is some sort of unfair treatment, but then those rich people don't even care about the broken yacht and... Eidolon. Picture. And just come to take a picture with me. Obviously I will let them. They are not bad, or criminals, or even arrogant rich people. Just with a different sense of priority. I think that to them, making good memories and collecting good stories are more valuable than money. Can't blame them, but... Be careful next time. I say to them and they obediently give me playful salutes. They are a little drunk. TCH, a bunch of second-generation rich kids. Oh wait, I'm one too. Whatever, Cortana just informed me that some gangs started dick measuring too close to civilians. Are they forgetting that I exist? Looking down at the dozen gang members sitting on the ground, restrained, I shake my head while waiting for the police. All of this because someone made some signs. Unbelievable, those people. This sign is only mine and no one can use. Let me kill everyone who uses them to show that I'm tough. I talk to them with a mocking voice even if it's just some stupid kid that posted a picture. He can't do it because he doesn't deserve it. Or that one that doesn't even know that I exist. He must be challenging us. They look away from me. It looks dumb when I put it like this, huh? I want to slap the back of their head. Stupid kids. And they are only 2 or 3 years older than me. Why don't you go make jutsus instead of that cringe bullshit? I say. They look at me confused because they don't know what jutsu is. Maybe this is why they are like that. Much better be a weird otaku that runs with his hands behind him than a gang member. In the past, even criminals respected civilians, letting them out of the criminal business, but nowadays you guys have no respect. That's why a bunch of people wants to give you the chair. I think there's still hope for those idiots. One of my mottos as a hero is that I try to not attribute as malice what can be attributed as youthful stupidity. It's a paraphrase of the rule of thumb called Hanlon's razor. As a hero, I try not to think that everyone is evil, just stupid. Especially those youngsters that don't know better. Like Flash Thompson, who was a bully, but as an adult, he is pretty respectable. Obviously, there's a limit to everything and I can see the evil in people, but I will give them at least a chance. I'm warning you. You guys start thinking that just because you have guns you can do whatever you want, I will make sure to make your life very unpleasant. Is this really the life you want? Constantly looking over your shoulder afraid of being caught lacking and blasted. I ask them, obviously, they will not answer. Now imagine if you need to look over your shoulder afraid of me. I glare at them while putting an intonation on the last word. I watch them get really uncomfortable. Sometimes. Well, most of the time, they only listen to some tough love. That meeting with those wannabe gangsters annoyed me enough that I made my mission of the day to go around disorganizing organized crime. From street thugs to huge mafia groups, today is a bad day for them. I normally ignore the bastards because I know it's pretty much pointless, but I can go give them some setbacks. Hitting where it hurts. Arresting some personnel, confiscating shipments, destroying guns. Just enough to scare them back to their holes and make them too terrified to stick their head out for some time. If not for the power vacuum that it would create, I would uproot all of them. I need to go visit Johan to see how the things are going in his end. The way to deal with crime is by changing it to harmless crime. The last time I talked with Johan he said that the Punisher started moving. I warned them to not kill Frank Castle, but Yuvigin is not known for being a calm and reasonable individual. And the Punisher is not a moniker you have for being a merciful and forgiven person. Conflict between them is inevitable. This is a problem, like keeping two Dobermans in a bathtub. I can't let each side kill the other, but they are bound to butt heads forever. I like the Punisher. But his crusade only ends with his death. A pity that his family was killed before I can do anything. I can't save everyone from their tragic backstories, it seems. It's already good enough that I forced my growth to accelerate so that I can prevent even more tragedies. Oh. Don't break their legs, Shadow. A hand is enough. I am taken from my thoughts after watching Cassandra being a little too rough with a criminal, and if you break their ribs, don't break anything else, it's punishment enough. Broken ribs suck. Cassandra turns to me and gives me a nod before going back to lessen the workforce of organized crime. The hospital bill will be huge. Come to mine. We will take care of you like any other law-abiding citizen. By the way, I brought Shadow because it has been a long time since we had a hero sidekick moment. Good job. I say to her. I think is enough for today, my anger disappeared already. I don't hold grudges that easily. Let's go meet my other sidekick. Teach me how to hit pressure points. It's the first thing Ileana says to me after I appear. Good evening to you too, Ileana. I smile calmly at her. Good evening. She corrects her behavior and then goes back to her usual self. Can you teach me how to hit pressure points? From where this came from? I ask with amusement. I was fighting your avatar in the danger room and you used those annoying moves to paralyze my body. She explains as we start walking to the danger room, I guess. Oh. Super annoying. I couldn't let myself be hit not even one time. It took me all day to win against you no powers version. Ileana huffs while Cassandra and I follow her. But completing that exercise in only one day is already very impressive. I predicted that you would win eventually, but I expected you to take some days of self-reflection. I say, you are more talented than I hoped for. I can see Ileana preen at the praise before she tries to act cool and nonchalant. Yeah. Now teach me how to paralyze people with a touch. Okay, but first, let's review your training. I said to her, we will watch it together and I will point where you can improve and your mistakes. Fine. As we made a turn we met a group of the X-Men. Oh, Eidolon. Shadow. I didn't know that you are here. Kitty exclaims, going to hug Cassandra. I sent a message to Ileana so that she could open the door to me. I don't want to attract attention. It's a problem even with my weekly visits. Hi, Eidolon. Jean greets me with a smile. Hi, Jean. How are you? I ask. The Dark Phoenix saga can happen at any time this year. I'm good. Nothing that I can complain about. She says, not lying. So we still have some time. I will remember Harley to pay extra attention to Jean during their therapy sessions. And how is the hero's life? She asks back. Busy, but nothing bigger happened recently. Just some minor villains. That's good. Better boring and peaceful than exciting and dangerous. She nods to herself. I can agree with you on that. The mood got a little strange. Why is everyone staring at us so intensely? I ask myself what those girls say behind my back. Probably some girl talking about shipping me with Jean or Rogue. I'm not so dense that I don't see the playful smirks that the other girls give to those two while I'm around. Talking about Rogue. I put it aside for too long. Today I will create an opportunity to copy her power. Despite what many believed, it's not easy to get in contact with a girl that doesn't touch anyone. Crazy, right? I also didn't want to overwhelm myself with extra things while I was learning magic. And her power sucks to master. But now. After my breakthroughs in creating clones of different races and artificial zoans of any race, Rogue's metapower is the best tool to collect those physiologies for me. And I'm on my power-up arc. Again. After talking with everyone, I finally addressed Rogue. And you, Rogue. I'm still worried that your absorbing me gave you permanent side effects. I say with worry in my voice, any problem? Oh, no. And not a problem. More advantages, really. She gets a little nervous, letting her accent escape a tad thicker than normal. I'm glad to hear that. I give her a gentle smile. Don't hold back and come to talk with me about anything. Any suspicion of a problem, don't hesitate. I will be at your disposal. I don't think that there will be any problem. She just got juiced up on my energies, unlocked her nodes, that's a surprise, and still carries some muscle memory. Better than when she got Captain Marvel in the comics. That's why she was able to fly for a long time. Or it was Ms. Marvel at that time. Oh, okay. I will. She nods eagerly, her accent slipping out, a little shy. It's easy to see because of her pale complexion. I also didn't miss Kitty giving her a smug grin and doing some weird things with her fingers. Must be an inner joke. I was about to take Ileana to a lesson. Make her review her training. Why don't you join us, Rogue? I ask, I need her power. Me. Yeah, you absorbed some of my expertise, it will be a good experience. There's that boy too, right? I say, suddenly remembering something, the one that can copy expertises, and got mine on our first meeting. Davin Aline. He is prodigy, I plan to recruit him too. Maybe make him a Robin. His power and my existence is a cheat code to boy. I think is a little late and he is young. He will go to bed at any time. Jean says. Too bad. I say regretfully, maybe another day I can teach him a thing or two. By the way, shouldn't you be going to bed too, Ileana? Kitty approaches the girl with a teasing smirk. HMPF, I only listen to Eidolon. She replies, getting behind me. So you become conveniently obedient when it favors you, huh? I deadpan at her. Yes. She nods without shame. Where does this girl learn to be shameless? After a good laugh, the rest of the X-Men decided to join us in watching the training. It seems it was movie night, but this can be more interesting. There. You have to admit that that is bullshit, Eidolon. Spike exclaims while pointing to the screen. We ended up not even going to the danger room, opting to watch the recording of Ileana's training on the screen of the living room. It's a damn big screen, so it's okay. The professor is rolling on money. Rolling, pfft. I fail to see the bullshit that you are talking about. I say calmly, knowing exactly about what he is talking about, but it's fun to mess with him. You must be kidding me. Look. You are making after images. I only saw Quicksilver doing that. And how are you sticking to the ceiling? Ah, those things. I act like I just noticed, yeah, they are pretty much bullshit. I reveal, making some laugh but possible to anyone. After a lot of training. You have no idea of the human potential. So you are saying that I can do that with training? He asks, many others appear to be interested too. A lot of gruesome training, yes. I nod. And with someone to awaken the power system on you. But here there are also inner energies. Iron Fist is the better example, and he is special, but his abilities are not that exclusive to him. He only has a little cheat. Even that thing of shooting slashes and invisible bullets. Yes, but the externalization of your inner energy is very difficult, and let's be real. Not everyone has the reserves for that. I say to him. A certain scene appears on the screen and I turn to Ileana. After that parry, you lost your balance, maybe you should have used the momentum to spin on yourself completely. I explain, pausing the video. In a normal fight, turning your back to your opponent is dumb, but we are not normal. And I know that you can alter the weight of your sword. Think many moves ahead. He is gonna parry, I'm gonna use his strength to spin and strike him after that. Spinning moves do more than look cool to the audience. Yes, I need to defend my boy, Levi. I see. She nods obediently. It goes like this, I point out her mistakes, praising other things. Hey, she really abused her advantages, but she is not wrong. If you're not tryharding, you are not even trying. After a certain scene, I pause again, see that. That is also an application of inner energy and internal martial arts. I make the video go back a little to show what I'm talking about. It's very subtle and most of the people would miss it. The screen shows Ileana extending too much to hit my avatar, and my avatar lightly taps her elbow from below and she is sent spinning over his shoulder. The hard and soft martial arts. Soft martial arts mostly uses inner energy. I start, if you want to win a street fight, boxing, Muay Thai, or something that punches or kicks efficiently is enough. Things like Aikido and Tai Chi are not gonna do much, it's because normal people can't use inner energy, and that's why some have the misconception that those martial arts are frauds. Most of the time it only works on animes. I stand up, let me show you guys. I look around, my eyes landing on Rogue, please help me with this. Okay. She stutters before standing up, some of the girls giving her teasing looks. Teens. I roll my eyes on my mind. Here, give me your hand. I reach for her gloved hand. Oh, so lewd, Kitty, the otaku exclaims, covering her eyes with her hands but keeping gaps between her fingers. Ignoring her, I continue, check this out. Holding her hand, I press her palm with my thumb and force her wrist a little. Ouch. Whoa. Rogue eyes widens when she was forced to her knees. Try standing up, I say, while pressing that acupoint. I can't. My legs. She tries to hit her own thighs to take away the numbness of her legs. Turning to the rest, I explain, what I'm doing can look pretty useless from an outside perspective, but I'm inserting my inner energy through this acupoint. Yes, I will teach you later, Elena, my energy is overwhelming Rogue's, going through her arm till her legs. She can't move because she can't circulate her energy. In truth, not even her body can circulate it with her blood. It's how normally goes, by the way. I turn to Rogue, try fighting it, Rogue. Meanwhile, I'm copying her powers. I think I feel what you're talking about. Her southern accent appears once again while she puts in an effort to resist my move. Yep, she is doing it. I can feel her energy coalescing around mine. Trying to force me out. Yeah, just like that. Try to feel your blood. I know you can do that, you absorbed a little of me. I motivate her a little. After some more minutes, that I do not complain because her power really takes this long to be copied. She finally succeeds. My hand is forced back and she breathes heavily, standing up. Did you guys say how my hand was pushed without any movement? That's her inner energy pushing me. I say to the audience, those fictional moves of people making others sleep with a simple touch come from this. They use inner energy. Like Spock. Kitty asks in awe. Like in Kill Bill. The 5-point palm exploding heart technique. Spike asks too. Yes and yes. Wanna see? Yes, wait no. Not the heart exploding technique. But put someone to sleep. Kitty answers excitedly. Any volunteers? I ask, looking around, no one. Sam wanna try? Paige Guthrie, aka Husk, pushes her brother to me, aka Cannonball forward. Wait. Not me he protests but is too funny to pass, so I pinch that spot between his neck and shoulder and he passes out. I at least grab him. Wow. Cool. Now teach me the pressure point thing. Ileana urges me. Of course, any volunteer? I ask around again, while still carrying Samuel Guthrie. No one. Where are those guys' curiosity? I thought that they were students first and foremost. Sometimes doing things like this is nice too. I comment while Cassandra and I fly back home. We decided to do some hero job before going back, enjoying the cool breeze of the night. I'm an introvert, but I can't deny that it's nice to hang out with other people. Especially when those people are interesting. There are the X-Men, for fuck's sake. It's pretty cool when I think about it. I even flirted a little with Aurora. Goddamn, woman. Don't make me challenge Chala to a fight for your hand. And all the thick rest of your body. Jokes aside, I did what I came to do. I copied Rogue's power. For now is fully deactivated, but I will do some tests in the future. In the worst case, if the power is really that uncontrollable and unstable, I will give it to a clone and use it to go around harvesting physiologies. Or maybe to a summon. Who is reliable enough to do that. While I was contemplating this, I noticed Cassandra from the corner of my eye. You are quieter than usual, Shadow. It has been for some time already. It can't be, right? I have a suspicion, I'm not that dense, but, for real. She looks at me in silence then turns around, almost pouting. Oh my. Are you, by any chance, jealous that I took Ileana as my sidekick? I ask the $1,000 question. She doesn't say anything but her flight got a little erratic for a little. Ha 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 ha. I can't help but burst out laughing. She gives me a deadpan glare. Sorry. Oh, you are simply too cute. I reach out and grab her, she tries to escape but is pointless. I can't help but chuckle again while we start falling, hitting the ground heavily in an empty forest. Obviously, I hit it first, protecting her, even though she is super durable. There. I'm not making fun of you, Cassandra. She struggles just a little more in my arms before giving up. You know that you are my favorite, right? I say. It was so fun training you. You got everything so easily. I just wanted to keep making you stronger and stronger. And we fight so similar. You are Eidolon's successor, Shadow. I say softly while caressing her hair. Her back is to me so I can't see her expression, but I hope she is happy to hear my words. It's just that it's time for you to do your thing, so I took Ileana. She is a troubled child with a lot of potential. But you are still my cute disciple even if you graduate. Ha. I pat her head. Okay. She says in a very soft voice. I chuckle again, she is really cute, let's go break some criminal bones. Seriously, despite everything, I can't complain about my life. A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it, make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 105, Night Party. Third-person POV. Tonight is the night of the official inauguration of the Avengers Tower. Since the invasion of New York, the former Stark Tower has been under renovation. A silly coincidence of all letters of the word Stark, except that A, being knocked down from the tower gave Tony Stark the idea of making his building the Avengers Tower. The building still serves as Stark Industries headquarters, but the upper floors are reserved for heroes' activities. After months of upgrading the tower, in a very stark fashion, a party is being realized tonight, inviting heroes, friends, and other important people. All the Avengers and other heroes are attending, like the Fantastic Four, and She-Hulk. Friends and companions like Peggy Carter, Jane Foster, Betty Ross. Like anything organized by Tony Stark, Red Pepper Potts, the party goes well. With good music, food, company. Even though some non-heroes are a little too much in talking with the Avengers, the ones that are not comfortable with this just stay away. But is also a good opportunity for the scientist heroes to make contacts and gain some funding. A certain familiar figure to Eidolon drinks a martini at the edge of the bar, observing the party with focused eyes above her glass. No one with a protected mind. I thought they would be better. Eidolon raised my standard a little too much. Emma Frost thinks while carefully probing the minds of all heroes. She obviously would not dare to probe the minds of the likes of Thor, Hulk, and his cousin. But the rest? It's almost too easy. She thought Eidolon would be here, but thinking a little about it, she would have known that parties like those are not his style. Unless someone forces him to attend. I should have stayed at home with the girls. She sighs. Here goes the plan of leaving late with him, with an excuse that she took too many shots and is drunk, then inviting him to see the girls, and... But the trip was not a waste. After all, she was able to glance at the brains of arguably the most important people on the planet. She admits that those spies are tough nuts to crack, so she will not waste precious time on them for now. She first focused on the two normal women around Thor. Dr. Jane Foster and Darcy Lewis, her assistant. It's already common knowledge that the two are on Asgard with Eidolon and Thor, so maybe there's some valuable information on their minds. A slip of the hero in the relaxed setting. A glance of his face, information being said casually, anything. And yes, there are a lot of things about Eidolon on that Darcy woman's mind, but nothing important. She tried to get on his pants. HMPF, obviously he would refuse. Emma scoffs in her mind. He refuses her. So obviously, he would not care about Darcy's childish and desperate attempts. Get a grip, girl. Noticing the approach of a certain hero, Emma pauses her rummage through the minds of the people around to focus on him. Not to go through his mind, no. Emma doesn't need her telepathic powers to know what he is thinking. Johnny Storm, aka the Human Torch, is not any complicated puzzle. To not call him a simpleton. She uses her powers to make him lose his interest and focus on her. She doesn't need his attention now, it would be only bothersome. On another day, at another time, she would allow him to get closer only to shoot him down. To boost her ego a little, to raise the interest of another better target. But tonight, she wants to be more discreet. She is doing something big after all. She doesn't need the people to remember her being here. Even if she shoots down whatever corny pickup line he throws her way, hoping to stick just because he is a superhero, she would attract some attention by doing that. After all, people are normally vain, and to those simple-minded, it looks completely reasonable to a woman like her to at least accept his advances. Doing the opposite would be weird. Being beautiful is so problematic sometimes. She internally rolls her eyes, moving away from the momentarily confused Johnny. But like she said, he is a simple man, and after seeing some models, his mind focused on them instantly, completely ignoring the feeling that he is forgetting something. Reaching the edge of the bar, she finds someone more interesting to talk to and not as half as conspicuous as the superhero who is literally a lamplight. Miss Potts, lovely party that you organized here. Emma greets the redhead woman who was nursing a drink while looking around. She seems a little tired, her eyes going off into Tony Stark, who appears to be bragging about something while being surrounded by normal people. Oh. Miss Frost. Thank you, but it was Tony who came up with the idea. It took a second for Pepper Potts to recover her bearings and a second more to enter professional mode. Despite being a party, she would not relax while talking with the CEO of another company. An idea that I bet that you brought to reality. Emma compliments a little, already invading the unaware woman's mind. Discovering her thoughts, worries, insecurities, secrets. I know how things are, from one CEO to another. Congratulations on your promotion, by the way. It's always nice to see another woman rise up to a position of power. Thank you. And yes, Tony is always the type to focus on the big plans, while I do the little work so that things can run as smoothly as possible. Now with the whole Iron Man thing. He decided to step down and let me in charge of Stark Industries. Pepper says, more than she would normally do, but that is what happens when you talk with a telepath. I see, I see. I bet flying around in a power armor is much more interesting than staying behind a desk signing up documents. Emma comments with mirth. I bet too. Pepper laughs too with a roll of her eyes. And maybe a little resentment. But you can't be reduced as a simple placeholder, and Stark must trust you fully to give you the reins of his industries. Emma comments. Well. We went through a lot. Pepper sighs while looking at her drink. And with that, she starts pouring her heart out. Sometimes is really too easy. It is an effective method to go through someone's memories to talk with them. They think and remember while they talk, their memories going to the forefront of their minds, making it easy for Emma to read them. Much more effective than any other type of interrogation or torture. Even the simple act of asking a question can instinctively trigger someone's brain to remember a certain memory, so talking openly is basically reading an open book. An open book that turns the page around for you and marks what you're searching for. It's so easy that while she is unveiling Pepper's secrets, Emma has enough mental power to continue going through the minds of the surrounding people. Not only to discover some juice secrets but also to her protection. Obviously, she already created the habit of always reading the thoughts of the people around her. Saved her life a dozen times. And now, she almost lost her composure when she caught something shocking in the mind of one of the spies around the party. A quick thought. A word. The party obviously has it filled with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents, or is what she thought. Hydra. She mutters the word in her mind, controlling her reaction to not show anything on her face, only smiling and nodding at Pepper. It invaded S.H.I.E.L.D. The organization that only appears in history books and comics is still alive. She just discovered that so casually that almost sent her head spinning. She almost did not believe it. Damn, and Captain America is just there. She almost laughs. Idolin is right, you can't trust anyone. Now she understands why he doesn't cooperate with anyone. She asks herself if she knows, or if she can use the information in some way. The safe route is telling him immediately. Those are the people who almost took over the world, but danger always hides some opportunities. How many people are implicated in this? She is really weighing if it's better to get something from Idolin or blackmail other important people. Too risky to investigate on my own. She eventually reaches this conclusion. She has daughters now. She will tell him, but not before taking something from him. Maybe teasing him a little. Thinking about the guy, she can't help but look around and ask, it's incredible how all those heroes are united here tonight. Ah yes, they are all incredible people in their own right. It's a privilege to know them. Pepper says, equal parts honestly and equal part democratically. And Idolin? Too busy. Emma asks, feigning disinterest. Haha, you are not the first that asked about him. More like the 10th. Pepper jokes, and Tony invited him, but like you guessed, he is a busy man. Oh, you guys keep in touch with him. She asks surprised, do you have a heroes group chat or something? Ha ha ha. That would be a good idea, I will suggest it to Tony later. Pepper laughs, and Tony has his ways to contact Idolin, I just don't know if he will come, probably not. He would be here already, right? He can teleport. I guess parties are not that interesting to him. Yes. Emma agrees in her mind, did you meet him frequently? No, just once. He looked like a quiet guy, the opposite of Tony. So Tony loves parties, I guess he doesn't. Ha. It makes sense. Emma says, but she is quickly losing interest. Maybe she should go, there's nothing interesting here anymore. She can't deny that a small, petty, and childish part of her wanted to meet Idolin here. Maybe show off a little by talking with him casually. He is the father of her daughters, after all, whatever race any other woman is starting she already owns the finish line. She wanted to see their faces too. But in the end, keeping their relationship a secret is more advantageous to her and him. She doesn't think she can use him to eliminate her competitors again. But she thinks he will protect her and her daughters if anything happens. The best assurance in the world. Emma Frost then just talks a little with Pepper Potts, just enough to be courteous before she excuses herself from the talk, but in reality, planning to excuse herself from the whole party. She has nothing more than to do here, and she is a mother of 5, she can't stay partying all night. The party continues even without Emma Frost's presence, in truth no one notices her absence, she is discreet after all and everyone's focus is on the superheroes. Obviously, the super interesting people are the center of the attention, from James Rhodes telling some stories as War Machine basking in the newfound popularity to Bruce Banner who appears to want to disappear, luckily he has Betty Ross and his cousin with him. Eventually, everything ends, and the guests start leaving the tower as the superheroes leave the party. In truth, the heroes are simply moving one floor up to a more relaxed get-together with their fellow crime combatants. And if you put the hammer in an elevator, and the elevator goes up, is the elevator worthy? Steve Rogers asks with a raised eyebrow. Peggy Carter at his side laughs at his words. Exactly. Tony exclaims, how the hammer knows that is being held by someone. I saw Hulk grabbing you with the hammer and at the same time there's footage of the big guy failing to raise it up. He argues. The hammer knows. Thor laughs in his loud voice. But how? Is it alive? Tony asks. No. Well, I think no. Thor initially answered with conviction but then he frowned unsure. Everyone gives the Mjolnir a look like they're waiting for it to suddenly talk. But nothing back and the reunited heroes go back to the theme at hand. So if I raise it, I'm the heir of Asgard. Clint asks with a smirk. Be my guest. Thor waves at the Mjolnir at the table. Wait, didn't Eidolon use it? So is he the heir of Asgard now? She-Hulk asks, to create some confusion. Maybe you two should fight for the position. Natasha doesn't lose the opportunity, smirking while sipping her drink from a straw. Preferably shirtless. Darcy adds, making some women nod, while Jane slaps her head playfully. Well, Eidolon can wield the Mjolnir, so he is obviously worthy. Thor laughs. But who decides that? Does the hammer have preferences? Tony is still on that. Maybe my father's enchantment. Thor shrugs. So is your father's standard that decides who wields the hammer. So Thor is indirectly a daddy's boy. Clint jokes. And Eidolon too. Tony adds, making everyone laugh. Ah, shut up. Thor chuckles, you are all like that because you guys are not worthy. He pauses each other to mock them. Oh, now you challenged me. Tony is the first to stand up, when I rule Asgard I will reinstall Prima Noctis. He declares like a politician. No, you not. But Pepper shots him down easily. Despite being shot down mercilessly by his girl, Tony still tries to lift the Mjolnir. But obviously to no avail, he grunted for nothing, even trying to use parts of his armor and asked for Rhodes's help, but they couldn't even shake the thing a little. After that opening, it became a competition to see who could lift it. Almost everyone tried, with a few exceptions like Natasha, and others that are happy to only watch the fun. But Reed appeared to be more interested in observing the Mjolnir instead of lifting it. I can't believe that I can't do it. Johnny Storm struggles enough that he is going flame on mode, but his sister stops him with an invisible shield before that. Even Ben tried, but to no avail. Why are you trying to show off to your girlfriend, big guy? She is blind. Johnny jokes, and even with the dark humor, Alice laughs, not letting the mood get heavy. You better pray that I didn't lift it, or I will nail you into the ground with it. Ben threatens Johnny before trying, but he also can't do it. There has to be some trick behind it. Yeah, what you and Eidolon have that I don't. Johnny rolls his eyes narcissistically. Then someone says from behind Ben, a hand reaching from the hammer. It's not about strength. The arm covered in a dark skin-tight suit effortlessly lifts the Mjolnir. Looking at the rest of the arm, they can see Eidolon standing there, covered by his mantle. Good night. Or day. It's already past midnight, after all. He says calmly. Eidolon. The people greet him. You are a little late. Tony says sarcastically. Sorry I didn't come, I was doing some hero work. But flying around the region, I noticed you guys still here, so I decided to say hi. And he raises his hand to greet the people he never met in person, like Betty and Alice. Don't you guys need to sleep? He asks while throwing the Mjolnir to Thor casually, who catches the hammer in an equally casual manner. Look who is talking. Aren't you saving the world even now? Natasha asks while Darcy walks to Eidolon to give him a hug. She is still acting pretty familiar with him. What is this? Darcy pauses after feeling that he is carrying something hard. Oh, this. Cheese. Eidolon answers, not bothered by her hugging him, I helped clean the path of a goat farmer, and he gave me this wheel of cheese. There's a landslide, he raises the cheese to show them before putting it away in his inventory. That's cute and wholesome, Janet, the wasp, comments. Are you really saving people even now? Susan asks. Do you really not sleep? Betty asks too, she knows nothing of him beyond rumors. Yes, and I sleep. 30 seconds every hour or two. It's called microsleep. He answers like there is nothing. I need to learn that. Tony comments. Damn man, my condolences. Johnny comments while shaking my head. It's okay, I like doing it. He answers, most of the time. Tonight I saved a couple that bonded themselves too well during their nightly activities. Pretty dangerous, the woman was almost passing out because of the blood going to her head. His words made them equally laugh and wince. Well, thank you for your efforts in saving kinky couples, Eidolon. It's keep our society alive. Do you want a drink? Tony offers, I'm relieved to know that people can be kinky and safe because of you. No, thanks. I just stopped by. I have a lot of work to do. Ouch, are you saying that we were wasting our time here? Tony acts hurt. No, I know that is impossible to help all the time, not even I can't do it. Don't force yourselves, people. If not, you will start hating it or hating yourselves. Even I go on vacations here and there. He gives some advice. You. Vacations. I can't imagine you doing something fun. Natasha teases with a smirk and a raised eyebrow. You would be surprised. Sometimes I go to other universes with time dilatation to relax. He decides to say, already planting the seeds of the excuses for future powers, items, and characters that he will show. Other universes. Reed appears interested in that. The other scientists too. Like the one that you rescued those people recently. Natasha also asks, a little of Black Widow appearing in her eyes. That case shocked even S.H.I.E.L.D. Good job on that. Steve says to him, making others give him a thumbs up. Thanks. And yes. That way, I will not leave this Earth unattended and I can unwind for days, or even months. Eidolon says. Must be crazy. Johnny comments. And how are those universes that you visit? Completely alien. Or there's some similar to ours? Reed asks, his scientific curiosity showing. If you are asking if the multiverse theory about parallel universes is real. The answer is yes, it's real. No need to hide that. Even the X-Men know this at this point. Oh, interesting. And you visited them? Meta version of you or ours? Reed persists. Yes. He kinda lies. This can also be a good way to give excuses for some knowledge that he can show in the future. And how is it? Varies. Sometimes the difference is subtle, sometimes is brutal. Eidolon shrugs, there are universes where everyone becomes zombies, or a universe where Steve married Tony. Say what? The two spit their drink while the others laugh. Eidolon also chuckles, and to keep things clear. Tony is a woman in that universe. This only makes the others laugh more. Why I am the woman? His outrage is evident. The weird thing is that your name is Natasha Stark instead of Anthonyetta or something like that. Natasha. Natasha asks weirded out. I'm not liking this talk. Tony says while Pepper and Peggy laugh. Some universes are not so fun. Eidolon sighs like the things that can go wrong, always goes wrong. Most of the people here dying from the things that should give them powers. Radiation. He gives the Hulks and the Fantastic Four some looks, Tony dying in the cave, and the list goes on. That's depressing as fuck. Be happy for what you have. Going to other universes can also be useful. Eidolon adds, I can discover some of your secrets, he gives them a mischievous gaze. Son of the. Natasha mutters, she doesn't like it. Relax, things are so different that I can only keep the names of important people in mind. And sometimes I steal you guys' technology. He reveals with the same mischievous gaze. Son of the. This time is Tony. Relax Natasha's. He says in plural because of Tony's female version, sometimes it does not work in a different universe. Most of the time, I just use it as a reference to help people like us. Help. Yeah, some universes are a little forward in the timeline, even if many things are different. Like, there's no invasion of Loki in some. But our origin stories happen. Sometimes. Eidolon explains, so I keep it in mind to help a little. I recently saved a town from the awakening of a boy that would vaporize everyone this way. Very sad story. I remembered his name and checked on this universe. He really did, he took the boy's power and erased his mind. One of the few times he did that. But better than dying to Wolverine because he can't control his AoE meta power that kills everyone around him. He gives She-Hulk a look like stopping someone from creating a big fuss and causing destruction, or stop one from dying. I don't mind giving some a happy ending. He then gives a brief glance at Steve and Peggy. Talking about origin stories, I want to talk with you about doing some comics. How is your origin story? Tony asks slyly, probing him. Very boring. I have powers but didn't do much, my parents were killed even though I could have prevented it pretty easily and then I swore to myself to always be prepared, cautious and ready. He lies. He didn't have a chance to do anything. Ignoring everyone's silence he continues, but I was still talking about happy endings. Eidolon then turns to Ben and Alicia. Do you want to see again, he asks, shocking everyone, why are you guys shocked? He looks around, I heal cancer. He is genuinely confused. I don't know. It's still strange. Darcy answers, instinct maybe. He chuckles at her, he always found Darcy funny. And I think I can help Ben with his little Rocky problem. He offers. He held it for too long, and Ben Grimm deserves a happy ending. For real. Ben's eyes widen. Of course, prepared for everything, remember. I would be thankful like hell, pal. Ben says excitedly, maybe even a little desperate. No need to thank me. And you, wanna see again? Well, I would not refuse. But it's okay if it's too difficult. It's a complicated problem. Alicia starts, a little unsure. Yes, a neurological problem instead of an eye problem, I noticed. Eidolon interrupts her. It's not for nothing that she is still blind even with the Fantastic Four technology. Don't worry, it won't take a minute. He extends her hand to her head. Wait. Ben shouts to interrupt Eidolon, do me first. He adds a little weakly, nervous. Eidolon gives him a look. Oh Ben, I want to see all of you. Alicia understands Ben's issue instantly. Yeah. But I wanted you first impression me a little better. He says bashfully. She smiles, oh, this is the best version of you. She caresses his rocky head and kisses his face. You are a lucky man, Ben. And don't worry, my method will give you the on-off button to your rock physiology. Seriously? Yeah. Then Eidolon removes a watch from somewhere. This is made by him. He decided to not give Ben any technology that can suppress powers, and that can be replicated. And he will also not reveal his powers. So the best way is to give an item, like the camouflage accessories that his people have, and be ambiguous about any question. After Ben, he will help the Morlocks later. He shows them the watch. So here's the thing. He pauses and looks around, got it? The thing. He chuckles while realization appears on the other heroes' faces. Some shook their heads at the lame joke and some tried to hold back their laughter. Darcy and Johnny are the ones laughing the loudest. I told you that I'm fun. Eidolon gives Natasha a look. The Black Widow rolls her eyes, her lips quirking up in amusement at his antics. Hector POV, go on, try it. I say to Nemesis while we stay in one of the testing grounds of the space station. Okay, if you insist. She movies from my side and her body melts into a dark slime while latching onto me. I patiently wait for her to circle around me before her amorphous form starts taking shape. The shape of tight-fit black armor that covers every inch of my body from my neck down. Do you like it? Nemesis asks in my mind while I look at myself with a weak miscellaneous power that allows me to see from a third-person point of view. I also make a mirror in front of me, of course. A little edgy. I say while opening and closing my hands, it does not restrict my movement. It's like I'm wearing a skin-tight suit instead of armor, but my gauntlet fingers end in claws. There are also spikes on my elbow and knees and smaller ones on my shoulder. You. Talking about edgy. Nemesis asks in disbelief, you wear all black and change your hair to white. She is right, master. Cortana agrees with her. I'm not edgy. Eidolon is edgy. And I make him exactly the opposite of me to not raise suspicion. So I am not edgy. I defend myself, it's not like I don't see the edginess of Eidolon, but I did it on purpose. Eidolon is part of you, so you are edgy. Nemesis argues back. Be honest and say that you are using Eidolon's identity as an outlet for your edgy fantasies, master. ET2, Cortana. And if Eidolon is to be edgy, an edgy armor will work up perfectly to him. Okay, fine. Point taken. I roll my eyes to them, let's try this thing. Helmet. Copy. Nemesis says as she closes the helmet around my head. It was good that she was listening when I explained how she needed to answer. The appearance of my helmet is very bland because it's still a prototype. I will ask Edna to design something cool for me. Something between a Power Ranger and a Dark Overlord. And then you say that you are not edgy. Cortana chimes in between my thoughts. Hey, now that I'm waist deep in the edgy archetype, I'm going all the way. I then teleport to the outer space to do my tests. First the obvious one. Can you siphon my energy to empower the armor? I ask. This is the whole principle behind this armor and the pillar of its existence. I don't need something like Stark armors, I need something that would really give me a boost and protect me. The materials and the energy source for that armor need to be of the highest quality, the materials I am still seeking, but what is a better energy source than myself? That is how the Hellbat armor from Batman works too. To answer my question, Nemesis doesn't say anything but she acts. Parts of the armor start lighting up, a white light running through it like blood running through veins. Good. Hand cannon. I say while raising my arm. The gauntlet that is covering my forearm instantly liquefies before morphing into something that you would see Mega Man using if he was cooler, Wyan. I can hear the low-frequency sound of my energy being coalesced into the barrel of my hand cannon, a ball of energy appearing there before I casually shoot it as an asteroid. Obviously, in space, there's no sound, but there's still an explosion, flash of light, when the energy attack vaporizes the asteroid. Good, but not enough. What is the point of doing something that I can do too? I want this armor to make it stronger and faster. I comment again. This time hand cannon is much bigger and menacing. It's long and sharp, bigger than me. Some poles appear close to my shoulder and my energy moves there before being transferred to the barrel. The whole cannon lights up while white lighting converges into the front. Once again, there's no sound but a laser thicker than a skyscraper is emitted from the barrel. It hits nothing, but without a doubt, this is something that would devastate cities like New York in an instant. And the armor made it so casually and quickly, with almost zero effort on my part. I could have very well been focused on another thing. Now this is what I'm talking about. I nod, happy with myself. After that, I test the new functions. All the weapons and forms that the armor can morph into. The range is ridiculously big. From swords to giant drills, sharp wings to propulsors, and many others. It can even create energy shields and other constructs. Yep, very good. I nod to myself again. You are a little inexperienced to be my co-pilot, Nemesis. We are gonna train together from now. Oh, so I'm not grounded anymore? She asks with a smug smirk. You are on thin ice, girl, don't make me clone you. I deadpan or go to your universe, there are others like you, right? I can even take another you from there. Yami and Maya are different from me. But I would not say no if you bring them here. She answers. One day, maybe. It depends on the gacha, let's test the armor resistance. How? She asks and I take a glance at the sun for real. The hell of this armor comes from high environmental leveling armor. We need to test it on the worst and more inhospitable places. You are making this up. She sees through my bullshit pretty easily. But you need to admit that makes sense. Good luck in finding good words to complete the acronym then. Remembering you that is called Hell Nemesis armor. We can forget the Nemesis part. I say dismissively, already flying to the sun. Hey. Third-person POV. On a dark building, a Victorian old mansion, sounds of gunshots would be heard by anyone nearby, but everyone else is dead beyond the last two combatants. Bang bang bang. Bullets fly as the two last combatants shoot each other, but the projectiles fail to hit the target, only leaving holes in the wall. A particular combatant appears to have very special bullets because of the destruction caused by the shots. Chunks of wall are destroyed and pieces of furniture explode when the bullets hit. This one is obviously Celine, using the special bullets provided by Hector. After she went to infiltrate a certain vampire circle, her efforts are thrown out the window when another individual infiltrated the same place, but with none of her subtlety. Bang bang. The attacker was good enough to make short work of the other vampires before he turned his attention to her. Celine, who is already moving away, unbothered by the carnage, was attacked and forced to defend herself. The two are vampires, with super senses and enhanced reflexes, more or less at the same level, so the fight quickly delved into an impasse where no one can hit the other. The first person hit will be at an incredible disadvantage, therefore, they can't risk it. It really seems like a 50-50 battle that can go both ways. Like a game of laser tag with dangerous stakes, the two are constantly on the move, trying to find an opening to attack while trying to not leave an opening to be attacked. Their senses make that they always know where the other is, they can hear the other steps, clothes, guns. So there's no need to be stealthy. It's a game of who is faster each turn. Who attacks faster and retreats faster. It's timing. If one leaves their cover too early or too late, they can be shot, but they can stay still either. One mistake. This long battle that would last for hours, in truth will be decided in a single moment. Bang bang asterisk bang click. A click. The end of a mag. The time to reload. They have gone through this many times already. And that's the moment that Celine's enemy decides to attack. He is confident in his closed-range combat, after noticing that his long-range firepower is lacking. In this dark, silent, and that smell like blood and powder mansion, the sound of a gun being emptied is as clear as day to them. Whoosh. Suddenly someone appears above Celine, the light reflects on two blades that descend at her outstretched arms. Her eyes widen behind her mask without features, but she acts fast. Yes, she is out of bullets in a gun. In one gun. Bang. She raises the barrel and shoots at the attacker, the feint worked. But to her surprise, her enemy is not any slouch either. With a move of his wrist, he was able to hit the bullet, cutting it in two. But different from how this normally goes, Celine bullets are special. He is lucky that it's not an adamantium bullet that would go straight through his sword, but it was an explosive bullet that fragmented under the impact, still showering her attack with shrapnel. The pieces hit his neck, shoulder, and chest, burning him considerably, but it was not a fatal wound. Despite the pain, he pressed the attack and his other blade still went down and cut one of Celine's arms, making her drop her guns. Hissing in pain, Celine flexes her other still intact arm, and a hidden blade shoots out from her wrist and she wastes no time on slashing the still falling enemy with it using an upward attack. It all happened so fast, blood and body pieces flew into the air as the two jumped away from each other. Celine has one less wrist while her attack has his two shoulders almost destroyed. One for the shrapnel of a bullet and the other for the hidden blade that cut from chest to shoulder. Celine pulls a gun from behind her waist and points at her attacker. Similarly, he raises his swords with some difficulty but still keeps it steady. But she pauses. I know you. She says, her voice muffled behind her mask. Yeah, I'm quite famous through your lot. the man answers. A movement from the outside sheds some light through the windows revealing his appearance, not that they need light to see. It's a dark-skinned man with a buzz cut, and a goatee, and is wearing sunglasses. It seems that there's a misunderstanding. I'm not your enemy, Celine says, trying to be reasonable but still with her guard up. I don't think so, darling. I know exactly what you are, and I kill what you are. Blade readies his sword for another attack. So are you. Celine decides to not engage in any banter with him and goes straight to the point. My boss told me about you and instructed me to not escalate things because we have the same objective. Bullshit. Your boss probably is too scared of me and wants my head in a stake. Blade scoffs. And Celine scoffs too. My boss is not a vampire, most of the time. The former death dealer almost laughed at the thought of Eidolon being scared of this daywalker vampire. Let me show you something. I'm not gonna fight you anymore. She adds, seeing Blade tense when she reached for a pocket, or you listen and understand that I'm not your enemy, or my boss deal with you. Anyway, our battle is over. She does two things. She takes something similar to a medallion and throws it casually at his feet and then turns around to grab her fallen hand. There are no signs of aggression, so Blade only thinks for a second that what she threw was a bomb before dismissing the thought. The fact that she turned around carelessly added another layer of strangeness to the situation. A certain strangeness that many times precedes truthful, but hard to believe, words. He knows the type. Tall tales are often true in this line of work. He can't help but start to think that she is not lying. He looks down to check what she threw. It is a circular object with a symbol on it. A very familiar symbol to everyone in the world, even to him. It's Eidolon's spiral inside the SCP symbol. Blade frowns before turning to her. I didn't know heroes in colorful clothes mess with things from the underworld. Celine scoffs again, interesting choice of word. And are you seeing me wearing colorful clothes? Then she puts her hand on her stump and the two connect and heal like nothing happened. Celine didn't gain many enhancements from Hector, at least nothing like he gave to Shago and others, if not Blade would have no chance. But he played along with Vampire Mask from the JoJo world to give her some extra abilities. One of them, her healing abilities, are very much boosted now. I was sent to infiltrate and investigate vampire families and groups. But you destroyed my last day's effort. She comments while giving a glance at the destroyed place. There's still some blood on the walls of the vampires he killed. Sorry about that. He says sarcastically, but I still don't believe in you. Anyone can wave a symbol around and I don't care about people that play the hero under the daylight. Speak that to him then. Celine says, looking at him through the emotionless eyes of her mask. Blade was about to answer when his senses pointed out that something was wrong. It's subtle and he almost missed if the way Celine's stance hadn't changed. She is not looking at him but over his shoulder. Swish. He turns at lightning speed and swings his sword behind his back. And he was really right behind him. Blade's katana, moving quickly, hit an incomprehensibly hard obstacle and shattered like glass. Well, that is rude. But is normally how those first meetings go anyway. A calm and deep voice echoes from where he hit. Eidolon then steps out of the darkness that appears to fuse with him. Blade could barely see him before even with the fact that he is a vampire, a creature of the darkness. It was like the darkness obeys and follows Eidolon, like its master, shielding him from even vampire eyes. Standing at 6 feet 4 inches tall, Eidolon looks down even on Blade, his whole body covered by his mantle with the exception of his head. But even so, only his eyes and hair can be seen because of the half-mask. With hair that is so strange amidst the darkness and eyes that are constantly changing colors before settling on a purple royal color while staring at Blade. Hello there, do you know where Dracula is? Eidolon asks, his voice is casual, despite being stared at intensely. You see, I'm very interested in your business of killing vampires. Do you think I can try? A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 106, Hey, I'm legal. Eidolon POV. More than once, some of my girls asked why I'm not more proactive. In the sense of going directly at the problems that I know exist or will eventually appear, and uprooting them before they can become a problem. Shago, Helena, Harley, Nemesis. All asked why I simply don't drop down on Latveria and rip Doom out of his armor. There are reasons for that obviously. The movie Minority Report said the problem of acting before things really happen. Heck, the Civil War II from the very Marvel universe showed why is a bad idea. I can't go around dealing with people because of my half-reliable meta-knowledge. Things can still change, maybe Doom will be better. But, okay. Let's go with something more believable. Maybe some problematic but weak bastards will hold their horses and do nothing because of my presence, like Namor, the Ten Rings. And talking about those minor villains, Dracula is one of them on the list of letting it go till becoming a problem. Like the Mandarin, Hydra, and others. The other reason is that it's advantageous to me to wait. I get stronger the more they wait to take action. Eidolon makes them cautious and takes their time to put their plan into practice, not knowing that they are giving time to me to grow strong. I also don't want people like Doom to escape through some loophole in the law. I will wait for him to slip so badly that people won't mind me killing him. But when the opportunity presents itself like this, and against someone like Dracula, a completely irreconcilable enemy, I can stop what I'm doing and put my focus on the bastard. So, Blade. Do you have any clues about him? I asked the Daywalker vampire hunter. I heard he was sleeping somewhere. And you care? The guy that looks only 30% like Wesley Snipes asks back. I forgot that he is a little sassy. I like your character, Blade, try not to annoy me too much. Parasocial relations can only go so far. Obviously I care about anything that threatens the lives of the normal people. I answer calmly, Celine moving behind me, and an ancient bloodsucker is listed as a plague in my book. Go to the end of the line, because this plague is on the top of my list, he answers, not giving an inch. Come on, Eric. I say, using his real name. Many want Dracula's head, and if I really put my mind into it, you will not have your turn. Let's work together. You want to kill Dracula, and I want to make sure that he is dead. Our interests align perfectly. I act diplomatically. I don't want to spend a lot of time on a treasure hunt for Dracula's resting place. But I wouldn't mind taking the information from him, unwillingly. I'm already here, after all. I can't waste the trip. He pauses and stares at me through his sunglasses. Are they to tone down his enhanced sight? Or is it just a fashion choice? I don't remember. Well, that's disappointing. I thought that you would be able to see the bigger picture. I shake my head. Let's go. I say to Celine, without using her name because I don't know if she is going with it. While my vampire girl walks closer, I open my mantle to make a portal. My farewell needs to be cool too. If you change your mind, just press the button. I will find you. I throw a SCP emblem at him. I've already activated the tracker, by the way. And I already registered him into search, one of my super handy powers. Bye. Stretching my mantle, I make a hidden portal beneath it and disappear with Celine. The rule of cool should be upheld. Blade is an antisocial guy, can't force him into that, but I can make him work for me without knowing. And he didn't agree with the deal of me leaving Dracula to him, so I can kill-steal him now. Where do you want me to drop you? I ask Celine after moving some 100 meters above in the air. Standing on an invisible platform, I observe Blade leaving the place to somewhere. He is a hard man to read, but his actions will reveal. You can leave me at Monster Metropolis. She says directly. Okay. Did you discover anything new? I ask. It's not the time of her weekly report, but now that I'm here I can ask. Yes, the vampire circle that I was investigating was working to create a Daywalker serum. The name is self-explanatory. She says. Well, now that is an interesting thing. I comment, nothing against aiming to the betterment of their species and to get rid of their fatal weakness, but it can become a tiny bit troublesome. Why don't they work in a not need to drink blood serum? I chuckle. Celine is not the most fun person to be around, looking at me without any reaction. Good job in getting this information. It's in this kind of thing I'm interested. I compliment her. Any clue on where they are producing it? Or the progress? She shakes her head. Unfortunately, that guy entered and killed everyone before I could uncover more clues. I see. Too bad. But I think they are cooperating with humans. She adds. Useful information but not by a lot. This is very broad, going for them having thralls to maybe be in a partnership with some big shots. Unfortunately, my meta-knowledge about this part of Marvel is not that good, to not say very bad. I don't think the Blade movies will help, they are a little old. It's like basing myself on the Ben Affleck Daredevil movie instead of the series. Well, I can be proved wrong though. The X-Men still has some elements of the old cartoons. Anyway, continue the good work, Celine. I nod to her while opening a portal to Monster Metropolis, and you did the right thing by calling me. She gives me a nod before going through the portal. Her relationship loyalty is at 5 out of 10. Going beyond acquaintances to the respect/admiration area. She is pretty loyal too. Maybe I should give her some real boosts. Or bring her with me to drink the blood of some demons or old vampires. Like in a game, when you boost your low-level friend. Would it work though? Is she even that type of vampire? While the Blade situation is shelved, perhaps I should investigate other developing threats. I want to deal with them swiftly, but my paranoid ass would not allow me to go head-on, so I need to gain information beforehand. I will make a round around the world, checking everything. Especially my summons. Even the unpleasant ones. It's rare for you to visit me, sir. Johann theatrically bows to me, a small smile on his creepy face. I'm a busy man. And you are not as cute as the others. I rather spend my time with Raven or Chun-Li. Even Yuri. I'm sure you are. He accepts my answer easily. Tell me some news, Johann. I sit down on this incredibly comfy chair in his office, taking the place of the kingpin has its perks. Where is Yuvo? Guarding a certain shipment, we are being tested by other criminal organizations. Try not to die. I didn't give Johann any enhancement beyond some minor powers. He can still die pretty easily. You told me that the Punisher is on your trail. Yes. And you don't allow me to deal with him. Johann says, almost aggravated. He is a troubled man, but doesn't deserve death, or you. Frank Castle has a lot of mental problems. I don't want Johann so close to him. He will not stop getting in my way. And you will push him away. I state firmly, with so many advantages, you can deal with him without killing. This is not a definitive solution, sir, he replies in a calm voice, looking at me intensely. You are threading the line between good and evil, but when confronted with other people in the different spectrums of morality you are forced to choose a side. Previously it was an easy and obvious decision, dealing with villains like a hero. But now. The curve of his lips grew, how you will deal with a hero while playing the role of a villain. Don't try your bullshit with me, Johann. I scoff, do you want me to kill you now? Then my enjoyment would end shortly, but it would prove that you can only take this much, sir. He replies with a calm voice. Look at this little bastard. Acting like he wins doesn't matter the outcome. Johann Liebert. Relationship loyalty, August 10th. Fucking weirdo. But a useful weirdo. Don't flatter yourself, Johann, I will discard you at the slight inconvenience. I stand up, and never think about you again. That would be very sad. He says, still smiling. Anyway, don't kill the Punisher, the Daredevil, or any other hero. I command, you are smart, you can deal with this much trouble, and if not. HMPF. With that, I teleport away without giving him the chance to answer. If he thinks he can affect me, he is very wrong. To him, maybe I'm his great puzzle or whatever. To me, he is a character card. The ability to consciously choose who I care about and who I dismiss is a valuable perk that I'm learning. Everyone is equally important and unimportant till I decide otherwise. It's a powerful thing. Be able to master your mind after peeking through the truth of the world. I'm lucky that I can observe things from a higher perspective. I go to check on another of my summons. I wait in the discreet apartment, after messing with the vigilance devices around the room to not detect me in any way. Cortana will also edit any footage in real time. Having a super advanced AI is very useful, and I recommend it to anyone. Maybe I should create Alexa here in this world, it can be my and Cortana's daughter, hee. That is a funny idea. While I was thinking about silly things, the door of the small apartment opens and Rob Lucci enters. The first thing he does is notice me, but his pigeon flies from the table and lands on his shoulder. Then he momentarily forgets about me. He must miss his pet. It was a little troublesome to keep Hattori away from Cathalhu, but I kept him safe. He was only eaten 2 times. How was the mission, Rob Lucci? I ask casually, as he goes on an errand to buy some groceries instead of killing a certain defense secretary. It's okay because the guy was involved with some nasty shit. It was completed. He answers in a flat tone. Why I am always surrounded by murderers or crazy people. Sometimes the two. I have devils, killing machines, criminals. Isabella literally raised kids like cattle. Thankful I have people like Edna Mode and Tsukasa, but is not enough. I think I will summon Static Shock, I need more family-friendly people around me. I see. Only doing a routine checkup. Tell me the details about the Winter Soldier. I say, very interested. Recently Rob Lucci made a breakthrough in his investigation when he was moved to the base where Hydra stores their super soldiers, including the famous Winter Soldier, or James Buchanan Barnes, or how Steve would call him. Bucky. Lucci starts, after a completed mission, instead of taking me back to the usual base, they made me sleep and took me there. He explains in detail the secret facility, telling how he was presented to some higher-ups and scientists who want to study him. They reinforced the brainwashing too, to make him more loyal. He also saw the frozen super soldiers. When did that happen, specifically? I ask. 2 days ago, 2:13 in the morning. At that time you are. I remember his exact movements because of my powers and the nanotrackers. Yep, it was not Siberia, as expected. But now I know where they are. I stand up and say my goodbyes. Thanks, I'm gonna check on them. Are you gonna deal with them now? Too early, we still haven't become aware of all the heads of the Hydra. I say with a small smile, let them make the first move. If things go well we will take them and shield together. Not that I don't trust Fury, but the guy has limits. Ironically, the bigger the organization that takes care of the world, the less it can really take care of the world. I bet Fury does a good job. He probably has a lot of dirt of important people that gives him leverage to do what he wants and acts the best he can, but it's not enough. It will be better in my hands, or even if it's not in my hands, when I am able to cooperate fully with it. Let's go check the first sidekick. Hello, Bucky Barnes. I observe the frozen friend of Steve, checking his vitals and everything else. Nice prosthetic arm. I want to make it more accessible to everyone. Don't you think it's unfair that you have one since when? The 60s. And normal people still have to use crutches. I playfully TSK in front of him. Should I take a selfie? Jokes aside, this facility is very well guarded from the outside, but when you enter, it becomes a joke. That's why I'm very relaxed now. I hope you don't mind the things that I'm gonna put in your body. Relax, it will only lock and electrocute you. I joke, sorry for not saving you now, but it would be too obvious. Like, who else could do it, right? They would know that this location and their very existence are compromised. You need to wait for the fish to take a very good bite, a chomp so strong that the hook would stick on their flesh and make them putty on my hands. I will only need to pull the line. That's how you fish villains out of their evil lairs. I will go see my future wife now. Raven, I talked with the Ancient One, we can go there now. I teleport in the middle of her leaving the room with a big smile on my face. I retracted my half-mask for her. She gives me a look over her book, her eyes staring at me in a deadpan. Don't teleport in other people's houses. Her bored and grumpy voice is music to my ears. What is the problem? What is yours is mine and what is mine and yours? We are one person. No, we are not. She cuts me off while standing up, but let's go visit your magic friend. She moves to her room, to change to her official new hero clothes. Her new attire, made by Edna, is mostly the same except that it covers her legs. Because they are only for me. Don't be disrespectful, the guy is powerful. I comment while she closes the door. This is one of those moments where my will is tested. Just a small use of X-ray and I will be blessed with a show without a price. But I'm stronger than this. I have my pride in the day I gaze at her nude form, it will be by her own will, not a sneaky peek. I will look for as long as I want. Later, after Raven dons her cloak, I take her to Camartage. We kinda combine. I say to her, gesturing to my mantle. HMPF, on in your head. She turns her head and moves away from me. Haha, act like that as much as you want, girl. I know that I'm slowly melting your defenses. The opposite of love is indifference, not this that you are doing. I would be sad if you did not react to my teasing. We walk a little more, greeting some monks and students on the way. So there's really a place that teaches magic. I hear Raven muttering. Is that surprising? I ask. Aren't there places like this in DC? Most of the magic techniques and research is inherited on my universe. Passed down to only descendants or to a few disciples. She says. Like Zatanna, I guess. Great concentration of magic users like this normally appear on cults or isolated pocket dimensions. Oh, that is a sensitive subject, I bet. Her mother was part of the cult of Trigon before they were saved by the people from Azarath. It's her whole origin story. But I guess she is right, magic is more fucked up in DC. And yes, this is the best way to describe fucked up. The whole magic always has a price thing is fucked up. Magic users are fucked by magic all the time, paying heavy prices. Except if you are a homo magi, so I guess you have mana. Don't know. I will need to go there and study the biology of a homo magi. I remember even Constantine was not free from this. He is not all-powerful. Well, there's Dr. Fate, but again. It's a heavy price you pay to be possessed by another. And it's kinda inherited too, like Shazam's powers. Magic is more obscure in DC than in Marvel and consequently, much less fun. We are here. I say to her as we arrive in front of the double doors of the Ancient One's personal room. I unceremoniously open the doors. I bet this guy spies on me, so I need to level the game a little. Oh, already here. He turns to us from the place where he is pouring some tears. As if you didn't know. I roll my eyes at this guy. He strokes his huge goatee while his eyes shine with amusement. It is not because I know the happening, that I can't enjoy them when happens. English dude, do you speak it? I roll my eyes again. Old people love talking in a complicated way to appear wise. I turn to Raven. You can ignore him. She only gives me a strange while I introduce her. This is Raven, my wife. No, I'm not. She denies fast. Okay, future wife. I correct myself while her glare intensifies. She had some trouble with her magic before, but I guess that limitation is gone now. I would like to ask for some guidance for her to explore her potential. Now I talk much more humbly to the guy. We fool around a little, but I'm asking for a favor. We could learn by trial and error alone, but it would take a lot of time. And trials and errors are often dangerous. A demonic heritage, HM. I'm not surprised that he can see it with just one glance. There's a lot of power in your blood, miss. I guess you. He gestures to us while sitting down. Creator. Raven says tightly while sitting after I pull a chair to her. She doesn't acknowledge Trigon as a father but as a creator. Creator. The Ancient One repeats in understanding and connects with his explanation, is a very powerful demonic being. The level that commands an entire dimension. Yes, he is good. Correct again. Any suggestion? You must have lived a hard life, child. Yao sighs while giving Raven a melancholic look. You controlled your powers all your life, right? Never delving into your heritage and limiting your potential. And consequently the influence of your creator over you. Yes. Raven nods. There is really nothing much I can do. I can suggest some books, tell your stories of similar people in the past, but if you want counsel, I only have one. He leans back on his chair, and takes a sip of his tea before continuing, create your own magic. He finally says. HM. I can see this being a good step for any magic user, but how does this help Raven right now and specifically? I ask, noticing Raven's confusion too. Very simple. He puts his teacup down. You only scratch the surface of your powers, everything from now is unexplored territory. You should make it yours. Makes sense, makes sense. He continues, don't think it will be easy, you will unconsciously associate your powers with your creator, you will copy him. You need to fight that urge. He looks at Raven seriously, but at the same time, you can't reject it completely. It is hard to balance, but that is what is this about. Balance. Many people in your situation always struggle with balance. Hating their parts that resemble their heritage, trying to deny it. Sometimes you need to accept that what is yours, even if it's a little similar to your creator. You won't like it, but it will be a good exercise to help with your mental blocks. Raven looks like she is thinking hard about it. And yes, I can see how complicated is that. Another piece of advice that I can give is that you should keep in mind that your creator is much older than you and probably explored almost everything of your powers that there is, so you shouldn't feel disheartened if you create something similar. It's inevitable. What matters is the feeling that you made it. You made it not by copying him but because you want. He ends with an encouraging smile and he goes to pour more tea into his cup. I decide to say something too. As a guy with a lot of powers, I can give some advice. If you find it hard where to start, look at what you like. It's easy to work with things you enjoy. That's the principle of how nin users create their abilities. I don't have many things that I like. Raven says in a bored voice. I shrug, anything goes. For example, let's say that you develop a spell that creates an animal constructive magic. Use the shape and form of an animal that you like. I guess a raven, right? You also like reading, books, dark places, being alone, languages. If you want to stretch it, you can maybe create magic related to the things you dislike. It's part of your personality and being too, you know. Like the fact that you can't cook, dislike high noises, it is disgusted by chickens, don't like wearing dresses, what? I stop myself after noticing they looking at me strangely. The Ancient One laughs but Raven looks at me with disgust before turning her face. Creep. Hey. It's just that I'm a nerd, and she is my fictional crush. Ahem there's nothing wrong with me knowing things about my wife. I reply shamelessly anyway, emotions, despite your fight to not show them, are a huge part of you. Maybe you should work with that too. I suggest. If I remember well, many of her powers derive from her emotions and when she gains control she becomes white. I think is her strongest form. Or is the one that she accepts her heritage and goes full demon. Red-skinned demonic raven also is good. I will thank you for your advice. She ignores me and bows her head to the Ancient One. Don't worry, it's my duty to guide the young ones in the path of magic. You not falling into darkness, but controlling it is a double victory to the world. He waves his hand dismissively. Then he turns to me, I imagine that you want to ask me to allow her to stay here for some time. You imagined it right. I confirm nothing is created, everything is copied. She can at least study here and get some inspiration. When you mix a lot of things that already exist, maybe a new thing appears. That's fine. The doors of Kamartaj are always open to the ones that want to learn. He agrees easily. He is a pretty chill old man. Another thing. Let's ask now so that I can abuse of his goodwill just one time, how do you make a safe portal to hell? I ask. Once again they look at me strangely. What? I have plans. Didn't you read the books about it? The Ancient One asks. Aren't they prohibited? I raise my eyebrow. Not for you. I told Wong to allow you to read whatever you want. What the heck? Wong. Well. This is mostly my fault. My overthinking mind guessed the prohibited book and didn't even try taking a peek at the dangerous section. This is what I gained from following the rules. I simply did not want to abuse the hospitality. All right then. I sigh. Let's check the books now, Raven. I stand up and she follows. With a goodbye to the Ancient One, we move to the library. He said that he would arrange a room for Raven. You are gonna stay here for a while, Raven. It's quiet, exactly how you like it, but a little isolated from modernity. I will drop by to bring you some things. I say. Please don't. She says immediately and heartlessly. One day you will be honest with your feelings. What feelings? Hey, she is tough. We are here. I announce as I open the doors to the library. Hi, Wong. Idolin. You are back. He says in an expressionless voice, giving me a bow of courtesy, but I think he doesn't like me very much. Still listening to Beyoncé. Don't get attached, I was investigating some strange things about Hollywood and, hey, let me guide you, Raven. Noticing Raven starting to move alone, I follow her while telling Wong that she will stay here for a while and to take care of her. The demonology section is in this direction. I say to Raven while trying to grab her hand. She avoids it but follows me. Of course, I recommend reading everything that you can, but I understand that is not everyone that can do the same as me. Just ask if you need something, and I can compile the information for you. Fine. She says, but I guess she is the type that doesn't ask for help. Like me. While we are passing through a corridor, our destination much deeper in the library, I point to the rows of books. This section here is about very simple, but sometimes useful, spells. Very basic. You can check it out pretty easily. Turning her head she starts reading the spine, manipulating the land. 101 Traveler's Spells. Simple divination. Start to discover the mysteries of the soul. All spells to a convenient life. Fireball, the only spell you need. Her voice gains a strange edge to each word she reads. Yeah, some are strange, and with weirdly modern titles. I asked who wrote them and how the Ancient One got his hands on them, but for some reason, he only laughed. Maybe it was him, and he created them just to troll the Stoic monks. This one can be useful to you. I take the Start to Discover the Mysteries of the Soul from the shelf and put it on her hand. Has a lot of spells that allow one to diagnose souls and learn more about them. See if is cursed, your talents and affinities. She opens the book and starts reading. Discover who you are in your last life. That one is a disappointment. I tried and showed only me. I comment it's kinda not wrong though, but I suddenly remember something. Wait a minute. I take the book from her hands and flip through the pages here. A spell to check the age of the soul. When I read it before I didn't think much of it, but this can answer a certain doubt of mine. What about it? She takes the book from my hands and reads the spell. I want to know what my summons are. I raise one hand to her, ? A magic circle appears on my hand and moves in her direction while spinning. Reaching her body, the magic circle sinks into her as she is involved in a bright light. I want to know if you are really you, Raven. Or if you are something like a soul clone of the real Raven. I already confirmed that your body is new. Some summons are fully healed of certain scars when they arrive. Even their virginities. That will not give me an existential crisis at all. She says with her voice dripping with sarcasm. The light that envelopes her concentrates on her first before starting a slow ascending, like a halo that scans her being. Her soul. When it reaches the top of her head, the halo leaves her body and floats before showing the numbers. 17. That's my age. She looks up, so I'm not a clone created to exist only to your sick desires. She huffs. Don't be like that. I smile and play with her a little. I'm relieved. They are real. I sigh in my heart. I don't know, this gave me a certain. I don't know. I feel like a weight left my heart. Now you. She suddenly says, and while reading the open book she points her hand to me. I must be 17, because of my time in the One Piece world, now too. We are the same age, babe. I tease but she only rolls her eyes and casts the spell. The same thing that happened to her happens to me, no surprise at all. But for some reason, Raven's eyes indeed show surprise. Her mouth slowly opens, her jaw dropping while she looks above my head. What? Did it fail because of my high resistance or something? I look up and the number that shows shocks even me, plus 9.999.999. So you are just gonna ignore that? Raven gives me a side glance while we read the books of the demonology section. I shrug my shoulders. I have some theories. No need to worry much for something that I will not have a definitive answer now. Very laid back. But I guess that is expected of some that is 10 billion years old. She says sassily. Buffed, this girl. She can be funny when she wants. And the spell showed that number because is the limit. I can be older. Much older. Funny that I'm probably older than our universe. But not that surprising. It's not like I have 10 billion years worth of memories anyway. I explain. It really does not change anything for me. Why is not that surprising? Do you know why your soul is so old? More or less. I figured out that my soul was powerful when I started learning magic. The idea came to my mind. That and the fact that I assimilate many characters. But even with the age of all of them combined, it does not reach 10 billion years. And why is that? Curious, huh? I tease a little, but I will not hide it from my wife. I'm not from this universe, I reincarnated here. I remember my last life too, albeit very similar to this one. I only hid the fact that everything was fictional. I'm not your whiff. Wait, did you reincarnate? Yeah, so when I discovered that my soul was very strong and robust, the idea came to mind. I say with a distant gaze, maybe my soul traveled through countless multiverses till reach here, for countless years, through an immeasurable distance. Going through the void, barriers, and all kinds of challenges. Almost dissipating but persevering and adapting, getting stronger. She nods and understanding makes sense. Right. And we go back to reading in silence. Sometimes I recommend some books to her. What I didn't tell Raven is my other theory. I just discovered that she was really 17 years old and not a soul clone created at the moment I summoned her. But what about me? What if I was created artificially? I can imagine that. I can imagine myself doing that. Another Hector. Incredibly powerful and old, after doing everything that he wants to do around the Omniverse. He takes a tiny bit part of his soul. This explains the quality of my soul. As a part of a higher being, I can't be ordinary. Then this other Hector put this little soul somewhere to be tempered and strengthened. For countless years, cultivating me. This explains my age and the power of my soul. Then he put me here. This would explain a lot of things and is the theory that I am almost 80% sure of. Obviously, I can still be only a really lucky dude who hit the jackpot, but for real. I don't believe that I'm this special or lucky. There's also the fact that maybe it was not another Hector and is a ROB. But this is a little too terrifying to think, and the essence proved many times to be an ally and never made any move to manipulate me. Like those systems that give missions in the novels and fanfics I read in my other life. Well. Whatever. Harley told me to stop worrying about things I can't control. What can I do beyond continuing to do the same thing that I'm doing? Getting stronger and living my life in this path I've chosen. By the way, why do you want to open a portal to hell? She suddenly asks. To do what every man would do if they can open a portal to hell, Raven. I make a deep and somber voice like Jake from Adventure Time in those comical moments, Rip and Tear. All men are dumb then. She says with a deadpan expression, sounding completely done. She doesn't understand the romance. The calling. To walk alone on a swamp of demon blood and guts of my own making while listening to death metal, instilling fear in those soulless beings so that they can finally feel the mortality that we humans are so used to. Death metal riff. I go back to the space station because tonight is the night. Time to the Gacha. But at this moment is day. Well. I'm in space. Whatever, it was 11 a.m. when I left New York. So after so many things, another Gacha, but for the first time in a long time, I haven't completed the assimilation of my initial templates. Sinbad, Darth Vader, and the Father. That's why I always started with the weak ones. Unfortunately this time none of the weak ones are really interesting. The lack of progress can also be attributed to my lack of training. I did a lot of other things, studied, training in other ways. But not those templates specifically. That's why they are stagnated at the plus 95%. What can I say? It's the dawn of superheroes. A lot of villains are appearing left and right and the heroes haven't yet caught up. The call to heroism is slower than the temptation to villainy. Obviously, some heroes are appearing, like how recently the Avengers announced their new member, Wonderman. Yep, strong guy. I will see if I can copy his powers later. He is absolutely one of the heavy hitters of the heroes. But overall, petty villains are appearing much more. And the Avengers rarely care about those small cases. The timeline is also advancing, so I was preparing for the trouble ahead by keeping an eye on the people of interest. Like Bucky with the Winter Soldier movie. I also took a look at the people involved in the Iron Man 3 movie, the AIM, and the Mandarin. And in the MCU timeline, the Ultron is also close, so I was watching Hank Pym and Stark. I hope it will take longer, but I have Cortana. Anyway, I'm about to gain new cards, but I still haven't fully assimilated the last ones. That can't do. So I will try today. Exercise all of the force, practice with Sinbad's metal vessels, and... Hello, Show Tucker. I greet the men bound and gagged to the metal table, looking at me with fear. And experiment with alchemy. I heard you like doing human experiments. I chuckle while looking at him. I don't. Can you tell me your secret? MFF. MPFF. MNNN. I can't hear you. I put my ear close to him as a mockery. Too bad. I raise my hand and put it above his body. MMMPH. He shakes violently. I already had a talk with him, that's why he is so fearful. It seems that I need to figure it out on my own. I say before I start. Let's see what happens when a summon dies. And yep, I still don't like this. A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 107, The Gacha of Characters and... Again. Hector POV Space Station. Tack tack. I tap my finger on the armrest of my fancy cybernetic chair while humming to myself a tune. Despite the casualness of my actions and stance, the rest of the room is anything but casual. It's a mess of broken bodies and electronics, blood covers the whole floor, making it impossible to guess the color beneath it. Well, I didn't have any objective when I started experimenting on you, but I discovered some new things. So I guess it can be called a success. Maybe. I shrug my shoulders, talking to the only living being in front of me. Not that I am expecting any answer, he is in no. Well, let's say that there's a reason I called him a living being. He is alive at least. Yo. NNN. Ing. Aya. The monstrosity moans in front of me, using its many mouths to create a disturbing sound, like a music choir from hell. You can still see the remembrance of Show Tucker here and there, an eye, a tuft of brown hair, an arm. But in front of me, there's something that not even my open mind can call human. A blob of flesh, 5 meters tall, fat and distorted. With many heads and limbs stretching out the main body, breathing and moaning slowly and hard, like living is a great effort. Maybe living is a punishment. I did a lot of things with this piece of trash, stretched the limits of my powers, magic, and alchemy. The human body is pretty resistant. The human mind on the other hand. I comment, more to myself, the body wants to keep itself alive, it's your ally in those moments, but the mind just doesn't want to feel pain. And the lengths that go for it can leave us with undesired outcomes, right? Right. Oh yes, you don't even know who you are anymore. I really did a little of everything with this guy. Even went a little against my code and delved into his mind, changed his memories, and possessed his consciousness. I changed his body like clay, cloned him, transferred his soul to another body. This last one is not recommended to do with people I care about. It's a difficult and risky process that always damages the soul. I guess I'm not good enough. The thing I did with Psylocke was much simpler. You know. Even if the mind swaps body, the soul remains linked. Mind and soul are different but intrinsically merged. I just put it back where it belongs. You can even say that the mind is an oversimplification of the soul, a representation of it. Like how a shadow is to a 3D object. I cloned him and fused all the clones in a singular entity, curious to see what would happen. There are not enough soul. Or mind. Then I stretched the mind too, with alchemy, manipulated it a little. It was a little easier when I was basically conducting it to become similar to his grotesque body. I also stimulated some changes, to create more cores. And I made a hive mind. I chuckle without any happiness or feeling of accomplishment, hooray to me. I say in a deadpan. Unfortunately, Show Tucker's mind is too weak, and after being stretched too thin and losing its individuality it's nothing more than a vegetable. Or more like a fungi. Hee hee, and here I started this planning on fusing you with a rat. To make some poetic justice. Now I laugh with some amusement. Dark grim, but is still amusing, I would defile your flesh to make you one of the lowest mammals. I ended up doing something much worse. Defiling your soul to make you one of the lowest life forms. Hoo-hoo. I look at him trembling, now I have two paths. I can let him live and see if things change with time. For example, he can develop and adapt to his new circumstances. It can be worth the wait. Or I can try another step that will more likely result in his death. Ironically enough, this option is safer. I watch enough media to say that creating a monster that can grow rarely goes well. Fuck it. I want to know what happens with dead characters anyway. I scoff and reach with my hand to my side. There, on the ground, it's one of the items of my assimilated character. Jace's Hextech hammer. The white and gold hammer is casually resting on the dirt ground. It's not that important, despite being pretty cool, and it will restore itself after some time if broken. I can also make new ones with arc reactors, by the way. Without a care, I pull the Hextech crystal off the centerpiece of the hammer with my telekinesis, breaking the thing more in the process. The blue shining marble floats above my hand while I move to Show Tucker. My steps invoke the runes and inscriptions on the ground, and a magic circle ignites, showing what is written beneath all the blood. Really, not expecting much. I shrug one last time before pushing the Hextech crystal into Show Tucker's grotesque body. Utilizing my alchemy, I try to fuse his body with Hextech. The reaction is immediate, his body starts to convulse, the energy of the Hextech crystal traveling through his veins, modifying his body. Oh. That's a little promising. I comment. Boom. Yep, that much was expected. I remain calm despite the rain of gore around me, but where I stay remains completely untouched. After just a little change his body exploded. It didn't even enter the next stage that I predicted would start predating the things around to create a new form, half cybernetic half magic. Not even alchemy can make the fusion perfect. I comment while going back. I also didn't have the card of End of Story Father from Fullmetal, that one that basically has minor reality-altering powers. So I guess my alchemy is not that good enough to mess with unstable sources of powers from other universes. Too bad, maybe I should forget the Techmage path for now. While I was thinking about this, I opened a new notification. Your summoned character Show Tucker died. Do you want to resuscitate him? Yes, no. 99 seconds. 98 seconds. HM. I try to click on yes, just to see if my suspicions are true and you don't have a resurrection card to bring this character back. Interesting. So there's really a resurrection card. And I only have 100 seconds to make the decision. I see. The countdown continues even though I don't have a resurrection slang to video games, card. It's giving me the chance to roll the gacha and see if I can get one. No fat chance. I still haven't got one res card, so it must be pretty rare. Like the self-insert card. The best way then is really to make my summons really hard to kill. I have some ideas. Creating a body is pretty easy for me. And I remember the recent X-Men comics where they can resurrect people with the power of 5 metas and the Cerebro. Truth be told, I still think is very unreliable. But I can do better. I just need to find a way to secure their souls and then put them in a new body. The second part is easy, but the first one is where the issue lies. There are many variables to consider. Would Lady Death be alerted? Where do the souls go? The route? Will there be any loss of memories or another type of soul power? I think I should go back to study necromancy. So many things to do. So little of me. I'm getting better at controlling the 4 bodies that I can create with the ghostly biofission. It was always a little hard to control the 4 bodies, many would not notice my struggle, but to me, a delay of 0.1 second on my reaction is already too much. It's like playing on 4 monitors, one in each direction, while you sit in the middle with 4 controllers. Eventually, you get the gist of it, learn to put the controllers in your thighs, and roll the chair fast enough. I had enough practice and now I can keep an Eidolon 24/7 together with a Hector without problems. The only moment when I stop is when I do my micro-sleeps, or when I cuddle with my girls. After all, if I'm still controlling my body, I'm not sleeping. But I was reading some studies about dolphins and how half their brains sleep each time, and I think I can replicate it. A little project for the future. Now that I'm done here with Show Tucker, I can go do the GA gacha. I sit on my usual comfy chair, one of Cortana's bodies in my lap, choosing the music to start. Today it will be different. I will roll all the characters. Fuck it. So, using the specific gacha mode, I can do it, but it will decrease my rolls by half with its specific characteristic that I choose. I never did a complete character roll, because I am a novice who wants to know the many options that I can gain. I don't regret it, I gained many sweet things, but I have a little problem. I have too few people. Okay, I have very good people, and this world is full of characters that I can recruit, but it is not enough. Villains are appearing left and right, and the convergence incident opened my eyes. What if I had to stay days, or maybe months, away? I need more people here. I am strong enough, and with many methods, that I don't need to assimilate everyone, so this is the moment. Instead of 40 random cards, it will be only 20 character cards. And this is the best moment because I did pretty hardcore things this last month. The gacha is also starting to catch up with my strength, so I doubt it will be a flop. Let's go. Putting Crazy Train from Ozzy, this song's beginning is hype, I roll. Musical note, all aboard, musical note. 01, Thorfinn, Vinland Saga. Okay, this much was expected. Vikings and all that. I would prefer Thor's, but anyone from there is pretty useless anyway, so whatever. I can still do the recycling thing. 02, Harry S. Truman, The Truman Show. And now this one is referring to Mojo. Okay, I can still recycle this. But I'm starting to get annoyed. 03, Sweet Mask, One Punch Man. We are starting to talk now. I don't know much about him, but I think there's nothing that I want from him. So maybe I can summon this guy. But he looks like a pain in the ass to deal with. But gaining someone from One Punch Man is proof that the gacha is raising the bar. 04, Teresa, Claymore. I remember watching this anime, but not all of it. She was the strongest in the verse, right? Okay, a knight loyal lady is someone whom I can use. Like with Siko. She only needs some power-ups. 05, Frostfang Barioth, Monster Hunter. Cool and all that, but not what I'm looking at the moment. Can you stop giving me problematic pets? But maybe I can create a hybrid clone of me. I don't know. 06, Robocop, Buffed, kinda perfect, but unfortunately I can't use him. Different from many other media. The movie Robocop exists here. Like Star Wars, Rocky. What to do now? Recycle. Go for it, saying that I'm a fan. Change him a little. 07, Baymax, Big Hero. This one I can use. Why didn't I make one myself, again? This can be so useful. I can even make it like it was intended, instead of a superhero. 08, GLaDOS, Portal. Well, she is an AI, so the essence will make her 100% loyal. I can use her, maybe. There is nothing she can do that I can't, master. Cortana suddenly says at my side. Oops, Yandere AI alert. Why is she only jealous of other robots and similar? And I forgot that I allowed her to see the gacha too. Yeah, but she can help you a little. I say to Cortana's emotionless face. She is not buying it. Cortana, you will always be my favorite. I pull her closer. Her cake is a lie, but yours is pretty real. I grab her sizable ass, making her squeal. Crisis averted. 09, Loki, One Piece. Ah, that guy tied to the tree. I talked with him a little and left him there. It's up to the people of that world to draw their own conclusions from the facts. Useless, but the Viking theme is keeping itself strong here. Let's see the last one. 10, Frost Monarch, solo leveling. Not the monarch that I was expecting, but is good. And his ice elf race is also another reference to the 9 realms. I think I'm stronger than him. Should I summon and beat him till he is obedient? Or maybe give his card to someone else? A pity that was not Jinwoo, Ashbourne, or Antares. Heck, I would accept the hot insect monarch, or that cute demon girl. Second batch, go. Don't disappoint me now. 01, Anti-Mage, Defense of the Ancients. Okay, I think I used the anti-magic sword a lot. This one I can summon too. What is his personality again? Dota doesn't have a lot of lore. I can throw him at sorcerers to kill them. 02, Zombieman, One Punch Man. There, that's what I'm talking about. A genuine hero. He and Deadpool will be good friends, hee hee. 03, Black Valkyrie, Valkyrie no Densetsu. Who the fuck is that? From some obscure old game. Talking about Valkyries, I didn't see one in Asgard. Thor said that they were guarding someone. I think is Hela. I don't think they are dead here, like in the MCU. 04, Roulette, DC Comics. We can't lack the usual DC character, huh? She was the one who ran that illegal cage fight club, right? I think Helena has some bad blood with her. I guess I got her because of Mojo. 05, Thor, Shimatsu no Valkyrie. Oh ho. The essence is really crazy, it goes from a normal human to a god in a jump. I think I can assimilate him. Or maybe I can use him as an enforcer or something like that. But it would be awkward with Thor, I guess. 06, Panacea, Worm. Ha ha ha, what is the saying? Fake it till you make it. I used her identity so much that I gained her. Well, despite her problems, I can use her. I'm Hector, I can fix her, Bellucci de Carvalho, after all. 07, Black Mercy, DC Comics. HM. A plant. I'm rolling characters, gotcha. Well, I can gain AIs and animals, so I guess it's okay. And isn't this thing pretty fucked up? Why did I gain this shit? Ah, it was used by Mongol, the guy that is like Mojo from DC, but he is pretty strong, so I guess I can't gain him now. I guess I can find a use for it. 08, Rex Salazar, Generator Rex. Now this is a useful one. He has the profile that I need to put on the streets as a hero, but at the same time, he is pretty good at being assimilated. Can I copy his powers? Nay knights. I will think about it. 09, Tatsumaki, One Punch Man. Haha, the essence also has a hard-on in giving me brats. Yes, I'm talking with you, Nemesis. Hey, the brat says in my mind. She is back in my body, but on a warning not to overstep. But she is also what I'm looking for, and I can copy her powers with a problem, too. Damn, my telekinesis will become strong, huh? Let's see the last one. It better be the best. 10. Lord Draken, Tommy Oliver, Power Rangers. Yes. 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 That's what I'm talking about. Damn. That's a cool character that I will assimilate, and most importantly, I will be able to morph. Hee 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 hee. One of my childhood dreams is coming true. Just wait, Kamehameha, I'm gonna use you too one day. What version of Lord Draken is this again? He becomes pretty much OP in the end. I think is after he gets the samurai's powers. Anyway, this guy is pretty strong. And can easily become another persona. This last batch was completely worth it. Panacea, Tatsumaki, Lord Draken. Very good. Ah yes, I can recycle some characters, huh? Let's see. I open my tabs of cards and put on a separate page the characters that I can discard. There's a lot. Miyata Ichiro, Hajime no Ippo, Nagashika Hideyoshi, Tokyo Ghoul, another Show Tucker card, Joker, Gwen, Total Drama, Gloria Pritchett, Modern Family, Monica, Doki Doki. Endeavor is also useless to me. Or should I summon him? He is kinda of a good hero, right? I will put him aside for now. Continuing. There's Miko Shiraki from Prison School and Yumiko Jabami from Kakagurui. These last two. They can become useful. And no, I'm not saying this because I'm horny, I will discard other women too. But these two are not normal girls. They can learn and be trained. Put them aside, I organize the rest. 7 cards. It needs 3 to recycle, so I can put another aside too. Gwen from Total Drama. Okay, she is a goth girl. I admit. She can become a bartender or something at Shago's nightclub, I don't know. She is not as bad as the rest. I have 2 new roles now. I will not talk about the cards I just gained because maybe some utility will appear in the future. Maybe even Thorfinn. The ones here are already accumulating dust. Recycle. 3 cards move in the air, changing positions till they make a triangle. Then they start spinning and spinning while getting closer, fusing. And after a bright light later another card appears. Illidan Storm Rage, Warcraft. Ha 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 ha, fucking nice. From a single roll. Profit. I can't wait to shout, I am my scars. I would prefer Arthas, but Illidan is my second favorite. Another recycle. The same thing happens and Gullinbursty of the Nordic Beasts, Yu-Gi-Oh! What in actual flying fuck? What is this? A Yu-Gi-Oh! Card? But is it a card? Or the character on the card? I think is the boar. So this confirms I can gain Obelisk, Slifer, and R.A. And all other bullshit cards as lore-accurate characters. Good, good. I want a blue-eyed white dragon. And a dark magician girl, a hem and a Nordic beast, huh? Figures. I think I read about this one in the library of Asgard. What can I do with this? It's used for battle. How strong is this? I need to test. Well, with this, I stop for today. Let's see who I will start assimilating. Lord Draken and Illidan, of course. And whom will I summon already? Without wasting time. Third-person POV. New York, the birthplace of modern superheroes and the axis of the superworld, there is Northwest other place on Earth with more super activity than New York. So at this point is pretty common for certain sites that create panic in other places around the world, like the sight of a flying car, for example. Now, only some people stop to take pictures instead of creating generalized panic and awe. The Fantascar is already well known around here, so the 2 passengers can have a somewhat relaxed ride around New York, between the skyscrapers, only needing to pay attention in case of hitting some web-slinger or something. So, tell me again why this thing is not commercialized. Because I want one. Jennifer Walters, aka She-Hulk, asks while looking down at the hellish traffic of New York with contempt, suckers. It's hard to make. Susan Storm, the one on the wheel, answers while keeping her eyes ahead, the anti-gravity system, the power system. And the whole problems that would arise from having flying cars around. We would need to remake the whole traffic system. True to that. Jennifer agrees, her lawyer mind already thinking about the laws that would need to take place in the conflicts with the already existing rules regarding ground and air traffic. Those things need to be taken carefully and slowly. That's why we are here testing the new fuel that is more convenient. Susan comments. Convenient to the big corporations that can continue their hold in the market. Jennifer gives her a smirk. Don't look at me like that. I'm not in any plot with the big corporations or anything. Believe in me, they approached us. Susan gives her an offended side glance, but we reject them, and that's why we have so little investment and why the law is almost against us when is the time to introduce new technology. I trust you, baby girl. And what about Stark? That clean energy of his would revolutionize the world. Another issue about introducing anything that would revolutionize the world is that people will find a way to make it a weapon. Susan sighs. I can see that too. Jennifer sighs like her, you people that want to change the world really have a long way ahead. She leans back on her seat, enjoying the wind going through her mane of dark green hair. I prefer to just be a normal lawyer. I think this option is closed forever, huh? Susan comments, how are you dealing with it? Ugh. I tried reopening my office, but most of the calls and emails are about She-Hulk. She groans. Give time. At some point, people will start seeing you normally again. People don't even swarm over me now. Easy for you to say. Jennifer harumphs, you are the invisible woman. I am a 6 feet 7 inches tall green and muscular woman. Fair enough. Susan admits. She used her powers more than a couple of times to escape the spotlight. Then Jennifer smiles mischievously, albeit I don't know how effective your invisibility truly is. Susan looks confused. With a dump truck like that. Jen copes a feel of Susan's ass, the clap of your cheeks would alert anyone that you are nearby, even if you are invisible. She laughs. Jen. Susan shouts at the sudden contact, jumping on her seat. She almost lost control of the fantastic car and hit a building. Ow ow, Susan. Careful, the joke will write itself if the first accident with a flying car happens with 2 women on board. Jen says, half serious half joking. The fact that she can survive the crash allows her to make light of the situation a little. And whose fault would it be? Susan snaps at her, finally stabilizing the car. Okay. My bad, Jennifer raises her hands in surrender, I was just joking while complimenting your dump truck. It's not that big. Susan almost pouts, her voice barely audible. Girl, it's big on this waist. How do you have a body like that? I haven't seen you in the gym once. She-Hulk's face shows incredulity. I train with my powers. I guess my body adapts. Susan shrugs, not caring much about her appearance. Such a nice body, and still not enough to take his eyes off the whiteboard, huh? Jennifer pokes Susan. Invisible Woman doesn't answer, keeping her eyes on the sky. Just saying, I think you are wasting your best years. She-Hulk makes a face. Or you go all out for him or give up. At least you would not stay in this romantic limbo. Susan stays still for a long time before sighing, let's go back. The test is finished. Jennifer sighs too, and here we go doing nothing again. Okay, I will not talk about Reed. Susan was almost relieved when Jennifer said that, but she was able to see her green friend smirk in her peripheral vision. Let's talk about other men. From the heroes. Who would you marry, smash, and kill? Susan slowly turns her head, seriously. You are an accomplished lawyer and you want to play this now. Didn't you stop with it in college? With the sleepovers. Never had many friends in college. Jennifer admits. Me too. The extracurricular projects took all my time. Susan admits too. So I'm glad we met despite the strange circumstances. She-Hulk says in a rare heartfelt moment. Jen. Now, who would you smash? The moment was killed 2 seconds later. After overcoming her disappointment with a roll of her eyes, Susan says, I'm not answering that. Is it Idolin? The green muscular woman suddenly asks. What? Once again, the fantastic car sways in the air. Chill, lady. I was just joking. Jen says while gripping the car tightly before smirking, but that was a pretty big reaction. She narrows her eyes. Can't blame you, he is hot. What? Wait, no. I don't think of him like that. What gave you this impression? No. The people think otherwise. I saw how the internet talks about you two together. Jennifer smiles widely. Ugh, the internet. Susan groans, I hate that, they made it so weird. You are being shipped, is that the term? With a hot and cool hero. Calm down, woman. They are gonna easy on you. Did you see what they do with my image? You should stop looking at that on the internet. I learned it the hard way too. Susan gives Jennifer a sympathetic look. Like, I don't mind the memes of, crush me with your thighs, mommy, but the fan arts with my cousin. Jennifer shouts in frustration. Susan can't help but wince a little. Yeah, it's bad for her friend. I'd really rather be at your place. There are some wholesome mini-comics of you and Idolin. The green woman sighs. Susan can't say much about it. She saw, and there are really some cute artworks, despite her having no clue from where this idea came from that she has something with Idolin, the people at least take it in a wholesome way. Most of the time, there's some hardcore stuff too. Maybe because you two are very different, appearance-wise. They dig the romance of a good girl with a bad boy. She-Hulk hits the nail on the head. Idolin is not a bad boy. Oh, already defending your men? Jen teases, making Susan huff. Don't worry, I know that he is super nice despite the intimidating appearance. He helped Ben, after all. That he did. Do you think he can help me or Bruce? I asked him during that party, but he said that it's more complicated than that. Then it must be. Let's look at the bright side. You don't have it as bad as Ben or Dr. Banner, Jen. You are right. The green woman admits. She has control over herself, different from her cousin. And her transformed state is much more convenient than Ben's rocky form. She is a foot taller, more muscular, and green. Some years ago, she would have been a freak, but now. Luckily, you guys changed the perspective of the people about us. The worst I received was some catcalls. My cousin received anti-ballistic missiles. Ha. She laughs a little. Idolin, Ben, and Dr. Banner did most of the work and received the brunt of the criticism. I did nothing. Susan can't take credit for it. The ones that are called names and don't lash back, keeping their civility till people finally notice that they are just people, are the ones that changed how metas are seen by the public. After some seconds of comfortable silence, Susan asks, do you think we are really doing a change here? Her voice was a little distant, maybe even a little fragile. I don't know. I don't think about it. Jennifer says with a sigh, I think I got cynical, HMPF. When I started LawShu, I was all about protecting the weak and defenseless, about changing the world. She raises her arm to make a mocking, grandiose gesture. Then she rolls her eyes and dumps her shoulders. With time I just got worried about paying the bills and living my own life. This society eats you slowly, you know. I know exactly what you are talking about. Susan nods. Maybe that's why I admire these guys who are really trying to change the world for the better. She-Hulk's green eyes look at the horizon, I think is even relighting the fire that young Jen had when she started law school. She chuckles. Again, I know exactly what you are talking about. Susan says, I didn't choose to have powers, but now that I have. It's more palpable, the power to change the world, right? Exactly. Jen points at her in confirmation, if someone suffers an accident, now I can lift the car and rescue them instead of offering my card so that they can sue someone. She laughs at her own joke again. The two laugh together a little, enjoying the peaceful moment. But peaceful moments are fickle things in this world, even more so in New York. Rumble. The city suddenly shakes, the ground trembles, and the people scream in panic. What is happening? She-Hulk stands up on the flying car and starts looking around the skyscrapers. Sue, above. Okay. She doesn't need to be told twice. With a pull on the steering wheel and a change on the panel, the fantastic car shoots up to the sky, beyond the rooftops of even the tallest buildings. There, they can finally have a good view of the city. Oh no. Susan exclaims, horrified, seeing the scene. In the middle of New York, the ground started inflating, like something it would erupt. The earth deforms in a bubble, the buildings tilting to the side. Oh shit. Jen also says it's not needed to have a foresight power to know that, whatever is happening, it will cause a lot of damage, just by all those buildings hitting the others in a domino effect. Jen. Hold the wheel. Invisible Woman stands up and stretches her arms to the deformity that it is about to explode. Me. Despite saying that, she grabs the wheel. What I do with this thing? Just keep it stable. Susan shouts one last time before focusing on the problem ahead. With a flex of her powers, a semi-transparent wave of force fields is emitted from her and covers the deformity, preventing it from growing or exploding. Ugh hi. NGH. The strain is visible on Invisible Woman's face. Sweat pours from her forehead while her whole body and face contort in effort. But indeed, she was able to contain whatever was happening. The speed at which the ground was inflating decreased considerably, almost stopping. Unfortunately is not good enough. Well, it seems Invisible Woman's efforts are good enough. Boom roar boom. Oh no. It finally explodes, debris and earth fly in all directions. People too. The buildings break, and the destruction is tremendous as the perpetrator is finally revealed. Yes, it was someone who was coming from the ground and arriving with a very destructive entrance in New York. A green monster-like giant humanoid erupts from the ground with a roar being emitted from its big mouth. They don't know it, but this is an obscure character called Giganto. In truth, not even Hector would know this character. He is one of the many obscure characters of the absurdly large Marvel lore that grew over the decade. Damn it. Invisible Woman felt the recoil of her force field being broken and fell backward on her seat, the Fantasticar trembling in the air too. The eruption of the big monster caused the feared destruction. The buildings nearby were sent flying, cardboard, debris raining down and increasing the damage. It's even possible to see and hear the people flying too, to their gruesome deaths. It's what normally would happen. But despite not holding for long, Invisible Woman indeed did enough. They first hear the thunder crack of something breaking the sound barrier, and then everything that is flying in the air suddenly stops like time itself decided to pause. Boom! The world's greatest hero lands in front of the monster with a huge momentum. "I am here." Here says, not shouting, but everyone heard him. From his crouched position, he doesn't waste time and jumps at the monster, hitting him square in the chest with his 2 fists. Giganto, despite weighing tons, was easily lifted and pushed back diagonally into the air like a cannonball. It took no more than a few seconds for the big monster to become smaller and smaller while he disappeared into the sky, the hero pushing him out of sight. The people back in New York, the ones still floating in the air, start to slowly descend, being carefully put down. Some spin around to land on their feet, others just stay still and wait to hit the ground slowly, probably in shock. The debris and other objects receive the same fate, but some buildings continue to float in the air upright, the people inside recover their bearings. And despite being inside a floating building that can fall at any moment, resulting in their deaths, they are pretty calm. Taking pictures and talking from the window while they look down. That's a subtle display of the trust those people have in Eidolon. Damn. Talk about efficiency. Jen whistles. This incident was about to become something big, but it was solved pretty quickly. She can't even see any dead bodies, some people are hurt of course, but it seems it was with no casualties. Should we evacuate those people from the buildings? Susan asks while at them. I don't know. He must come back, right? I don't see him losing, so. Let's see if anyone needs our help then. Susan starts driving the Fantasticar close to the ground zero, to check the survivors, maybe someone is under debris or something. It didn't take long for them to hear the thunder crack again. Boom. Eidolon lands and gives a thumbs-up victory. He declares, making the crowd cheer. Susan and Jennifer can't help but smile at the sight. They know the guy, he is so stoic and serious, but he still puts on a heroic show to the kids. Maybe his unserious act of striking heroic poses and saying cheesy lines is a way to diminish the horror of the situation. Eidolon immediately went to work, saving the people and restoring that part of the city. If using his telekinesis is like he stopped time, now is like he is reverting time while he fixes everything. Looking at this, it's possible to see that he really takes this seriously. Jennifer sighs, her hands on her hips. They observe Eidolon moving methodically and efficiently, in the specific order that maximizes his efficiency. He heals people, locates others, restores a building that reveals more people, the area becomes free for the victims to stay comfortably, the routes are cleared for the authorities to arrive, he organizes belongings without owners, putting them near the restored buildings. It's like he trained and studied for it. Susan agrees. An amateur would not notice the nuances of a professional, but they can see it. Like he is a professional. Jennifer adds. And I don't even have a salary. A joking voice suddenly zooms in close to them. Hello, ladies. Thank you for the support, Invisible Woman. Eidolon greets them. They notice that this is the real one, he is wearing the mantle, while some clones finish the work around the area. Even though it looks almost done. In truth, it looks like he is making it better than before. He collected the trash, cleaned some graffiti, some things look new, and even planted some trees and grass. I didn't do much, Eidolon. Susan shakes her hand, dismissing his gratitude. You did more than enough. Thanks to you, no one died. He says firmly, not accepting any self-deprecating words. She eventually smiles and nods at him. While Susan Storm is more reserved with the black-clad hero, She-Hulk is a little more familiar. Eidolon, my boy. You arrived just in time. Albeit I would not say no to fighting a giant monster, I did my nails yesterday. She hugs him intimately. The hero is almost her height, so she doesn't smother him with her breasts, like how it would happen with almost everyone else, he is just a little smaller than her. Where did you take that monster, by the way? You ended things too fast. I took him to Monster Island, he was just a little confused. Eidolon answers, ignoring She-Hulk's touchiness. What? She looks at him strangely, her arm around his shoulder. Wait a minute, this sentence is full of things to unpack. Did you talk to him? He was confused. And there's an island of monsters. Eidolon chuckles, yes, he was a prisoner of Mole Man, escaped after the last altercation of the villain with the Fantastic Four. And yes, there is an island of monsters. He says like is something completely normal. Eidolon is like this, he drops bombs and doesn't elaborate further. When we fought Mole Man, we didn't see such a giant monster. Susan comments, a sliver of guilt permeating her words. Don't be like that. It's not your guy's fault, not even I can predict everything. Look at that. Eidolon raises his hand and shows a hologram of New York together with the underground. I put some motion sensors beneath New York, but they didn't detect Giganto's movements till he breached the surface. I guess he moves very seamlessly under the earth, like he is very ground dynamic, hoo-hoo. You have sensors beneath New York? She-Hulk asks surprised. Obviously, a villain left underneath it, so obviously I will monitor his invasion route. Eidolon shrugs, unless I kill him and commit genocide against the Moloids, the threat will always be present. Eidolon. Don't talk so casually of genocide. Invisible Woman pushes his arm horrified, you are not like that, don't joke about those things. Eidolon only gives her a glance before chuckling, hoo, you really have a good heart, Dr. Storm. Don't change. Okay. Susan is taken aback by his heartfelt words, blushing a little and answering shyly. But you can tone down your bossy attitude a little, my ear still burns from your words when you didn't let me study those specimens from the 9 realms. The hero jokes. Eidolon, those are endangered species. She tries to justify herself, a little embarrassed. You call them that, I call them rare praise. He says cheekily. Stop. She gives him a playful slap on his arm, holding off the smile on her face, trying to show annoyance. From the side, She-Hulk narrows her eyes while watching their interaction, I'm becoming a fan of this couple too. And it's not even real. Normally I would recommend anyone to have a little malice on their hearts to guard against people who want you harm, but I like you this way. Without malice. Eidolon says, his tone is a little strange, like there's a joke in the air that only he gets. Jennifer decides to tease/help her new favorite couple and says, Eidolon, did you know that tomorrow is Sue's birthday? The hero looks surprised, his eyes focused for an instant like she is remembering something, oh yes, tomorrow. He turns to Susan again, happy birthday, Dr. Storm. In advance, because I may not see you tomorrow. She gives her a smile with his eyes. Oh, thanks. But it's nothing much really, just another day. I will not even celebrate. I can understand the desire not to celebrate, I'm also like that. And his birthday will now always be on the anniversary of his parents' death, but don't say that is just another day. You survived another year in this dangerous universe. It's okay to be happy about it, proud of your growth. Susan smiles, hearing him, okay, saying like that. Thank you, Eidolon. You're welcome. The hero nods. The two share looks in a moment. Jennifer once again stares at the two, kiss, smash, and marry already. She groans in her mind, already planning on being the godmother of one of their children. Don't you have a gift for her, Eidolon? The green lawyer gives the hero a sly grin. Jen. Susan's eyes widen in a reproachful way to her friend before turning to Eidolon. You don't need to give me anything, Eidolon. She is just kidding. But the hero didn't think much of it, I don't have anything prepared and I don't know you too well, but I can prepare something now. He says while striking a pensive pose. No, you really don't need to dash. It's no problem. But the hero ignores her and reaches into the air, his hand and forearm sink into the empty void, and disappear. He moves like he is searching for something in his pocket dimension. Let's see. A good gift, a good gift. Ignoring Susan's uncomfortable stance, Eidolon finally pulls something from the empty space, this can work. It's a basketball-sized blue jewel, oddly shaped like it's a raw gemstone that was just extracted. What is this? Sapphire? No. She-Hulk looks at the, obviously valuable, rock with intrigue. It's a blue diamond that I caught on Neptune. Eidolon says in that same casual tone of voice of his. What that you caught where? She-Hulk exclaims in disbelief. I don't know how you can interpret that sentence in any other way. Eidolon deadpans. Then he puts the piece close to Susan's face, checking something. Yep. This one has the same colors as your eyes, I knew I got the right tone. He says, there are a lot of different tones on blue diamonds from Neptune. He then gets to work. His hands start moving as he starts crafting something. First, a small piece of the blue diamond falls off and he grabs it before starts polishing using his own nail. Wait, is this really from Neptune? The planet. Jennifer is still shocked by it. Yep, don't think too much about the name diamond. First, it's a scam and second, those things literally rain there. Eidolon continues to say while working. His hands are a blur while he makes the raw diamond take a beautiful shape, then he removes an ingot of gold from somewhere, and with a touch of his fingers, the gold unravels in threads. His crafting is a beautiful sight, like watching some live chefs cooking. He uses his powers and alchemy to craft a necklace, and with a little of theatrics, he presents it to Susan. Here, it's not much but the gem has the color of your eyes and gold has the color of your hair. He says. It really is a humble and discreet piece, but elegant. The necklace has two S from Susan Storm creating the shape of a heart, with the gem in the middle. Eidolon, I can't accept that. Susan shakes her hand and head. But I made it specifically for you. He says with his hand still extended. It's too expensive. She argues. No, it's not. He replies immediately, I'm even a little ashamed of gifting it to you. You just saw that I made it pretty easily, and the gold and diamond are worth nothing to me. I also guessed that you would be like that and that you are not a gaudy person, so I made the chain thin and the centerpiece discreet. But if you want tea, I can give you the entire blue diamond. He explains casually. No. She denies it fast. Then take it, Dr. Storm. It's not much, but is unique and for you. He gives her a smile. Now is hard to reject. Okay. I will take it. Thank you very much. He says slowly while her hand equally slowly accepts the gift. Jen on the side is only looking at the scene wishing that she had some popcorn. Even some normal people around are looking at the scene with funny expressions. You will need to say what is your birthday too, so that I can retribute. Susan smiles and jokes. He points at her, ah, nice try, lady. The two laugh a little, the mood is good, but that is not the place for that. With so many eyes, Jennifer decides to make it less romantic by talking and shaking the two from their small world. So you said something about grabbing things on Neptune. She-Hulk once again puts her arm around his shoulders, so you just casually fly to the edge of the solar system to pick rocks. Neat. Well, I kinda own all the other planets, moons, and everything else on the solar system, so. Yes, I go around picking things. Idolin shrugs. You own. I got there first and put my things there. Labs, mining sites, and other things. So yes, it's mine. You can't own the solar system. Susan looks shocked. Well, I did what humans did since the dawn of humanity. I arrived at a place and claimed it mine. Idolin says, everyone is welcome to try to take it from my hands the way humans do, by conquest. His last words were spoken in a dangerous tone. But with a little humor too. He is not that serious. Those things need to be shared, Idolin. Susan says calmly, not admonishing him or anything. I know, I'm not a greedy egocentric bastard, but you also need to understand humanity doesn't have the maturity just yet. He says and she can't help but nod, and I donate a lot of things from other planets to universities and research institutes around the globe. He adds. That made them save a lot of money and time. How else would they take samples from the moons of Jupiter? Yeah, that's true. Susan can't help but agree. We just had a talk about it earlier. Jennifer says, but ignoring the thoughts that the governments will never deserve your help. She gave Idolin a playful smirk, if you own the solar system, how much money do you have, big boy? Are you looking for a trophy wife? Just saying that I'm available, she jokes. He chuckles, well, this is hard to calculate. But some believe that Earth is worth some quadrillions of dollars, so. I should be richer than that, much richer. He answers in kind. Look, Sue. A quadrillionaire. Mama always wanted me to marry a quadrillionaire. Jennifer's eyes widen in a joking tone. Your mother didn't even know what the word quadrillionaire means. The word probably is not even in the dictionary. Susan shakes her head in exasperation. Shush dear, Mama always dreamt big. Jennifer waves her hand at Susan, so Idolin, about that trophy wife thing. She continues. The hero laughs again, it depends, can you cook? He raises an eyebrow at her. Okay, my dream died fast. Jennifer instantly gave up, if that is the prerequisite, I'm out. I can't cook to save my life. She jokes. Amidst laughs Idolin says, well, I can cook, so. My dream is alive again. Jennifer instantly puts her arm around his shoulder again, my ideal man was always a quadrillionaire who can cook. The trio laughs for some time, keeping each other company, it's rare for two superheroes have those moments to relax. And is rare for a reason, boom. Idolin was the first to react because he was the only one who heard the distant explosion. What is wrong? She-Hulk asks after noticing Idolin's sudden serious shift. The black-clad hero's eyes narrow while he looks at the distance there. TCH. He sighs, trouble, he answers at the same time he looks at Susan for some reason. The reason is revealed a moment later when her phone rings and she takes a call from her brother. Johnny. Sue, trouble. One of Reed's portals opened a little too much. It sucked half the lab together with him, Ben, and Alicia. Each other makes Susan's eyes widen. She didn't even have time to answer or to panic when she felt a hand on her back. It's okay, let's save them. Her head moved to see Idolin pushing her and Jennifer, preparing to move at a fast speed. We are on the way, Johnny. Susan answers on the phone. As the hero prepares to teleport with the two, this distance is short enough to a simple blink, he shakes his head in half amusement half exasperation. It's becoming a cliché, really. He jokes, if I got $1 every time I need to jump through a portal to another dimension to save someone, I would become a quintillionaire pretty fast. Despite his words to lighten the mood, inside his brain he is going through everything he knows about the negative zone and Annihilus. A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it, make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 108, The Negative Zone. Third-person POV Baxter Building. The trio of heroes arrives at the Baxter Building in no time. To Eidolon the distance is the same as a single step. Immediately they are greeted with the sight of the uppermost floor destroyed. With a slight movement from Eidolon's chin, a huge house-sized force field appears around the top of the Baxter Building. See what I did there? I created the shield in a hexaconed pattern to structural integrity. You should try. Eidolon says to Invisible Woman casually, the ever-expert on powers. Is everyone okay? But Susan is not interested in points about improvements with her powers now. Her eyes didn't leave the destroyed, and obscured by dust, floor. Well. Good news, your brother is okay and beyond the people below that are hurt by the debris and glass. The damage seems minimal, no one died at least. While he says that, beneath his mantle and away from everyone's view, two arms appear and make a hand sign. Poof, then beside him a shadow clone appears and drops down to heal the injured people. Hector can make all kinds of clones and duplicates, but shadow clones are his preferred choice to quick, but demanding of focus, jobs. It has his expertise, albeit being pretty fragile, and only a portion of his energy's reserves. But the main thing that made shadow clone his to-go choice now is the fact that they disappear without leaving traces. No mud or ectoplasm was left behind. It's clean. Did Reed and Ben really disappear in the portal? Susan asks, worried. It seems like that. Eidolon says gravely while they finally land on the now open floor, that was previously the main laboratory of the building. Johnny. Johnny. Are you there? Susan shouts for her brother. Amidst the dust and smoke generated by the explosion. Whoosh. But all gaseous substances are blown away by the wind generated by Eidolon flapping his mantle once. Sue. Johnny appears, close to the elevator, a phone in his hands. The two siblings walk at each other and meet in a hug, Johnny explaining the details of what happened. How he, Ben, and Alicia are talking with Reed while he was calibrating his portal. Suddenly the thing opened and exploded, sucking everyone inside before collapsing. Johnny was only able to escape because of his powers and flight ability which gave him the boost necessary to get out the radius of the wormhole. Unfortunately, the others are not so lucky in having such a useful power set. Reed doesn't even have the time to stretch away. And Ben only had the time to shield Alicia. I could've. Maybe I could've grabbed one of them. Maybe Reed's hand. Maybe Alicia. Johnny shakes his head while rubbing his face. Despite being a pretty laid-back, vain and unserious guy, when it comes to his friends he is earnest and dedicated. Leaving his vanity to the side and caring deeply about them. While the two siblings are talking, She-Hulk respectfully stands aside while Eidolon looks around the lab. His eyes soak in every part of the now devastated space to research, ending up on the ground zero of the explosion. The portal is destroyed, blown to pieces. Luckily the lab is pretty big and resistant, if not the whole building would be compromised. Cortana, send a Corvette-class spaceship and some fail-safe androids to guard the perimeter. Ah, and call for Shadow too, she is enough. Eidolon talks on his AI while he pulls the Fantasticar from a small portal. He left the car behind in their hurry, but now he can grab it. He then starts walking around checking and investigating everything with his super senses, abusing his trustworthy all-seeing eyes of God to read the surroundings. In the meantime, a ship finally appears above the Baxter Building, leaving its camouflage and deploying the fail-safe androids and other technological devices that quarantine the building. A force field surrounds the upper floors of the building, words of caution, restricted, and stay away rolling on the shield like an electronic billboard. Cassandra also jumps from the ship, with Rover in tow, and lands close to Eidolon. She can bypass the shield because of her wristband. Thank you for coming, Shadow. Eidolon greets her. The smaller sidekick nods at him in silence, then greets the rest with nods too. While Eidolon caresses Rover's head, the dog puts his forefront paws on him for support. He says, Shadow will keep people away while we go rescue Dr. Reed and the others. But how will we do that? The portal is destroyed. She-Hulk says while extending a hand to pat Rover. The black monster dog is not that scary to her. Did you forget what I just did? Eidolon gives her a side glance before disengaging from Rover and then he starts moving around the room. With the step he took, things started moving, like they were going back in time, rewinding to before they were destroyed. The people around him can't see it, but Eidolon is making a rare use of his stand, Mr. Blue Sky. The humanoid stand finally moves out of his body to touch everything and activate the restoration of Crazy Diamond. Obviously, Hector himself is doing his part. With his power manipulation, it was not that difficult for him to edit the power of restoration so that he can also use it from his feet. The two work in tandem and carefully, focusing on this last word because this is a very high-tech laboratory, to repair everything. On a side note, there's a reason why Hector rarely brings out his stand. Some people can see it. Can you see it? Back in the past, when he was still visiting the library of Camartage for the first time, Hector asked Wong. He pointed above his shoulder, to where the head of Mr. Blue Sky poked out. Wong narrowed his eyes. There is something there, energy. It's his answer. That made Hector experiment more. He tried with Jean, Ileana, Raven, and even Aurora. He also tried with many other people, but those four in particular are able to see his stand. Aurora and Jean are able to see a blurry figure, Jean seeing it more clearly. But Ileana and Raven are able to see it as easily as a stand user. Yes, I'm seeing it. What is it? A guardian spirit? A totemic god? Raven asked, a little interested. Something like that. Don't worry too much, I just want to check if you can see it. He answered casually, I got one in a certain universe where normal people can't see it. There's a rule that only the ones that have one can see it. But I don't have one. So you're checking if the rule was broken. Raven concludes. No, the rule was broken in the instant I took a power from there and brought it here. I'm the cheater and hacker. Hector sighed, it would be awesome to have this advantage here, but it's okay. It's rare enough that only people who open their mind eye are able to see or feel it. In many degrees. He remembered the test he did with Peter Parker. Spider-Man was able to dodge a punch from his stand, from his back. Spider-Sense is bullshit. He chuckled, hee, at least it was not a corrupted file, and I can still use the power here. I would not even be able to complain if that was the case. And that's the reason he keeps the existence of his stand a card under his sleeve. His stand, Mr. Blue Sky, it's not a super broken stand that can bend reality so that he can win, but it is a boost of at least 100% on his battle power, better than any way he can duplicate himself. Using at the right time, he can surprise his opponent and end the fight. It's here what a stand should be initially, a helper. The objects in the laboratory continue to fly around, going back to their rightful place, going back to their pristine condition. The walls and glass windows go back to stand, the furniture is repaired and goes back to its place, the equipment, the test tubes, even the liquids fly back. Obviously, it's not perfect, some restored items have certain parts missing, are completely disintegrated, or have ended up on the other side of the portal. And talking about the portal. Well, too bad, but that was expected. Eidolon stands in front of the semicircular form of the portal, imperfect, half destroyed. In the end, it's the things that took the brunt of the explosion, so it makes sense a lot of parts are on the other side now. The hero holds his chin between two fingers. Your powers are really convenient. I'm gonna call you if something breaks at my home. She-Hulk says half joking. Eidolon chuckles and his eyes move to Reed's white bards. Restoration is such OP ability that it even restored the equations and formulas written by the elastic scientist. Maybe I'm too harsh with Reed, his math is not wrong. Eidolon comments, his eyes moving to the boards, did someone sabotage it? Doom? From the other side maybe. He ponders and turns to Susan, did he constantly test this portal? Yes. We never send anything through the portal, but with tests its stability every day. Susan answers while approaching. So you opened a portal, leading to somewhere that you don't know, every day. Eidolon gives her a glance like, a beacon. Hey, I'm here, Guys, I'm not any scientist or detective, but I think maybe someone on the other side did something. Johnny comments, in a little joking tone. Trying to cheer himself up. Well, it's still on Reed. He should have taken into account the situation of the other side. I remember talking about it to him, right? Eidolon shakes his head. Yes, and he kept it in mind. Creating a neutral stabilizer field, so that the pressure, energy, or any foreign substances don't pass through the portal. Susan defends. Then he forgot the human factor. Beyond what is normally in nature, someone can come at it with ill intent. Eidolon declares, well, not human factor per se, more like, whatever alien is on the other side factor. He should have made countermeasures against tempering. After saying that, Eidolon approaches Reed's computer and puts his hand on it, a blue light shines from his hand before the lines move from his arm to the computer. On the screen, the footage of the security camera starts playing. Eidolon doesn't find anything incriminating, nothing out of the ordinary happened before the portal goes haywire, it really looks like it happened all of a sudden. Reinforcing his theory that someone on the other side has a hand in it. But he paused in a moment when the portal was fully functional and metaphorically rolled up his sleeves. Okay, I can do it. With footage of Reed building the thing, it will be pretty easy for him to do the same. He starts working immediately. He moves around the lab, leaving a flurry of afterimages behind. No one can keep up with his movement, except Shadow Dash, they only register a small smidgen of his actions after he has already done that. Pulling wires, welding the covers, moving an object, recharging the power source. He even wrote on Reed's white boards in red markers, pointing out his small mistakes and ways to improve, like a teacher grading a student. Idolin can be petty sometimes. He remade the work of a year of Reed Richards in 1 minute. Done. He says, finally stopping in front of the portal with a remote, that after a press of a button, makes the orange-reddish portal appear on the previous empty arc. I made a way to control the portal remotely, it can work even on the other side. He says while giving it to Susan. The woman who receives the control is a little overwhelmed. What? Surprised that I can do more than punch villains. Idolin gives her a cheeky smile. Eh? No. No, no. It's just a little impressive seeing it firsthand. Ahem, I already knew that you are smart. She answers, afraid that he would misunderstand her. Relax, I'm just teasing you. Idolin says good-naturedly before his face gets serious and he drops the bomb. Now, all of you stay here while I go to the other side to rescue the three. What? No. I'm going. To the surprise of no one, the Storm siblings and the Green lawyers protest immediately. Idolin tries to convince them, even if he knows that it is futile. But he at least needs to try. Ugh, it will be safer if only I go. And there's nothing that you guys can do that I can't. And I will not need to hide anything. But this he doesn't say, albeit they take it wrongly, or rightly, because he really means, and thinks, that he is better than them, at least in this specific situation. We are not waiting here rolling our thumbs waiting for you, mister. She-Hulk says cocking her hips. I did not before, but I'm gonna do it now. You can't stop me. Johnny adds a little aggressively. We want to help, Idolin. Susan says with firmness, staring at him intensely. The black-clad hero stares at them for a good time. What? She-Hulk raises an eyebrow, say something. She urges. Nothing much, I was just thinking about knocking you guys down and proceeding normally. He shrugs casually. Dude. Human Torch is already assuming a half-battle stance. Idolin, don't do that. Susan says in outrage. Only the casual stance of the hero keeps the three from taking his threat seriously. Unknown to them. He is really serious. Fine then. I already expected that. He sighs, but if you guys act out of line, I'm knocking you guys down, miniaturizing you, and putting you in my pocket. He says, a little more seriously now, I have nothing against a team-up, I even think it's a great way for us to grow, but this is an important rescue mission. Alicia is a normal woman. His eyes get hard, you compromise her safety, even unintentionally, I'm taking you out of the equation by force. Are we in understanding? They all nod, facing the famous Idolin's glare, they can't do anything more but agree with his terms. There's no arguing or discussion, things will go his way. And that is the end of the story. Good. A minute to prepare yourself. After that, he turns to Cassandra, Shadow, keep everyone away. Everyone. Villain and hero. If you need to, call for backup. Don't be shy about taking our fellow heroes down a peg too. Fury can be forceful. Don't mind his threats or arguments, I will take responsibility later. Okay. He talks with her much more softly. Okay. She nods at her and goes to guard the perimeter after he taps her head, Rovan at her heels. Moving to the front of the portal, Idolin debates with himself if he should try that little project that he was working on. The exploration of other realities plan. Where he would possess a spare body and go scout dangerous places, other universes, and dimensions. Hell is the main one that he plans to go to, hence why he asked the Ancient One for some help. But in the end, he decided against it. He still hasn't perfected and tested the soul pull that would bring him back, making him able to abort the mission without consequences. Rescuing Alicia is also too important to leave to a weaker and less capable Reed with fewer powers in his arsenal, body. And if he remembers well, Annihilus is pretty strong. Thanos level strong. Enemy of the Nova Corps, who are basically the Green Lanterns from here, so the villain from the negative zone is not just anyone. He stares at the portal while the rest moves behind him, already prepared mentally to go. Can I hope that they're just around the corner and there will be no need to fight Annihilus? Pfft. He scoffs at his own thoughts. This is the Marvel Universe, obviously, there will be at least a little altercation. Already done. He looks back at his mission teammates. Yeah, we are ready. She-Hulk cracks her knuckles. Beyond Susan getting some things and putting on a fanny pack around her waist, She-Hulk changed her shoes and that's it. They don't need more preparations, they are all eager to go save their friends. I still need some time. He raises his index finger to them before using it to touch his temple. They can see his eyes change, his pupils gain a purple color, their shape transforming to a shape not that different to the all-seeing eyes of God, but not quite the same, much simpler, but still reminding them of gears. His scara also darkens till it becomes completely black. What is he doing? Johnny asks them. But Susan, guessing that Idolin is doing something important, shushes her brother. Idolin stops and answers them immediately, his eyes going back to normal when he looks at them, seeing the future. Seeing the future? She-Hulk parrots in disbelief, you can do that. Like many things, yes I can. But I hate doing that. It's awful and on my code to not abuse any time-related ability. He sighs, but my code gets flexible when it's time to jump blindly to save someone. He looks at the portal, the previous quirk of Night Eyes gave him a rough idea of what will happen. So what did you see? Johnny asks. It's better that you don't know. And the secret is to not care about the main parts and focus on the small things to discover what you need. Not solve the issue per se, only be a little more prepared. He did that once when he saved Ileana. His ability to see the future helped him make the decision to take Cypher's power of omni-language because he saw that it would help in getting information on the limbo. I didn't quite understand, but you are the specialist. Johnny concedes. Yes, I am. Whoosh, and with that, Eidolon suddenly punches the portal, surprising everyone. His arm stretched not differently from how Mr. Fantastic would be, but it was possible to notice that the speed at which his arms expand surpasses that of the leader of the Fantastic Four many times. The friction with the air is creating its characteristic sound, almost appearing that is burning. A little to the left. And there too. Eidolon murmurs, his arm through the portal, like someone who is reaching for something blindly. Done. After some good time, he finally nods to himself and starts retracting his stretched arm. The sound of rubber returning to its normal size echoes when his arms go back in whiplash, but Eidolon is carrying something this time. Or rather, someone. The alien creature struggles on Eidolon's grasp, choking as the hero squeezes it through. It looks like a humanoid insect, it's green with big yellow and is wearing armor. Eidolon, what is that? She-Hulk asks while pointing to the humanoid insect. What are we going to face on the other side? There's more of them on the other side, but I took care of it. He says as the negative zone inhabitant was finally knocked unconscious. If some look closely, they would also notice some eyes closing on Eidolon's forearm and hand. He used them to navigate on the other side and scout. Anyway, the other side was kinda hostile. The vacuum of the space, but is not all like that. While saying that the hero puts his fingers on the head of the insect in his grasp. And by putting his fingers, he really means inserting them. Eidolon's fingers sink on the green head like it's not solid and he pulls. When he pulls, he is holding a long piece of paper. A film strip with the memories of the alien insect. Is that what I think it is? She-Hulk asks once again, looking over the black-clad hero's shoulder. Yeah, it's less invasive than simply going through his memories. Eidolon answers without taking his eyes off the film strip, stretching it largely to see everything. Less invasive. Susan asks slowly, remembering how Eidolon literally stabbed the poor insectoid head with his hand, digging into his memories. Less invasive to me. The hero scoffs, do you know how unpleasant it is to dive into someone's memories? Imagine swimming in a dirt lake. And this guy is an alien, so sorry if I don't want his very alien feelings and thoughts clinging to me for hours. He explains, watching this way is more convenient. Okay, I got some information from him. Then Eidolon tosses the guy aside, the alien falling into a portal. Where did you send him? Susan asks. Home. Eidolon answers in a non-convincing way. Then why didn't you toss him on the portal to the negative zone? Susan asks with a raised eyebrow. I mean, my home. Eidolon reveals, I'm gonna study his physiology. Beyond finding the worrying knowledge that his race doesn't live longer, I didn't find any weakness. Eidolon, you are not gonna dissect him, right? Susan asks. And why is worrying that he doesn't live long? Johnny also asks, confused. First. Eidolon points at Susan, he is a hostile alien, with no human rights. I also saw his memories and he killed quite a few sentient beings. Second. Now he points at Johnny, short-lived species tend to reproduce very fast and mature equally quick, and he is an insectoid, so. There's a very high chance that there's a lot of them, like. I'm talking about dozens of billions. And his boss kidnapped Reed and the others. And we need to invade their nest to rescue them. This knowledge even makes Susan stop questioning Eidolon's committing war crimes. The weight of the mission dropped on their shoulders at full force. And that's why I always prepare, boys and girls. Eidolon says in a Boy Scout tone before turning to the portal, so, any of you want to stay behind? He asked one last time. Not a chance. Johnny answers for all of them. I expected that much. Eidolon shrugs, then he snaps his fingers and a force field bubble envelopes the four. I don't like the cliché of getting separated after going through a portal. He explains that before they can ask and throw some things at them. Wristbands that latch on their arm instantly. With that, he enters the portal. Negative Zone. The negative zone, as its name says, is a universe derived from antimatter, different from Earth where matter is positively charged, the opposite happens. Well. That is a surprise. She-Hulk says while giving Eidolon a strange look. Her surprise comes from two things. First, they appeared in the vacuum of space but were not like from their home universe. Instead of the dark matter, here the darkness was substituted by a variety of green, red, and yellow. The other surprising thing is the fact that floating around them there's a multitude of insectoids, not different from the one Eidolon fished before. They are all unconscious as they slowly move, like space trash. What? I cleaned the place before we arrived. He did not only captured a single soldier, but his arm went around punching everyone here. The hero doesn't dwell on this small thing, he reaches at the empty space and pulls a small spaceship, as big as a minibus from his inventory. This bubble is not optimal, he says as he takes everyone with him to the sleek and black spaceship. Did anyone ever told you that your powers are really convenient? She-Hulk comments while taking a seat. There are 7 seats in the total, to them and to the ones that they will rescue. Yes, many times. Cortana, take control of the ship and activate the 6 to record our route in case we need to escape and no one can pilot. Eidolon says while the panel lights up. Understood, Master. Cortana says and the whole ship starts moving. In case you all need to rescue while I stay behind to hold off our pursuers, it will be easy to go back. Still with the control remote of the portal, Invisible Woman. Yes, right here. You really are a Boy Scout, prepared for everything. Johnny comments from a seat behind them, I can fly outside, by the way. It's just a little precaution stemming from the scenarios with high probability. We are not here to defeat anyone, just take our people back. Eidolon comments and save your fire, Human Torch. Our destination is a little far away. While he talks, he has already passed the direction with Cortana, and the spaceship released some drones discreetly. I have enough fire to do this all day. Human Torch says with confidence. Funny that you say that when Chris Evans is both you and Captain America. Eidolon chuckles in his mind. Do you know where we need to go? Invisible Woman asks, did you discover it on those humanoid insect memories? Yes and no. Eidolon makes some final adjustments on the ship and then reclines on his chair in a relaxed way. I can somewhat trace the people I met once, remembering their aura, smell, heartbeat. He bullshits, not that is a lie, but this is not how he is tracing them, and that. He points in a direction, it's where the capital of those insects are. And there. He points in another direction, it's where are we going, and where they took Reed, Ben, and Alicia. You can track them even here. I have a lot of talents. Are Reed and the others okay? Susan asks worriedly. From the memories of that guy, they are alive at least when they are taken away, at least. Eidolon answers, but I think time passes differently here, so I'm not sure. I think at least a month passed since the explosion here. There are too many memories of them moving into a patrolling route. Time dilatation. Susan exclaims, now even more worried. It's common knowledge that the more time passes, the slimmer the chance of rescuing anyone gets, in any situation. Don't worry. It seems those guys need Reed and the others, and I can feel that they are alive. Eidolon says in a comforting tone. Just try to calm your nerves because the travel will take a while. We can't jump here because the laws of physics are a little different. This spaceship is designated to their home universe, opening wormholes or entering hyperspace is not possible here without prior preparation. While Eidolon starts passing some simple plans, together with possible scenarios, and how to act, to them. The spaceship sped on the vacuum of the space, getting closer to the remaining members of the Fantastic Four. At their destination, things are not so good for Reed and the others. It's a strange planet, not complete, like an apple that someone took a huge bite to the core. The planet is open, an impossibility that shouldn't have happened. Anyone with a minimal knowledge in physics would know that gravity would make any incomplete planet/moon collapse in itself and become a smaller, but more perfect, circular form. But that is not what happens with this planet. It's unknown if it's because of the laws of physics of this universe, or if someone is preventing the natural phenomena from happening. This last one has a very high possibility of happening because if one looks carefully. In truth, one doesn't even need to look carefully. From space, anyone would happen to see some lights shining on the surface of the inner walls of the planet. Like there are cities, people living there. It's like the whole planet is a skyscraper, round, and that grows in all directions. There are floors beyond the surface. In one of those levels, the ruler of this region compelled Reed Richards to work for him. The Elastic Man of the Fantastic Four is leaning over a machine, working on the commands, deciphering some ancient inscriptions to bypass the defenses of this place. What he is seeking is still unclear. My patience grows thinner, human. Should I motivate your efforts by cutting 1 or 2 limbs of your friends? A creature speaks in a grating, but deep, voice from its throne. It's the ruler of this place, Annihilus. Sitting on his throne, he looks as much like an insect as he looks like a demon. This is because of his technological exoskeleton that he wears to protect himself and increase his battle power. The torso is covered in purple armor while the rest is green, on his back with green demon-like wings sprout, and on his shoulder pads, green spikes. The main reason why he uses his exoskeleton armor, it's because of a certain flaw in his personality. An obsession. Annihilus wants to live forever. He is obsessed with any way of extending his lifespan and destroys anything that can threaten his existence. That's why he is more machine than a living being at this point. The low life expectancy of his species disgusts him. A good part of his conquest crusade is to create a safe empire for his life. And obviously, the reason why he has Reed Richards working is also related to this obsession of his. Annihilus is seeking a certain item. The most important artifact of the negative zone, the cosmic control rod. With it, he will live forever. With it, he will control the whole universe. With it, he will not need to fear any enemy, not even his arch-nemesis and main competitor for the title of ruler of the negative zone, Blastar. The cosmic control rod will give him the security and peace of mind that he longs for, and after that, maybe his sight can move to bigger and more ambitious prospects. Like conquering other universes. Mr. Fantastic looks up from his work, his face is weary and a thick beard already grew on it. It seems that thanks to time dilation, he has been here some weeks already. Just a little more. He answers, hiding his defiance in a calm voice. You better double your efforts. I was merciful enough to not start torturing your friends. Should I start testing if it will motivate you? Annihilus AKS imperiously. That, it will not be necessary. Reed says and goes back to work, his eyes hard. Beneath his almost subservience act, he is obviously plotting and concocting a way to escape this situation. He knows that the chances of this alien overlord will not honor his part of the deal and will probably kill him and his friends. So he will buy time till he has a feasible chance to escape with Ben and Alicia. He is being forced by Annihilus to find the cosmic control rod. Well, not finding it per se, Annihilus knows that the rod is on this planet, so he takes Reed so that he can reach the rod safely. Annihilus is a very careful guy when the subject is his lifespan. He obviously started by excavating the whole planet, but it seems his efforts are fruitless, and he fears that the planet will collapse, taking with it the key to the cosmic control rod. That's why he put his sights on ways to solve the mystery. Annihilus is an incredibly intelligent living being in his own right, but even he needs to admit that he found himself lacking in this, or maybe he needs some new perspective. He searched through the whole negative zone for people capable of helping him, not that he ever asked for their opinion on willingness. He obviously slaved them till they tried everything they could, before killing them for their incompetence. Then one day, on a stroke of luck, his soldiers noticed the signals of a portal opening in his realm. The portal constantly opening, sending signals to this side. It's obviously made by a sentient life. A very smart sentient life. So he plotted the sabotage of the portal, sucking anyone from the other side and forcing them on the search for the cosmic control rod. It seems Annihilus' luck is pretty incredible. After all, he fished not one less than Reed Richard, the smartest, debatable, man on the other side of the portal. Now he is closer than ever in putting his robotic insect hands on the cosmic control rod, and afterward on everything he puts his sights on. But Reed obviously understood that. He knew that beyond valuing his safety and the safety of his friends, he couldn't allow Annihilus to acquire the cosmic control rod. It will be the beginning of a catastrophe. He already has a plan. This time working here allowed him to discover that Annihilus, even though he couldn't reach the cosmic control rod, was able to siphon the energy of the cosmic artifact to empower himself and extend his life. He is doing it right now on his big throne. Reed is able to see the orange energy going through the stairs of the throne and shining the backrest behind Annihilus, charging his armor and bathing the alien conqueror. Every second that Annihilus remained sitting on that throne was like an extra second of his life. His lifespan is not running out while he remains there, basking on the energy of the cosmic control rod, an item that is able to control the whole foundation of this very universe, the negative zone. So Reed is already making the preparations to increase the energy, reverse the polarity, creating an antimatter bomb with the goal to explode Annihilus. The problem is how he will escape. Now he needs to hack one of those alien spaceships, go rescue Ben and Alicia, and fly away before the explosion happens. But even his brilliant mind can't find a way to do that while Annihilus keeps him under his watchful gaze. The obsessive conqueror is simply too careful not to give Reed any chances of crossing him, personally supervising the human's work, without moving from his throne. He stays right there, just a dozen meters away from Reed, while the leader of the Fantastic Four unravels the secrets of the cosmic control rod. During his time as a captive, Reed risked making many demands, claiming that it would help him and that he needed resources to work. He asked for many things, useful to reach the cosmic control rod, useless in general, and finally things that he could use to build something to escape. He was really careful with it, going little by little to not raise any suspicion. And slowly he built a device that can connect remotely with one of the patrol ships that fly around. He is close, he just needs to follow the plan. He can't help but reach the cosmic control rod. After all, he needs the opening that finding the rod will give him. Annihilus will obviously focus his whole attention on his prized item. That will be his chance. He is ready. With a press of a button, the whole place trembles slightly, A hum echoes while many of Reed's creations drain the energy of the planet and direct it to a certain point. Mr. Fantastic takes some steps back while Annihilus leans forward. That's it. The cosmic rod is appearing. It was hidden in a pocket space, the center of the antimatter of the negative zone. Reed used its own energy to revert the polarity on that focal point to force it out. Ha 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 ha. Finally. As Reed predicted, Annihilus stands up from his throne and slowly floats to the rift in space. Reed slowly moves out of sight, not making any sudden moves, and slowly going to the second part of his plan to escape. He already memorized the routes of the patrol ships, one of them must be appearing at any moment. He takes the devices he creates to hack them and Stretch to take a ride, then he will rescue Ben and Alicia. Annihilus continues to observe the rift with great attention. The negative energy being poured out of it makes it clear that the object of great power is inside and emerging. Come. To your rightful owner. Annihilus extends his hand to reach for the rift, boom. But at that moment something unexpected happens. A fleet of ships suddenly emerges on the skies of this open planet and starts attacking Annihilus's army. From the one that seems the main ship, a humanoid creature jumps from it and shouts, Annihilus. It's a mix of human and lion, white in the skin and in the mane, wearing a tight blue armor on his torso, not hiding the bulging muscles on his arms. Blastar. You can't stop the inevitable. Annihilus looks up, addressing the newcomer, his old enemy. I knew that you would try to interfere, I was hoping for it. I will crown myself with the cosmic control rod in your death. The cosmic control rod still hadn't emerged, so Annihilus flies to meet the falling Blastar in combat. Boom crash. A shock wave is emitted when two overlords crash. That part of the planet trembles, destroying many structures and sending many beings flying. Ignoring the fight, that easily moved to the ground, Reed starts acting fast. He grabs his things and looks up at the chaos of the battle between two armies, searching for the better target. But it's so chaotic, that every time he grabs a small ship or any vehicle, it is destroyed by something, a stray shot, a bomb, missiles, or a corpse crashing against it. The battle between Annihilus and Blastar shook at least half of the battlefield. The lionman seems to be more physically inclined, a brute with great strength, his blows causing great destruction. Although Annihilus keeps fighting at close quarters, tanking every attack, the insectoid still uses energy blasts and other technological means to fight his opponent. Obviously, his sight is not really on Blastar. He is keeping him occupied because he knows victory will emerge. From a low hum and the sound of static electricity is the prelude to the emergence of Cosmic Control Rod. Taking advantage of his armored exoskeleton, Annihilus blasts Blastar a little far away with the strongest energy beam he can and immediately uses his wings to fly in the direction of the rift. He can see the ripples in space and the small object surrounded by light finally appearing. Mine. He shouts, hand extended to grab it, and he really does. The Cosmic Control Rod, not bigger than a foot in length, falls on his hands. Annihilus raises the cosmic artifact high in the air, basking on its energy. It really like it belongs to him. An orange force field appears around him, buzzing with power, filling his body. He can't help but want to test his newfound ultimate power. And he knows the perfect target. You have been a thorn in my side for so long, Blastar. He says while bringing the Cosmic Control Rod down, I will bestow you the honor of being my first kill with ultimate power. He exclaims and attacks his old enemy. A ball of energy coalesces above his palm and he sends it flying at Blastar. Arg. Blastar and a huge area around him exploded by the attack. This attack test made by Annihilus is enough to vaporize the surroundings and send Blastar flying, his body charred and weak, but still alive. The lionman is not weak by any means, durable, and used to the energy of the negative zone, and even so he was helpless under the attack. Ha 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 ha. One more time should do the job. Annihilus laughs, relinquishing the feeling of power. This time, instead of a ball of energy he prepares a more concentrated attack. Orange lighting covers his arm while he aims at Blastar. And exactly at that moment, a third party arrives. Many things happen at the same time. The orange lightning charged with antimatter flies at Blastar, the warlord of the negative zone doing his best to avoid. And another attack appeared from somewhere pushing him into the lightning. A black spaceship suddenly appears from thin air, Human Torch flying around cleaning the space with blasts of fire. Eidolon's spaceship does a maneuver and stops close to Reed, opening its side's door while a force field surrounds it. Hand. She-Hulk appears from the open door, extending her arm to Reed. The scientist doesn't need to be told twice and stretches his arm to grab Jennifer's hand. At the same time, Annihilus was also attacked by an attack coming from an impossible direction. The insectoid alien struggles a little but the anti-energy force field around him protects him. Inside the cockpit, Eidolon looks at his charred right hand intrigued, very strong artifact. Are you okay? Susan asks, a worried look on her face while she stares at Eidolon's badly injured hand. I was a little careless and overeager. I tried stealing the item. It seems it doesn't like me very much. He jokes. Idolin then looks back at Reed, checking him thoroughly with his vision, and then with a press of a button, a robotic arm gives Reed a solution filled with nutrients. You look okay. Let's go save Ben and Alicia. Incoming. Cortana warns him and Idolin pulls the yoke to dodge the attacks coming. It seems I will need to stay behind to buy time. Idolin speaks in a very calm voice despite piloting amidst a rain of attack, spinning and dodging expertly. Typical. First, he makes a shadow clone to heal Ben and Alicia, in case they need it. He would normally use biofission, but he can see that Annihilus is pretty strong and he doesn't want to get weaker. Then, under everyone's eyes, he cuts his charred forearm and opens a portal throwing it at the army in orbit. What a fuck. Jen exclaims. It's more problematic to try to heal it while getting rid of the negative energy than cut and grow it back. Idolin explains while a new hand already appears that artifact is no joke. Boom. Then an explosion happens above them, big enough to make the sky change color, and shake Invisible Woman's shield. What is that now? She-Hulk asks. My hand. Idolin answers calmly, I need to try to stop losing hands. What? I miniaturized some anti-proton bombs and kept them on my body. He continues in his calm voice. Thanks to that explosion, an opening was given from Annihilus attacks and the real Idolin moved out to fight. Everyone turns to the clone. You keep weapons of mass destruction on your body? Susan asks incredulously. The clone shrugs. It can be useful in situations like those. No one ever expects an explosive limb. And can also be used to kill me in case someone tries to mind control me or take over my body. He says like is no big deal. Well, that looks like an exaggerated precaution. An auto-destruction protocol on your own body is kind of. Reed can't find the word to it. Hardcore. But Jen completes to him. The clone doesn't comment anymore, he only chuckles and nods. They would not understand. They have no idea how hardcore the world they live in is. Outside, the real Idolin suddenly appears above the spaceship just in time to block a ball of energy thrown by Annihilus. At the same time, he deals with the attack. He pushes the ship and the Human Torch away, to the place where Ben and Alicia are being held captive. Annihilus was floating above them, his wings outstretched while he looked down on the invaders trying to escape, but something made him pause his flurry of attacks. The ball of energy that should have exploded at impact starts decreasing in size. Annihilus looks with great attention at his attacks are harmless, dispersed, and maybe even absorbed. This time, Idolin was ready and used Sebastian Shaw's kinetic energy absorption combined with other powers to negate the attack, and even empower himself. Idolin emerges from the chaotic energy with his arm stretched and his hand squeezing the last bit of Annihilus attack. Annihilus narrows his eyes while looking at this foe. Who are you that stands in my way? Just a hero from Earth. Idolin says while removing his mantle, getting ready for a serious battle. At this moment, with the cosmic control rod, Annihilus has the whole negative zone in his hands. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he is on the pseudo-universal threat scale at the moment. He is not any cosmic entity, but he is super dangerous nonetheless, more dangerous than anyone Idolin fought right now. Above my weight class, but what can I do? Idolin scoffs while rolling his shoulders. He can't let Annihilus have the cosmic control rod and get better at using it. The Annihilation Saga started this way, and it was no joke in the comics. The hero squares up against this stronger enemy. Let's put to test all this hacks that I have gathered. A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 109, vs Annihilus. Third-person POV. The quarantined Baxter building is attracting attention. It's an obvious development if you think about it for more than 3 seconds. A spaceship floating on top of the building, a force field shining with red lights and warning words, a dozen androids patrolling the area, and Shadow with Rover acting as a guard. The whole spectacle reached the intended objective of making the more rational stay away from the area, but the opposite effect is bound to happen too. It's inevitable that people with the survival instincts of moths and jellyfishes would instead get closer to take pictures and to see what is happening. Luckily, the quarantine is dozens of meters high in the air, on the uppermost floor, so is still pretty safe for the general populace. The main problem comes from outside the general populace. It didn't even take a minute after Idolin and the rest entered the portal that other inhabitants of the world of superheroes arrived. Iron Man is the first that reached the area, but it is commendable that the black cars of S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived just as quickly. Tony Stark's path is blocked by 2 failsafe androids that hover in front of him. Stay back. The robotic voice echoes in the air while they put their hand forward in a warning. Oh geez, it's rare for me to be barred from a party. He stops, using his hand propulsors to stabilize himself. His HUD visor shows the many androids paying attention to him, but no route ahead that he can use. He then decides to go down and land close to where he is seeing Natasha and Fury. So, do you guys have the invitations? He asks after landing with a thud. My agents are telling me that the elevators are blocked after a certain floor. And the stairs too. Fury says with some annoyance slipping on his words. We don't even know what happened, but we know that Idolin went out before the whole place was locked. Natasha says, I don't think we can do much here. She sighs. You are even more pessimistic today. Tony notices. Ugh, I have dealt with that guy more times than you. If he established a perimeter to keep people out, it will keep people out. She rolls her eyes. I'm seeing only one of his people, and that dog, but I bet if we try invading more will pop up. I fear that it will become a battle. She barely finished her words when Shadow herself dropped down, doing her own superhero landing in front of them. No. She says simply with a hand in the universal sign of stop. Now what? Fury asks. No. I don't think she is very talkative. Tony says helpfully in a sarcastic tone. Where is Idolin? Fury also noticed that and decided to ask for the men with the answers. Other dimension. Shadow answers dryly. What other dimension? Tony is suddenly interested. From the portal. She says. Portal. Their ears perk up at the word. New York and portals do not go well together. To the other dimension. Shadow continues in a calm tone. Is she doing that on purpose? Tony asks them. I kinda like her. Natasha smiles. Okay, *huff girl, what is Idolin doing? Fury decides to try again after recovering his calm with a deep breath. Rescuing. Rescuing who? People. Where? From what? Portal. Romanov, you try. Fury says tightly. Okay, Natasha steps forward. Hi, we will need more details than that. Can you answer some questions? She addresses Cassandra. The black-clad heroine nods. What happened here? Portal exploded. She answers. I see. So he is rescuing people caught in the explosion. It is the Fantastic Four. Cassandra nods. What is on the other side of the portal? Do you know what dimension is? Negative zone. Okay, we are progressing. Natasha nods to herself. Can you explain to us what is this negative zone? No. No, like. You don't want to. Or no, like you don't know. Cassandra shrugs her shoulders and raises her palms in the universal sign of whatever. I have no idea about this. I see. Can you help in some way? Natasha tries to be diplomatic. No. You are his sidekick, all right. Black Widow rolls her eyes. After that and before she could try to say anything, Shadow removes a paper from her utility belt, gives it to her, and flies high in the air to go back to her position. What is this? Fury and Tony approach to take a look at the paper. Natasha reads, don't try anything, Fury, or Stark. It can create an opening for people with ill intent. Just wait for my return. Idolin. P.S. Shadow is allowed to use force, a lot of force. And then gives the paper to Fury. Fury massages his temple for a moment before sighing, just secure the perimeter. He commands. As much as he doesn't like it, he can't deny that the message makes sense. In the worst-case scenario, things would escalate into a fight and some villain would use the opportunity. Good, last time I fought those people was a shot by that bitch. And those robots don't look friendly. Natasha says. Negative zone. A second after Idolin declared his intent to fight Annihilus, their battlefield became chaotic. Right here, in the middle of this open world, Annihilus rains down destruction without a care about the space, which should be his territory. Now that he has the cosmic control rod, he doesn't care about a planet or two, he cares even less about his no-name soldiers. Whoosh swish whoosh. Idolin weaves around in the sky while avoiding the countless attacks. This reminds him of those boss fights in 2D games where you have to dodge barrage after barrage of attacks by moving at the right time and staying within that one pixel where you are safe. But different from a game, real life is not fair. With the power of the cosmic control rod, Annihilus does not give any opening or opportunity to the hero to breathe. The attacks cover the sky in the most varied forms, small blasts, big spheres, disks, and even constant lasers thicker than cars. A look at this torrential horror of negative energy would make someone feel helpless and panic, but Idolin is calm. His tranquility comes from two beliefs. His profound confidence in himself, and he knows that he can dodge and even deflect some attacks. With his hacks, he has one ability to counter every possible attack. He divides his body into thousands of small parts, becomes mist, liquid, twists himself, gets thinner, becomes a thread, and even shrinks. He really is the hardest target to hit in the universe. He is only not risking getting intangible, he doesn't know how this strange energy reacts with his intangible molecules. His trained powers at least make sure that he will not be at a disadvantage so early. The second belief is the knowledge that at some point, he will find an opening. This is real life, maybe there will be no opening, many would think like that too. This thought would create a seed of doubt in the mind of the combatant and make him hesitate, move sluggishly, and eventually make him fail. Eidolon knows better than that. You have to keep your eyes on the victory, even if it is obscured by a wall of obstacles. This strange world has strange laws. I need to wait for the right moment. Eidolon thinks while keeping some strong cards to use in the opportunity that will assure victory. In the worst-case scenario, he would fail to make a move and give an opening to Annihilus instead. While dodging a particularly nasty wall of crisscross lasers, Eidolon sighs a little by having his methods of teleport sealed. The cosmic control rod can, as the name indicates, control the whole negative zone. It's easy for Annihilus to lock the space. In fact, the reason that he is not trying to end Eidolon with a strong attack is that he is slowly closing the hero in a tight space while keeping him busy. The very careful and meticulous insectoid conqueror is not lowering his guard even though he is high on the newfound power. Annihilus is a surprisingly self-aware villain who knows his shortcomings. Fits of rage took the best of him in the past, so he controls his emotions well. It's almost commendable if we're not annoying for the hero. Eidolon tried to get under his skin before with some reliable trash talk, but the alien conqueror was unabashed. Maybe it's futile to try to anger a man who is riding high the waves of his success. He will need something more. Something that can knock Annihilus from his pedestal. Here. Suddenly Eidolon shifts his stance. He is finally able to stop in the air for a moment and use some leverage to deliver a punch. His arms unnaturally extend like it's made of rubber and travel through the minefield-like battlefield, zigzagging through the attacks, going through a great distant till, POW. Punching Annihilus in the back of his head. It was not a casual punch either. The air cracks, and a huge shockwave is generated. Annihilus is pushed forward while the circular shockwaves force everything away. The myriads of attacks finally stop, while Annihilus is pushed forward. Straight to Eidolon. Like a demon ghost, the hero immediately launches himself at his opponent, eyes shining with power and fist cocked to another attack. He cuts the sky like a bullet and in an instant is in front of Annihilus. Pow boom. A knuckle sandwich is delivered directly to Annihilus' green open mouth. The power of the attack from the front and the attack from the back of his head, combining and almost made his head a pancake. It is what should have happened. But Annihilus is not a character spoken at the same level as Thanos for nothing. The obsessed with immortality insect dons a very sturdy armor that protects him even from a punch from Eidolon. His helmet only dents slightly at the attack. BZZT swish. When a light orange field envelopes the villain, Eidolon quickly moves away. He also notices how there's something strange going on around Annihilus. It's like the space around him is heavier, denser. There's resistance the closer he gets to the villain, like he is underwater, like he is approaching a reverse black hole, pushing him away. Yep, I'm taking that artifact from him. Eidolon concludes, understanding how the cosmic control rod protects Annihilus here, in the negative zone. The whole universe is siding with his opponent. Human. Annihilus growls at the hero, losing a little of that calmness that he was keeping through the whole battle, his huge yellow eyes filled with promises of pain, but this makes Hector happy instead. Insect. Eidolon says back in a mocking tone. Now the villain is on his level, and he can try to get into his mind. Why don't you put your toy aside and we fight for real? Men too, insect. Rah. The alien conqueror will not fall for a cheap provocation and partake in Eidolon's idea of a fair fight, but he was obviously irked by these human words. Thrusting the cosmic control rod forward, he releases an ample cone-shaped attack that gives the hero no space to avoid. Except moving forward in Annihilus space, and that is exactly what Eidolon does. He was always someone with great battle IQ, so he obviously quickly saw the window to avoid an attack and took it, even though it was a very small and brief window. The space close to Annihilus is still hostile to Eidolon, but he pushes forward. A little crouched down beneath Annihilus's extended arm, he makes a double attack. A good punch in the guts that made even Annihilus double over. The attack passed his armor's durability and attacked his insides. The second attack comes in the form of a silver dagger in his left hand that shoots upward while Annihilus bends forward. Eidolon mercilessly stabs the villain with an adamantium dagger, aiming under his chin to pierce his brain. BZZ/. Unfortunately, things are rarely easy for the hero. The adamantium blade doesn't go through the head because Annihilus's instincts kicked in and he quickly pulls his body back. But the villain still has his face slashed. Well, his helmet. Like, for real. When does the armor end and the guy start? There's no blood. Eidolon ponders while watching the big gash appear on the green insectoid helmet. In the meantime, Eidolon once again tried to take the cosmic control rod from Annihilus's hands, but he quickly confirmed that it was not possible to do so this way. As his hands approach, his fingers start being rejected and burning by the negative energy. Antimatter tries to erode his body. It seems that he will need to unequip the item from Annihilus' hands in a similar way he did with Thor and Mjolnir. The problem? A nihilist is not the type to throw his greatest weapon around. The solution. Hector does not care about Annihilus' well-being like he cares about Thor. The hero is about to follow up with more strikes, but suddenly a wave of energy is emitted from the rod in Annihilus' body. It all happened in an instant. His precognition powers, like danger and spider senses, warned him of the incoming attack, alerting him that staying where he is not the best approach, to say it lightly. He quickly moved away, just in time to see an omnidirectional blast of antimatter explode from Annihilus. The attack is so devastating that it finally destroys the open planet that is the battlefield. If before the planet looked like an apple that someone took a bite of, now it looks like a bigger animal, like a horse, bit off more than half of the apple, leaving only a small part behind. He is getting familiar with Cosmic Control Rod. I will end this quickly. Eidolon thinks before looking in a certain direction, luckily the rest moved away fast enough. On the other side of the planet, some minutes earlier, Reed and the rest finally arrived where Ben and Alicia were. It was not hard to pinpoint their location with the help of Eidolon's clone. Hovering above a very medieval-like building, Eidolon stops the spaceship and says, "This clone can't resist when I use too much power, the recoil would destroy me instantly, so go there, rescue the two, and bring them here so that I can heal them. It will be easy." He added the last part after taking a good look at the building. The first that moved was the Human Torch. He and Ben are at odds most of the time, but Johnny would easily forget about it if the situation needed. Dive in, impassioned by his flames, the Human Torch makes a swipe while blasting all insectoid enemies, cleaning the place. The rest follow after him. She-Hulk and the Invisible Woman glide in one of Susan's shields while Reed and Eidolon wait on the ship. Next time that you think about opening a portal, don't do it in the middle of New York. Eidolon's clone comments dryly to Reed after they are alone. He doesn't even wait for an answer, looking away with his arms crossed, body language screaming that he doesn't want to talk with the guy. Reed knows he messed up, albeit being mostly Annihilus's fault, so he will not argue. But it was his job to consider the implications and possible dangers of the experiment. In the middle of New York, one of the most heavily populated cities in the world. Really low wisdom moment. He is lucky no one was hurt. Because maybe, when the rest come back from rescuing Ben, they would find Mr. Fantastic's lifeless elastic body on the ground, and Eidolon saying something like, "He was so brave, he took an attack meant for me because he wanted me to help Ben and Alicia." While hiding the lack of empathy in his eyes by covering them with his hand, fake crying. Inside the prison building, She-Hulk and Invisible Woman discover that the interior is befitting of the exterior. The whole place really looks antique, but very robust. It seems it was designed to isolate the people from the outside world. Fearing that someone would be able to bypass the prison security system or use their technology against them, the prison is designed in a very simple way. There's no easy way to escape beyond using brute force. And that would make you face an army of countless insectoids. Not only on this prison but on the planet, the solar system, the galaxy. You would be surrounded by your enemy, a whole army as your prison guards. Luckily, at this exact moment, the Eidolon and Annihilus battle is taking more of the attention from here. Not that they cannot help much, but the army of insectoids still swarm around the two combatants, trying to help their liege, only to become green passed by the attacks of the two fighters. While the Human Torch deals with the outside, the She-Hulk starts opening the way through the thick walls of the prison, remembering the direction where Eidolon pointed. What she is doing is reckless, but that is why Susan is with her. With her shield she can keep the integrity of the place around them, allowing She-Hulk to do what Hulks does. Smash. Boom pow. Did you hear that? She-Hulk suddenly stops after destroying a wall, the pieces of rock flying and hitting many insectoids. What? Susan, that was keeping a shield above them, stopped too. From a distance, they can hear some sound similar to what She-Hulk was making while destroying the walls. Crashes and screams. Ben. Susan understands immediately. The thing is not one to stay still. He probably noticed the confusion and decided to make a run for it, but there is a problem. He needs to protect Alicia. He will not be able to go all out. Invisible Woman exclaims. Then we need to get them faster. She-Hulk is already breaking walls in the direction of the sounds. Above, Eidolon's clone observes everything with calm eyes. This is one of those moments where he can't coddle them, he needs to let them fully experience the situations and challenges that will make them superheroes. He is not entirely heartless. After he arrived he checked and discovered that neither Ben nor Alicia is dying, but Alicia is very weak on account of being malnourished. Good decision-making. He thinks, praising both Ben and the duo of Susan and Jen. But he would deduct some points of Ben for putting in risk his girlfriend without having a clear picture. But Ben would gain some points for avoiding fighting while carrying his girl even though his personality says otherwise. Self-control is important to a hero. 2 rooms to the right. He decides to help, sending a telepathic message to Susan and then one to Ben. Stay where you are, Ben. We are here to help. As expected, After his help things go smoothly, once again confirming that seeking a great collection of powers over ultimate power is the right choice for Hector. He has a tool for every job and has no risk or danger. If he wanted he could skip a lot of levels and acquire ultimate power. This is Marvel, filled with power-ups, and he has access to other worlds too. In the end, constant and steady growth is his style. That is the difference between him and Annihilus, even if the two are similar in so many ways. He watches Susan and Jen meeting the couple, hugging tightly before going back to reality, Susan helping by making a platform and floating them to the ship. Human Torch, seeing the rescue mission being accomplished, does a final round of destruction to open the path before returning. When everyone returns to the ship, Eidolon says quickly and without giving them a chance to settle. Pay attention. I'm a clone. I'm gonna heal Alicia. Go back to where we come from and forget about my real body. And we have trouble. He says everything in 3 seconds while healing Alicia. He stops their thanks and even acts rudely, but he has a reason for all that. Boom. Someone suddenly crashed against their ship. Blastar. The arch-nemesis of Annihilus is not in good shape after being attacked by both Annihilus and Eidolon, but as the rival of one of Marvel's great villains, he is nothing to scoff at either. His physical prowess is astounding, capable of fighting the heavy hitters of the universe, like Hulk. This is the trouble, by the way. Clone Hector says totally calmly, I only have one attack on me, so I would not be able to protect you guys, so kick him away. He points. True to be told, he can think of some ways to deal with Blastar in one move, not killing, but taking him away while sacrificing this clone. But he is still teaching those novice heroes that things aren't that easy. Reed immediately starts flying away from the planet, doing his best to make crazy maneuvers to shake off Blastar, who is clinging to the hull of the ship. But Blastar sinks his fingers on the ship, not letting go. Those guys can be his last chance of turning the tables on Annihilus. He still doesn't know how to use them, but he can find out about that later. The humanoid albino lion uses his super strength to open a hole in the ship and enter. Deploying artificial atmosphere shield. The VI of the ship says while a light force field appears around it. Don't seal the hull just yet. Clone Eidolon orders while staying aside. A small but highly concentrated battle happens. Human Torch throws a constant stream of fire to push the alien warlord away, but Blastar holds on the edge of the broken hull for stability. Alright, pal. I was holding this for long, so it's time for some clobberin', and Ya is the happy winner of this opportunity. Crack the Thing cracks his knuckles once before going for a punch straight at the chin of Blastar. The lionman stumbles but still holds strong, going to punch Ben, but She-Hulk steps forward and punches him too. Wham. He doesn't even have the time to recover his footing or leverage any weight, he can only serve as a sandbag to those brute heroes. Reed also made sure the ship shook the maximum possible to keep Blastar on the back foot. From Eidolon's perspective is even a little comical. The guy arrived here full of himself and he is being whacked by the Thing and She-Hulk. The Green Woman is even kicking him to shove him off. That is not the big battle that either Eidolon or Blastar are expecting. It is enough to make a tear appear in the hero's eye. Sniff, they grow so fast. They don't need me anymore. The ruthless assault is too much for Blastar. If he was in top shape he would be able to even suppress the two, but today is not his day. The brutal beatdown lasts for a long time, till Blastar's fingers start slipping and in the end, Invisible Woman steps in. Holding her two hands together above her shoulder, the air shimmers between her hands while she concentrates her powers. Boom. Oh, a force blast. Neat. Clone Eidolon thinks while the ship shakes heavily one last time. Blastar is finally thrown off when Susan opens an even bigger hole in the ship. Many things are ejected too before the ship stabilizes and shuts down the hole. Everyone, but Eidolon, released a collective sigh. Clingy guys are the worst. But Jennifer still had the mood to crack some jokes. Well, my time has come. Amidst the laughs, Eidolon stands up. Your time. Well, now that he is vulnerable, it's the best chance to keep him away for good. Killing him down for good, it's what he means. Beyond allowing those heroes to solve the problem, Eidolon is also saving his only move for the moment where he has the most chances to kill Blastar. Bye, people. Keep going to the coordinates and open the portal there, don't wait for Eidolon. He repeats his previous instructions before phasing through the ship and shooting to where Blastar is floating. The Lion Man is already recovering his bearings, his armor has some gravity contingencies to stabilize him in space, but that is not enough. Clone Eidolon pushes his arm forward while flying the fastest he can go without becoming smoke. He then starts spinning on himself while his body changes. In the vacuum, there's no sound, and Eidolon didn't make any grandiose gesture either. His body starts to accelerate while getting thinner and spinning faster. Till he was like a knitting needle, going straight through Blastar's brain. The wide eyes of surprise as Blastar floats away is the one indicator that he noticed his death. That and the hole in the middle of his forehead is the confirmation that he is dead. Now he floats away, he didn't die in a grand battle, it's not even a battle. A small death, like the picture he is creating by being a small body floating alone in the vastness of space, getting smaller and smaller. Till he disappears without any notice. Exactly like his death. Unremarkable. Back on the ship, Susan is palming her body with a look of panic. Oh shit. It's rare for Susan to curse, so this act attracts the attention of She-Hulk. What now? I think I lost Idolin's gift. She says with her eyes wide, still checking herself. The fanny pack that she is wearing is open and some things fall at some point. The time where the vacuum sucked the air in the ship. She murmurs in realization. Damn, girl, you fumbled hard now. Jen shakes her head. Let's hope Idolin will understand. Idolin has bigger things to worry about now. Ugh, so annoying. The hero is groaning in his mind while he is being squeezed by the weight of the universe. Or at least this part of the galaxy. Annihilus got better with the cosmic control rod, his control over the fundamental forces of the negative zone increased, and now he is using all of them to try to squeeze Idolin into a pulp. The forces are so strong that even Idolin is reduced to a ball of struggle while the space tries to squeeze him. Curled into a ball, despite being eerily calm, because he knows from now on Annihilus will need to do better than that if he wants to crush his sturdy body, Idolin found his enemy's limits and a strange balance. But even so, he decides to draw out some anger from being in this little embarrassing situation, and decides to use the force against those forces crushing him. With a roar, he released an omnidirectional force blast that pushed back Annihilus's trap, freeing himself. This will never stop being cool. He allows himself to enjoy the moment a little before attacking again. Despite pushing back the forces of the negative zone, Idolin is still surrounded, only that is a larger area now. As he advances to Annihilus, aware that his path is blocked by a thick layer of antimatter and negative energy, Idolin does a rare action and calls his stand. Mr. Blue Sky separates from Hector seamlessly, his body covered in black and white, floating behind him, his blue eyes staring ahead calmly. Idolin finally reaches the hostile areas that separate him from Annihilus. No words are needed to command his stand. Hector advances fearlessly while the stand raises his two fists, his face impassive. And does the trademark attack of humanoid stands. A stand rush. Mr. Blue Sky's fists become a blur of afterimages while he punches ahead, opening a path in the middle of the stormy area. Hector noticed that his stand didn't have a stand cry, making him sad. Am I so boring like that? He thinks. Mr. Blue Sky is really a silent protector, it doesn't have a smidgen of personality, almost like an AI with his powers. It rarely acts on its own, unless Hector is in danger, and this rarely happens. This comes from the fact Hector is a pretty self-sufficient guy, with a controlling and egoistic nature. Mr. Blue Sky's punches are devastating, and not only that, to open a path in this area. He is using the powers of the tremor fruit to increase the destruction, punching the space per se instead of only the air. Cracks appear with each punch, and he punches hundreds of times for seconds. The destruction is obviously off the charts. A single punch with tremor powers from Whitebeard is enough to destroy an island, now countless from Idolin. At this point, the whole planet is a bunch of separated rocks, a little close together at this point, like giant floating islands. Clack 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 clack. The cosmic control rod that allows Annihilus to command the negative zone is very impressive, instantly sealing the cracks generated by Idolin's punches, but Annihilus can't keep up with such speed. Each punch creates small cracks that fuse with a big one, which generates an even bigger one. Insectoid inhabitants of the negative zone are turned into mist even though they are dozens and dozens of kilometers away. The power that Idolin is showing is something that would leave anyone on Earth shell-shocked. Fighting in the negative zone gives an obvious advantage to Annihilus, but ironically it allows Idolin to stop holding back. He couldn't care less about this place. After a lot of punching and flying, he finally reaches Annihilus again. Less than 3 feet away from each other, the two combatants finally engage in a respectable closed-range fight. A flurry of attacks is exchanged between the two, they dodge and defend while trying to hurt the other. Idolin pulls some adamantium knives and aims for the vital points, but Annihilus always makes sure to never be hit by them. He ends up like a porcupine though. But it's obvious, even for the untrained eye, that the insectoid conqueror is at a disadvantage. Idolin is one of the best fighters in the universe after all. Annoyed, at some point, Annihilus loses his patience and thrusts his arm at the hero, cosmic control rod in hand, and releases a huge attack, but the hero twists his body unnaturally while making a swipe with an adamantium knife at the joints of Annihilus' arm. The arm that is holding the cosmic control rod. Annihilus regrets his fit of rage instantly, quickly retracting his arm, but the blade cuts a little his elbow, decreasing his mobility. Now the conqueror tries to fall back, but Idolin doesn't allow him the chance to breathe. Overwhelming his opponent, Idolin hits Annihilus time after time. Each attack is an opportunity for Annihilus to use the blow to fall back. But each time Idolin follows. The two fly around the sky at incredible speeds, each crash generating shockwaves, and each crash increasing Eidolon's advantage. Slow and steady, the hero from Earth is winning, and the two know that. Annihilus needs to do something to turn the tables, maybe even retreat. Rarark. The insectoid conqueror decides to once again release an omnidirectional blast of energy to gain room. He tries to crush the whole space around him while protecting himself in a shield cocoon. This time, Eidolon is ready, and he is already retreating. But not before leaving something to Annihilus. Bombs. At the exact distance between Annihilus's hand and his chest, Eidolon dropped miniaturized proton bombs. Annihilus only saw them when it was too late. The bombs and the wave of negative energy expanded at the same time and were too close to each other, the fields colliding and mixing, expanding beyond what should have happened. Stronger than what Annihilus predicted. BOOM. Eidolon needs to retreat countless kilometers till he is safe, watching the energy expand and consume the planet. But he didn't relax, his eyes were like those of a bird of prey, looking at the explosion with great attention. Protected by the cosmic control rod, it would be naivety to think that Annihilus would die, but that is not his objective either. The energy starts dispersing, the visibility improves, ignoring all the cosmic dust and remains of the dead living beings. Eidolon searches for his targets. When he sees them from the corner of his eyes, he moves immediately, entering the aftermath of the explosion without hesitation. Annihilus and the cosmic control rod are separated. The rod floats harmlessly on the vacuum of space while shining an orange light, like a beacon. The insectoid overlord is already flying to grab it again. The two combatants have the same objective, but Annihilus is much closer. At this rate, he will get it, he was sure of that. The world. Till it happens. He waited for this moment because he was unsure of how time stop would work here. True to his fears, the frozen world of stop time is unstable and chaotic, it has not expanded in a great radius and it will not last long. But it was more than enough. From Annihilus's point of view, he was almost reaching the cosmic control rod, his hand already feeling the power emanating from it, when Eidolon suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbed the rod, and made it disappear by some unknown means. You. The insectoid exclaims with rage capable of powering 10 Hulks. I'm sorry, do you want your cosmic dildo back? Eidolon mocks in a sarcastic tone, do you need this to please your wife? Now his trash talk works wonders. I'm gonna tear your limbs and shove them on this uncouth mouth. Annihilus shrills. Wham. But he was the one being stepped away from with great strength. Oh, a mental attack. So you still have tricks under your sleeve? Eidolon comments after kicking the villain away, too bad you will not have the chance to show them. He instantly appears at the flying Annihilus and grabs the insect-like helmet with his left hand. I'm a little annoyed with you, so. Mr. Blue Sky appears over Eidolon's shoulder, help me beat him to a pulp. The hero raises his right fist and the stands raise his two fists. Bam 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 asterisk bam 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 asterisk bam 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 asterisk bam 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 asterisk bam 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 asterisk bam 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 asterisk bam 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 asterisk bam 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 bam. Bam 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 asterisk bam 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 asterisk bam 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 asterisk bam 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 asterisk bam 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 asterisk bam 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 asterisk bam 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 asterisk bam 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 asterisk bam 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 asterisk bam asterisk asterisk bam asterisk bam 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 asterisk bam. The three fists punch Annihilus's head while Eidolon holds it in place thousands of times. The helmet is carved in like an empty bowl. But true to his insect theme, Annihilus is like a cockroach or an ant that can survive even these incredible grave injuries. Anyway, the important thing is that it is cathartic and therapeutic to Eidolon. Releasing the villain and letting him float without moving, Eidolon creates a huge platform with his powers beneath them, to leverage, and retrieve a certain weapon. The Mjolnir from Record of Ragnarok. He holds the oversized hammer with his two hands and pulls back. When an insect buzzes too much, he gets crushed. Blam. He mercilessly swings the hammer and turns Annihilus into a green pancake. He does it some more times just to make sure. And a little more. And one more, for good luck. Only after the villain remains is no different from a green past, that Eidolon stops. You shouldn't rely too much on items, you know. Just saying. With his job done here, Eidolon starts flying back to the coordinates where he can open a portal. He guesses that it is not healthy that the thought of causing a genocide along the way to decrease the danger of this place crossed his mind. But the fact that he reined on this impulse proved that he was an upright guy. Satisfied with his control over his genocidal tendencies, Hector speeds up to go back home. Back in Eidolon's universe, the portal in the Baxter building is reactivated and people start jumping out of it. Reed, Susan, Johnny, Ben, Alicia, and Jennifer appear, Huff, it's good to be home. Ben comments, carrying Alicia. Is it okay to leave Idolin's ship behind? Susan frowns. It's what the ship itself instructed us to do. It's not like it can pass the portal. Reed answers. Idolin will probably retrieve it with his super convenient powers. Jennifer adds. Guys. Johnny calls hesitantly, we are surrounded. He says with a smile, I always wanted to say that. They are indeed surrounded. Looking through the window they can see the many cars and agents on the streets. And obviously, the force field and androids floating around too. Reed sighs tiredly, I will need to deal with them. How do I lower this shield? Probably only Idolin can do that. Susan says, we can try asking his sidekick. I will do that. Reed says and starts moving to the elevator. Oh, Black Widow. Johnny also leaves through the window, probably to flirt with Natasha. I will get some rest. While Ben was saying that, the portal buzzed again and Idolin walked out of it completely calm. No injuries or even dirt can be seen on his tall, muscled body. But the view is blocked quickly after his mantle floats to cover him. Oh, Ben and Alicia. I'm happy that you two are okay. The hero approaches them smoothly. Thanks for the help again, buddy. You saved my ass back there. Ben offers a fist bump while going back to his human. Thanks, Idolin. Alicia also thanks him. Just doing my job. Idolin says humbly while giving Ben a fist bump. We saw some explosions a little before we entered the portal, are you okay? Susan approaches and asks while checking the hero. Really big explosions. She-Hulk adds with surprise in her voice. Ah, I'm fine. Light work. Just the final of my battle with Annihilus. It's all good now. He hides the details, gave him some good punches for you, Ben. He says to change the subject, he succeeds because the thing laughs loudly and thanks him again. Idolin, I need to tell you something. Susan speaks hesitantly. Wait, before that, look what I found. The hero raises his hand from below his mantle, between his fingers the necklace he gave her before and she lost. I found floating in space. Oh my god. This is exactly what I was about to tell you. I lost your gift. Susan exclaims full of surprise, I'm sorry, Idolin. She adds regretfully. No worries, I can understand. And I wouldn't mind you losing it while doing hero work. Even so, I feel horrible. I shouldn't have taken with me to the negative zone. Susan is still feeling bad. Relax, you are worried about Reed and the others. Here, again, happy birthday. He offers the gift one more time. She smiles sweetly, okay. And again. Thank you. She accepts. Ben, Alicia, and Jen look at each other with knowing grins. Idolin noticed, obviously, that he can understand how it looks from an outside perspective, he is not that dense. Susan Storm was indeed a fictional crush, but he will take his famous wait-and-see approach. He still believes that she is not one to accept his special love life circumstances. But who knows? Maybe he will be the father of meta baby Jesus here in this world. We go hang out. Without portal shenanigans. Jennifer offers with a smile, putting her arm around Idolin's shoulder. She is probably trying to help her friend. Sorry, but I have things to do. Idolin Polluted declines the offer, and believe in me, I wish I could stay away from portal shenanigans. Days later. Seriously, am I cursed or something? Hector exclaims with his hands on his hips while staring at the familiar, but different, New York. He ended up in another universe. Now he is on the top of a building, donning his Spider-Man suit while staring at some billboards showing the death of Peter Parker. He sighs heavily, I know exactly where I am. Isn't it too soon? Shouldn't have been Peter here. He facepalm. Suddenly, an orange wormhole appears at his side and without him having time to dodge, someone hits him at full force. He and this unknown person roll on the rooftop for some time, confusion of limbs all over the place in an unstoppable ball. He can only notice that it is a woman and she is wearing black and white, in a suit a little similar to his. He can guess who it is pretty accurately. When they finally stop, they are in a very compromising state. He lies on the ground, with her above him in a 69 position. Her face touches his crotch while her legs straddle his head. Welcome back, Yuki Rito's luck. It has been a long time since your last appearance. Hector deadpans in his mind. The woman quickly notices the strange state they are in and instantly moves her head away from his crotch, but this made her but move closer instead. Being smothered by butt cheeks, Idolin thinks that there are worse ways to start the arc than having Spider-Gwen sitting on his face. Extra. In some places in the negative zone, a big insectoid denizen struggles while on a bed. She looks fat and bloated, with many smaller insectoids around them and helping her. She is Annihilus' wife. Eventually, after a lot of effort from her, she finally gives birth, laying down an egg in the hands of a maid. The female insectoid respectfully holds the transparent green egg in her hands and raises high in the air. Inside is possible to see a very distinctive insect-shaped head. Lord Annihilus lives. She screeches. A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye-bye. Chapter 110, Hector's. Hector, Spider-Man, POV. Now I'm on a parallel dimension with my face full of ass. A nice ass, I admit. Can't complain that much about this one aspect. But here I am, far from home, pun intended, highly unpowered, wearing a Spider-Man suit and without Cortana. So you must be wondering. How did I get myself into this situation? To explain that we will need to go back some days, flashback sparkling sounds while the screen wobbles. I don't even need to tell you how this is dangerously dumb, right? Raven speaks from her place a little behind me, watching me work. I concur, Master. A rare moment where Cortana disagrees with me. I stop connecting the cables in my hands and stand up, so I'm gonna open a portal to hell. What bad can happen? I ask sarcastically. You can't jinx when you're being sarcastic. Well, a lot of things actually. Raven answers in her customary dry tone. It was a rhetorical question, dear, don't worry, I'm a very careful guy. I say while going around the lab to do the finishing touches. As you can see, different from a certain guy, I'm doing this a light year away from Earth. We are indeed in an asteroid close to the edge of the solar system. Well, close relatively. I'm closer to the edge than I am to Earth. What do you want from hell anyway? Raven asks. Normal people want to stay out of it, you know. Well, she still doesn't know that I want to resurrect my parents. I'm just made some preparations in case things go in a very bad direction. I know that hell will be a problem eventually. I just want to be a step ahead by knowing what I'm gonna face. I say. Not a lie, by the way. I continue, this will also allow me to test the limits of my multi-body project. After saying that, a huge wheelchair is pushed close to us. Sitting on it is a 3-meter-tall clone of mine, completely bald and super muscular, and covered in bulky armor up to its neck. I'm talking about a Space Marine template here. You're too weird. Raven comments while watching my clone sitting in his wheelchair. Just because I have a modified clone of myself that I will possess and use to scout hell. Pretty standard stuff. I chuckle while checking the armor of my clone. Different from my usual style, this armor is bulky as heck, carrying everything that I will need. Weapons, in this case, I'm carrying a lot of weapons. Because this clone doesn't have powers, I need to fill the gaps with technology and weapons. Did I tell you that this body has a lot of weapons? I will say again, this body is carrying very heavy weapons and in its backpack an atomic bomb. Making clones and possessing bodies are very villainous activities. Raven comments. Well, I'm no Superman. But you need to agree that I'm not hurting anyone. I say while checking the back of the head of my clone. Some cybernetics chips are installed there. They connect with his spine so that he can control the armor and everything else. I did not put technopathy in this clone, and I'm not taking Cortana with me. So many heroes attribute certain actions as villainous, and I think this holds them back a little. Like using their powers to have a little advantage in the day-to-day life. I continue, imagine that you just cheat a little so that you can live more comfortably and consequently be able to save more people. Or you can keep some things that you loot from villains and improve yourself. I still can't get over the fact that heroes like Stark do not go for the super soldier serum. When you say it like that. Raven agrees, but I guess it's more about being slowly corrupted. She knows about corruption, so I guess that is why she is a little skittish about doing bad deeds, even if they are harmless or are supported by good intentions. After connecting everything on the armor to the neural chip, I turn to her. Then, if I start going down a bad path, I hope you can pull me off it, Raven. I'm counting on you. I give her my best smile. After looking at me for some seconds, her eyes widening a little, she looks away. I'm not the best for the job. Then we can fall into depravity together. I approach and whisper into her ear. After a shudder, she recoils fast and keeps her distance, her hand covering her ear protectively. Don't do that. What? I just talked. I play innocent even though I know what I just did. After a last smirk, I sit down on another chair and prepare to start. Time to possess this clone. There are 2 ways I can do this, by the way. The 2 with their advantages and disadvantages. The first is the simpler one, similar to how Danny Phantom would do. I would turn my body into a ghost and possess another body fully. The fully refers to my body fully going inside another person. On the other way, instead of turning even my physical body into a ghost form, I would separate my body from my soul, and possess only with my astral form, leaving my physical vessel behind. The advantage and disadvantage of the first way are the same. My full power would go into the possessed body. That means that I would have all my abilities and powers there, and even if the possessed body is destroyed, I would simply emerge fully ready to continue doing whatever I was doing. But at the same time, it's not anybody that can hold my full power. I could make a super strong vessel, but what would be the point then? As disguise? Then I could do it myself. For what I'm about to do, going with the second mode is better. I would leave my body safe, and I don't plan to use my full power. I am just going to scout a little. There's also the soul anchoring technique that I developed. A fusion of Yon's abilities with many other spells that will allow my soul to come back to my real body instantly after the clone's body does its purpose. So I can jump ship at any time, and go back to the checkpoint. It only needs one last test. The test between dimensions. Sidorak was not able to catch my astral form that one time, but what if I go into hell? That's what I'm about to test. If it works, it will be huge. After I close my eyes, I separate myself from my body, and that weightless sensation reaches me, making me open my eyes to see that my viewpoint changed to one a little higher. I can see my body beneath me, through my transparent astral form, and Raven eyes following me. Ah yes, she can see me. I lost an opportunity to tease her by making my soul fully nude. Too bad. Without wasting more time, I immediately go to possess my space marine-like clone. Yep, very easy. It's like it was made for me. Because it was made for me, by me. I open my eyes once again, physical ones this time. Limbs, working. 5 senses, okay. Neural link, operational. I start reporting, with a voice deeper than usual, link with my real body. I can feel it. Then I stand up, slow and heavy. But powerful. The armor moved together with my mental commands and muscle contractions. Is everything ready, Cortana? I ask. Yes, Master. I triple-checked. She answers, all equipment is fully operational, and don't forget to activate the ionic shield to protect them from any magical pulse. She says the last words with a little distaste. Magic and technology do not go well together. Yes, but I don't think it will be a problem. I built this portal with some technological backups just in case. It's not fully magical, hence techno-friendly. I answer in my rumbling voice while my helmet starts slowly falling on my head. Can I go? Nemesis pops her head off my unconscious real body. No. I answer immediately. Stingy. Even if things go well, there's a high chance of me leaving this body behind. I say to her, you stay here. The helmet is linked to the rest of my armor with a TSS sound. Hoo-hoo, that's cool. Activate the portal. I command, and the machines start working. The platform in front of me lights up, the steps ascending in a gravity-defying stair. 2 arcs appear from underneath the ground and connect, forming a circle. In the moment of connection, red demonic letters start appearing on the circle, vibrating and buzzing in the air like angry wasps. BZZZ. A second later, the portal is open. It started like some sparks of red electricity in the middle of the circle and immediately expanded completely. For a second, I was worried the contention arcs would not hold on, but the portal stopped expanding on them, creating a chaotic, but still controlled storm of blood red. Well, here I go. I say and start walking to the portal. Ah, that's a men romance. Try not to die. I bet in case it happens, you will stay in hell. Raven shows her concern by saying that I'm a demon. How can that be? I'm the most pure human that ever lived. I'm immediately ascending in a pillar of golden light if I die. I say sarcastically, making her roll her eyes. Just when I'm stepping through the portal, I say one last thing, you can molest my sexy body if you want, I will allow it. I will no dash, her words are cut short when I cross the blood-red portal and reappear in a not that pleasant place. Hell. Well, let's say that is very cliché. But I guess it's just right. Most modern representation of hell comes from Dante's Inferno, so obviously there will be rocky plains, sharp mountains, waterfalls of lava, red sky. The whole package. Growling. Oh. A hellhound. Here boy, here I try to call him by snapping my fingers in his direction. Jira. But the thing jumps and tries to take a bite of my armored fingers. So I punch his jaw with my spiked gauntlet, bad boy. Bampuchi and then step on his head with my big foot, making it explode like a watermelon. There's no PETA here, bitch. I said that but then I stop, wait, maybe PETA really came from hell. Whatever. Jokes aside, I need to be careful. This body is not invincible. I didn't even make this armor of any super metal like adamantium. This is a disposable body. Let's put the first marker here. Reaching for my backpack, I remove a rod and stab it into the ground. The tip of the rod beeps with a blinking light. I also take a little RC car. It's black with some red detail, on the side it's written Hell's Rover, a homage to the Mars rover. Go, little one. Investigate. I command and there he goes. It has a little VI, so it will be good on its own. I look around once more. There's nothing notable in sight. It's a good and a bad starting point. Good because I'm alone to do my thing, I didn't fall into lava or into the castle of a high-class demon. But bad because I have no reference to where to go. Next time I'm bringing a bike, yes, some things that fly would be better, but what would be the fun in that, huh? A man's romance is feeling the rough and hostile terrain beneath the tires of your vehicle. Blam 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 asterisk blam blam. Ha 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 ha. Maybe I shouldn't enjoy this much, but sue me. It did not get boring after hours and hours. I just put my shotgun inside the mouth of a hell creature and blasted it insides. Poor giant lizard, it is your blessing and curse that you have tough scales. I hope you reincarnate as a dragon or something. As if, you are going to return to nothingness. A swarm of hell vultures attacks me, annoying as fuck, but an omnidirectional electrical pulse makes them pause. Poochie. Ah, nothing better than taking those NPCs that annoy you and bashing their heads together till they explode. I feel like I'm playing God of War VR and there are circles above every enemy. The finishings are cathartic. For now, only beasts appeared. So I should be in a very desolate part of hell. I still haven't encountered a sentient creature. And I'm even giving them the chance, blam 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 boom pow wham. Well, a little. This is useless. I say in the middle of a field of corpses, my armor smeared with blood, I'm already out of ammo. I kinda didn't save it, using as much as I could. I will see if I can make some hammer space technology later. I plan to at least reach a demonic territory, see how things are, and in the worst case explode. But nothing till now. One of my objectives is to at least interrogate a demon. I should go back. But going back normally is counterproductive with my experiments. I could abandon this body somewhere safe and return with soul anchoring, but then I would not have tested the death respawn method. While I was thinking about simply activating the self-destruct button and being done with it, the ground rumbles. Oh. I stay in place despite the ground cracking around me. Despite this not being my main body, I can still use hockey to feel my surroundings. Hell's creatures are weird though. Their life force. But I can still feel the malicious intent that permeates them. From underneath. I look down. And immediately, something breaks down the surface. My first thought is that is a hell variation of an earthworm, but it is much more horrific than that. Its scales are agonizing faces that are bleeding from all orifices, and its mouth is big enough to swallow a bus and filled with rows of sharp teeth and tentacles between the gums, probably to hold off their prey or suck their blood. It's an unholy abomination that seems to be made by a flesh crafter that hates humanity and himself. And my reaction is, it's glorious. I open my arm while it approaches me, ready to swallow me whole. Now I miss Cortana to put a nice soundtrack to this moment. Instead of running away, I ran in the direction of this monster, jumping at the same time it struck. I dodged the mouth and grabbed the side of this necrotic worm, wrestling it with my strength and the propulsors of my armor. I'm taking us directly to the edge. To fall into the river of magma below. Thank you, foul beast, for giving me the opportunity of a great exit. I sway while we fall to our deaths. Boom. Why is he smiling? I know this smile. It's the, I did something silly but cool, smile. Probably a reference to weirdo. I finally opened my eyes after hearing their voices around me. Hey. You know me too well, Cortana. I sit up, by the way, my senses come first but it took some seconds to move my body. Like I was suffering from sleep paralysis, note that down. Did you molest me? I notify Cortana before turning to Raven while checking my clothes. No. She answers, but she is looking away suspiciously. And is that a blush in her pale cheeks? I pause. Looking at her suspiciously. Wait a damn minute, my clothes are not how I left them. Nemesis. I start, my voice dripping with warning. What? I thought you let us molest you. She shouts. I let Raven, not you. You brat. I'm gonna punish you again. N.O. H.M. Is she looking forward to it? This is destroying the whole point. How do you punish a pervert? I will need to check the ancient scriptures, brat correction dungeons, again. After the success of my experiment, it was a free real state, in hell. Literally, I started claiming land there. I constantly traveled there, checking myself every time to see if I am not seeing corrupted or anything, to scout. I even started creating a base there. The portal I made always teleports me to that same region, but I can change the coordinates. But I don't have any other coordinates beyond the ones that I discovered by scouting, so I'm stuck there for now. I can hit randomize, but everyone agrees that is a bad idea, except Nemesis. She thinks it would be fun and that I should trust my luck. Saying that, I would probably fall into a succubus pit or something. And a part of me can't disagree that it is very possible. My travels there become constant enough, and I become experienced enough to be able to return with samples of the soil, fauna, and flora. Taking the necessary precautions, of course. I don't discover much, except that hell apparently is very big. Like, very big. Big as hell. Pun intended. I mapped an area as big as the USA and still only rocky plains. It's hell really as big as an entire universe. But maybe in a plane. Maybe I ended up in a desolate pocket dimension. Maybe I should take the sword of actuation there and see if I can cut the space. Well, this can be after I use a spaceship. I'm still kinda holding back from using fast travel, like the beginning of a game. You always want to check everything nearby with attention, right? But as much as I enjoy ripping and tearing, I decided to take a break from my visits to hell and take another clone body to spin. Using another body is kinda exciting, you know. My real body is too strong, it can be dull sometimes. So now, using the SC Spiderman body, I went web-slinging through Manhattan. And damn, this is fun. Variety is fun. Gamers will understand why I did this. I changed from playing Doom to playing Spider-Man. The two are fun in different ways. And that when it happened, I was in the middle of a transition from one web, black whip, to another, letting gravity stop me from going higher, that second where I stop, floating, in the air. When I was sucked by portals. Yes, plural. For portals appeared around me and sucked me in before I could react. I was almost afraid that I would be torn apart, a quartering or something, each limb going into a portal. But they fused and sucked me. I just had time to command the activation of the protocol far from home to Cortana. And here I am, I say to Spider-Gwen. No, I did not tell her my whole story, only the last paragraphs. And yes, I said this way to break the fourth wall in case it exists. Sometimes, I throw these jokes to see if they stick. So our stories check. Spider-Gwen says while narrowing the eyes of her mask, how did she do that? It doesn't look high-tech like mine. My spider costume of choice today was the perfect mix between Future Foundation and 2099, with a little of Iron Spider. After all, beyond the UMF fabric, I still had the nanobots to activate the armor. It's black, white and with some blue highlights, courtesy of Edna, who redesigned it to make it unique instead of a mishmash copy of others. Instead of a spider, the logo in the center is the symbol of the SCP, which extends the 3 lines to my shoulders and waist. I'm also wearing a utility belt. It seems that we are in another universe where Peter is the Spider-Man. She looks at the billboard showing the RIP Spider-Man. That pause in Peter tells me that she is not used to the concept of the multiverse yet. That much is obvious. Did you never travel to another universe? I ask just to make sure. Well, sorry, but no. She says sarcastically, I don't have enough miles in my flight plan to go to another dimension. Chill, lady. I know that our lives are weird, I was just gauging the level of weirdness of yours. And you are aware of the existence of the multiverse? Of course. At some point, the map expands and the problems start coming from beyond. I say with a shrug, it happens with all of us. Like, now. Map, huh? Nerd. After giving me a side glance, she murmurs that and turns around. Oi. But she is not wrong, so I can't really argue. What do you think we should do now? Oh, great wise Spider Sage. Your mocking words don't help in making a good first impression, Spider-Girl. Spider-Woman. She corrects me. I scoff with those breasts. I almost thought you were a boy, but then I remembered that you sat on my face and, whoa. My spider sense warns me of the kick, so I do an unnecessarily cool backflip to dodge and land on the guard rail in a crouched position. I'm gonna kick your ass, then we are going to find a way to return to our worlds. She says. Fights between two heroes because of a misunderstanding are so common now that it becomes a cliché. Can we not? I try. There's no misunderstanding here. You're an ass. So it is PMS. And she goes to kick me again. I jump over her head, landing behind her, but she is already following with another attack. She attacked me from diverse angles by using her great acrobatic skills, but unfortunately for her, I still have my skills and I made this body pretty strong too. I can easily block her attacks with my forearms, taking no damage at all. Okay. Sorry. Maybe I took it too far, but humor is a Spider-Man coping mechanism, you should know that. You are coping with what? Your tiny dick. She answers back while kicking me. Pfft. See. You are funny too. I laugh while finally grabbing her foot. Can we take a step back now and start again? We stay in a stalemate, her legs stretched, her foot close to my face, but being held by me while we look at each other. She finally rolls her eyes, I think she did at least, and pulls her foot back with more strength than necessary. Ugh, fine. Thank you. I say and walk closer till we are side by side and looking down on the city, and by the way, my dick is pretty massive. I can't help but add. Did she laugh a little? I just heard a small, muffled sound that could be a snort or her holding back a laugh. Again. What do you think we should do? I'm new at this, but I have good instincts and they're telling me to stick with you for now. That's some good instincts. Did your woman intuition fuse with your spider sense? Scary, you are invincible now. I joke. And this time she only lightly punched my shoulder. Be serious. And I think she laughed a little, but strangely she paused unnaturally and started looking at me weirdly. Well, I think, after all, she is wearing a mask. Focusing on the problem at hand, I remember the plot of the first Spider-Verse. Luckily I watched it. I didn't watch the second one, though. But things look pretty easy. Reactivate the super collider that brought us here and go home. I will use my meta-knowledge to enter the plot and make things easier. Well, we need to find the reason why we are brought here and how. The answer to go back is always there. Seeing that this is a parallel dimension, maybe some years ahead, we can ask for the help of the local heroes, if this is not a world where the moral is inverted. I say. Makes sense. But then we arrived at a bad time. Spider-Man from here just died. Yeah, coincidentally when we arrive. I comment with a strange voice. Do you think it's related? She catches on that. In some way, yes. I nod. He probably tried to stop a villain plan, failed partially, and ended up bringing us here. So the answer is with him or the said villain. But he is dead, so we should investigate the villain. She concludes. Saying exactly what I wanted to hear, and what I guided her to say. I love smart people, they are easy to talk to. First, let's do some small research. I pull a small thing from my utility belt, a small black square, that when I hold the edges and pull it, expands into a rectangular frame. The next second the empty space shines up and a whole screen appears. What is that? Spider-Gwen exclaims in surprise. A holophone. Neat, huh? I brag before going serious again. Now let's steal someone's Wi-Fi. Done. Now the easiest investigation of the world. Who killed Spider-Man? I type, making her scoff again. The research results appear very fast. It is saying here that it was a mutual death with the Green Goblin of this world. Oh, Norman was monsterfied here. Like when I inject him with drugs, they found the body of the two under a lot of rubble and debris. Where? She asks. Underground, close to abandoned metro tunnels. Follow me. I say, and without waiting for an answer, I jump from the building after putting the holophone in a small space on my wrist device. Props to her, she instantly follows me. I extend my arm and a modified black whip is shot from my wrist and clings to a building. As if I were gonna use a web shooter, I have so many powers exactly to cheat. And yes, I can create organic webs, but black whip is better because it's cooler. This New York is slightly different, but it is not hard to navigate through it. I could even say that it is pretty cool to go web-slinging with someone. If this was a movie, a nice soundtrack would play now and the action scenes while crossing the cities in a high-level spider-powered parkour would be pretty cool too. Can you go faster? I will fall asleep at this rate. She shouts at me while we swing around. I was holding back because I thought you couldn't keep up. I shout back. Try again. Okay then. Throwing a black whip at the top of a high building, I increase the tensile strength to make it pull me super fast, like I was being catapulted. Well, the accurate description would be with a trebuchet, but you get what I mean. After crossing the threshold of the roof, I still have time to do a backflip and look back at Spider-Gwen's shocked mask. Still upside down, I made a provocative gesture of, come and get me. Before throwing another black whip and allowing myself to be pulled again. The last thing I saw was her serious mask accepting the challenge. Later, I land close to an entrance to the metro, crouching down and observing the people entering and exiting. Sometime later, Gwen lands beside me. Took you long enough. I can't help but tease. Shut up. She hisses, let's go. Wait, it's impossible for you to not be noticed this way. I say. True, but I don't have other clothes. We can try our luck making people think we are cosplayers or that we are paying homage to the fallen Spider-Man. I shrug. Do you think it would work? She asks in disbelief. You would be surprised how much people rationalize the strangeness around them. And our colors differ from their Spider-Man. I say, or you can go steal some clothes. I will not steal clothes. And what about you? Go steal the clothes then. I give her a deadpan stare, then I slowly disappear in front of her eyes. You can turn invisible. Can't you? I ask calmly, still invisible. Should I play a prank on her? Nah, she has spider sense. Obviously not. Then it was a different spider. I reappear. A pity I can't share my invisibility. Well, wait here while I investigate. I say and disappear again, bye. Wait. But I don't wait, already landing on the ground and walking through the people to the entrance of the subway, then I start crawling on the wall and ceiling. Without any problem, I find and enter the abandoned tunnel, and start making my way to the hidden place underneath Manhattan. It seems there are no Morlocks in this world. I say. What are Morlocks? I slowly turn to Spider-Gwen. If this were a movie, I would be scared and shout comically. Don't sneak up on people. Part of the job is sneaking on people. She rolls her eyes. How did you reach here, anyway? You are right. People just ignored me as I walked through them. The most that happened was some people taking pictures. She shrugs. This can be problematic in its own right, but okay. It's not like we are gonna stay here for long. I go back to walking. You didn't answer my question. She is making small talk while we walk through this dark tunnel. The Morlocks. Just some metas. Well, mutants that live under New York. Maybe I'm the only one in the multiverse who started this meta thing. I know about mutants, many thoughts that I was one, but I never heard of Morlocks. She says. It's bound to have some differences. I comment, oh, I think it's here. We finally arrive at an open space, the signs of battle and explosions are obvious, and the place is more than 50% destroyed. Weird, I thought more people would be guarding this place. Some cops at least. I comment while crossing the yellow line typical of a crime scene. So sloppy. I shake my head sarcastically. I can feel Spider-Gwen's gaze on me for some reason. What is the problem with this girl? We jump into the open space without a problem. I can see that the place was made in a way to hold off dangerous experiments. But it was not well made. Like I said before. Sloppy. Gwen and I separate to look for clues. I already know everything, so instead, I'm looking at the machine. It was destroyed and removed, but I can still figure out some things from the little that stayed behind. Again. Sloppy. Trying to connect with another universe by superposition. Are you crazy? In the best case, it would create a small singularity and in the worst, start a full-blown incursion. Do you know what this is? When two universes collide. Wait a minute. An incursion happened in this universe, right? This is the ultimate one, right? The 1610. Did it start from here? Damn, they condemned their universe in such a stupid way. And people say that I am paranoid. Gwen calls me. What? A web swing later, I am at her side. Look at this. There, beyond the rubble, are some crates with a very clear logo. Alchemax. It seems we have someplace to be. I say. Things are going exactly in the same way I predicted. We are walking through another tunnel. In this direction we are sure that we will not meet anyone and leave this place. For some reason, Gwen ended up walking a little behind me, distracted by something. Or maybe she is a villain and is about to attack me. I keep my senses sharp while I notice that she is now at least 3 steps behind. Hey. She calls me, her voice quiet, but this tunnel is quieter, so I can hear her clearly. What? I answer without stopping. You are not another Peter Parker, right? She asks. And no, are you? I shot back, stating the obvious. But you studied in the same school, right? Now I frown, yes. I say without stopping. We continue like this for some time, walking in silence, my senses on high alert, waiting for her to do something. And she finally speaks again, her voice weak and unsure. Hector. I stop, noticing that she stopped too. Now, this is stopping being a rare occurrence. I remember another Spider-Woman who suddenly said my name like that. But Cindy Moon was referring to her ex-boyfriend. I think Gwen here really means me. Or me. Not your Hector. I start slowly turning around, OMF. But I was suddenly hugged by her. She dashed so fast that I couldn't react and my danger/spider senses didn't warn me. Okay. I awkwardly keep my arms raised while she presses her face against my chest and hugs my torso tightly. Ahem. I know. She says, her voice emotional, I know. Just. For a little. She doesn't stop hugging me. Okay. Eventually, I lower my hands to her shoulders and give her little taps. I can understand. Yes, I can. That one time on Limbo when I helped the Storm, Kitty, and Kurt from the other universes return. I was able to take a peek at other universes. They are there. My parents. That's why I don't think about multiversal travel for now. Even though I am preparing to use it. Eventually, too long is too long. Are you feeling better, Gwendolyn? I ask, making her self-conscious and removing herself from me. So you know that it was me. She says while removing her mask. Yep, similar but different. Shorter curly hair, a small gap between her teeth. She is much more tomboy than the Gwen from my universe. Your voice, but you noticed that it was me too. I say and also remove my mask. Because this is my original Spider-Man clone, it is really my face underneath. Whoa. She says slowly while her eyes widen. What? I ask while running a hand through my hair. Revealing myself is something new. No. It's just that, you are a little less geeky. She stammers. I have this effect on women. Well, powers make you hit your puberty. I smirk. You're right. She laughs. And now it is awkward. By your reaction, I guess things are not going well with your Hector. Whoa, what a great icebreaker, Hector. Let's talk about the thing that made her emotional. But I need to know. It's heartless, I know. But that was the first time I heard about my variants. I know that I have them, because I'm really a part of the Marvel Universe now, not an outsider. This has advantages and disadvantages. But I'm half expecting the other Hectors to be normal people. Gwen shows a sad face, it's a way to put that. She makes a small attempt to smile but fails. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. I extend my hand, and I know that I can't replace him, but well. I can be your new friend, Gwendolyn. She gives me a look before bursting out laughing, ha ha ha. Gwendolyn. I hate that, exactly like him. She wipes a single tear from her eye before shaking my hand, okay. Spider Hector. Friends. Ugh, Spider Hector is horrible. Too mouthful. Spiderito then. No, horrible anyway. They don't have the same ringing as Spider-Gwen. I say. Spider-Gwen is really not that bad. She agrees, an easy smile on her face. Not all of us can have good-sounding names. I roll my eyes. But inwardly, I was thinking about what she just said. Ito. It's my nickname that only close people use. Like childhood friends, because my name was hard to pronounce to my childhood friends. She and I from her universe have a story. A long story. We resume our walk, in a better mood now, and she speaks again. Even so, I think I should tell you how Hector died. It was prom night. I was going with, well, you. But I arrived late because of hero business, you must know. She starts. Something that we can't ignore always happens. I nod. Exactly. Like, sometimes I think about ignoring, but there always lives in danger when you are late. She exclaims but then goes back to a solemn look, and I was late that night. A lizard monster attacked. Hector was there, I heard he fought the thing, can you believe it? Scrawny nerd Hector squaring up against a lizard monster. She plays with some shadowboxing while talking. Badass. Indeed. Everyone evacuated, except him. She says, her eyes downcast. When I arrived, he was already dead and the lizard escaped. Her gaze was distant, probably remembering the scene, not only that, I was seen by my father, blamed for his death. Then I searched for the lizard for vengeance, beat the shit out of him. Only to be revealed that the lizard was my other friend Peter. Damn. Yeah, I lost 2 friends that night. One died and the other is now in a maximum security prison. Well, I can only say my condolences. I sigh. It's hard doing what is right. It's like in games, you know that you are going in the right direction because you find challenges and enemies. Pfft. She laughs. What? Nerd. That was the first clue, you know. That it was you under the mask. She sticks out her tongue to mock me, then there's the dark and offensive humor. And probably the sexy voice and handsome features. Pfft, ha ha ha. And this fake exaggerated cockiness. You can't know that. I can be a real narcissistic asshole and you are not aware. Ah, shut up, I know your tone. She waves dismissively. Woman, the images are overlapping and you aren't noticing. Stop that. And what about your Gwen? She asks. My Gwen is not my Gwen. She is Peter's girlfriend. I was. We are not together too. She answers a little too quickly, but I decide not to tease her. She is very different from you. I stole a glance again. Yep, very different. Different. Really? How? She shows her curiosity. Well. Long and straight hair, more prim and proper, you know. Demure. Like teehee. Do you get what I'm saying? More feminine, asterisk pa asterisk ouch. She slapped the back of my head. I'm feminine. Yeah. In your own way, but you know what I meant. You are cool, she is more like the Miss Perfect that would remember the teacher of the homework. Pfft, that I would not do. She is also super smart, but I guess you are too. Damn right, I am. I always had better grades than you and Peter. I roll my eyes. Believe in me, Spider-Gwen. You don't want to compare intelligence with me. And really. Stop overlapping your other Hector with me. Ugh, whatever. She is Miles's love interest, right? Not my problem. Maybe is my problem. Because now we arrived at the forest outside the Alchemax lab, just in time to save Miles and the other Peter. But there's another woman with Miles, worried about his injuries. Talking closely. The two are in a certain mood, you know. I am now watching two teenagers flirting without knowing how to flirt while trying to act cool and nonchalant while obviously interested. Yeah, very specific, but anyone would get what I mean. Teenagers, ugh. Then I look at Gwen, at my side. No reaction of jealousy for Miles. But she is a little upset after I defeated female Octavius and flirted with her a little. Oh shit. It's not for nothing that she landed her huge ass on my face. By the way, why the fuck is America Chavez here? And why did I meet her just at the time that I don't have power manipulation? TSK. Unlucky in cards, lucky in love. I guess. A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 111, Into the Spider-Verse, Part. Gwen Stacy. Despite web-slinging being an activity that requires a huge amount of focus because something unexpected can happen at any given moment, Gwen can't help but steal some glances at her web-slinging partner. Coincidence or not, Hector's Spider-Man costume has the same colors as hers. Although he doesn't have the pink details, and the blue here and there is deeper. And that is where the similarities end. He doesn't have a hoodie, despite having a belt. The design is different too, and he doesn't have a spider as the motif. But is Hector? Another Hector. She knows that. It's not her Hector. It's not her friend who is smart enough to keep up with her words and fast talking, who is very supportive, patient, makes dark jokes, has a sharp tongue that is brutally honest. Well, the problem starts here. This Hector is also like that. He talks and acts too similarly. It is almost like she is seeing him again after some time apart, after a very nice growth spurt. Yes, she knows that he is not the same. The rational part of her mind says that he never shared those experiences in her mind and heart with her, but the other not-so-rational part can't help but use him to fill the void. He just fits so perfectly that it is unfair. She can't help but think that in a perfect world, Hector and she would have gained powers. That this. Exactly this. It's what should have happened. The two web-slinging together, fighting crime. She would be able to talk about hero things with him, complain a little. He would have understood her even more. But it was not meant to be. Maybe is a cruel joke of destiny. Showing her the things she missed out on and didn't even know, and now making her painfully aware of that. We are leaving the city. His voice takes Gwen out of her thoughts. Paying more attention now, she can see that they are entering a forest. Apparently, a particular part of the Alchemax labs. Seeing a billboard talking about sustainability, she can imagine that it is a PR tactic to look eco-friendly and at the same time hide themselves. This place is very isolated. She commented. They swung a lot till they reached here. It's almost another city. That means we are in the right place. He says before stepping onto a branch of a big tree and started going full parkour. Gwen thinks it's a good idea to save web fluid, so she copies him. She also noticed how good he is with this. Gwen can obviously keep with him, but her own expertise makes her able to notice his subtle superiority. He jumps, spins on the branches, and dashes through the trunks without missing a beat. Gwen needs to brute force to keep up with his technique, and she suspects he slowed down after some time because of her. Suddenly something strange happens to them, buzzed, arg. Gwen exclaims in pain when she feels like her body is being torn apart. She notices her hands blurring and glitching. They are trembling so much that it seems she has multiple hands, and they're changing color and texture too. From the corner of her eye, she saw Hector suffering from the same thing. Because of the pain, she lost her footing and started falling, but she only braced herself a little because she knew a fall from this height would not hurt her that much. Thump. But the fall was not so bad. While her body was still glitching, she noticed that Hector was able to move beneath her and soften the fall. They stopped suffering a second later. 2 times on the day, we need to stop doing that. She jokes in the usual spider people fashion while sitting on his lap. That was strange. He ignores her jokes and comments, his voice distant. Tell me about that. Is our bodies incompatible with the laws of this universe or something? Gwen is smart enough to make some conjectures like this. She stands up and offers a hand to help him. It's what looks like. He takes the offered hand, but I saw many examples of dimensional travelers and they didn't have this problem. Why us? I don't have any prior experience to compare, so I can't say much, but who knows? Maybe we should observe what we have in common instead of the differences with other dimensional travelers. She suggests. True. The similarities are, this specific universe can be special in some way. I doubt it though. Maybe is the method of arrival. And the spider totems. Hector agrees with her easily and quickly makes some deductions. Spider totem. Gwen doesn't know about that either. It's a dash when he was about to explain, the two sense something. It's their spider sense, but it's not about danger. More or less. It's similar to what happened when they first met. More spider people. They say at the same time and instantly start moving in the direction that they are receiving the signal. It didn't take long for them to see the other two Spider-Mans being pursued by a female Dr. Octopus. Gwen discovers that even things like gender can change from one dimension to the other. Her gaze falls on the two other spiders and she can't say that she is impressed. One is wearing sweatpants and the other looks like is wearing a costume that you can buy anywhere, like in a comic book shop. Like with them, just 30 seconds ago, she watched the older one glitch, his body convulses and spasms, changing colors and stands quickly like is being electrocuted. He let go of something that he was carrying, a PC. The younger one grabs him and goes to quickly grabs the PC, which should be important. Hector seems to think the same, help them, I will deal with the female Octavius. So it's a male in his universe too. While she goes to help the other two Spider-Men, she notices Hector throwing his arms forward and that dark web shoots out from his wrists and grabs two trees before he uses it to propel himself like a slingshot. Whoosh. More. The female Octavius was able to see him coming, two of her robotic arms moved to intercept him. But Hector was able to move away from her attack. That shouldn't be possible, but he was able to sharply change direction in the air, moving a little above. And then he does it again, he kicks the air moves behind her. And then again. But this time he kicks to move down. Boom. It was incredibly quick, but it all ended with him landing on the female Octavius' back with his 2 feet, and the root of her arms, forcing her to the ground and breaking her mechanical torso in the process while he stepped on them. She needs to admit that he is super cool. He stands straight above her back, her tentacles broken at the side. It's almost brutal, but the female Octavius is still groaning in pain, so she is alive. Don't you take easy on old ladies. The female Octavius says with a pained voice. I'm an advocate of true gender equality. You can catch these hands like any man. Hector jokes. See. It's so similar to the way he talked that Gwen can't help but overlap her Hector to this one and react by fondly rolling her eyes, and don't sell yourself short, girly. He gives a look at her backside, I like mature women. Now I'm mad that my Octavius is a short fat man with a bowl cut. Now this surprisingly annoyed Gwen so much that she almost crushed the PC that she just caught. Let's go. She shouts to him, and to the 2 Spider-Mans at her side. Hector obediently shoots a dark web at a tree and follows them. Who are you guys? The youngest of the Spider-Mans asks. Can't you tell? Gwen asks sarcastically, her voice ends up being harsher than she wanted, but she does not care. The 4 web slings together for a little before the oldest one points in one direction, this way. Having no reason to oppose it, they follow. That's where they found a teenage girl, but she doesn't look like a Spider-Woman. The brown-skinned girl with curly wavy hair is wearing a blue shirt with a single white star, and also jeans pants, and a jacket. Hector looks deep in thought, looking at the girl strangely. Gwen doesn't like it either. So. You guys went ahead and did what we planned to do. What did you guys discover? Is it here? Gwen asks, shaking the PC in her hands. Be careful with that, we are gonna get their control program of the super collider and make a goober for it. The older Spider-Man, who is another Peter, exclaims, his hands reaching for the PC. Now this is a situation completely different from Hector's, even though it is the same. This Peter is much older and different, and has a prominent gut. How much does he need to eat to surpass the spider physiology metabolism? One of the things Gwen loves about her powers is that she can eat whatever she wants and keep her fit body. Maybe is a thing with age. She will start watching out for what she eats when she enters her mid-20s. It sounds like a plan. Hector eventually shrugged, I can do that with what I have in my hands. He shows the wrist device, but seeing that we are suffering from some kind of dimensional displacement, I guess we need to do it faster. Find a better computer to crack the code and make the goober. There's a place. Peter says slowly, his voice and face hesitantly. Some minutes later Gwen, Hector, Miles, Peter, and America are on a very empty bus heading back to the Queens. America and Miles are talking about something in the front of the bus, Peter lying more in the middle, and Hector and Gwen are in the spacious back seat. They only briefly greeted each other before hitting the road. In the end, they don't have a lot in common. The only thing they have in common is the fact that they are spider people, with the exception of America Chavez, but that is the type of relation that would be more relevant in the middle of a battle, not in a bus ride. And the teenagers are in their romantic worlds while Peter wisely keeps himself away like the cool uncle. While Miles is trying to riz America, the romantic atmosphere of the two is kind of affecting Gwen a little. Above the seats, she watches the two talking and laughing together, and then she looks at her side and there's Hector simply staring out the window with a vacant expression, his chin being supported by his hand. He is thinking about something, she knows that. She knows him well. "What are you thinking about?" she asks. He removes his eyes from the scenery and looks at her with an impassive side glance. "Just calculating our chances, reviewing what I have in hand if it will be enough to deal with all this trouble," he says. "Oh, and what do you think?" "I got this," he says relaxedly, a confident smirk on his face. "You don't know. But I'm very strong. Very strong, but I'm kinda nerfed right now. But even so, I can deal with any spider problem. We are going home, Gwen. I'm sure of it." "Oh." She doesn't know what to think about that. Obviously, going home is the goal, but she can't help but get a certain feeling in her stomach. An anxiety is bubbling inside her because she doesn't know what make of the situation yet. She hasn't even sorted her feelings, and if everything goes well, they will be going home before she even has time to think about it. Hector gives her a look, maybe seeing the conflict on her face. "Seriously, Gwendolyn, stop that," he says. "Stop what?" She acts confused, even though she knows exactly what he is talking about. "This. Trying to maybe live an extra time with your deceased friend. It doesn't matter how similar I am to him, Gwendolyn. I'm not him," he says while looking deeply into her eyes. "You will end up getting hurt, again. 2 times you will be separated from him." He is right, she had to admit. And despite that, it's not that easy. His words only make her remember how this is so much like her Hector. The guy keeps to herself most of the time till he goes on and tackles the issue head on with some harsh honesty. Others would at least find it a little awkward to talk openly about that, but he puts the cards on the table shamelessly. The guy is 0 or 100 in those things. "And did you ever thought about how I feel, huh?" he suddenly says again. This makes Gwen turn to him. "Let's think a little ahead and say that our friendship blossoms, maybe in a greater friendship, maybe in something more. You, acting like that, would make me question down the line if you are with me because of me or because of him," he says slowly. Her eyes widen. I. It's not like that. She didn't think that deeply. "If you continue like that, you are not only hurt yourself but me too," he finishes, his voice and eyes serious. Gwen can only look down ashamed. She even puts more space between herself and Hector. She was so caught up in this strange opportunity and her own feelings that she neglected him completely. She sucks. While she is feeling horrible, she hears a heavy sigh coming from him. "Lucky for you, my feelings are not that easily hurt," she hears him saying, making her look up at him again. To her surprise, he turned around and dropped on her. He lay down on the huge seat, with his head on her lap. Gwen pauses, not knowing what to do. "It's okay, this situation is strange as heck and you don't know what to do. Do what you want, but try to not get yourself hurt, Gwen," he says, looking up at her from her lap. "Now if you excuse me, I'm gonna take a power nap because this body requires it and we don't know if we'll be able to do it in the future. Wake me up when we arrive." And with that, he closes his eyes and sleeps. Yes, he really slept that easily. Gwen didn't believe it at first, but the rhythm of his breathing and everything else couldn't be faked. She even grabbed his arm and dropped it on his face and he didn't react. She looks down at his face on her lap. "This is really weird," she mutters in a low voice, trying to keep her cool and ignoring her kind of crush but not like it laying his head on her lap. But his sleeping face is too cute to ignore. She was almost going to pinch his cheek before she stopped herself, her hand hovering midair for an awkward minute before she redirected it to his hair, deciding to settle on running her fingers through his smooth curly hair. I knew he looked better with his hair slicked backward. She thinks after more or less combing it on her preferred style, no lock partially hiding his forehead and eyes like he always does. It gives a certain attractive sharpness to his young face. His hairline is godly, I don't know why he doesn't flaunt it. She fondly rolls her eyes. Gwen didn't even notice that her other hand was caressing his chest, only when she felt his heartbeat did her eyes widen in realization. Damn. That is some pecs. And it's almost like this costume is painted on him. She admires, seeing how his suit is so tight that it is possible to see every line that his muscles make. Her eyes go lower, to his abs, to his V-cut, to his. When she caught herself, she shook her head to clear herself from the evil thoughts and to disperse the teenage hormones. But she didn't remove her hand from his chest though. Hector, Spider-Man, POV, he dash. I'm awake. I sit up after instinctively feeling the wheels of the bus stopping. Tor. Gwen stops mid-sentence after noticing that I don't need help to wake up. I have a very light sleep, even though this is not my main body. If it was, I would not need to sleep, but this body is pretty high-end all things considered. One of the reasons I'm pretty calm even though I'm seemingly in a very bad situation. Nerfed to only a minimal fraction of my power, stranded on the multiverse, suffering from dimensional molecular displacement and all that. First. No use in panicking. What good would it do? Second. I can still feel my link with my main body, so even if I die, my soul would be pulled back, exactly like what happened in hell. Not that I think I can die here. This body was enhanced with the bursting process, yes, the same that gave Luke Cage his powers. So I'm very durable, not something that any Spider-Man villain can kill. I also have my techniques, like hockey. And third. In the worst-case scenario. Do you want to transfer your assimilations to this body? Yes, no. Once again, I clicked no. It asked me 4 times already. I'm worlds apart from my things, but I can, at any time, cut the connection with my other body and make this body my main one. The menu of the essence is mostly grayed out, with the exception of the unused cards, even the assimilations are paused too. Currently assimilation. Thor, 21%. Lord Draken, 33%. Rex Salazar, 56%. My stand Mr. Blue Sky is with me, but he quickly lost his /my powers too, because of the lack of connection with my main body. Even D4C is strangely linked to my main body, or maybe the main part of my soul that is serving as an anchor there. That was a surprise. It's probably because I possess this body partially. But I only need to transfer the assimilations here and everything can be solved. Heck, I can make a portal back if I want. I left certain beacons that only I can track exactly in this type of situation. It's good that this happened now, I will be even more prepared next time. We all get off the bus and walk in front of a small suburban house. It's 95% similar to the one in my world. Go on, ring the bell. I urge Peter. Maybe this is a bad idea, let's find somewhere else. Grow a spine. Gwen pulls him with a web when he starts walking away. Where are we? Miles asks. Peter Parker's home. I answer, throwing a black tendril into the bell and then pushing Peter forward. I think everyone has super senses strong enough to hear the slow steps approaching the door, well maybe America Chavez doesn't. I still need to ask about her story. But she and Miles are having a moment kind of all the time. I don't want to interrupt the guy. We didn't wait much before the door opened and the light of the house shone on us in this dark street. I once again push Peter, now to the light. I can see the recognition in this Aunt May's eyes while she looks over us, almost all wearing Spider-Man outfits, and her eyes widen a tad bigger when they land on Peter. She slowly approaches him, focused, in disbelief. When she gets close enough, she hesitates to put a hand on his face, maybe afraid that he will pop and disappear like a soap bubble. It's an emotional moment. You are not my Peter. She eventually says, calm but still with a hint of emotion. Yes. He nods slowly. You don't look so well. She then breaks out of the sad mood and starts treating him like a distant relative that she hasn't seen in years. Is that sweatpants? She raises an eyebrow. Yes, shockingly. Gwen seems to agree with her, America too. What is the problem with sweatpants? They are comfy. I don't understand women, Shago loves it when I wear gray sweatpants. Right. Peter agrees with me, while we are glared by the women. After a fond shaking of her head, Aunt May turns around and starts walking back to the house. Follow me, we can talk with the others. The others? Peter asks confused. Pretty nice place, to a bat. I would expect that a spider would make his base in the attic or something. I make a light joke while we go down the elevator to the spider cave. I think myself from this universe is trying to compensate for something. Peter also jokes, acting dismissive yet envious of this Peter's life. My small shed, with a table and a locker is much more cozy and friendly. It is close to my roots of your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. I do not want to brag, but I have a space station. I brag, making them look at me. You are another show-off, what does a space station have to do with Spider-Man anyway? There's no spiders in space. Peter huffs. There's everything in space. I retort, and I'm not a Spider-Man. I reveal after we finally reach the floor of this hideout. Not a Spider-Man. Gwen turns to me confused, looking at me up and down to see my suit. Didn't I tell you? I'm another type of hero, it's just that I can have a lot of powers, including that of Spider-Man. This is not even my real body, just a clone of mine with spider powers, another hero persona on the street level so that I could keep close to the little people. And to me to have fun. A clone. Yep, an extra body that I can switch consciousness with. Appearance-wise is pretty much the same though. I say, then I figure out something, now that I'm talking about it. This body is pretty new. Grown in a chamber, it does not go through all stages of development. Oh, that is why I'm a little more emotional, it's hormones. This body is not used to them. This explains why I was having so much fun invading hell too. To those bodies, even a little serotonin is like cocaine. That also happened in my fight with Kaido. You are being emotional. Gwen and the rest deadpan while looking at me. What? I'm very good at controlling my emotions and don't show them on my face. You guys have no idea what is going through my mind. Maybe that is why I'm getting the hots for Gwen, too. Hormones. Never underestimate them. I should have simulated this on my clones' bodies artificially, with small dosages through the development. Why didn't the media talk about it? Well, Rick and Morty addressed this issue with the Tiny Rick episode. Well, living and learning. If this is you being emotional, you must be a robot. Gwen scoffs. I'm a cold-faced mysterious sexy man. My smiles are rare and only reserved for the special ladies, I tease while giving her the said smile. She blushes a little and rolls her eyes to avoid my gaze. See? That's what I'm talking about. I'm flirting. And I can't help but do it. Men are so easy. Anyway, there's a supercomputer here. We can make the goober. I say while approaching this Universe Peter's working station. While I go to plug the PC case, the rest are doing a little tour around the place. For some reason, this Spider-Man has a car, don't ask me why. Look Peter, a cape. Miles points to one of the many suits of the Spider-Man. Peter rolls his eyes in amusement while I shout, no capes. While the rest are having fun going through this Universe Peter's things, I ask myself when they will show up. Oh, finally. Dramatically in a way that you can only expect from colorful superheroes, the three hidden spider detective/girl with a spider in a mecha suit/pig. Oh no, he is a spider bitten by a radioactive pig, emerges from the shadows and jumps down close to us. That was completely unnecessary. I comment while feeling and blocking the usual spider sense signal that happens when spider people first meet. They point at each other, so I also do it. This is part not unnecessary. By the way, I was going to ask you. Why didn't my spider sense warn me of your presence like them? It was much briefer and quieter. Gwen looks at me and asks. There's a monochromatic spider detective and a cartoon talking pig, and you are curious about that. I deadpan. Hey. I'm not a pig, I'm a spider bitten by a radioactive pig. Spider-Ham raises a finger in protest. Sorry, that makes a lot more sense. I say sarcastically. Good that you understand. He crosses his arms and nods to himself, the sarcasm flying over his head. And because there's a Peter, Spider-Man, in my universe, in my class even, I learned how to control those involuntary powers. I shrug. I could do that with power manipulation since the beginning, but since that encounter with Mirage and Prodigy from the X-Men, I learned how to control it better. Everyone leaks information in some way. Thoughts, emotions, energy. And there are a lot of ways to notice or even track that. Obviously, I can't allow myself to have a weakness like that. It's not perfect, no power is, but I can hide myself pretty well. Even the Ancient One was praised for progress. More importantly, everyone here is spider-related, but what about you, Ms. Chavez? I ask the million-dollar question, how did you fall into this trouble? And why can't you just go away? Me. I was probably caught in the explosion of the collider because of my powers. She points at herself before starting to explain, you see, I can travel through dimensions. But I can't do it now. She first says it with pride, then becomes downcast while looking at her fists. I think the explosion messed with my powers. Too bad I do not have all my powers. I would be able to check what is your problem. I comment, my fingers holding my chin while I look at her up and down. I miss the all-seeing eyes of God, thwack, what the hell. I raise my brows while turning to Gwen. Don't stare, weirdo. She huffs. What? I was not staring at her body. I say aggravated. You have to know that I'm the greatest specialist in powers in the world, and I have an ocular power that would help me look into her. We would be able to know if her power is exhausted, blocked, or even completely lost. And then find a way to help her. Good excuses, pervert. She doesn't look convinced, but by her tone, she is joking. HMPF, girl. I have X-ray vision, if I want to look, I will look. I roll my eyes. My words made everyone look at me strangely, I don't have now. I almost shouted while watching Gwen and America covering her parts, and even if I had, I would not use like that. Geez, I will not comment that using their hands is useless or that I have multiple girls who love me, I don't need to be sneaky. Ignoring the pervert here, we need to know if we can help America in the same way. If we can reactivate the super collider, we can go back to our universes and fix her powers. Gwen speaks. A very brutish way to solve the issue, but it can work. I comment, we will need to improvise a little. We can't make tests beforehand, so we will only discover in time if our powers will react to the super collider energy. We should make some plans B and C. Like seeing if we can reverse the polarity of the experiment. Penny suggests. That can be dangerous. Instead of a singularity, we can end up making a white hole. Instead of a controlled black hole, a mini Big Bang. I start, explaining when I see America and Spider-Ham looking confused. Yes, I don't think anyone wants a Big Bang in New York. Miles comments sarcastically. BZZZZT suddenly, why all spider people, with the exception of Miles, start glitching. Everyone doubles down in pain, but I only grit my teeth and go through it, keeping my clarity to analyze the phenomenon. Arg. We don't have much time, it's becoming more frequent. Penny says after recovering. But we lack information too. Noir says. Tell me, America. Are you confident in using your powers to bring us to our respective universes? Gwen asks the Latina woman. Sorry, but no. It's not easy. I would be going blind. I only discover new universes when I go there. The woman answers apologetically. It's okay. I wave my hand, but our priority now should return before the glitching kills us, instead of recovering your powers, sorry. It's okay. You are absolutely right in the order of priorities. She raises her hands in understanding. But why are you guys glitching again? Something like that never happened to me, or with anyone I brought with me in my portals. Right. I'm also familiar with dimensional travel and this is new. I point, there are only two answers. Or is something to do with our spider powers, or it was the process that we arrive here. I would bet on the latter. Looking at my hands, I continue, I think the super collider tried and failed to make our bodies adapt to this reality. Really? Did they try to do it? It's not that necessary. You can feel some weirdness but you can go in universes even with different laws. America says. I know that, look at those three. It's obvious that their universe is different. I point with my thumb to the spider people with obviously strange design themes. Anime, cartoon, noir. Completely unnecessary, and it seems that they try to add the molecules of this world to our bodies, and now there's a reaction. A rejection. It's like our molecules are vibrating in a strange frequency that sometimes scraps against the time and space continuum. That is from where the glitch comes from. I give my theory, and that is why it is random. Wow. Even I don't know that much. I mean, I can travel between dimensions, but it's kinda natural and instinctive. I don't understand the whole principle, but I feel that you are mostly right. America exclaims, giving me some praise. That I nonchalantly dismiss while moving a step away from her. Gwen and Miles are looking at us interacting with that gaze, you know. No drama, please. Knowing why it happens will not help us now, let's focus on how to solve it. Gwen huffs unhappily at my side. Well, knowing why it happens is a way to solve it. I think I can make something to stabilize our molecules, but it would take time. The best way is still to invade and hack the super collider. I agree with her. First, we need to make the goober and then infiltrate the place. Peter says gravely, then another problem will remain. Someone will need to stay behind to destroy the super collider for good. I will volunteer to do this. Stop running from your world, Peter. I interrupt him, we can simply brute force through the place and do this more calmly. We would be outnumbered. Gwen exclaims. I'm pretty strong, we can do it. We will also be able to deal with Miss Chavez's issue more calmly if everyone who would interrupt us were unconscious. I shrug, it's like playing those stealth assassination games. There will be no one to see us completing the objective if we kill all witnesses. Okay, nerd. Gwen rolls her eyes, this is too risky and can generate more trouble than is worth. We should try being stealthy, and if it doesn't work, we use brute strength. She is right. We should exhaust our options first. Noir agrees with her. Whatever. Just be ready to kick ass anyway. I shrug, when anything went easily to us. It will end up being a brawl anyway. Now they go silent. Spider people's lives are never that easy. Miles raises his hand. If it's about staying, then I should be the one who does it. Well, that makes the most sense. I say, already knowing where this is going. Ugh, even I can't help but cringe a little seeing Peter hype up Miles and watching his fail. The guy has his powers for a day, give him a break. Who here didn't struggle in the beginning? I say to help the guy. I received a grateful look from him. But this doesn't change the issue. If he can't do it, one of us must stay. Noir speaks. Damn, dude. The guy was recovering his confidence. I must stay then. Peter. It's your pupil. No, I should stay. Gwen. No, me. Guys, read the room. It should be me, I'm not suffering from the glitching. America. Thunk they only stop arguing about who will make the sacrificial move when the sound of the elevator going back attracts their attention. Miles is taking it to go away. You guys kinda suck. I comment, without any heat or accusation in my tone, while taking a step. We will be here, Miles. Try practicing. Create a trigger to activate your powers, like a flex or a word. Like holding your breath to become invisible. Eventually, you will become good enough to do it without those extra steps. But first you start, then you get good. I shout while he disappears on the surface. I should go after him. America speaks with some anxiety. Leave him be. Sometimes a man needs space. I stop her. He will figure out if he wants to be a part of it. As much as I didn't like your guy's lack of tact, I can't disagree that this is too dangerous to let a newbie participate. If he does not come, it will be fine. It's his choice. His heart is in the right place, but it is too soon. Peter sighs, too big of a problem for a recently bitten Spider-Man. You can say that to him later, now let's focus on making that goober. I reply while moving to the computers, Penny following me. I can help. She says. I nod, let's start by making half a dozen. What kind of idiots create a plan that relies only on one small and fragile object? Third-person POV. The group spends the night working on the goober. Well, mostly Hector and Penny. Everyone here is incredibly smart, even the pig. He is relatively smart to a spider pig, but the two are the ones with the equipment and tools for the job. Penny has her mecha suit that can do more than fight, and Hector still has the nanobots of his iron spider suit. He is not wearing it so he can spare a small portion to create the goober. His design is of a simple 1-inch black cube that will adapt to any entrance and instantly overwrite the system with the program created by the two. Not only that, the nanites will fully enter the entrance, not allowing anyone to remove them without damaging the whole port. And obviously, he is making more than one. The rest don't have much to do, but at least they are researching this world and the building they plan to invade. There will be a charity event tonight. Peter says, his mouth is full of the food that Aunt May brought to them. While Hector and Penny are in the lab, the rest are accepting the hospitality of the cozy home. Do you think it's a cover-up? More suspects. Why would he attract more people to the place of his secret experiment? Gwen asks in confusion. Maybe to use them as hostages. Maybe so that he doesn't die alone if it fails. Maybe he wants more people to go with him, dragging them down with his foolish behavior. Hector says, after suddenly appearing without anyone noticing, his face expressionless, reaching out for a sandwich. Penny also did the same. Damn, that is horrible. America says horrified. That's how he is, that balloon of human waste. Hector spat. You really don't like him, huh? Gwen comments on the obvious with an ironic tone. He killed my parents. Hector's words froze whatever joking mood was reigning at the place, I mean, the one from my universe. It's pissing me off seeing him try to bring his wife and child when he is a bastard that kills other people's parents. Hypocrite. Hector pauses, thinking about something. Well, he is a bastard because he is putting so many people in danger because of his selfish wishes. They don't know, but Hector's words about hypocrisy also apply to Hector himself, that's why he paused. But different from the Kingpin, Hector is more responsible and patient in the way that he wants his parents back. And he is also not going for the low-hanging fruit that is simply kidnapping a variant from another universe. He then turns to Gwen, I guess I can't blame you for mixing feelings, huh? He says, and without waiting for her to answer, he extends his hand and opens his palm. Here, each of you gets one. He offers the goobers to them. We can go scout the area now. Moore recommends after taking his piece. Maybe invade while no one is prepared. Kinda pointless, we need the Super Collider working to go back to our universe. Gwen says. And turning it up will attract attention anyway. Penny speaks, we need to be fast. Not letting the singularity created gain traction. While they are discussing the last details of the plan, Miles suddenly enters the house, his face terrified and with a labored breath. The Prowler, the Prowler, he. My uncle. The Prowler is my uncle. After struggling to put those words out, Miles speaks incredibly fast while grabbing Peter. I was going to visit his home but there's no one there, then suddenly a tingle warned me and then the Prowler was there. I hid. Thinking that he was pursuing me, but then he removed his mask. It's my uncle. He was going back home. I go invisible. But I guess he has some way of seeing me with his mask. He pursued me through the city, it was hard to escape dash. Calm down, kid. Breathe. Peter puts his hands on Miles's shoulder. While Miles is panicking, and some others are already suspecting that Miles was not so careful when he came here, Hector is calm. Guys, prepare to battle. He says while putting on his mask and moving in front of Aunt May. A second later, everyone's spider sense alerts them. Sorry. Miles manages to squeeze in that split of second between the warning of the spider sense and the enemy attack. No problem. More impressively, Hector manages to answer just a little before the wall explodes and a figure appears floating in the living room. Shielding Aunt May from the debris, Hector shows some confusion. This villain was not in the movie, but that is kind of expected. He was already prepared for some extra villain when he saw America Chavez. What surprised them was who it was. "Oh, sorry, where are my manners?" A grating, mocking voice echoes through the dust. While the figure becomes visible, the sound of turbines of floating machinery reaching their ears. "I love the house, by the way. I have one that is almost the same." "For real?" Hector asks. But no one answers because they are equally shocked. It's a goblin, floating on his hoverboard. But there's more, it has the Carnage symbiote. And there's more. The host is Aunt May. A red goblin Aunt May. The multiverse is weird. Hector scoffs. Everyone doesn't have time to comment on that because more villains, possible variants from other universes, pour inside the house. A scorpion, a rhino, the prowler, Kraven, a vulture, a lizard, a hobgoblin, Delilah, Shafra, Dr. Octopus, Electro, Morbius, and even a Spider-Man, guys. That's a lot of them. America states the obvious. "Hey, buddy. I think you are on the wrong side." Peter quips to the other Spider-Man, but is ignored. There's even a Spider-Man there. Evil version. Just some street-level weaklings. Hector comments, still unbothered. His taunt is enough to make all the villains turn to him. While he says that, finally he activates his Iron Spider suit, and the nanobots start appearing from his belt and cover his whole body in an instant. It doesn't change much, design-wise, but it gives him a metallic sheen and the previous blue highlights are now LEDs, especially his eyes. Let's take it outside. It's not your guys that pay the mortgage. Hector says, but his words are obviously ignored. Olivia, aka Dr. Octopus, attacks him with 2 tentacles, but Hector doesn't even move. From his back 4 robotic spider legs appear and stab the 2 tentacles. "Oh, interesting." Olivia looks interested. "Are you a fan?" "Not particularly. You are at the bottom of my list of Spider-Man's rogue gallery." Hector then backflips and kicks her in the chin, "But I like your versions of the movie and game." After that altercation, hell broke loose. A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good, y'all. Bye-bye. Chapter 112, Into the Spider-Verse, Part. Third person P.O.V. Bam Wham Pow Crash. Am I the only one hearing those sounds that are very comic bookish? Hector quips while avoiding more of Olivia Octavia's tentacles and them kicking her in Gwen's direction. Wham, see. We are all seeing. Gwen shouts back while Pow punching the thrown Dr. Octopus away. Focus. I am focused. Hector shouts back, and to prove his point, he extends his black whip to grab a pumpkin bomb that the red goblin tried to sneak in and throw it outside. It's just that I thought that I was getting crazy. We are all getting crazy here. Paney shouts while her mecha spins her arms to disengage from Scorpion's sting. I concur. Spider-Ham comments calmly while pulling a mallet from somewhere and hitting Kraven with it on his head. You can't talk. The small space that is the Parker household living room is more chaotic than a storm in the moment. Miles is running from the prowler. Gwen is beating both Olivia Octavius and Delilah, a swing of her web, and the green villain was thrown at the female assassin. Spider-Noir is in a respectable fistfight with Kraven now, after the hunter was smacked by Spider-Ham. The spider that was bitten by a pig is now engaging multiple foes, using some sort of guerrilla tactics to hit and slip away, all thanks to his cartoonish physiology. Hector instinctively is taking care of the big threats, like Red Goblin and Morbius. Okay, now seriously. What are you doing on this side? Peter asks the evil Spider-Man while on a contest of rapid-firing webs. The two are jumping and stepping on the ceiling and walls. But the evil Spider-Man doesn't answer, his mask eerily silent, his costume has a dark shade of red and blue, with some black pants. Hector can guess who he is by the design, but he would say it out loud. He can be wrong, there are literally infinite versions of Spider-Man in the multiverse. This place is starting to get cramped. Hector jokes that after the rhino enters the living room, he stops the charging beast by grabbing his horn just before he destroys some family pictures. Do you think? Gwen says sarcastically while holding Shafra's gaping mouth from taking a bite on her head. Shafra is an obscure female villain of Spider-Man. She is the host of the totemic spider wasp, some sort of predator of spider people, capable of flying through dimensions and eating them. She looks like she is wearing a symbiont, all black but with insect wings on her back, her hair like tendrils. Can you all do it outside? Aunt May shouts to them, swinging a chair at the lizard. Spider-Noir was able to pull her away before the villain retaliated. Well, you all heard the lady. Hector says, I'm gonna take some of you outside. Sorry for the wall, by the way. Wadash boom. He didn't wait for anyone to protest or ask what he was about to do. He just did. Suddenly, he moved so fast that everyone had trouble following him with their eyes. A strong jump that moved the people nearby away, a wall destroyed, and he was gone. Carrying a bunch of villains with him with his black whip. Whoosh, in an instant, he is many, many blocks away, in the sky. Red Goblin, Rhino, Hobgoblin, Electro, and Vulture are all linked by him with the black whip. He made sure to grab the most dangerous ones, or at least the ones with more destructive potential. He tried to grab Morbius, too, but the villain slipped away through the shadows. Hector tried to end him fast because he saw the vampire wearing some sort of special hood, clearly magic, and to protect himself from the sun. If he took that off. Too bad. The scientist turned vampire is very cautious with his only weakness. Here, I don't need to hold back. Hector says, his voice calm, while he stays upside down in the air, still connected with the villains. Electro starts shining, yellow electricity moving around him. Nor do I. The electric villain discharges his power, not minding that he is connected with fellow villains. Black Whip is an electrical insulator, stupid. Hector mocks while seeing no lightning move at him, but instead he swings the electric hero and uses him as a taser to hit the Red Goblin. Hector then kicks the air and punches the Vulture, the old man spitting blood. The Rhino is grabbed by the horn, and Hector spins in the air sometimes before throwing him to the ground. With his spatial awareness, Hector noticed that they flew to an abandoned construction site, so he doesn't need to worry about collateral damage. Obviously, this was planned by him. Hector is a serious hero after all. He studied the layout of the city when he had the time. And he even knew of the eventual attack, making things pretty easy. While slowly letting gravity pull him down, the Hobgoblin, that Hector still doesn't know if is a variant of Ned, attacks him with some hidden blades on his hoverboard. Twisting himself in the air, Hector does a backflip and lands on the back of the Hobgoblin. A Spider-Man against 5 of you. Pretty easy. He quips, even the original can deal with 6 of you. He barely finished his words when suddenly the world grew a tad darker. Slowly turning around, he looks up to see what is blocking the sun. Okay, I will stop jinxing, and it seems to be the destiny of every Spider-Man to be jumped by 6 villains. Arg. And he was then inundated by a tsunami of sand. He didn't even know that Sandman was around. I hate sand. The Darth Vader on him speaks while he was thrown to the ground by the weight. It does not end there. It's not a jump if you have time to think. When you are against multiple enemies, they don't give you time to breathe. Beep beep. He looks for the source of the sound just to see some red pumpkin bombs that look like beating hearts. TCH. Boom boom boom. The huge explosions blows sand everywhere. Hector emerges from the chaotic sandstorm unfazed, punching the Hobgoblin in the face thwack, sending him to the ground. Still in the air, he spins to meet a pillar of sand heading in his direction. Bam, and to the Sandman's surprise, he was hurt by the attack from the hero. Because of the differences in universes, I can't grab him with hockey, but I can hurt him on a spiritual level. It's something already tested. And he believed that with a strong enough hockey, he would be able to grab those people with Logia-like bodies, energy, or different matter. Boom boom boom. More explosions happen above him, fast and far enough that he can't prevent them. The shockwaves pushing him to the ground. While he is stabilizing himself, throwing a black whip at the steel beams on the construction site, the most dangerous of his foes, the Red Goblin, attacks him. Ha ha ha. Bad boy. The cackling voice of the corrupted old woman is loud while very close to his ears, because she tackled him. Uff. I don't want to hurt an old lady. He says while defending against powerful punches. Oh really? She mocks. Nah, just kidding. Bam, and he punches her in her unprotected mouth. For some reason, this version of Red Goblin doesn't cover all her face with the famous mouth full of teeth of the symbionts. She is sent away from him after the attack, but Hector is not done with the combo. He throws the black whip to grab her and bring her back to a knuckle sandwich. Thwack, and another bam, and another pow, and another asterisk pow. He punched and kicked her, treating her like an ugly yo-yo. She comes with a pull and goes after the hit. Too bad no combo lasts long while you are getting jumped. Hector is already paying attention to the other attacks, so he was able to pull back just in time to dodge a highly concentrated beam of electricity. Electro is floating close to the half-made building, using the steel beams to stabilize himself. Hector decides to start taking out those villains already. He identified that some, like Electro, Hobgoblin, Rhino, and the Vulture, have the help of some technological apparatus. Destroying it would take them out of the fight. Then he will be able to focus on the strongest ones, like Sandman and Red Goblin. With a swing of his leg, he throws a Rankyaku at Electro. The villain's face morphing into one of surprise seeing the strange attack. Luckily, he is fast enough to maneuver around. But he moved exactly to where Hector wanted. Electro instinctively looks up only to see the visage of a black and white Spider-Man with a metallic sheen hovering above him, his fist ready to be brought down. But he was saved by an attack of the Red Goblin. The arm of the symbiote extends unnaturally to try to impale Hector. Sidestepping in the air, Hector evades and grabs the symbiote's arm and swings him to hit the vulture that was coming to attack him. Not only that, he threw a black whip at the hobgoblin and pulled him so that the three villains would hit each other in the air. But in a clash between those three villains, the Red Goblin barely felt anything and quickly recovered to continue his attack. Hector was falling while paying attention to the incoming villain when he noticed something flying at him. Rhino, the one that can't fight at this height, started throwing things at him. Just wait like a good boy till I'm done with everyone here. Whoa. The Red Goblin increased her speed suddenly and tried to cut him with an arm morphed into a blade. Hector clapped his palms together to catch the blade and then kicked the evil Aunt May in the stomach. The goblin remains unfazed. She tries to punch Hector with her free hand, but the hero raises his leg to stop the fist. Exclamation point. But that is not all. Hector needs to quickly release his robotic spider legs to stop an attack from his blind spot. I forgot you had a tail, he says, while the robotic spider's legs stop the pointy devil-like tail, 8 limbs against 4. I win. After messing that he needs 2 spider legs to pin the tail in place, he moves the other 2 to stab the Red Goblin, piercing the villain's shoulders. The Red Goblin doesn't react much to the vicious attack, but finally, the rest of the symbiont covers her mouth. And I can breathe fire, I win. She shouts at the same time, and a pillar of fire hits Hector directly. But with an easy move of his black whip, Hector moves away from the fire attack. Resistance against the elements is the basic when you make a power armor. He comments after reappearing. Despite some smoke being raised from his body, he looks unscathed. The Red Goblin is also healing from the stabs on her shoulder. And what about this? Opening her arms wide, red tendrils are emitted from her body and start covering the whole place, trapping Hector in some kind of cat's cradle made of a symbiote. Not only that, the many tendrils ignite in a hellish fire, making it difficult for Hector to use them to maneuver himself. He doesn't want to waste his limited nanobots in a resistance battle that he is bound to lose. After all, the Red Goblin can produce fire indefinitely. He is debating himself if he should retract his armor. The armor is more like a tool to cover for his lack of hacks instead of a power-up, and start taking the attacks with his own body. After all, different from the nanobots, he has a healing factor. The choice was taken from him when many attacks came from all directions. The symbiote tendrils grow spikes, pumpkin bombs appear near him, Vulture shoots feathers from his wings, some pieces of metal are thrown at him by Rhino, a barrage of electricity, and a waterfall of sand. All of this is timed so perfectly that Hector would suspect that those guys make a great team, if he didn't know the truth. Villains using the power of friendship. He still has time to make a joke before curling into a ball and bracing for the impact. Instead of trying to dodge and get embroiled in another complex minefield of attacks, needing to time his actions and those of his opponents, he will simply take it and use the force to be thrown away and reach the ground. There, he will have proper leverage again. There, he will restart the fight properly and at an advantage. Crash crack zoon buzz tack tack thwack boom 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 bam pow asterisk. He was sent flying straight to the ground, thanks to him adjusting his posture a bit. He tanked all attacks without reaction, even when he was suddenly attacked by the Rhino's horn when he was about to hit the ground. Boom, he was sent straight to a part of the building, crashing against it, and being buried in the construction materials. Not so tough right now, huh? Insect. Rhino spats, standing above the fallen debris. Arachnid. Hector's voice echoes beneath the debris, surprisingly calm. So you're still alive? Good. I'm not done with ya. The Rhino cracks his knuckles. Damn. You really believe that you are tough? Hector's voice echoes again, this time with a hint of amusement. You all have no idea with what you are dealing. I think the constant fights with Spider-Man gave you all a false sense of security. While Hector is talking, Rhino is approaching the debris, searching for him. The others are preparing their attacks. The Red Goblin and Hobgoblin already have pumpkin bombs in their hands. You all have no idea how much he holds back. Hector's voice echoes again. The Rhino is moving close to the source. Deep down, Peter is a good guy. Rhino is letting him run his mouth, now he knows where he is. He will flatten the spider like an insect. Whoosh, but Hector attacks first. His arm emerges from underneath the debris, his hand reaching from Rhino's unprotected face, his fingers touching the big man's skin. And deep down, I'm not. Ryup, and he pulls back, tearing the skin of Rhino's face like paper. Arf. The cries of pain and stupefaction are high, mixed with the sound of blood being poured out. Rhino's hands are immediately painted red when he instinctively protects his face, which is now pure red meat, eyes, and teeth. Hector's stance is eerily calm and normal. Holding the skin of Rhino's face like some handkerchief. he shows no reaction, like mutilating a man is no big deal. Then, without a word, he punches the kneeling rhino straight in the chest. But instead of the usual punch that sends the villains flying a little, his fist. No, his whole arm goes through the big man's torso. You. It's the only word Rhino can squeeze while he stares at the emotionless spider mask. Then he falls, because the arm that killed him is also the only thing supporting his body, and Hector is not giving him even this much support. The silence is deafening. They can't even hear the sound of the bustling city just a block away. All the villains stare at the Spider-Man standing over Rhino's corpse. The scene is unbelievable. Smeared with blood. His whole arm was red and dripping with the liquid. The way he discards Rhino's face like it was the wrapper of a burger he just ate. The way he slowly turns his head to look at them over his shoulder. Warning, this Spider-Man is not cracking jokes anymore. The blue LED lights of his suit become red, the big eyes of his mask thinning into slits and giving an even more menacing look. And to make things worse, he disappears. He is invisible. The hobgoblin shouts, his voice surprised even him by the fright carried on it. Normally, he is the one who spreads terror, and now he is the one terrified. Suddenly, another scream is heard. Turning around fast, the villains see Hector reappearing above the vulture, kicking the villains down. And then grabbing his wings and ripping them off, together with his arms. To finish, he gives a slap on the villain's head, enough to make him fall unconscious and to his death without resistance, because now he can't brace himself for the fall. It's agonizing seeing someone die completely unaware and silently, to see someone being denied even the ability to protect himself. There's no struggle, no scream, nothing. He simply dies. Like he accepted it, but he did not accept it. Hector forced it into him. The bald head explodes like a watermelon hitting the concrete. The remaining villains obviously attack Hector while he is surfing the air on the vulture's back, but he disappears again, and all the attacks miss. I remembered something. Hector's voice echoes again while he is invisible. Initially, the plan was to take you all and then dump you back on your respective universes. The villains look around searching for him, but his voice appears to come from all directions. But you guys now have the knowledge of who Spider-Man is. I can't allow you to go back with this information. None of you is living in this universe alive. Aya. Another scream, and they turn to see the hobgoblin being pulled by something invisible, the villain being removed from his hoverboard at incredible speed. Then he stops, floating in the air, fully straight. Only when he was dead that they notice. He was hanged. Hector circled his black whip around his neck and pulled him to the unfinished building. Now he is dead, like an ugly Halloween decoration. The hanged hobgoblin then slowly started to fall, his limbs flailing around, falling like a doll. Hector reappears again, behind Electro, his hands grabbing the electric villain's head. Crack, then he quickly turns his neck 180 degrees. Sandman and Red Goblin are the last ones. Before Hector disappear again, they had the time to see the red slit eyes staring at them silently. A silent Spider-Man is really nightmare fuel. Back at Aunt May's house, the brawl escalated into one-on-one fights between the spider people and villains. The Prowler pursues Miles outside the house. Paney fights Dr. Octopus. Gwen struggles against Shafra, after defeating Delilah, the obscure female assassin. Spider-Ham continuously plays with the lizard. More slowly defeats Kraven. Morbius is nowhere to be seen. And Peter fights the evil Spider-Man. Come on, buddy. Talk with me, we are all spider people here. We can understand whatever you are going through. He shouts between attacks. I have nothing to talk with you. Hey, you are talking. I only need your death. Look away. It's a start, I guess. The awkward conversation happened while the two rolled through the street, attacking each other without using any technique, like two kid siblings fighting over the remote. The evil Spider-Man eventually kicks Peter away, throwing him in the air, and is immediately followed by shooting a web and pulling the good Spider-Man back to receive a punch. Pow. Funny enough, Peter does the same. When he was sent flying by the punch, he sent a web, which evil Spider-Man only notices too late, pulling the villain with him in the air and pow, punching him back on the ground. Peter goes to follow with another attack, but evil Spider-Man reacts fast enough to tilt his head to the side and punch Peter instead. You're slow. Out of shape. You don't deserve to be Spider-Man. The evil one shouts, his voice carrying anger and other strong emotions. I admit that I let myself go a little, but don't be that harsh. Peter quips, but he can't say more because the evil one is already on him with a roundhouse kick. You don't deserve to live in this universe. Like I said, too much dude. You are hurting my feelings. I will be the one who is gonna stay here. Evil Spider-Man shouts. Wait. Is that what this is about? Peter pauses, looking at his evil version strangely. Dude, we can't stay here. We are glitching. I will find a way. The battle continues. This is not healthy, dude. Don't you have people to go back to? But now Peter is using a more diplomatic approach, fighting defensively while talking. No. Evil Spider-Man shouts, that anger appearing again. Do you? E-dash. Peter was going to answer immediately, but he paused, and hesitation appeared in his movements. At that moment, clarity reaches him. He looks at this evil Spider-Man and notices that he is like him in more than just the powers and costume. Certain things get clear when you see from an outside perspective, when you take a step back to reflect. Peter was not that bad, but he couldn't see that the problems of the two come from the same place. Peter was thinking about giving up and going back to. Not minding if he died. Yes. I have people to go back. I have. Pow, but he is punched out of epiphany. Dude. I was having character development. Too late. Evil Spider-Man stands above him, carrying a street sign, ready to impale Peter. Despite the dangerous situation, Peter remains calm. Your anger blinds you, little grasshopper. And never lose sight of the hands. What? Bam. And evil Spider-Man was hit by a mailbox that Peter pulled with his web that he shot between the evil one's legs. The mailbox hits his back and head. Arg. Peter cracks his back while standing up. Yep, still got it. He says while looking over the unconscious evil variant. While he is webbing his fallen foe down, a huge explosion appears on the horizon. What the heck? Some minutes earlier, Hector is delivering a barrage of punches in the sandstorm that is the Logia-like villain. Each punch doesn't appear to do much, only dispersing more sand around, but he knows that it is hurting. A big area is just more places to him to hit. The sand doesn't have enough power and speed to restrain or even attack. Ooh oh oh. Sandman's voice comes from all around Hector, his howls of pain like the loud winds of a storm. Boom boom, all of this while Hector dodges attacks from the Red Goblin. Finally, Hector beat the villain enough that a small human shape appeared amidst the sandstorm. What he is doing is no different than torture, something that the Spider-Man on him would disapprove of, but the Batman would not. Sometimes, invincibility is not that good. The human mind can't keep up with the strain that certain powers carry. Sometimes, the human mind limits the potential of certain power sets. And Sandman reached his limit. Yes, he is basically invincible in a physical battle, his body impermeable to damage, but his mind is very much normal. Hundreds, thousands of punches went through his body. He felt all of them, like Hector punched a hole in his body repeatedly. It's not a surprise he broke. No, please. No more. He begs for mercy on the ground, his now human-sized sand body barely keeping itself together because he doesn't have the presence of mind to do it now. It's only instinct and muscle memory that is making the sand go back to a barely recognizable human shape. But there's no mercy to be found in Hector's red and menacing eyes. He calmly removes a small ball from his utility belt and throws it at the fallen villain after he squeezes it a little at a specific point. The ball that is no bigger than a nail beeps in a blue light, before exploding in a silent and quick way. It's a very controlled explosion, the light doesn't disperse, concentrating in a ball with 2 meters in diameter around the villain. When the ball of light disappears, the ground is scorched black, and the Sandman is a sculpture of glass. Crack, a sculpture that Hector mercilessly stomps. You are really different from the other spiders. Red Goblin laughs. And you are different from the other Aunt Mays. Hector answers in a deadpan voice, and you are also the last one. I will not be that easy, kid. She flies at him. Oh, you will be, old hag. He jumps to meet her in the air. He taps the incoming punch with his hand and uses it as leverage to jump above her and kick her back. Pow! Despite that, the Red Goblin grabs his leg with her devil-like tail and spins with great momentum to throw Hectorton to the ground. Hector was able to catch him with his hands, his arms flexing like a full standing push-up before he used them to jump back to engage the Red Goblin. When spinning back to a normal standing positing instead of upside down, Hector releases the black whip to finally use it as a whip and strikes the Red Goblin. The whip attack is lightning fast and deadly, removing the goblin from his hoverboard and cleaving the vehicle in two. Red Goblin hits the unfinished building and Hector follows immediately, kicking the air to speed himself and punching the villain in the face. The villain also retaliates with a punch. Hero and villain punch each other in the cheek while shockwaves propagate through the construction site. The exchange confirms one of Hector's suspicions. The Red Goblin is strong and extremely dangerous. He guessed that if he were not here, the Red Goblin alone would be able to wipe out the remaining spider people. Obviously, this is only a guess. Having higher stats never truly decides the winner of a fight. Spider-Man is famous for pulling victories despite unfavorable conditions, using his wits and creativity. That said, despite the Red Goblin being probably the strongest Spider-Man enemy, Hector already won. The exchange not only confirmed the incredibly high stats of the villain but also her weakness. They fight, exchanging attacks, with Hector hitting more than the Red Goblin. Ruthlessly going for weak points, breaking articulations, poking the eye, punching the throat, kicking the crotch. Even if she is a woman, there's a lot of sensible nerves there. The Red Goblin heals fast from the injuries, the broken bones snapping back in place, and all that. Hector needs to be careful not to be hit by her destructive attacks. Her fire is incredibly hot, and you can't give an opening to a symbiote to enter your body through a wound, too. An exchange similar to the beginning of the fight happens, the two jumping to meet in the air, fists ready. But the Red Goblin's arm suddenly enlarges considerably, her fist is so big that there's no space to dodge. Boom. The truck-sized fist hit Hector, and the Red Goblin does not stop there. Her two arms, now as big as cars, pummel him on the ground like two giant morning stars, filled with sharp spikes. Hector blocks the attack, but it is obvious that he is in a bad situation, ! Till he is not. Red Goblin suddenly pauses, her yellow eyes widening. Hector stands up calmly while dusting himself, the damage is minimal. This body of his is really tough. Finally reached your heart. He commented while tapping himself, his suit restoring itself too. For your information, I would not lose. It would be a long battle, and it would create a lot of collateral damage, but I would not lose. He says. It's the truth. With the cards the two have in their hands, one with an incredibly tough body and a healing factor, and the other with an even more ridiculous healing factor, the battle would last for hours, maybe an entire day. And they didn't even start using big attacks. Hector is not Garp in the middle of a pirate island, he is a hero in the middle of one of the most populated cities of the world. He can't go all out. And he stopped Red Goblin before she could start going all out too. Do you want to know your weakness? Hector walks to Red Goblin, who is now kneeling on the ground, her body and symbiote acting strangely. You are Aunt May. He points at her. The villain can't answer, while struggling with whatever is affecting her body. Yes, you have one of the strongest symbiotes, and yes, you have the Goblin Serum, but in the end, you are an old lady. He continues, a random ant with a lot of powers. Like giving a high-level character, with a lot of abilities, to someone who never played the tutorial. Such simple attacks, sloppy technique, and carelessness. He looks down on her. Then he reaches out for his utility belt and removes a disc. Like, why was your mouth not covered? It allowed me to put those, but miniaturized, inside your body. He shows her the discs. Those are discs created by Hector after he studied Ultimate Echo. What are the weaknesses of the symbiotes? Fire and sound. Seeing that the Red Goblin literally breathed fire, he can rightfully guess that she surpassed that one weakness, but what about sound? True to his spider persona, Hector prepared some things that could be useful against Spider-Man's rogue gallery and kept them in his utility belt. It was half a joke, but now it has turned out to be useful. He has that bomb to deal with the Sandman, a device to disperse electricity, and even a shot of an anti-goblin vaccine that he developed from Norman's DNA, but it is not reliable because he never tested it. The symbiote is strong, but what about your old body? Even with the enhancement of the goblin, it can't be that tough, right? And the Goblin Serum is famous for fucking with the user's molecular structure. Hector explains, did you like how I made you move around so that the nano-echo discs could travel faster in your bloodstream and reach your heart? I bet your heart is in pieces now, and the sound waves are destroying you from the inside. The symbiote is doing everything to keep you alive, because, for my information, Sleeper is the only symbiote that can possess dead bodies. Ugh, gra, ah. The Red Goblin continues to trash on the ground, the host dying slowly and the suit losing form and becoming a goo that moves widely around. The Red Goblin was really a mighty foe, but Hector doesn't give the villain a smidgen of a fair fight. Exploring the weakness of the host, and his meta-knowledge and preparation, he dealt with her pretty easily. As much as I despise Norman, I admit that he would be a bigger problem if it were him instead of an Aunt May variant. His plan is not foolproof. A symbiote could theoretically feel the nano discs inside the host body, after all is fused with the host very tightly. He thinks the carelessness of the host rubbed off on Carnage. He also gave her a lot of damage, not fatal, only to distract the symbiote, making it heal her instead of scanning her body for anything foreign. Talking about Carnage. Hector watches the reddish goo on the ground. It's a symbiote. A very cool thing that he wants. If he steps on that puddle, maybe he can control him. Hector is built different, he would not lose in a battle of wills against this symbiote. The intrusive thoughts almost made Hector do something like that, maybe even take a sample. What would be the big deal, right? A sample to study. But that is how things start. He swore to himself that no Carnage would be born in his universe. He will deal with Venom quickly, before the symbiote can spawn more of his kind. He even already killed Cletus Cassidy. He is giving no chances to the universe. He is simply too paranoid. Maybe, very much maybe, if he were with his full powers and resources. Maybe he would take a sample, but now. With the Spider-Man luck rubbing off on him, the sample would probably escape and fall on someone and start the null invasion earlier. He walks away, far enough, before he throws a much bigger ball over his shoulder. Boom. A micro-nuke, made in a way that will release intense heat, but only in the shape of a pillar, dispersing the destructive power to the sky and with little to no collateral damage. Hector is pretty proud of this. It was hard to make, and he only has one in his possession right now. He thinks that he is a better weapon creator than Stark. I will just clone Venom when I have the chance, he says to himself while the explosion happens behind him, vaporizing the symbiote. Going back to the Parker household, Hector finds the house half destroyed, some villains on the ground, the evil Spider-Man kneeling while tied by webs, without the mask, showing that it is another Peter variant. Everyone from the heroes looks okay, too, even Aunt May. But Miles is nowhere to be seen. Let me guess. A Peter that lost everything, his universe, and now wants to stay in this one, because the Peter from here is dead and the rest is alive. Hector says while dropping down on the front porch. That's pretty much it. Good, Peter answers slowly, very good guess. Tell me the lottery numbers next. Common story. Even I was tempted by it, once. Hector half scoffs, half chuckles. Everyone gives him a look while he crouches down to talk with evil Peter. It would not be the same, dude. Deep down, you would know it, he says. Evil Peter gives him an angry look. What would you know? What would I know? I never had it. He spat, I'm not a Peter variant. I'm a clone. The real Peter died with his family. Oh, that adds another layer of depth. I never belonged anywhere, and now there's a place with an empty slot. Why shouldn't I take the chance? The clone shouts. Hector turns to the rest, and they're all wide-eyed at the revelation. He kinda has a point. Hector. What? Can't blame a dude for trying. His methods are all wrong, but damn if his life didn't suck. Hector shrugs, said that, you are thinking too low of the Aunt May and Mary Jane of this world, dude. And your first impression of attacking us? TSK. I heard clones are mentally unstable. Gwen comments. I'm not unstable. The clone shouts in an unstable manner. Okay, different approach. Hector turns to the clone, stop trying to live Peter Parker's life and go make your own life. He touches the clone's shoulder. Did you even think that maybe you are the only one holding yourself back? No outburst now. Hector challenges for a moment, and after more silence, he stands up. No need to answer, you will have time to change your life when you get back to your world. If you want a girl, search for the Ursula Ditkovich of your universe. Hector said his piece, and he is not in the mood to reform a villain now. He only wasted words with him because he has a soft spot for Spider-Man in general. While he stood up, Aunt May was the one who approached the kneeling clone. It's never good to see your face like that. She kneels beside him and puts her hand on his face. But if there's even a little of Peter in you, I know that you are strong enough to overcome all the hardships life can throw at you. Don't choose the easy path. Don't give up. Wow, better pep talker than me. Hector nods to himself. It comes from experience, dear. Aunt May smiles at him and stands up too. I almost feel bad for punching your other variant in the mouth now. Almost. Hector jokes, take this as a payment for the house, Aunt May. Hector pulls 2 small pieces of gold, each the size of a finger of an adult, from his utility belt. Why do you carry gold around? Paney asks confused. It's a currency that works everywhere, even in the underworld. How will I pay Sharon in case I end up in the Greek underworld? Hector answers like is obvious. I don't think you will end up having to pay the ferryman to cross to the other side, Hector. Gwen shakes her head. Are you sure? Everything was pretty normal till I ended up in a parallel universe. Point taken. She points at him. I can't accept it, dear. Aunt May refuses. Come on, it's nothing to me. 200 grams, more or less $20,000, just to cover the repairs. Hector insists. But she still refuses. He sighs audibly and then turns fast and throws the gold inside the messy home. There. Do what you want with it. And moves away. The childish action makes Aunt May smile lightly. You are a little similar to the Hector that I know. What would he always say? Ah yes, I refuse your refusal of my help. Suck it up, don't resist. Ha ha. She laughs. Another one. Hector rolls his eyes. Does Hector from here have powers? Not that I know, but he was good friends with Peter and other heroes. Aunt May laughs while smiling. Beyond the funeral, the last time I heard of him, he went on a double date with Peter and Mary Jane. His date was a superhero too. Till now it seems that I'm the only Hector with powers. Let's hope it continues like that. Wait, double date with a superhero. Yeah, Susan Storm. Aunt May says, then she looks at Gwen, who is more or less at Hector's side. It seems you like blondes. She teases, making Gwen blush a red similar to Peter's costume. Aunt May enjoyed the amusement that her teasing brought, but Hector was thinking about something. Wait. Miles is from Earth 1610. The Ultimate Universe. I kinda ignored it because I put the Spider-Verse in a different basket. Hector's thoughts fly a mile from Second, Wanda, and Pietro incest. Hank Pym wife beater. Captain America being an asshole, Susan is with me and not Reed. Ultimate Universe. The Maker. His head turns faster. To the direction of the Baxter building. Maybe he should take the opportunity to make a visit to Reed Richards from here. Extra. He didn't even react. Barely an acknowledgement of the situation. Spider-Man. Peter died and he didn't even go to pay his respects. After everything went through together. A beautiful blonde woman rants before taking a sip of her drink. Susan Storm is now at the penthouse of an acquaintance. I even said that I was going to visit you, and he didn't even take his eyes off his whiteboard. She continues, sighing morosely. The said acquaintance doesn't say anything, keeping his silence while she talks. Different from her, he doesn't touch his drink. The Hector from his dimension is already an adult. He keeps his face shaved clean, but his hair is shot and combed neatly, his thick black glasses still adorning his features. He is not a muscular Adonis, but he is a handsome and well-built male. Susan gives him a glance, his silence and vacant eyes creating a knot inside her. I'm sorry. That's not nice. She sighs again and puts her drink on the small table in front of them. I came here to check on you, and I ended up talking about Reed. I'm the worst. Her eyes are filled with apologies. Like with Johnny, Peter was your friend, you must be feeling horrible right now. It's just that it's so easy to talk with you. Hector's eyes move to give her a look and then he chuckles, ho, relax. Hearing you talking about Reed being Reed is a very good distraction. He says, making her smile. Even so. I'm talking about Reed, while you dash. While I did some advances on you and made my intentions clear. He completes her words with a cheeky smile. Yes. She says slowly, a little ashamed. Again, relax. I'm not that petty to get jealous of that. He smiles and then gives a self-deprecating smile. After all, we are not a thing because of you avoiding giving me an answer. Now she avoids eye contact in shame. Despite going on a few dates, they kept things platonic. There are some reasons that made Susan hesitant to take things to the next step. First, her obvious feelings for Reed, the age gap, his friendship with her brother, and her hero business. If I did not know you, I would think that you are leading me around and playing with my feelings. He rolls his eyes. I would never. She denies fast before noticing that he is joking. I would not do that. She answered more slowly, thank you for your patience, Hector. You don't deserve that. He rolls his eyes. You are talking like I'm doing this only to get in your very tight unstable molecule pants, Susan. I enjoy your company even as friends. You are a badass hero, and a smart and kind woman. And I will not even talk about your physical attributes, to not increase your ego by much. He gives her a respectful look from top to bottom. Very sly, she rolls her eyes, amusement evident in her face while she shakes her head. She looks away to hide the blush in her cheeks and to center herself. Those unexpected attacks always catch her off guard. Beep beep. Excuse me. He grabs his phone from the table with an annoyed look, because the good moment was interrupted. And his annoyed look is only exacerbated by whatever he saw on the screen. Susan, on her end, also took the opportunity to check her messages. Janet, the guy is handsome, rich, and literally helps abandoned animals and children with cancer. Go for it. Jennifer, don't fumble, girl. She tries not to react outwardly, slowly turning her phone upside down and looking back at Hector. There, she saw his hard eyes, an unfamiliar sight on his normally calm and kind face. What happened? She asks, worried. I was invited to a party. That can't be that bad. By Fisk. In honor of Spider-Man. He says, his voice tight. Oh. That bastard. He killed him and now sends flowers. Hector almost throws his phone at the wall, but he controls himself in the last second. It was him. I don't have any proof, but I know it was him. Hector sighs. Peter talked with me about this investigation on Alchemax. Hector clenches his hand. Okay, I'm going. He finally says, his voice with a strange edge. Hector, don't do anything reckless. She grabs his hand. I never do anything reckless. There's nothing reckless about what I will do with him. It will be all premeditated. His eyes shine with an evil glint. Hector, don't go. Her hand squeezes his tighter. You are not in your right mind. I will not avoid him now. If he wants to show his fat face, I will look him into the eye while he lies to everyone and make sure he knows that I don't buy his shit. He replies hardly. She decides to go for a different approach, the opportunity for her to act appearing suddenly in this situation. Stay with me here. She says strongly, then her tone shifts to a softer one. Wouldn't it be better to spend the night with me instead of staring at Fisk's fat face, HM? Susan. Hector looked at her strangely, afraid to misunderstand the situation. You know. What happened with Peter was tragic, but it put things in perspective. Our lives. This universe is full of uncertainty, too much to hesitate and do nothing while waiting for it to take the people who are dear to us. She says, her face approaches his. During the funeral, while looking at Mary Jane, I couldn't help but think if it was you that died, in some way, and I would be the one left behind with regrets. I didn't like that, not even a bit. I didn't come here only to check on you, Hector. She says while looking straight at his eyes, I come here to give you an answer. She stands up, her hand still holding his. Your room is in that direction, right? She asks with a small, mischievous smile, so. Will you join me there or go to Fisk's party? Well. I guess nothing interesting will happen there anyway. How could he say no? Unexpectedly, tonight is a good night for Hector. A night that changed his destiny, stopping him from going on the path of vengeance. What's with the long face? Gwen asks Hector while he suddenly frowns. I don't know. I just got annoyed for some reason. Maybe envious? Weird. He looks at the distance. I'm feeling like punching Fisk in his fat face for giving me trouble this night. A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good, y'all. Bye bye.